Alright, one Tusk here on Chapter 1 of the life of Donald Brickman. Donald started his life just like any other normal kid. He was my best friend, and we grew up together, and we played sports together. We went to the same school, and lived across the street from each other. He then moved to another part of town later on in life. I lived with my mom, dad, and sister in a small town called Sunnyville, California, in between the mountains and the ocean. I initially met Donald in the first grade. We were about 6 years old, I think. He came over to my house in the local neighborhood, too shy to talk to me, I guess, so his mother had to yank him by the arm, walk him across the street, and knock on our door and introduce herself to my mom and me. Donald's mom had made the introduction and convinced me to play with him. It was funny because we bonded immediately and of course got into trouble the first day hanging out. I remember my mom yelling at us for playing Army, digging holes in the backyard, and putting toy soldiers in the tunnels like they were in battle. We were class act kids right up until we reached junior high school. The growing pains era for most kids, stuck in the middle of puberty and becoming a young adult. It's a perfect storm for kids to begin down a road leading to trouble. Everyone knew Donald was a wild kid growing up, and it was in his particular nature to act crazy. He was real quiet at first when I initially met him, but after we broke the ice, he really got loose. He wouldn't really talk to people he didn't know, and would not acknowledge people he didn't care about. He did some funny shit in junior high by farting out loud in class and blaming the fat kid who sat in front of him. Everyone started laughing in the class, and the girls were saying, "Aw, gross," and Don goes, "Damn, man, that's gross." The teacher even chimed in with Don, who was the culprit to begin with. "Yes, maybe you need to go to the bathroom, sir." The heavy-set kid pleaded, "It wasn't me, it was Don, I tell you. I heard him do it," he said while blushing. It's not that Don was picking on him for his weight. In fact, he was a good sport. But it just seemed that it was the logical choice to cover up a fart in class by blaming your heavy-set classmate. I guess nowadays, this would be considered bullying. But before the millennium, you could get away with a lot more antics than societal and classroom rules of today. This is before we had the internet, social media, and cellular phones. Does anyone remember the good old days when we had house phones with answering machines, tape cassette players, and video home system players? Don and I used to light out fireworks and stink bombs back in junior high school, usually in between class when walking in the hallways and each one of the entrances leading to all the exits of the classrooms and buildings. We thought it was so funny. All the other students walking in would get smoked out by our stink bombs. Meanwhile, the fire alarms would go off due to all the smoke in the rooms. The campus security would think it was a real fire and go berserk running around the hallways trying to extinguish the fake flames. Luckily, no one had gotten hurt. But as an adult, you just don't do stuff like that. I also lit an M80 firecracker in the lunch area, threw it inside a trash can one time. It was real close to a girl I know who was just innocently throwing her trash away. Luckily, she had walked away just in time and wasn't hurt, but her ears were ringing for sure. Fortunately, as kids, we did a lot of dumb stuff, and being in junior high at 13 years old was the prime age for us to do so. Lighting fireworks at school was very dangerous, and a student definitely could get suspended or even expelled. But that's not all we did. In the lunch or quad area, which was outdoors, we would feed some of the seagulls flying around Alka-Seltzer, and their chests would puff out, while foam would come out of their mouths after they had swallowed it. In California schools, the lunch areas were outdoors because we didn't have much snow in the wintertime. Even though school was further inland away from the ocean, we still had seagulls flying around stealing kids' burritos and microwave pizzas. In school, we had a bunch of pranksters. These were the kids who would go up and prank another student. It didn't matter how and why, but only that it would happen all the time. In school, you're supposed to be learning something. All we did was learn how to outsmart authority and light other kids' cut off pant legs on fire, which was a popular trend back then. This one kid we called Prankster Mike would go around doing it to all the male students with cut-off pants or shorts, while they were usually talking to a female student. While they were distracted, he would get a lighter out of his pocket, kneel down, and light their pants on fire without the other student even knowing it. He wouldn't find out until the girl he was talking with would let out a huge shriek, while everyone else was standing around watching and laughing hysterically. A lot of stuff went down in the quad area. The quad was the outdoor area for the schools of students to sit down at tables and also eat their lunch. Students were also throwing shit at each other. Kids were always getting into mischief or causing trouble. The teacher and campus aides always had their hands full during lunch hours. However, that didn't stop Sneaky Donnie for getting back Prankster Mike. So the did prevail, and Donnie got back Prankster Mike with a taste of his own medicine. Prankster Mike was talking with 2 female students of the cheerleading squad in the middle of the quad area. Of course, Donnie snuck up behind him with cat-like reflexes and proceeded to light both of Prankster Mike's pant legs on fire at the same time. The cheerleader girl immediately started giggling, as well as our whole group of male students, who would congregate at the main table, pointing, watching, and laughing. He knew it was Donnie, even though Don had gone undetected. "I'm going to kill you, you fucking punk!" Prankster Mike yells as he approaches Donnie. Donnie started laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Go ahead and try me, fat boy." They both immediately got into each other's faces, and a crowd had already formed. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The crowd started chanting. It was broken up hastily by the campus aides and teachers. Now, gentlemen, we will have none of this," one of the teachers said as she got in the way. "I'll see you after class, bitch," Prankster Mike yelled at Donald while walking away. "Try me, fat boy," Don replied. I guess the prank wouldn't be funny at all without fire-retardant clothing. So the fight began after school off the campus across the street from the flagpole in the dirt lot. It was located behind a housing development, or tract homes as they were called. Anyways, I would have been scared to death, but Donnie was the exact opposite. "I'm gonna fuck his ass up," Don said to me in the hallway after the last bell for class rang out. "Dude, Don, he's a little bit bigger than you, man," I said, trying to convince Don otherwise. "The bigger they are, the harder they fall," Don responded, winking at me as we both walked out of the junior high school. Prankster Mike was sort of stocky, but Donnie was taller, leaner, and had short blonde hair with blue eyes. I was about the same height as Don, except I had short brown hair with green eyes. Sometimes people had mistaken us as brothers. Across from the flagpole in the dirt lot, both male and female students gathered after school got out. Boys were walking out with their backpacks on, talking and shooting the breeze, and all the girls, carrying their folders and purses, were gossiping amongst each other. Don and I were the center of attention as the crowd parted ways for us in the dirt field. Some kids had BMX bikes, while others were on skateboards and carrying them through the dirt field. Everyone had circled around. Don and I and some of our buddies took a corner. We were all 7th graders at the time. Like in the movies, in the distance we see Prankster Mike enter the crowd with his friends who had also gathered in the dirt lot. The two walked up to each other and stood face to face. Neither of them said a word. The two then squared off. Mike immediately got the upper hand with Donnie, hitting him about 4 or 5 times in the face. You could hear the boys and girls shouting, screaming, and yelling. "Come on, Don, get his ass," I cheered on. Don stopped for a second, looked down at his slightly bloody nose, and then grinned at Prankster Mike. Don immediately jump-kicked Prankster Mike, knocking him down to the ground. Prankster Mike got up, but was out of breath and could not withstand an array of kicks with punches to his chest and face that Don had whipped out. Mike was able to throw Don off of him and land a few more punches to Don's stomach. "Pussy punch in the gut," Donnie yelled at Prankster Mike. The crowd was yelling and chanting as the fight continued. Like lightning, Donald leaned back with his neck and head-butted Prankster Mike right in the nose, sending his round body falling face down into the dirt. It looked like Don had won the fight. Prankster Mike had finally gotten up after 10 seconds and realized blood was gushing out of his nose. He looked up at Don in shock and realizing that he had lost the fight. Before this physical confrontation could conclude, a concerned parent or dad took notice and drove his car immediately into the dirt lot where the crowd had gathered. I don't know if Donnie broke Prankster Mike's nose, but it was bleeding profusely. All the students then started running, as well as Donnie and I, hopping over the fences into the housing neighborhood directly behind the dirt field, dogs barking and all. While running away, we looked back and heard an adult voice say as he stepped out of the car, "All you kids beat it. I know where you live." This is what every authority figure says to young kids outside of school hours and getting into trouble. I saw him try to chase after a couple of kids, but he had no luck and drove away. Gee, I thought, why couldn't these parents just mind their own business? There was always some adult in public watching us or looking at us for no reason, it seemed like. We made it out of there unscathed, basically. Donnie had a little bit of blood on his t-shirt, but that was it. This was the first time I'd seen Donnie fight, and after that, he was well respected. Throughout the whole duration of 7th grade and 8th grade, no one else seemed to mess with us. We were then crowned kings of the campus. Luckily, school had ended shortly after that, and the summer vacation following 8th grade was a blast. However, we had to return to school at the beginning of September. We had completed 8th grade and had to attend high school, which we were dreading. The last night before the start of the freshman year, Donald calls me up on the telephone. "Hey man, what are you going to wear for tomorrow?" he says as I answer the phone. I don't know what I'm going to wear. Some cut-off jeans with a white t-shirt and some standard kicks," I replied. "Kicks? were what we called shoes back then. I'm going to wear my black jacket, black shirt, blue jeans, and white kicks, Donald told me proudly over the phone. Nice, I replied as I hung up the phone in preparation to see him the following day. It wasn't going to be cold out that day. I had no idea why he was going to wear a jacket. This was our first day of our freshman year in high school together. Don's parents were well off financial-wise. His dad was a lawyer who made lots of money representing clients involved in labor disputes and handling litigations of that matter. His mother also made good money as a registered nurse, or nurse practitioner, I believe. He was always spoiled rotten, it seemed like. He had new clothes, a new bike, new shoes, and a new skateboard. Whatever he wanted, his parents would give him. His parents were never home. They were always busy at work or something. Donald had to raise himself, and being the only child, sometimes he had no one to look after him. He often didn't have a sitter. He had always come over to my house when my mom and dad would make dinner for me and my little sister. So, Don would frequently join us, sitting at the dinner table. So, Don, how's your mother doing? My mom inquired. She's doing real good, working a lot, Don replied, sitting above a hot plate of asparagus and yams my mom had cooked up. Stay out of trouble, Don, my dad would always say to him. It seemed like my little sister would never even speak to him, and my dad particularly didn't like him either, and he sometimes said to me, he's nothing but a bold-faced liar. He's going to get you into trouble one of these days, and when it comes down to it, he will either burn you or drag you down with him. My father was always an authority figure who would always look out for me constantly. My dad was also the overprotective type, but needless to say, Donnie was also at our house all the time. Yet, because his parents were never home and were well off financially, we had the opportunity to go to his house and do bad stuff, like ditching school to shoot BB guns in his backyard. His parents believed in teaching their son to be self-reliant, I guess. I don't think it was neglect on Donald's parents' part, but they loved him so much that they would let him get away with anything. Later, it would prove to be his own self-demise. We would often watch Don and let him stay at our house. He would ride with me to school with my mom, who would drive us. Don's dad was real nice, and so was his mother. They just never seemed to be there for him. Even when Don and I won our 3rd Division soccer team championship in junior high, by Donnie scoring the winning goal by penalty kick, his parents had missed the big game because they were in Japan or somewhere else on a business trip. I don't know if it was Donald's parents' neglect, which led to his own downfall, or it could have been that he didn't have to work for anything in his entire life. Everything was given to him on a silver platter. His parents left him home alone a lot of times, and as a younger teenager, that could have been the issue. Time would tell. Mr. Richard Tucker, are you with us? The teacher said, glaring at me in the middle of class. Freshman year pre-algebra. I must have been daydreaming again. I'd always do that inside the classroom. They'd always bore me to death with algebra, I thought. A stupid tool I'll never use in my life. Yuck. Yes, I am, sir, I shouted in front of the class from my desk. Some of the students were sensing my sarcasm and laughing along with me. Good. Glad to have you with us. Tell me, if x plus 2 equals 5 and y equals 3, what is the denomination? The teacher threw the question at me like throwing a baseball in practice. Well, I thought, if the x bone is connected to the neck bone, then the y bone creates the next bone. Ha ha, I said, laughing to myself. A minute paused before I could answer. However, an all too familiar sound thankfully stopped the teacher dead in his tracks. Beep. We'll continue these lectures tomorrow, class. Have a good day, the teacher said as the bell buzzer had rang out. Whew, I thought, saved by the bell. I always love that part of class. When the bell rings and the teacher stops the lecture and everyone gets up out of their seats to go to the next class. And my favorite class, of course, was the last one of the day. No one took their time when getting up and leaving for class, with students off bumping into one another. As class gets out and students start to vacate the room, I exit through the red metal latching door. I enter the hallway, and there's Don waiting for me with a huge grin on his face. The hallway smelled of old feet and body odor, as it always does in school. I always thought they should tear out that crappy gray carpet and paint those stupid beige walls a different color. Meet me at the cherry tree after class, Don said with a devilish grin on his face. Okay, I replied. What is it this time, I asked myself. Was it a new bike, perhaps? Maybe it was a new skateboard. Or some M80 fireworks this time. It couldn't be a new car, although he didn't even have a learner's permit. Whatever it was, I thought we would always have a good time. Don was always considered by others as a good-looking kid. Tall with a muscular build, he had short blonde hair and blue eyes, and all the girls loved him. He was a true ladies' man and claimed to have lost his virginity at the age of 13 to a long-distance cousin, which I thought was repulsive. He used to brag about it. He definitely knew how to charm the ladies, and also people in general. He was very outgoing and talkative amongst people. I was a little bit more quieter and refined. I would read books or watch movies. I liked to play sports as well. It was odd, because most athletes in school were the opposite. Even so, I was athletically inclined. I was mostly interested in art, music, movies, and less about school dances, gossip, which were mostly what normal students cared about. I guess I consider myself a leader and not a follower. During lunch, Don and other people would always be talking to the girls. Nonetheless, I'd mostly chill out and eat my lunch and would watch from afar. This was a weird habit, or might be considered antisocial, but I could give a damn what others thought. I especially liked to watch the senior girls when it was the warmer months, and they'd always wear shorter shorts and less clothing, exposing most of their body parts on purpose to feel sexy. Most females deemed it improper for a guy not to approach a girl and talk to her, although it was her choice to acknowledge you or not, and you had to take whatever reaction she would dish out. I mostly got hit on by dorky chicks. Be that as it may, my first girlfriend was this girl named Shelley who had dark blonde hair with blue eyes. She had lived in the same neighborhood as Donnie and I, and was our age also. Wow, Rick, I don't know anyone here except Brenda and Michelle, but they have PE class next. Will you walk with me to class, Rick, please? She begged as she grabbed my arm. It was our first day freshman year at high school, and I can remember the juniors and seniors making fun of us, calling us children. Sure I will, Shelley, I said as I looked into her pretty blue eyes. I'd always stare into them when we talked, and she would too back at mine. Most girls prefer eye contact, not staring at their body parts, or looking down at their shirts like some of my male friends, or named Sal, who I'll tell you about later on in this book. Sometimes Shelley would wear revealing clothing. She was average height and had a nice body, and was considered pretty. We had a group of friends in high school named a clique, or as some would call it. This was a particular group of people or friends that would always hang out together in school. I met Dawn after school at the cherry tree, as requested. As I walked up, I noticed another person standing there. It was Felix. He was trouble. As we grew up as youths in the neighborhood, Felix was known as a juvenile criminal. He stole things, sold drugs, and carried weapons on him, and caused fights. He dressed like a gang member, and had a tattoo of his gang name across his knuckles. Felix also had greasy, slick-back hair, and a long, thick black mustache similar to Groucho Marx. My dad told me Felix was never allowed in our house. It could be due to the fact he broke into our next-door neighbor's house that were lower income anyway, and stole their guns. My dad always said he was trouble. What is it, Don? I asked as I walked up to him and met him after class. Check this out. Felix has a little surprise for us, Don said with exuberance, as I could tell he was excited about something. There was Felix standing with his Cholo gang attire he'd always wear to school. "What's up, Holmes?" Felix said to me with a sly grin on his face. We slapped each other's hands and pounded fists, which were the trademark greeting for every high school student. "Not much, Felix. What's going on with you?" I responded with a fake smile. I was waiting for him to pull out a BB gun when he said, "You vatos ready to smoke some good bud, essay?" he asked as he pulled out a white, wrinkled 2-inch sized cigarette, which, of course, was a joint. "Hell yes," Don replied back at me with a smile on his face. Wait a minute, I thought. Smoke marijuana? I never tried this before. My heart began to race as Felix lit up the joint with his lighter, and we all three crouched behind the cherry tree at 3 in the afternoon on a bright sunny day. My adrenaline was pumping through my heart. I was scared and remained silent. I didn't know if this was something that I wanted to do. I didn't promote drug use. Nevertheless, this is what kids did growing up out in the suburbs when I was 15 years old. Felix held down the lighter button, and a 1-inch orange flame ignited, and he started puffing on the joint to get it lit. He took several hits, and when satisfied, took a big hit, held it in, and exhaled a huge cloud of smoke through his mouth and began coughing instantly. He hunched over with drool and spit coming from his mouth as he passed the lit cigarette to Donnie. Don held it up to his lips, sucked in, and blew out a decent-sized cloud of smoke. "Ha ha ha ha, blah," he said inaudible as he began coughing. "Some good shit, essay," Felix replied. Felix then began laughing. Donnie passed the joint to me with already 3/4 of it lit. I took a puff and inhaled. I immediately created a burning sensation in my lungs as I tried to hold it in for long as possible. I immediately began coughing as I blew out the hit, Don patting me on the back like I was a sports athlete who just scored a goal. "Ha ha ha, that a boy, rookie," Felix said also, which I had no idea what it meant. The joint was burning and smoke was filling the air. As we smoked the rest of the joint and got high behind the cherry tree, I started to notice changes in my feelings and vision. My eyes got slanted as if I was tired and going to sleep. Things looked different, yet the same. time. It felt different, but good. We started to walk home from the cherry tree while giggling and laugh at each other. That was the effects of the marijuana, meaning we were stoned. It was sort of warm out, so we stopped at the liquor store and got some Dr. Pepper and chocolate M&M candies. The store owner looked at us and knew something was going on. I stared up at the tiled ceiling and watched the fan rotate over and over. I was fascinated. We stood in line and paid for our snacks and left. As we walked home, I could still feel the effects of the marijuana. Donnie was poking fun at me and punching me in the arm lightly and jovially. That was when Felix said some funny shit and we all started laughing. "Hey Holmes, pass me some of that brew, ha 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 ha," as in beer like brew, and then ha ha laugh afterwards in the same sentence. I handed him my Dr. Pepper as he took a drink, and Donald and I started laughing. The sun was now setting. Felix then began to walk down the dirt road to his house in which he lived outside of the neighborhood. Me and Donnie said goodbye and said we'd see each other tomorrow at school. "See you vatos later," he said as he waved with his hand behind his back as he walked away. As I walked into my house, I was still stoned. It lasted almost 8 hours since it was my first time trying it, and that's how your body usually responds the first time you try some drug you haven't done before. Luckily, my parents and sister were not home yet, so I was able to wash up and cover the scent. I then put on some reggae music in my CD headphone player and lay on the bed zoning out. Posters covered my wall of rock groups, skateboarding, surfing, and snowboarding. I had a video game system player with a desk and TV, which was below the window of my room that I looked out of. I lived in a 2-story track home house. Kids these days, they don't have parents. They have TV, movies, music, and friends. Some people think that we live in a fairy tale world where kids go to church, save themselves for marriage, and have children of their own and live happily ever after. A lot of parents say it won't happen to their kid, but while growing up, a lot of kids get hurt or killed using drugs and alcohol. Parents shouldn't turn the blind eye, so to speak, when it comes to communicating certain issues, and it's better to be honest and not perpetuate the do as I say, not what I do routine. Kids emulate their parents' personality and traits anyways. I'm not an expert, this is just my honest opinion. Some parents worry about their kids so much it clouds their judgment when making parental decisions in a negative way. My dad was sort of angry all the time, cussed a lot, and was very strict, so it did rub off on me in some ways. I did need discipline at times, to his defense. Sometimes he would freak out on me and my sister for no reason, although maybe it was due to stress. However, sometimes we emulate them intentionally or inadvertently. We don't mean to follow in their footsteps, but it is a common reaction. They are the first voice that we hear when we are babies and can't talk. And believe it or not, it's your parents' dialogue that's stored inside your brain even at a young age until your brain has access to it. Alright. One Tusk here on Chapter 2, Junior High Best Friends. I don't know how or why Don and I hit it off so well. He was a large type asshole who used to do dumb things like bully other students. Honestly, Don was the kid in the class you didn't want to sit next to. He used to punch me in the arm and make my entire arm go numb for 30 seconds. It was not cool at all. "Come on, don't be a wussy," he'd always tell me. He'd usually ambush me in class when I was hunched over my desk trying to work on an assignment. He was taller than me and had good posture. I'd always be hunched over for some reason. This is how he took advantage of me, always sitting behind me with a sly grin. Donna and I did a lot of crazy shit back in middle school and high school. We were big time into skateboarding, surfing, bodyboarding. We snowboarded also, you name it, anything with a board we were into. We would ollie off the stairs and ride downhill on the street at high rates of speed and dodging moving automobiles in the process. Truth is, I could ride a skateboard better than Donnie. He'd always fall off or eat as we would call it. Riding a board downhill, you sometimes get what's called speed wobbles. The board is going so fast that it will start to rock back and forth and can make you lose your balance. This is exactly what happened to Don on this huge street hill we called Tuscany. It was a paved street going up the hill leading to this rich neighborhood. We knew a lot of other high school students who lived there, and they were considered as well off. We had the bright idea to bomb it, in other words, ride our skateboards down it. It was a very steep hill. So Donnie was skateboarding behind me when he started swerving and losing his balance and then fell off his board and hit the pavement hard. I stopped and turned around, and he was lying on the side of the street, cut up and bruised up. Nothing ever seemed to rattle Don, but after this, he'd usually cruise around and let me do all the heavy skateboarding. "Ouch, that friggin' hurt," he said. He had the bright red skateboard deck. Don was always into very flashy decorative colors on his person. My worst wipeout was at the age of 15 or 16, I believe. I was riding my BMX bike at a dirt track with jumps behind these houses that the neighborhood kids had built. All the bikers or BMXers would always go there to ride. It was right in the middle of the neighborhood, where there was an empty dirt lot Tons of dudes would gather at this track after school to ride and perform tricks off the jumps. There would be plenty of spectators. All the boys and girls would sit by the curb and watch the BMXers ride. Donald and I were heavy into BMX, although we were heavier into skateboarding. We both had BMX bikes, and Don and I took them to the track one day. I remember this one incident riding there. I tried to clear this double jump about 5 feet long. I didn't clear the landing because I endoed, as we would call it. I busted my lip and got the wind knocked out of me. I never tried that jump again. I basically didn't clear the second part of the jump. It happened in slow motion, like time was standing still for the moment. Yet in midair, I realized a disaster waiting to happen as my front tire hit the edge of the second jump, trying to make the landing. It was crazy. I remember telling my father about it, and he was always worried about me. I was alright though. Anyway, back to the story of Don and I. This was about the time we completed freshman year and became sophomores. Not being a freshman in high school was a huge relief. Like having your second child, the first is the worst. We would initiate the underclassmen by picking out one male individual, ganging up on him, grabbing him, and forcing him into a trash can. They got trash canned. Don and I laughed hysterically one day as we trash canned this kid as we were walking out of high school, when afterward he said, "Hey, let me come over to your house today and go skateboarding with you guys." This kid named Sean, who was our buddy's Hector, younger brother, he had just started freshman year at Sunnyville High School. We would go skateboarding with the two brothers more and more as high school went on. Donnie would frequently invite himself over to my house. It was possibly because no one was ever home at his house, and he was an only child. He lived in this huge house on top of this hill about 20 minutes from me. He'd moved there when we were older because he used to live right across the street from me at his old house. My house was in a newer middle-class neighborhood in Sunnyville with multiple streets and 1- and 2-story houses all throughout the housing development. Small trees and sidewalks with street lamps were surrounded by mountains. I guess a lot of people thought Sunnyville was a good place to live. It really wasn't that great and had a fair share of crime in it. Usually, we'd all get together and skate after school when my mom and dad were not home from work yet, while my sister stayed upstairs inside her room all day. After class, all the students would make their way to the buses. "Hey man, do you want to skate or do something today?" I asked Don while making our way through the crowd to the buses with my folder in hand. "Yes, but I will call you after I do my chores. My mom needs my help for something that she has to do. It has to be done before my dad comes home from his business trip," Don told me as we got on the hot and crowded bus on the way home from school. "Okay, sounds good, man. Give me a call when you're done. If I don't answer, leave a message on my machine," I replied. This was before the use of cell phones and the internet was even invented. So, to get in touch after school, we'd have to call people's house phones. We would also hang out in my downstairs living room and watch skateboard videos. Most of them were on VHS tapes of professional skateboarders being filmed and performing tricks on ramp or street. I liked watching all the ramp segments, although even better were the pro skaters riding in the street or shopping center. This would influence us to go skate. In Sunnyville, this posed a lot of problems for skateboarders because the police, as well as angry shoppers, even criminals didn't like us, get in our way, or to try to stop us from skateboarding. "You're all a bunch of animals. You all belong in jail," I was once told by a male senior citizen playing tennis at the courts right next to where we would skate at. I guess the noise bothered his hearing while he was trying to hit a tennis ball at this upscale resort. It was outdoors, so I didn't understand his problem. Still, most of these confrontations between skateboarders and pedestrians were all a huge misunderstanding. It was like they had nothing better to do and were jealous that we were having a good time. Usually, I'd try to stay away from people. Don would always want to skate by people. I guess some of these adults didn't understand that some kids like to have a good time. They considered us as outcasts. Yet, if we were playing high school football, we'd be looked at as great kids. A prime example of that was this park located in Sunnyville. Don, our buddies Sean and Hector, and I would go skate this park together after school and also hang out with other skaters. We would mostly skateboard in the parking lot, but there'd be a huge group of moms and dads protest at the park that found this disruptive to their kids' soccer practice. It was a public park. Still in all, some of the parents had a problem with it. I had to stand up to this male authority figure one time who was getting in my face. We would do what we had to do when defending ourselves. Society seemed to look down upon us, my father included. That won't get you $1 or a cup of coffee, is what he would say about the productivity of skateboarding. But we didn't care because we had fun. Go out and get a real job, he would say. I used to tell my dad, skateboarding is not a crime. It's not that my father looked down on it, but he came from a generation where he was raised by parents who had gone through the Great Depression era. He was old school, I guess you can say. As soon as the last bell for class rang out, we would invite every student in high school who skated to come over to my house afterward. Sean and Hector, who were the two brothers of our skate group, who you will get to know as the story goes on, with some of their other buddies, would all come over to my house and we'd have a good time. We would set up a launch ramp at the end of the driveway and we would skate down it and launch off the ramp into the street. We usually had a group of at least 5 to 10 people. We were all very tight. However, Donnie and I were the tightest, although perhaps in later years this wouldn't be the best thing for both of them. After these blistering hot skate sessions, we would order pizza and drink sodas. We would all kick it outside on the neighborhood street, smoking cigarettes and telling jokes. We would also hang out with our 2 girlfriends, Michelle and Shelly. Michelle was a brunette with green eyes, was our age, and very attractive. Shelly was equally attractive, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and was our age as well. I was into Shelly, and Don was into Michelle. They grew up in the neighborhood where we lived also, and would come up to talk to us, start poking fun at us. They would try to ride our skateboards, but didn't have that much luck. What's the deal with these things anyway? How do you stand on them? Shelly once inquired to me. I can't begin to tell you, even if I try. Skating is in my soul, I replied. She just laughed. You're so silly, which was all bullshit. Most of our dialogue seemed to be a game between male and female. Come on, dude, just ask her out. Don would always put the pressure on me. We both didn't care about our separate interests, hers being going to the mall, talking on the phone, and wearing eye makeup. My hobbies were playing sports, watching action movies, and riding my skateboard. Nonetheless, our interest in each other was a common middle ground. Shelly would always flirt with me, although I was hesitant to ask her out. I didn't really believe in it, not because I was so scared. To me, it was just corny. I guess that's how high school was. I figured if she was into me, then she would come to me. In the summertime, some of these girls would wear really high shorts and very revealing clothing. It was quite a view of her wearing no bra, just a t-shirt, trying to ride my skateboard in the hot wind. Besides the pretty face and smile, Shelly had a nice body with nice legs, and always walked around on the pavement barefooted, made her feet really dirty, so I thought that was sort of gross to me. Most of my male classmates would gossip about which girl had the biggest breasts in their class. For me, she just had to look the part, head from toe. It was all about eyes. She had to have pretty eyes for me to stare into. Shelly was it. I thought she was pretty. She was the typical girl next door. She'd always flirt with me, like I said, and she'd always sit on my lap. The principal would yell at her sometimes for fraternizing. One time, she gave me a bulge in my pants at school. When you're that young, you can't help it. Later on down the line, I heard she had hooked up with someone else. She was promiscuous, and to my knowledge, she got it from her mother. Shelly's mother had remained at least twice, I think, and was on her 3rd marriage, so her mom and dad were divorced. Sunnyville had its fair share of divorced parents. It was the late 1990s, and unfortunately, to this day even, I don't think the divorced parents trend has died down. So this one day, Shelly and I were sitting together on the curb outside in the neighborhood, and we were talking about the high school dance. So, are you going to the dance next week, Rick? She asked me. Yes, I am, I replied with a small grin. I was fibbing, of course, and I wasn't always the best at it. Who are you going with? She inquired further. She was always good at interrogating me. Some girl I met a long time ago. Her name is Jennifer, I replied while pretending again. Who is she? Shelly continued further, interrogating me. Some girl I met a long time ago. We were pen pals, and she lives in Massachusetts. Her cousins stay out here, I elaborated. Really? Are you lying to me, Rick? She asked, glaring at me with a scolding look. I stammered a little bit and managed to say, No, of course not, Shelley. She's flying out in 2 weeks, and that is when we are meeting up for the dance. I was trying to tell her anything to get her off my case about it. Well, if she does come up, I'll be happy to meet her, Shelley said as she blushed a little bit. I think you're a great guy, Rick, and you deserve someone special. Shelley then didn't even say goodbye and ran across the neighbor's street to talk to her girlfriends, who were standing and conversing on the opposite side of the sidewalk corner. They were talking, giggling, stroking each other's hair, also complimenting each other on how pretty they all looked. I didn't really know how to talk to her at first without telling a lie or something that she didn't want to hear. Could be due to my shyness, but I could never fully communicate with her. It was all fabricated. I guess it was mutual attraction, my will to not jeopardize things by telling her the truth. I was shy around girls and nervous about the opposite sex. I guess every young boy is at one point or another. Don, on the other hand, had stated that he had lost his virginity at the ripe age of 13 and had sex on a regular basis. He said it was to a long-distant cousin of his. He said they met at a family gathering and snuck off into an unoccupied room. It was at his family reunion or something like that. He used to brag about it all the time. Dude, man, we did it in the sheet, he said. I, on the other hand, didn't lose my virginity till the late age of 17. Don said that he had banged his cousin at a family reunion. Again, I found it repulsive. Plus, I had a hard time believing Donnie sometimes. Even my dad used to say that Don was a compulsive liar. However, we will get into that later. Donald, or we mostly called him Don or Donnie, was sometimes cruel and unjust to the opposite sex. One time we went swimming at Shelley's house after school. She had a pool built into her backyard. Backyard swimming pools were a very common thing in Sunnyville. We were all playing around and it was all innocent banter, swimming, splashing, and throwing stuff at each other with the pool toys when Don started wrestling with Michelle. It started out playful, but Don didn't always play nice. When he began to hold her head underwater for about 30 seconds, maybe not that long, but it was for a considerable amount of time to cause alarm. Stop it, Donnie, Shelley yelled. Nope, see how long she can hold it. The human record is 3 minutes, Don said, as the afternoon sun shined on our glistening wet bodies in the pool. Stop it, Donnie. She could drown, Shelley pleaded. He finally let Michelle up as she was coughing and gasping for air. She was not too happy about this and began attacking him, still playfully, but it looked serious as she swung at Don's face. Don dodged it, however, with cat-like reflexes. I hate you, Don. You're such an asshole, Michelle fumed. As Don swam away, giggling, Michelle threw a ball very hard right at Don's head and had barely missed him. Shelley made the mistake of trying to double team and jump in after Don. She was swimming towards him in the pool, trying to tackle him while Michelle was too. I was staying out of it and was the observer. I knew it was half serious at the time, and they were just playing a prank on each other. This was not a good idea, however, as Don was sinister when it came to counter-offensive measures, especially when playing pranks. He welcomed it. It did not play nice. Now, Shelley wasn't my official girlfriend at the time. When you're a teenager, there's always a gray area between relationships with girlfriend. We were all into each other, although it wasn't official. Anyways, Shelley put up a fight with Don, but he lifted her up out of the water and pulled her bathing suit bottom so hard it ripped, exposing some of her bottom area, if you know what I mean. He then threw her back in the water. Everything that was fun and playful up until that point had stopped, as there was this awkward silence. I did nothing to stick up for Shelley either. I just sat there and watched the whole fiasco. You're such an asshole, Donnie. Come on, let's go, they both yelled as they got up out of the pool. As Michelle was taking Shelley to the bathroom to change the ripped bathing suit inside the house, the draped towels covered their wet bodies as they stomped out of the pool and went inside Shelley's house. I felt like fighting Don at this point for disrespecting Shelley like that. Even so, I hesitated and let it go. I was appalled at what happened next. Shelley, on her way inside with Michelle, looked right at me and said, Thanks for the help, Rick. I really appreciate it. They both glared at me, giving me the evil eye. How is this my fault? I thought to myself. I was just an innocent bystander. I wasn't the one who had attacked them. I guess Shelley thought I should have intervened. You bitch, I muttered underneath my breath in response, but I knew she couldn't hear the word directly. For some reason, I thought females always mistaken me for a softie when I wasn't. Maybe the reason could be that I wasn't extremely tall, or I didn't portray an alpha male type character. However, the amount of hostility they were displaying to me was unacceptable. They were trying to pin it on someone who they thought was the weaker person. It was obvious the pool session was over. Don had a sly grin on his face. Come on, man, let's get out of here. Let's go see what Felix is up to. I didn't reply, yet I followed his order like a cadet to a drill sergeant. We were teens back then, and sometimes our hormones could make us rage. Don was crazy like that with the other people sometimes. He always seemed to be able to get away with it. The fact of the matter is, I couldn't. And if I had been the aggressor with Shelley and Michelle, there's no way I could go that far with it. They'd chew me up and spit me out if I had lashed out the way towards them. We hadn't all known each other in the neighborhood since early childhood, but sometimes I didn't feel it was fair the way I was treated compared to other people, especially the way Donnie was, for example. Donnie could get away with anything because he was crazy enough to use force with women. They wouldn't call him out on it every time for some reason. That wasn't all the drama that we had with those girls. Shelley was a pain in the ass to get a hold of on the telephone. Then, when she did pick up, she would do all the talking, and I'd have to listen for an hour and a half just nodding my head saying, "Oh yeah? Uh-huh? You don't say." I would reply, while she would just yak on and on. I could never get a word in. Most of the time, Shelley would never even return my calls, so I'd just wait for her to call me instead. Then she'd have the tenacity to ask me how come I never called her. "You never call me back, or it takes you like 4 days to do so," I replied when she'd ask. "I do not. I call you back. It was because my brother was sick. Don't you remember?" she asked in a mother-like tone of voice. "Yes, I remember," I replied, lying to her. I wasn't going to argue about something so silly, and saw no point to bring it up in the first place. She wanted me to call her, so she had the option not to answer and then keep me hanging on when she'd call me back. So I'd figure I'd skip that game altogether. One time, she did call my house when I wasn't home, and I didn't call her back for a day, and she totally freaked out. I guess her time frame on when she could call a boy back versus how long she could wait for a boy to call her back was different. This type of game between boys and girls had been going on since childbirth. I remember this one girl a long time ago in the neighborhood was teasing me about my name. She kept calling me Rick the Dick. I was only 4 years old, I think. Anyway, when I went home and told my mom, she said I couldn't say anything insulting back because she was a girl. So I had to take it and ignore it. This was the way parents raise us as young boys and young girls. Girls are always allowed to get away with more stuff than boys. I'm not saying it is right, but it is the way it's done. Even to this day, parents raise their boys and girls differently. It's also the same way with how parents communicate with them. The boys are supposed to be the macho ones who chase the girls. Girls are taught to be proper and pretty and let the boys chase them. I was the opposite type of boy. I guess more of an introvert and would let the girls come to me. Maybe that's a quality girls found attractive. I wasn't the most other boys who would fall head over heels for them, follow them around like a lost puppy. I mean, I didn't always want to complain about the opposite sex. I think we as people and a human race need both sexes to survive. My best friend Donnie seemed to always know what to say to the females. He had that charisma and confidence. His long-distance cousin's story, however, didn't make it okay to have sex with her no matter how far the distance. That is the basic definition of incest. Yes, Shelley was a local girl in the neighborhood. It took me a while to finally ask her out. "Come on, dude. Just ask her out, bro. Don't be a chicken." Don would always put me up on the spot. I remember the first time I asked Shelley out vividly. She was basically my high school sweetheart. Anyways, Don was watching me from the lunch line. "Okay, I'm going to do it," I told Don while we were getting our lunch from the long line in school. So I walk up to her as she was standing in line. Also, all the other students were watching. I go up to her, and I was so nervous that I say, "Hi, Shelley, can I have a drink of your soda?" I was so embarrassed at this point. Sure, Rick." Here you go, she said as she handed me soda. Gulp. It was a strawberry soda, my favorite. Thanks so much, Shelley. I'll see you in class. I walked away with my face bright red. Okay, no problem, Rick, she said to me. She played it cool, though. Rumor was that she liked me anyways. It didn't matter if I totally blew it with Shelley, and we were an item no matter what. The Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 3 by Tusk. By the time I got my driver's license, it was junior year. I think it was when I was about 16 years old, and it was a very important year. My high school status skyrocketed. All of a sudden, because I had an automobile, I got hit up by everyone and their mother for a ride. I mean, everybody wanted to jump in my car after school. Although such a little amount of people had a license to drive a car. Don was my usual steady passenger, of course. He'd always ride shotgun. It was the highest status amongst classmates to have at that age. It also meant more responsibility to go along with it. We pretended that we had jobs for the work release program. So this meant we could ditch school, of course, and one time while committing truancy, the school security caught us and actually blocked us with their golf cart inside the parking lot while we were trying to leave campus. Donnie and I, of course, then drove around the blockade and went over the median, thus clearing it and escaping it. There was a sidewalk and entryway that we had to drive the Cadillac over, and during after-school hours, this would be impossible because of the cars and buses dropping off students. We have a white and gray Cadillac leaving campus. Send the truant officer right now. Overhear the commotion on the ground security radio. We didn't have our early work leave permits yet, and the campus security had spotted us. They recognized my ride, spot on. I was given this Cadillac Coupe de Ville from my grandpa that he used to drive. It was a gift, and that's what I drove everyone to school in. The next broadcast we heard on the radio was bad news. We heard one of the campus aides called the truant officer. Our high school truant officer, Harry, who was a sheriff, didn't play around when patrolling the campus. He'd arrest students and throw them in the back of the cop car. So we immediately gunned it, pressed on the accelerator, and sped past security, leaving the school grounds, laughing our asses off, driving my Cadillac Coupe de Ville on an early Monday afternoon. Usually, we would go someplace secluded to smoke pot or go ride our skateboards and visit a pool hall. We would pick a place outside of Sunnyville so we wouldn't run into any adults during school hours that knew us and would ascertain we were ditching a class. One time, Donnie and I left to go to the beach during school hours with an 18-pack of beer and a couple of joints, mind you. I don't know how we made it home that night. We had gone to our favorite beach by the railroad tracks and got drunk all afternoon. We'd watch the waves roll in and look at the sunset. I was so blitzed when I drove home. Luckily, by the time we got back, Don had passed out in the passenger seat, although I got him home safe. I had managed to park my car in my parents' driveway. I was so inebriated at this point, I don't remember walking into my parents' house, drunk off my ass, falling down the stairs, and waking my sister up. My father was most displeased. Sometimes they didn't give a fuck about what I did, but not in this case. I lost my driving privileges for 1 month as they discovered how intoxicated I was. Obviously knew what I did. They actually used a video camera to film me on how drunk I was at the time. I was stumbling around in my room and eventually went to bed. I snatched the VHS tape from my parents' hiding spot and showed it to some of my friends, Sal and Felix, and they laughed their asses off. "You are crazy, man," Sal said, who was a long-haired, heavy-set, dark-skinned friend from ours from school. "Yes, all the way home," Felix replied. "You're a psycho motherfucker," Sal yells. We had all watched it in our high school elective class called Media. We would make videos in this class and turn them in as homework assignments. The video didn't show it, but the car I was driving was a white and gray Cadillac my grandfather had given me after he had passed away when I was 15. I loved my grandpa. He was a very special person in my life since the day I was born. He drank alcohol and smoked cigarettes his whole life. He died of cirrhosis of the liver. He offered me my first drink at the age of 5. I think it was that I was sick or had a cold. I had a little sip of his peach schnapps. I remember to this day how bad it tasted and remember laughing because he said, "Puts hair on your chest, young man." I had a very close relationship with him and had many conversations with him. He was extremely intelligent. He was full of wisdom and an old army captain from World War II and also from the Great Depression era. Say what you will about those people, but they had it pretty rough throughout history of our American society. He'd sit on the couch, smoke cigarettes, and watch TV with me while I sat with him. I will elaborate more about him later on in the story. So one morning before school, Felix, Don, and I pile into my old grandpa's gray Cadillac Coupe de Ville. It was actually the color of light gray, but it could pass for almost being white. Anyway, on the way to school, Felix pulls out this glass pipe. Back then, marijuana smoking devices were limited. You guys want to smoke? Felix asked with his thick, mustache-type grin. He dressed like a hoodlum. Be that as it may, he was still our friend. Sure, why not? I replied with a shrug as we drove down the road to get to school. On this day, our other friend Billy from the neighborhood was riding with us, who lived right down the street. We had to pick him up in front of his house to take to school, as Felix pulled out his pipe, getting it ready to smoke. Don and I would always mess with Billy from time to time. He was a year younger than us, from our neck of the woods. He had freckles all over his face, and we used to say he looked like a bag of Cheetos or cheese puffs. In fact, he looked like it so much, just staring at him would make you want to tear open a bag of cheese puffs and scarf them down yourself. He had lived in our neighborhood in Sunnyville and hung around us more often than not. Yo, Billy, you want to get stoned? Don asked as he grabbed him by the arm and tried to put him in a headlock in the back seat of my coupe de ville. Cut it out, Don, I yelled in the back seat. Felix was riding up front and looking at me, laughing. Yeah, man, let's get fucking stoned, man, Billy said in a high squeal voice. The way he talked was something else. He would laugh like a donkey or jackass, except with a high-pitched squeal. Don and I used to always imitate him. We all started laughing instantly in the car while Felix packed a bowl, this time of some better quality pot with green hairs and white crystals at the end of each bud. He was using his hands and fingers to break it up into shake, thus readying it for smoking. Here you go, Rick. Felix passed the pipe to me. I got what was called the green hit. I lit it up, and I had already been smoking for a year, mind you. I took a deep hit, and it tasted like a mint Christmas tree. I held it in for as long as possible till my lungs burst out smoke. I roared out like a lion with loud, violent coughs in multiple successions. That a boy, Rick. Hey, Felix, it's your turn, bro, Don commanded. Felix took a puff and held it in. When he released a cloud of smoke into the Cadillac, he shouted his famous saying, "Brew ha 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 ha." We all started laughing hysterically. Don was up, and the bowl was almost dust, which means empty, so he demanded that Felix supply more pot into the pipe. Pack that shit up, bro, Don enthusiastically told Felix. Simón S.A. Felix replied in Spanish slang, which otherwise meant yes, sir. He packed another bowl, and Donnie took green rip. Green rip means the pipe is freshly packed and the marijuana hasn't been smoked yet. So the first person who lights it up gets green hit, just in case some of my readers are not privy to the terminology. He then looked at Billy and put him in a headlock and blew out a huge cloud of smoke at point-blank range right in Billy's face. What are you two doing, making out, Holmes? Felix replied, now with bloodshot eyes. Cut it out, Don, man. Ha ha ha, Billy squealed with his high trademark laugh. Billy then took a rip and could not hold it in as well as we could. He took a huge hit and exhaled rapidly while almost puking from harsh coughing. We all started roaring with laughter because to us, Billy was still a rookie. On the way to school, there were plenty of dirt roads. So we went to a secret spot sort of close to school where it was nice and hidden with green oak trees and a place to park the car and a small dirt lot. Most of the areas we grew up in near Sunnyville were surrounded by various mountain ranges. We were out of sight and out of mind. This was all courtesy of growing up in the valley versus growing up in an urban environment. Sometimes you could see snow on the peaks of the mountains in the winter months. Where we lived in Sunnyville was located in the valley, so it was kind of a suburban and rural environment. Lots of trees and greenery flourished in the mountains that surrounded us, although we were not too far out of driving range from the city. Hey man, let's roll the windows up, I suggested as we sat there parked in the secret spot, ready to spark another bowl. It was also known as a hot box. With the windows closed, the smoke can't escape and gets trapped inside. Okay, here we go, S.A. Another bowl packed, Holmes, Felix said with a devilish grin on his face. He held the lighter button up to the pipe and let out a big cloud of smoke. Hey, Rick, I'm thirsty. Can I get a brouhaha? After that, Don, Billy, and I all took a hit. I took a huge hit as I sucked it in and as I lit the flame to the bowl. I could feel my lungs burst as the burning sensation of cloud of smoke exhaled out of my mouth with one big gasp, followed by an onslaught of coughing. Giggles roared inside the Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Smoke also filled the inside of our four-door cab. Don was making very strange faces, that of a mime or a Joker-type character. Haha, bro, that's hella funny, Billy replies. The word hella was another slang term for young teens. We were all stoned at this point, and it was almost time to get to school. Hey, Rick, I'm still thirsty. Can I get a beer? No, I mean brouhaha. Felix was well-known trademark now. What's up, man? I asked while squinting, as if I couldn't see straight, which I couldn't due to all the smoke inside the car. No, I don't have any beer, Felix, I replied hilariously. Probably sounds very stupid, but being stoned and saying something like that, which Felix did, was funny under the influence of marijuana. We were all very stoned at this point, and we were all laughing like idiots. "Hey Rick, leave the windows up till we get to school, man," Don shouted. "Yes, that is a very good idea, Holmes," Felix concurred. We were all laughing and giggling as we were driving past other students in cars going into the long line for the entrance of high school. It was about 7 in the morning, and the students were all walking to class and whatnot. As we entered the student school parking lot, we spotted Hector and Sean, our skateboarding buddies. They were the brothers I mentioned earlier, and we got out to greet them as we exited my parked Cadillac. Usually juniors and seniors had their licenses, and it was only a select few who were able to drive to school. As soon as we get out of the car in the parking lot, all 4 doors of smoke open up, immediately skate pouring out of all the windows. "Whoa, dude, you guys have a fire in there or what?" Sean exclaims. "No, bro. They're fucking hotboxing, ha-ha," Hector replies. "Ha ha 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 ha." We all start roaring with laughter as there was no sign of campus security, looking back and proud of our accomplishment like we had just won the Special Olympics. There were other students in the parking lot as well, although observing our antics, I don't think they were privy to what was fully going on. Actually, someone did take a picture of us getting out of the car and put it in our high school yearbook. You couldn't see the smoke, however, because it was a Polaroid picture, not the digital quality by today's standards. We all started to walk to class rapidly. As a typical suspicious campus security lady notices our commotion in the parking lot and starts walking towards our path directly behind us. We used to call her mean names, not to her face, because she was a highly qualified campus security agent. Fat Kathy is what we used to call her. I mean, to call her that, I know, nevertheless, she could catch kids do anything. Whether it was ditching, smoking, doing drugs, or fighting, or causing any other types of disturbances that would be detrimental to our fine educational institution system. In the mornings, the campus aides made sure of all the students got to class on time. I had to give her credit. She was good at her work and could spot trouble a mile away, or in this case, throughout the quad area. Because we were the skateboarders in high school, we hung out or associated with people referred to as the stoner crowd. The kids who played sports, got good grades, wore Letterman varsity football jackets, and followed all the rules. It was safe to say they didn't hang out at our table on top of the grassy knoll. I mean, some jocks got stoned, but most didn't. It was because of this, I think, she always had her suspicions about all of us. She, however, was very obese. I guess everyone has a flaw, and God doesn't make everyone perfect. She soon backed off, however. As we entered through the gates, she spoke to the principal standing near the office steps. We sort of faded into the large crowd of people walking to class, as we were greeting everyone walking by who we knew, and also laughing hysterically because we were so high. We then said goodbye to each other as the bell rang out. We all went our separate ways, walking towards our first period class. It was okay for me to be stoned and functional for my first class. It was a computer technology lab, and I was good at computers anyway. The class had some lecture and discussion, but mostly consisted of sitting in front of a computer screen for an hour. The dude who sat next to me, who was an upperclassman, he was always stoned as well. His entire jacket would reek of marijuana. He was always turning to me and saying, "I'm fucking stoned, bro." We would always laugh together in class. Also, Hector's older sister, who was a senior, was in that class as the teacher's aide. She was very attractive. She had pretty light brown hair, dark brown eyes, petite, short body, and looked like she came to class wearing nothing except beach shorts with a top, flip-flops, and bikini underneath. She looked like she had just got done lying out by the pool or was coming back from the beach. I tried to pretend not to notice, although I couldn't help but to stare at her, gawk, and drool. One time at her desk, she sat right behind the teachers. She took her flip-flops off and spread her legs, thinking no one was watching, and started rubbing lotion on her legs. She did it in a circular motion with both hands, all the way from the top of her thighs down to her toes. Probably the reason was to avoid dry skin, or maybe she knew I was watching. And I was a harmless underclassman staring down her shorts where I could see her exposed panties or lack thereof. She knew all the guys were watching her, maybe even the male teacher, and she liked to be a tease. I fought back the urge of morning wood. Sounds perverted, however, when you're that young, you do a lot of watching of the female body. As a young male, you're not used to seeing fully developed women and only checking out girls who are your own age. So an older senior girl who was already fully developed was a huge plus. I never talked to her, but I knew her, and this was my mistake. Her cup size wasn't huge. Anyway, I didn't care. A lot of guys in my class, that was all they focused on. Me, I liked a woman's body from head to toe. Short or tall, it didn't matter, although I preferred brunettes like Hector's sister. However, my girlfriend Shelley had dark blonde hair. Shelley had nice legs, although not like Hector's older, matured, and fully developed sister. That day at school, everything was routine. First break, we all sat with our posse at the grass table, as I sat next to Don, Billy, Sean, and Hector, eating our burritos while talking with other fellow students. Our high was beginning to wear off, and we all complained about which class we had to go to next. We all sat on the table in the grassy area, surrounded by students, campus A's, and also by seagulls flying around and circling our table. Their beaks were open, hoping to scoop up a piece of food that we dropped on the ground. Boys were talking to boys, girls with boys, and girls talking with girls. This was a typical school day during the first break, in the school year and years to come. Normally, in elementary school, junior high, and high school, students attend during the months of September through June. Then we would get 3 months off during the summer, I remember vaguely, and the school district changed the policy and started a track system. They divided all the students at the elementary school into certain tracks, as they were called. What this means is every student, teacher, and faculty member, for that matter, were assigned on track A. You would technically still attend school for 9 months. It's just they were divided differently throughout the year. For example, you might have the whole month of December off, which was kind of cool, while other students on track B would have the month of January off. The school would stagger each month in separate 4 tracks to enable what was called a year-round school schedule. Students and teachers would get 3 months off. However, they wouldn't get 3 months off in a row like the traditional school system. It was nice if you got December off, or August. Still in all, not every student got the track they wished to select. Not exactly sure how the process went, it was a long time ago. I remember I either chose track A or track B. Both of those tracks had a summer month off, which was vital for me to go to the beach. In high school, however, this policy stopped, as it was not feasible for graduations and such. I think the district eventually stopped the program altogether. Chapter 4, 1 Tusk, The Life of Donald Brickman. Senior year was the year I fell in love. I wish I could say it was with a female, but it wasn't. Senior year was the year I fell in love with a thing called beer. Started drinking it at parties and loved it. I drank imported, American lager, draft, on tap, out of a keg, bottles and cans. I was young, skinny, and could pack on a buzz real quick. Alcohol would wash through my system with the strong taste of saturation, through the digestive system, and then came the urination. Mixed with no water except in the beer itself, after 4 or 5 of them, the buzz would turn into intoxication. Don always said I was an alcoholic. He would drink, but not as much as me, and spend most of his time talking to the ladies at the senior parties. You had to have a beer in your hand the entire time, Don once told me. At these parties, it was something else to see lots of teenagers partying recklessly, taking drugs, and consuming alcohol. Usually, this would be after a fight broke out, with some dude's jaw or teeth getting kicked in by 5 other guys on one. Getting jumped, I guess, is what it was called for kids back then. I don't know what kids call it nowadays. Growing up as a youth, there was a lot of violence that I had seen at these parties. One of my good friends, Sal, who we all knew, got severely injured in a fight at this party at this place called the Mill. This was a place a lot of high school peers and I would go to party at. We used to party hard at this joint, and the Mill is what we called it. It was located in an area in the back mountains behind Sunnyville, in a place that was out of sight from parental supervision. It was down a dirt road, which led to sort of a dead end. There were green oak trees surrounding the whole area, and leaves were scattered up and down the mountainside from every angle. There was at one time a swing tied with a rope to the branch on top of this oak tree that was on a small elevated hill. You could walk up the hill and swing down it. Also, there was a waterbed or dried up creek that ran behind the place. Sometimes it had water running through it during the winter season. We would light fires there in this huge man-made fire pit consisting of rocks mostly, located right in the middle of the area. There was also a huge amount of space with plenty of parking spots for vehicles and people to tailgate. This is where we would go to party and get drunk with all the other high school students. It was a spot to go back then. So anyway, our friend Sal, who we all knew and always hung out with, was mouthing off as usual when some gangbangers, or essays as we called them, ganged up on him and jumped him. Yet when fists weren't enough, one of the guys stabbed Sal in the stomach. He was so drunk that he didn't even realize that he had been stabbed, until after one of my friends drove him to the park where he was fuming about the incident. They realized that there was blood all over his t-shirt and discovered an entry wound to his stomach. We then had to take him to the hospital. He was a tough kid, though. It didn't frighten him, and he didn't even care. "Get me the fuck out of here, man. This is bullshit. Fuck those guys. Fuck this place." Those were his exact words to the nurse. He didn't have a long hospital stay, and I think the doctors wanted him out as soon as possible. He had to get stitches, but was okay. It reminded me of some 1960s dude in those old movies getting knifed. Later on down the line, I found out one of the persons responsible was in our circle of friends, and we knew him personally. This is no laughing matter. After we were able to exit Sal via automobile, the hospital visit was something else, let me tell you. The fight that had broken out died down, and the actual aftermath was people going back to consuming their alcohol and talking to females. With awe on my face and absolute shock, one of the guys that actually stabbed Sal came up to me and saw that I was stressed out and said, "It's all good, man. It's all good." Like he was actually happy to be able to inflict a wound into the stomach area of some dude he didn't even know who was talking shit, sending him to the hospital with a possible life-threatening injury. Sal was lucky that the stab wound wasn't too deep, and the doctors were able to stitch him up as it was only a surface cut. Had they stabbed him deeper, he could have bled to death. I guess that's how it went sometimes at those parties. You also might hear at school that you made out with so-and-so, ha-ha, or who got with who, etc. And the parties were a great place for opposite sex to meet and talk. However, 9 times out of 10, without parental supervision, a fight would break out where somebody got jumped or stabbed, and even this one time some people got shot at. Some big fight happened at the mill, and it was chaotic. Screaming and yelling out in the middle of nowhere surrounded by wilderness. All of a sudden we heard the pop-pop sound of the gunshot and bullets ricocheting in the bushes and hitting the ground. I had to crouch behind the bumper of a car that was parked at the mill. Luckily no bullets came my way. The person shooting the gun eventually stopped and probably took off, I assume. Everyone in a panic got in their cars and left abruptly. To this day I suspect Felix was responsible, and possibly Sal's stabbing. It was also the year when I experimented with the hard drugs as well. I tried or sampled LSD and other hallucinogens. Believe it or not, it was actually pretty fun. LSD is a very powerful drug, however, it didn't really affect your body as much as you had a relaxed feeling and tingling in the back of your spine. In large doses, it could be very dangerous. However, with 1 or 2 hits, the next 8 to 10 hours of the world actually looked like a really beautiful place. The sort of change in the movement of stationary objects was fascinating to me. It's almost as if you could see the world through the truth of someone's eyes, or maybe the creator of the world. I once heard that drugs can be bad, but in a world full of bad people, drugs can make the world seem good. And of course there was that white devil substance drug called cocaine. I definitely think it's on the top 10 list for worst drug in the world. Yet I surmise another drug called methamphetamine is even worse. Donald had approached me one time at a backyard swimming pool party. This girl we had known who went to high school with threw it. There were high school senior girls in their bikinis swimming in the pool while we were all hanging out drinking beer and eating food and having a good time. It was a middle-class house in a typical neighborhood in Sunnyville. The barbecue was blowing light gray smoke from the hot dogs and hamburgers being cooked on the grill. "Hey man, come here bro. Come into the bathroom with me bro. I got something to show you," Don says to me with a devilish grin as he nudges me in the stomach. "What the hell are you talking about, man? You want me to come into the bathroom with you? Are you some type of fag?" I say to him in absolute disarray. "Nah man, just come in the bathroom with me and Sal bro. We've got something to show you," Donnie said while the music of the party was playing loud in the background. So I put my beer down on the table and walked with Don into the master bedroom of the house that we were partying at. We locked the door. Inside, there was Sal, his pretty wasted, hunched over the countertop of the porcelain sink using a credit card from his wallet and cutting up huge lines of white, chalky-like substance. "Hey, check it out, Donnie, man. We brought this little puss in here to do this stuff, ha ha ha," Sal said as he grinned at me. "Fuck you, Sal," I replied, revolted. "No, man, Sal, it's cool. It'll give him some confidence to talk to ladies, ha 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 ha," replied Donnie. "What's this shit like?" I asked, as Donnie handed me a white straw or tutor and pointed at one of the lines in the counter and said, "Here you go." "It's the best, man." "It'll take you to a higher plane, bro," Sal said with his long dark hair, brown eyes, and greasy mustache, who was mumbling while being drunk off his ass. Sal was also very stocky and not much taller than us, and very good with the ladies. I guess it was a stereotype that heavier set dudes couldn't get as many girls. He talked to everyone and was cool with everyone. He'd get rip-roaring drunk and be the life of the entire party. I consider him a good friend and likable person next to Donnie. He looked like a fat version of a dude that played in a rock and roll band, or maybe perhaps a Mexican mariachi band with his jet black hair and dark eyes. Nonetheless, he was a rock and roller, contrary to the way Donnie looked, with short blonde hair, blue eyes, and freckles on his skin. He also didn't back down to an enemy, as he'd call them. Weighing over 200 pounds in high school, He could throw his body around. While he was cool with most people, he was the first one to enter a brawl, and he didn't back down from anyone. I was the only person in our group of friends who had green eyes. It was a trip. However, some girls seemed to like that when they talked to me. They would stare into them, so even I thought some girls liked Donnie's blue eyes better. I was proud of my look at that age, don't get me wrong, but maybe I was jealous or envious of Donnie. "Alright, man, you're up," Don said as he fired back a decent-sized line of cocaine, about 2.5 inches long and 3 millimeters thick. Sal did one immediately after snorting, chugging, sucking away at his mouth and tongue. It looked like he had just gargled soap and water, but was trying to swallow it. Honestly, the way he did it looked disgusting. "You're up, dude. Come on, pussy," Sal said, rubbing his teeth and gums as he explained it to me so thoroughly. I could start to feel my heartbeat. I never tried this stuff before. My adrenaline was kicking in from the unknown of doing something that I was about to do. I snorted the exact same line Don did, and at first it burnt my nose real bad. Then I felt a swelling sensation in the back of my throat. It tasted sort of how it looked, a white, chalky-like powdered substance, yet it was not a very good taste at all. However, after a couple minutes, I could feel my entire mouth and throat go numb. My nose was red also and running from snorting the drug. "Dude, you have to swallow the drips, bro. That's the good part," Sal advised me to do as he observed the mucus dripping from my nose. "Yeah, otherwise you waste it, bro," Don chimed in. "Okay, man. No problem," I said as I plugged my nose and snorted back the remaining coke inside my nostrils. I gagged as I did it, and like I said earlier, it didn't have the best taste. It must have been some good shit, because after about 10 minutes later we were numb as hell and went back into the party. We started conversing with people, laughing, giggling, and having a good time. We kept it our little secret from the others at the party as we socialized while drinking beer and eating hot dogs. This was after we had just fired down 6 lines of cocaine at this girl's pool party inside her parents' bathroom. People were jumping in and out of the pool, and there was like 20 to 30 people there, with mostly high school boys and girls wearing bikinis and shorts. No parents were home at the time. It made me sniffle and snort a lot after I'd taken it. Maybe at the time it was only 65 to 75% pure. Cocaine is usually chopped up from the purity ingredient of the plant and mixed in with baby laxative to yield more weight. Nevertheless, it definitely got me numb and high as well. It only took us 30 minutes later before we went back inside the bathroom to do some more. This time I took some of it and put it on my teeth, which enhanced the numbness. It actually felt pretty good. I wanted to do more. I could feel my heartbeat elevate just a little bit. However, being that young, your body seems to be able to handle more intoxicating substances versus when you become older, it seems like. I don't know, I could be wrong. Senior year of high school was filled with all types of parties like that, usually with people consuming alcohol, taking other drugs, and smoking pot. Cigarette smoking was also a big-time popularity trend in high school. Tobacco was also a very addictive product. I usually only smoke a cigarette after a couple of drinks when I was buzzed to enhance the feeling, but that usually lead to one after another. Driving home from the senior parties was another issue. Almost everyone at the party was intoxicated, yet no one at the party wanted to drive, and everyone there needed a ride. If no one had been shot or stabbed or injured in a fight, usually Donnie and I had taxied about 10 to 11 people home at a time. People who needed rides at a party in a four-door sedan, then driving them home drunk from the party in my grandpa's old white gray Cadillac Coupe de Ville. It wasn't the best option at the time, but hey, that's how it went. It seemed like there was always a fight at these big house parties in high school. There was always some type of drama, like it was the ghetto life in Sunnyville. We grew up in a mixed crowd, unlike some other parts of the inner cities, with white, black, Hispanic, and Asian mix of young high school teens. A lot of kids probably had moved from the inner city out to Sunnyville, which was a suburban environment. I wasn't the best at drawing maps in school and didn't get much more than an average passing grade in geography class. Although my assumption is when kids move from the inner city out to the suburban or rural environment, the saying goes like this, that you can take the city slicker out of the city, but you can't take the city out of the city slicker. Or in reverse, it could be you can take the hick out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the hick. Living in a smaller town outside the city, such as Sunnyville, is the perfect environment for rampant drug use, especially methamphetamine. This is the first time Donnie and I tried methamphetamine, was at the ripe age of about 17 years old. Around the same time, we started experimenting with all those other hard drugs. It was very dangerous at a young age. You're so young and your body's not fully grown yet. And there was a rumor from medical advisors of irreversible effects to the body. Don was the epitome of, I don't give a fuck, let's try it type attitude. He didn't care about the consequences or repercussions afterwards. To put Donnie, Sal, Billy, and myself into the mix was just asking for trouble. On this particular Saturday night, I remember it was Don, Billy, Sal, and I, who tried methamphetamine together for our first time. I wish I could say it was our last. We tried it at Billy's house because his parents had got away on a weekend excursion. This drug dealer, Sean, who was dating Billy's older sister at the time, was able to get us some glass, which is a type of meth formed in clear crystallized rock. It was different from powder, and it was actually the preferred method for heavy tweakers because they could either smoke the rock out of a homemade glass pipe or crush it into small pieces and snort it. Glass was probably considered the highest grade of methamphetamine at the time, meaning it got the user very high in small doses or due to its strong potency. Not to mention it was also very addictive and extremely dangerous. So there we all were, sitting around Billy's spare bedroom inside of his garage, when one evening he called up Sean. Billy had somehow acquired his sister's boyfriend's number to his beeper, dialed the digits, and sent him a page. He called back Billy's house right away and showed up in a half an hour. He pulled up to Billy's house in a swank four-door sedan, his car stereo playing very loudly until he shut the engine off and it silenced the music. He knocked on the garage and we let him in, while we were all just sitting around doing nothing. It looked like Billy lived down there because he had a table, chairs, couch, and a refrigerator all situated for the small living quarters. It was sort of hot inside the garage, but he had a couple of fans there for circulation. We would hang out down there, drink, smoke, party, play loud music, and do whatever we wanted. It was the ideal part of the house where neatness or tidiness wasn't an issue. We all shook hands with Sean when he walked in, as he was polite and charismatic. You could smell his high fragrance cologne, as he would wear red basketball shoes with black workout pants, a neatly ironed white t-shirt, and a gold chain dangling from his neck. He had dark skin with dark curly slick back hair, a thin mustache, and one ear piercing. He looked like a person with mixed ethnicity. However, no matter what he looked like, he walked in there with a sort of warm, friendly attitude and exuberance. He stood at least 6'4" and towered over all of us with a small smile. He had to take a seat because he could barely fit underneath the garage door, and his head barely cleared the ceiling fan that was hanging. "Alright, dog, so what do you need, man?" Sean asked Donnie directly. "I'll take a teen of some glass." "No, fuck it, make it two, bro," Don replied. A teener of speed or glass was similar to what an 8-ball is in cocaine terms. "You sure, man? This is some powerful shit, dog," Sean countered. "Yeah, fuck it," Don said, with a gleaming smile. We all just went along with Don's plan. "Alright, man, that sounds good. Cool." Sean seemed indifferent to Don's decision. "Here you go, dog. It's some good shit. Y'all like this," Sean said as he slapped hands with Donnie and handed him a $100 bill in an even exchange, like it was no different than going to 7-Eleven and buying a milk or soda. After that, Sean took the money very quickly, pulled out a bright gold money clip with what looked like an attached 20 and a $100 bill. He stuck the money Don gave him into the rest of his folded stack of currency with a gold shiny clip, and then shoved it into his front left pocket of his workout pants. "I'll see you guys later, man. Have a good day and enjoy," Sean said as he got up and left the room. "See you later, Sean," we all said out loud in synchronization. He walked out of the garage and I heard him get in his car, turn on his engine, and speed off. I could hear the music playing loudly from his vehicle when he drove away. "Cool, man. I can't wait to try this shit. It's better good shit like he says it is," Sal said, licking his mustache and lips and playing with his dark hat, moving the bill around his head. "Okay, man, let's do it. I can't wait to try this," Billy said as he got out this huge mirror from behind one of the shelves in the garage and handed it to Donnie. "You're sure you're okay with this? You've never done this before. It's powerful shit, bro," Don asked suddenly while looking directly into my eyes. Sal and Billy were also eyeballing me as if awaiting an answer that I wasn't going to give them. "Of course, man. Who the hell are you kidding? Always wanted to try this shit," I said, shrugging off any suspicion Don was displaying to me, as if I was scared to try methamphetamine for the first time. The truth is, I wasn't scared at all. I'd already tried cocaine and pot, so I thought, how could this be any different? We all tooted up 4 huge lines of crystal meth or glass on the big mirror Billy had provided for us on the table. Don chopped it up just the same as I remember him doing it at the party, when we snorted the lines of cocaine inside the girl's bathroom. "Here we go," Donnie said as he handed us each a rolled-up dollar bill to use as the tutor. Don went first, I went second. Sal and Billy went together almost at the same time. We all then sat back in our chairs and let the stinging sensation take over our nostrils. It only took about a half an hour at the most to kick in. We liked the high it gave us. Some people like to smoke it, but our first time we snorted it. It stung like hell in my nostrils and the drips were terrible. Anyhow, afterwards I was flying high like an eagle. What happened in the next 12 hours did not leave that particular area of the room. I was staring at inanimate objects inside Billy's garage. Donnie was doing one of his famous tweaker drawings with a bull and horns doing something I can't remember on the piece of paper. Sal was just messing around with the radio non-stop and moving around in no set direction inside Billy's garage. Billy was writing a poem and kept reading it out loud with mispronunciations over and over again. "Yeah, sure, dude, that sounds good," we kept telling him, even though it wasn't, but we were high on meth. Tweaking is a slang term used to describe when someone is high on methamphetamine. I kept licking my lips over and over again. I also remember that I never once got hungry. I felt like everything was all good. We were all pretty high. The whole night we sat around, played cards, drank beer, smoked cigarettes, and also talked about life and philosophy. Man, this is some powerful shit. I can feel it, Don said, rubbing his nose. Yeah, it is, man. Hopefully it will last all night, I replied. Man, you ever think about life and how it was created? I mean, who created man? How did we get here? What was here? Before here was here? Sal asked in a drunken, tweaking stupor. We're all aliens, bro. No one created man. We're all aliens from outer space, Billy replied, spun out of his gourd, scratching his arm with his freckled hands. Oh yeah, ha ha ha, Sal replied, as if agreeing with Billy in his right state of mind. As the night ensued, we continued to stay up and party, listening to music under the influence of this drug, making all of us stay awake and unable to sleep. We were also consuming alcohol, drinking beers out of an 18-pack Billy somehow had inside his garage. It's like, how big is our universe? What comes after the universe? And what is after that? What is eternity? And what is the end? What if all this is just a repeat of itself? This life, I mean, what is it all about? Like someone else is controlling the switches, Sal said, making some interesting points. It wasn't until we saw sunrise that we realized we were still awake and hadn't slept. Daylight crept inside the garage as we turned off the lights. We're all high as hell on methamphetamine. A glass high might be different than a regular tweak high. There was a certain type of euphoria, like everything felt good while you were under the influence of this drug. After the sun came up, we decided to take a walk to the store, which was a mile away from Billy's house, to buy cigarettes. I need a pack of smokes, man, Sal said, because he was the heaviest smoker in our group of friends. It was finally getting light outside, and the sun was just now coming up. It was a long walk, but it was 6 in the morning, and it wasn't a big deal because there weren't many people outside. We saw the sun come up while we talked about our families and concerts and miscellaneous topics that we normally wouldn't talk about. The nature of methamphetamine or speed is called an upper. It makes it so you can't really sleep or eat food for about 12 hours. I guess depending on how much you take. You could drink a lot more alcohol, which made it even worse. Before popular crime-based TV shows and the internet, speed was used in the 1960s as an amphetamine. However, in Sunnyville during the year of around 1995 or so, after it took off in production and sales, lots of people were trying methamphetamine, and a lot were using it all the time. It was cooked with an extra ingredient to produce the methamphetamine, which made with amphetamines to the best of my recollection. A lot of people were using it, even Donald and I. I tried it at least a couple of times. Some people I know got seriously hooked on methamphetamine, and some might still use it to this day. Why were Donald and I so stupid to begin dealing it later on together in life? Time would tell. I think when you're a young kid, in your early teens, you are simply looking for an identity. Adults already seem to have that in life. Parents have a lot on their plates. Kids sometimes get lost in the woodwork, so kids will experiment. Doesn't always have to be with drugs, but with other things as well. Riding their bikes where their parents tell them not to, playing with matches, or with something else that is off limits or taboo for a kid to do. I remember one time Donnie and I walked this tunnel that went underneath the freeway. It was dangerous because who knows what could have happened. Maybe getting trapped inside or getting injured and unable to make it out. Yet we did make it out the other side of the tunnel. Point being, sometimes it's human nature that forbidden fruit will taste the sweetest. Following the rules is boring, repetitive, and unenjoyable. Breaking the rules and not obeying the laws provides stimuli to the brain. At least that is my opinion. Alright, Chapter 5, Skateboarding. My buddies Sean and Hector were skateboarding the local neighborhood junior high school on a Saturday afternoon when it was closed. Sean was the younger brother of Hector, not the drug dealer I mentioned earlier. Both of them were short Hispanic kids. Usually there was no one there at the school, and it was located on top of a bluff overlooking the valley that we lived in. We would get into trouble if we went during school hours, so we went during after hours. We would ollie off ledges, rail slide benches, which were the popular tricks back then, hang out, and have a good time. School was outdoors with a wide open concrete area that had tons of lunch tables and also a long ledge we could skate. It was sort of right in the middle of the school, and all the classrooms were connected. We'd have to hop this blue metal fence or iron gate to get in. During school hours, the gate was open. During after hours, it was closed. It was actually in the same quad area in the junior high school that I had mentioned earlier. Don would show up sometimes, but like I said, all he could really do was stand up on the board and ride it, and that was it. So how are you getting to the concert, Rick? I need a ride, man, Hector asked me inquisitively. Well, my parents gave me my car back, but I think we're all going with Billy's sister. She's driving me, Don, Billy, his sister's friends, and as well as some other kids from the neighborhood. I replied to Hector while I was sitting down on my skateboard taking a breather. Donnie and Sean were off in the distance as we heard them kicking over trash cans. Sean was also lighting off fireworks or firecrackers inside other areas of the school. I remember it was bright out that day and the sun was shining down upon us. Don immediately grabbed them from Sean's hands. "Let me do it," he commanded as they both gathered to watch the firecrackers light and explode. "Dude, man, me and Sean are going. We just can't find no damn ride." "If you drive, Rick, I'll be willing to give you some gas money," Hector pleaded. "We'll see, bro. I'll think about it," I replied half willingly. We would hear the pops of the firecrackers in the background, but paid no attention to it as we finished our conversation sitting on the bench. Gas money was the quintessential bargaining chip when a high school student was in desperate need of a ride. Then they would try to coax a 16-year-old with a driver's license to pick them up and give them a ride. Like I said, everybody wanted a ride, and practically nobody had a car or driver's license to boot. "Hey dude, check this out, we'll be doing these." I pulled out a bag of psilocybin mushrooms that I bought from Sean, the drug dealer I mentioned earlier in the last chapter, which was about an eighth of mushroom. It was a smaller amount, although good enough for Don and I to get high off of. "Oh shit, dude, there's no way you're going to be able to drive." "You guys will be baked out of your minds," Hector responded. Hector and Sean were both pretty good skateboarders, and both were very tight with each other. "Hell yes, bro. You ever try these things?" "They are out of this fucking world," I asked Hector as he gave me no response in return. He just stared down at his skateboard. Sean and Hector were what we considered nerds, meaning they paid attention in school and bought into the whole educational institution system. In other words, they believed in the system and followed all the rules. They were not rebels like Donnie and I. It was starting to get dark outside. We had skated all afternoon, and it was time for all of us to go home for dinner. "All right, dude, well, I'll see you later, bro. Sean, let's go, man," Hector commanded to his younger brother. Don rode over to me and sat down on the bench. As we started laughing at Sean and Hector, while they were both trying to climb over the school fence. It took a couple of attempts as they were trying to help each other out by giving themselves boosts and failing miserably. We sat there watching them intently and laughing hysterically for about 5 minutes. They finally completed the task and skated off into the sunset. Later on that evening, I was having dinner with my folks, and they were asking me questions about the reggae festival that was coming up, a popular event students attended from our high school. As usual, they wanted to know who I was going with, when, the where, the why, and the how. My little sister sat there at the dinner table and was quiet as usual, not in a bad way or a good way. However, she had her own life to live, and we were really close when we were younger, but were in different grades at school. She was my little sister and was 3 grades below me, so she wasn't in high school yet. She was short in height, with short blonde and brown hair. We both had the same color eyes. We both got along well also, yet there was a huge age gap, like 4 years I think. "Well, we hope you had a good time," my mom would always say, warm-hearted, but she typically had a general concern for my safety. So a week later, we all went to this reggae concert in a secluded canyon venue. It had a built-in amphitheater which was all outdoors. It was pretty cool. Hundreds of people were there, while most of them from our school. We all had to stand in line to pay for our tickets. We saw a bunch of people we recognized from school there. Shelley was there, her friend Brenda, and with a couple of other girls. We even saw that asshole prankster Mike. He knew Donnie was there as he looked over at us, but continued walking with his group of friends. He knew better than to mess with Donnie after the incident in junior high school. It was in the past, and they obviously both moved on from it as well. It was a bright, warm, sunny Saturday afternoon. Since it was an outdoor venue, there were pavement and grass with a long line of snack stands. Some of them were selling beer, food, and other merchandise. The whole perimeter was fenced off. We could hear music echoing from the stage as well. We walked up the pathway to overlook the stage located down below, while on top of a valley almost. I saw mostly green grass with arena-type seating. It was an open outdoor venue, so there was no ceiling, and it had no cover like the inside of a building. It was located in a small canyon, so the acoustics were better for sound travel. It was basically a huge reggae festival. There was available seating up top, but down at the bottom of the stage was a stand-up area. There were security guards checking ticket stubs at the entryways. Don, Billy, and I were all walking down the sidewalk leading to the amphitheater to watch the concert. There were a lot of younger people in attendance. They were male and female spectators, making it an equally mixed crowd. Smoke filled the air, as it was a reggae show, which was saturated by the smell of marijuana amongst the crowd. People were lighting up joints as the music played, and back then pot was very illegal. There were no medical cards for marijuana use, and Proposition 215 wasn't fully established yet. The sound stage was decorated with reggae flags and Rasta colors. The top of the stage had racking that provided lighting, and giant speakers surrounded the forefront of the concert area. As I was taking all of this in, the mushrooms I ate were starting to kick in, but so was my stomach. "Hey, Donnie, man, I have to go to the bathroom. You hear me?" I said, about to be sick. "Yeah, sure, man. I'll go with you. I'm going to have a cigarette anyways," Don said as we both started to get up and head for the restrooms. Before I could even make it fully inside the door, I immediately started barfing pure liquid like a fire hose all across the entryway on the bathroom floor. Donald started laughing. Sometimes mushrooms had that effect on people. I immediately started to trip hard. Everything in my eyesight was wavy, and the shroom's effects began to take full swing. "Dude, are you alright?" Don asked with concern, looking out for any other concert goers about to enter the bathroom. "I am now. Let's get out of here," I replied as I regained composure. Don, who had witnessed the whole thing, started tripping too, I guess. We both started laughing and went back to hear the music, after I rinsed my mouth out, leaving vomit on the public bathroom floor. It's a good thing there wasn't any cops or security around at the time, I thought. Walking back to the festivities, we ran into many people we knew from high school there, but throughout the whole duration of the concert, I just hung out with Don and Billy. Billy's older sister and her friends were elsewhere. They were a little bit older than us, and it didn't seem like they would be into this sort of thing. I found it weird they gave us a ride to the show to begin with. Billy was laughing along with us in his high-pitched squealed laugh as usual. We were tripping plus stoned while enjoying the music. Don and Billy lit up a joint as we passed it around for the three of us. Not only was I tripping on shrooms, but with a little bit of Mary Jane, it enhanced my high. I think we watched like 4 or 5 bands play that day. People were dancing down by the grass area, and we went down there for a closer look of the action. The sound from the stage was very loud, especially the drums and guitars, which were playing at a high volume. The vocals echoed throughout the canyon, and the singing sounded almost like chanting throughout the amphitheater. It was a great show, to say the least. There were also a ton of vendors outside the stage area with tents set up, selling t-shirts, posters, records, and other cool reggae merchandise. It was late in the afternoon, therefore it was really hot out. There were a lot of people dancing down by the stage area, and some dudes had their shirts off, and some of the chicks were even wearing bikini tops while dancing. Some chicks were sitting on top of their man's shoulders while enjoying the music. Several reggae bands performing at the concert consisted of at least an 8-piece group. Besides the singers and the guitar players, some ensembles had trumpet and saxophone players, conga and bongo players, and last but not least, a keyboardist. I remember towards the end of the show, we had started talking to some girls that had sat down right beside us. They had gone to a different high school than us, living outside of the Sunnyville city limits. They were cool when we talked to them, so we smoked our last joint with the gals. They were pretty, but I forget their names. There was one in particular who I liked. She was a very pretty and tall brunette, with much tan on her very long legs. We exchanged phone numbers with them on the pretense of hanging out on another day. Later that evening, after the concert, we all drove home with Billy's sister. We were all chatty on the car ride home and agreed that we all had a good time. The psilocybin mushrooms were starting to wear off. Plus, Billy's sister was able to buy us beer with her fake ID on the way home. I decided that it would be best if I spent the night at Billy's house, and that I'd call my parents to pick me up in the morning. "Mom, we're staying the night at Billy's," I told her over the phone. "Okay, sweetie, I love you," she always replied back. By the time we went home, our parents couldn't really pick up on any of the suspicions, so they would just ask us how the concert went and was getting other details of the events that weekend. Plus, any sign of the drug use would have worn off by then. I could just pass it off as if I was tired from the long weekend. Okay, brief pause and scene break here. As senior year continued, there were a lot more formalities. All of our parents were excited for us as well, the fact that we were graduating and entering into the real world. What no one tells you is that the real world is much different. School is actually much better than having to hold down a job, pay bills, and handle other responsibilities. We had our senior prom pictures and all other sporting activities that took place. We also had the senior prep rallies for varsity football team that took place in our high school gym. More often than not, Don, Sal, and I would sneak off to get stoned behind the bleachers before the event. We would watch the cheerleaders dance with their pom-poms. Plus, there were appointments with counselors about what college we were going to, and of course, there was our senior ditch day trip. That was fun. About 20 of us going swimming at this secluded lake in the mountains, also jumping off the cliffs into the water. It was Billy, Donnie, Sean, Hector, Sal, Shelley, Michelle, their friend Brenda, and 2 of her other friends who came with Brenda. We all took separate cars, got a bunch of booze, pot of course, and had a good time. It was fun, up until some neighbors who lived out there called the cops on us. Of course I got thrown in the back of the cop car with Sal. So the cop pulls up in his police car, and we all know what that means. Busted. There was a large group of us, so this cop had us line up. It was outdoors in the back of some mountains, and I remember it being somewhat cloudy out that day. There was a private property not far down the road, and we were making so much noise that the people who lived there had called the cops on us. When the police drove out there to respond to the call, there was a large group of us, and only one of him. So the cop parks by the lake, gets out of his car, walks up to us and says, "What are you kids doing out here? This lake is on private property and you are trespassing." Then stupid Brenda goes, "It's senior ditch day, officer." This was dumb. I never tell the cops anything, especially when being truant from school. The cop picks me out of the crowd first when he saw the open case of beer we were drinking down by the dock. "How many beers have you had to drink today, son?" the officer asks me. Don looks over standing next to me and smiles. Unfortunately, my answer probably wasn't any better than Brenda's, even though I still thought she was more stupid. The officer looks in Don's direction, but then he turns his attention back over to me. "Well, I only had a couple of beers, officer," I replied to him. At this point, I was put on the spot, and our entire group of friends was scared that we were going to get arrested. The officer was fidgeting around with his walkie-talkie thing that was attached by a cable from his waist and mounted on his right shoulder. He looks at me and says, "How old are you, son?" "I'm 17 years old, officer," I replied, fidgeting around, feeling the heat. He looks back over and says, "Well, when I was 17, I had a lot more than a couple of beers to drink," making fun of me in the process. The officer then had us line up against this wall. He was checking our licenses when Sal decided to start mouthing off. "You stay right there, sir," the cop snarled, looking directly at Sal as he made a menacing gesture. "I'm going to run for the hills, man," Sal yells at the officer. "You do that and I'll shoot your ass," the cop said to him, literally pointing at his gun holstered on his hip. While this was going on, I was taking beers and trying to stash them in the bushes while the cop wasn't looking. Suddenly the cop sees me and goes, "Hey, just what the hell do you think you're doing?" He immediately grabbed me and threw me in the back of the cop car while everyone else was watching. "You can't do that to him. That's my friend. That's my road dog," Sal pleaded. "Well, here, you can join him if you like," the cop yelled as he grabbed Sal and threw him in the back of the cop car as well. We were now both locked inside the back seat of the borrowed cop car. The engine was idling with the air conditioner on, while we could hear loud radio chatter from the dispatcher, and also other calls of what was happening in the area. It sounded like mumble-jumble to me. "We have a 210 in progress, over," the dispatcher was saying over the radio. As Sal and I sat back in the cop car, all of a sudden he goes, "Fuck, man, I need to take a piss." "Fuck it, I'm going to piss in the back of these cop car seats." "Go right ahead," I replied. "Just don't get any piss on me." He looked at me and started to unzip his pants and started laughing. "Don't do it, man," I said to Sal, trying to talk him out of it. Luckily, Sal didn't have to piss before the cop let us out after about 20 minutes or so, and then he told us to let my friend Hector drive my car home since I had been drinking. If I didn't obey the cop, he threatened to tow my car away. He knew we were all underage to begin with, but he ended up letting us all go. I think he was just trying to scare us, of course. "Well, I'm glad you guys didn't get into trouble," Michelle said, while holding hands with... "Yeah, bro, I thought you were done for sure," Don said, as him and Sal both shook hands, but not with me. They always had a special bond or camaraderie that existed outside my relationship with both of them. "Yeah, Rick, I'm glad you're okay and nothing happened," Shelley said as she gave me a hug and kiss goodbye. The girls all chatted as they got into their little car, while they drove home with Brenda and their 2 other girlfriends. Hector drove all of us boys home. He had a license as I did, but he didn't own a own vehicle to drive. He was the real cautious type, driving at least 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. Of course, Donnie and Sal would have to fuck with him. "Dude, cut it out, man. I'm trying to drive. Stop it, Donnie," Hector begged, as Sal and Donnie were flicking his ears and pinching him from the back seat while he's driving. "Knock it off. I don't want him to crash my car. We've been in enough trouble for the day," I ordered to Don and Sal as they both stopped. By the time Hector dropped everyone off, it was getting dark. He parked my car and he skated home because he only lived right down the street. I went upstairs before coming to dinner, as my parents requested. I washed off the scent, as they thought I had been at school all day and perhaps an after-school activity. "How was school?" my mom asked as she set up the dinner table. "Oh, it was great, Mom," I said to her and my father at the table. I told her the senior pictures were afterwards and we had all gone to the park to ride our skateboards. I lied, of course, and made that story up instead of telling her that I almost got arrested for trespassing and underage drinking. Chapter 6. The Life of Donald Brickman, The Circle of Friends. So, the pecking order went like this. It was Donnie and I, Sal, Billy, Sean, Hector, Felix, when he wasn't suspended from school or serving time in juvenile hall, Shelley, Michelle, and Brenda, who also hung around us at our table. Not at lunch, however, because they would go socialize with the other female high school students and members of the high school cheerleading squad. It seemed like each group had their own section of the school. We'd always like to sit underneath the awning. The preppies all sat by the platform. The dorks sat right in front of the computer laboratory. There were always other students from different groups coming to visit us and say hi to socialize at our table as well. "Hey, Rick, can I have a drink?" Hector asked me at our hangout spot. "Here you go, man. You could have the rest," I replied. "Thanks, Rick. Enjoy my backwash," I thought. I wasn't kidding. I hated sharing drinks. It was gross swapping saliva. Plus, everyone who shared drinks could get cold sores or herpes, which is usually spread by kissing or sex, but also sharing drinks wasn't safe either, although having oral sex is usually how people got herpes, not by avoiding sipping a smoothie altogether. A lot of high school students didn't fully protect themselves by being cautious about it. Kids were having unprotected sex, and you would see students kissing, and that's how it spread. However, like Donnie used to say, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. The AIDS epidemic was scary at that time. I didn't know of anybody, but we had heard that some of our students at other high schools tested positive for HIV. We learned about mostly sexually transmitted diseases in sex ed class. Some of the pictures in the books were gross. Snapshots of genital warts, syphilis, and scabies. The one that scared me was learning about chlamydia. It's an STD in which pus will drip from the penis or vagina after sex with an infected partner. It's so painful that you have to take antibiotics and have the doctor stick a Q-tip up your urethra to clean out all the pus. That's what the sex ed teacher told us was the treatment for chlamydia. Never have unprotected sex, she said. I also remember them passing out condoms in front after school sometimes. Anyways, back to senior year. What I was saying was, Dawn and I also got a job at the pizza place after regular school hours. This was so we could leave early during senior year for the work release program. We'd have to show our workers' permits at the front gate to the security lady that I was telling you about earlier. We called Fat Kathy. It sucks because she was a good person, and I thought it was mean that we called her that. But we never said that to her face because we'd get in trouble. This one idiot did, however. So she brought him into the principal's office, and the student got chewed out. To my knowledge, it didn't bother Kathy or hurt her feelings, because she even called the student out on it. She was just good at her job, making sure students were safe and going to class like they were supposed to go to. I don't know if she had kids of her own. There was also a black campus security fellow or African-American person named Will. He was cool as fuck with us. He wouldn't tell on us if we were smoking and wouldn't rat on us for other bullshit either. However, one time, this dipshit named Brett called him the N-word. We all know this word. 6 billion people on this planet know what it means. Anyway, he was pissed and then turned around, but Brett backed down and Will goes, "Say that to my face, and the problem will be yours and not mine." Dawn and I weren't racist. We did use and say racial slurs sometimes, although we got along or didn't get along with people equally, and it wasn't based on color. We did have a beef with some of the black kids at one time. I remember this one particular incident, yet Sal was able to squash it. There were like 20 male black students who approached us at our table during break one morning. Apparently it was due to that kid Brett, who didn't really hang out at our table, but got us in trouble with some of the black kids, although I knew nothing was going to go down. I remember every student in the entire quad area was watching us like an audience in a Roman gladiator arena. "Which one of you was talking bad about my sister?" this black kid went up to Sal and asked. "No one here, man. It's all good, man," Sal said, as he stood his ground for our table and shook hands with one of the black students. My father used to tell me interesting stories of blacks and whites in the 60s and 70s area, especially in the military. Even for the most part, we didn't have many problems with the blacks. Unfortunately, the conflict was usually black versus brown. Mexican students didn't seem to get along with the black dudes. Even so, this one time at school, there was a huge brawl between the Mexican Chicanos against the other Mexican hombres. It was in the quad area again, and it was between two groups who were considered cholos, and the others were greasers. Cholos, dressed like gangsters, similar to how Felix dressed, and the greasers, which were what the skaters called them, wore cuff jeans and button-up shirts. Apparently, one of the cholos named Little Ricardo ripped off one of the greasers for a dime bag of pot. One of the greasers gave Ricardo $10, and then Ricardo basically said thanks and walked away. He basically gave no indication that he was going to actually deliver the pot to the greaser. This was known as a jack move. This basically meant he stole the pot. So this huge fight breaks out during lunch while it was raining outside in the quad area. There was mud everywhere when Donnie and I saw the whole thing. We had just smoked a bowl behind the bleachers. So, on top of all the chaos, we were stoned. While we were watching fists being thrown, people were punching each other and kicks were flying. Ha ha ha, this is nuts, bro. There's like 30 of them all fighting, Donnie yelled out loud to me with laughter. Will, the black security guard, was in the thick of it. Plus, it took like 10 other campus aides to break up the brawl. Afterwards, the school police officer was there too. I know some kids got suspended, and some might have even gotten expelled. If you got expelled, you'd have to go to continuation school. And being a senior this year, it was not a good idea for us to get into trouble. So, Don and I both got away from the fight, showed Kathy our work release permit at the gate as we left school, and both of us went to work at the pizza place. The pizza place was a small local establishment in Sunnyville. Since I had a car to go on deliveries, while Donnie would stay inside the shop and make pizzas. At about half of the pizzas we would make for the customers, we'd usually eat the other halves that were discarded. The pizza was good, but then again, a pizza to me would have to taste pretty darn awful for me not to like it. All of the cheese, dough, and sauce was made restaurant fresh. I mean, the cheese was sliced or grated. We would make the dough ourselves and mix the sauce with the recipe. In the back of the store, there was this huge long line of tables with an assortment line of trays holding various toppings, cheeses, and sauces to make when the place got super busy. We'd also have to answer the phones and take customer orders and rotate all the dough inside a pizza freezer. One evening, Don held the door closed on me while I was inside prepping the dough. Not by locking it, because there was no lock. You could open it from the inside, but he held the door shut with his weight for like 10 seconds. Sal had also worked there with us and was always teasing our boss, Alfred. Brenda also worked there. She was the gal who went on the senior ditch day party I mentioned earlier. I always thought she was cute, but she wasn't my type of girl. She was the crew leader of our shift, so she would have to count the cash register and drop the money into a floor safe located towards the back of the pizza place. It was a small place for carry out and delivery only. The building only had a front lobby waiting area with a back kitchen. Let me tell you, on a Saturday night, the waiting room area was filled to the brim with customers. It had red brick floor tiles, small ceiling fans, with a huge oven within display range of the lobby. It was located in a small shopping center in Sunnyville. It also had a mini refrigerator on top of the cash register counter to keep canned or bottled sodas cold, bread, and sandwiches as well. There was a waiting bench inside the lobby and only one door to the kitchen where the food was prepared. There was a back door to the alley, one bathroom, and a freezer inside of the place, but that was it. This brings me to my next story. One time Sal puts like a whole packet of anchovies on the busiest night of the weekend into the pizza oven. It was a conveyor oven, so it would roll inside while heating the food to get cooked. The smell was so awful, some of the customers walked out. It was basically burnt fish in the oven and smelled absolutely disgusting. "All right, morons, whoever did this is fired. You hear me? It was probably you, Rick," Alfred yelled at us after the incident. "No, sir, it wasn't me," I replied. I could see that Don and Sal were giggling and laughing, but trying to hold a straight face in the background. Brenda was also blushing. For some reason, I got the blame, however, but Alfred didn't fire me. In fact, he just said, "You asshole." He was a tall, middle-aged man who resembled a washed-up sailor-type fellow. He had his famous Navy tattoo on his right forearm. It looked like an anchor to a ship. It was very faded, and you could barely make out the light blue coloring of the ink. He'd always talked to us about going on a deep-sea fishing trip. Apparently, he owned a huge sport fisher docked at one of the harbors in the ocean. He invited Donnie and I one time, but I gave him an excuse that we couldn't go due to other plans we already had. And he just goes, "You wimp." I actually regretted not going. This was when he was usually drunk at work. You could smell the brandy on his breath when he'd show up to open the pizza parlor at 11 in the morning. He was a real piece of work, our boss Alfred. He was rather clean-shaven with a dark, dirty, messed-up haircut, bright eyes, and real pale skin. He'd wear a green t-shirt with ugly shorts that went well above his knees, with old high-top sneakers. Apparently, he was of Polish descent. Why that mattered, I don't know. There's an old urban myth that all Polacks have low intelligence levels, according to Don, I might add. Although he wasn't as stupid as he was just a belligerent drunk. He'd get on the phone with customers and hang up on them because he couldn't understand them. On the other hand, however, Alfred was a good business owner and was great at flipping the dough and turning it. He was an excellent pizza maker, despite how much Malibu rum he had in the morning. I've been doing this for 20 years, he once told me. I wasn't too good at flipping dough. My pizzas came out okay. When Alfred finished training Donnie, he was a master. With Don's meticulousness, he always paid close attention to detail of putting an equal amount of pepperonis and spreading them evenly over the pie. He made me and Sally pizza one time when Alfred wasn't there, and let me tell you something, it was very delicious. Of course, we'd smoke cigarettes or pot outside in the back alley when it was closing time. This was our ritual. Brenda, the crew leader, didn't give a shit. She was a stoner herself, and she was a senior, same as us. Brenda was dating this one guy who was like 21 or 22, I think. He drove a cool-looking Camaro that was bright red, black stripes on the hood, and with a spoiler on the back. It also had a nice rims and shiny bright clean tires. We'd always hear him pull up in the parking lot with that loud motor. His name was Jack. We'd make fun of his name and call him Jack Off or Jack Shit or Jack and Jill. Brenda used to get so pissed. However, we did this behind his back. He was older than us, not to mention bigger than us as well, and could probably kick our asses. So we kissed his ass when he came around. "Hey, Jack, do you want a pie?" Donnie asked him, offering a freebie. "No thanks, man. Hey, how are you?" Jack answered Donnie, but then pointed to Brenda as he walked up to her. "Hey, how are you doing today, my love?" Brenda would respond as they would embrace and kiss in the front lobby during closing hours. He was tall with a thin mustache, and to me looked like a total dork. I guess she was in love. They both looked happy. "Hey, Brenda, is Jack Off coming in today?" Sal would ask her. "Shut up. He'll kick your ass if he heard you say that," she'd say, defending him. Sometimes Sean and Hector would come in while we were working to buy pizzas, yet Don and I would always hook them up for free. We did it for like half of our friends or people we knew. For some reason, Sal and Donnie were always laughing and giggling together at work, even though we were all three friends working together. I was content with being on the sidelines at their job for their escapades. "Thanks, Donnie," Sean said as Donnie handed him a large pepperoni pizza this one day they came into the store. "Come here for that. You still have to pay for it," Don said as he was coming around the corner in the lobby to attack Sean. "What, bro? What are you doing, Don? Cut it out," Sean said, who was a little bit smaller than us, so Don would come around the corner of the tabletop while he and Sal both held Sean down, punching him in the arm while he was trying to escape with the free pizza. "Come on, guys, cut it out," Sean yelled, but taking the abuse with a bright red face. "Ha ha, he deserves it," Sal chimed in. "Hey, you want to smell my stink finger?" Sal used to rub his finger in the anchovies and stick it in Sean's face. Hector would just watch and laugh, not even trying to stick up for his younger brother. They were both pretty short. Their height was not to their advantage. Plus, they were kind of nerdy for our group of friends, but we liked them anyway. They thanked us as they walked out of the pizza place. They had their skateboards in one hand and pizza box in the other. Sean and Hector also had very dark eyes, with dark brown hair to match. They were more intellectual than most of us and were into playing computer video games. It was funny that I had to drive Donnie to work every day, considering he didn't have a license, his parents were wealthy, and he could afford to buy him a car. He didn't really like to drive anyhow. In fact, I was so used to driving him around that I wasn't even used to being sitting in the passenger seat. I trusted my own driving abilities versus other drivers, I guess. Maintenance was another issue for the Cadillac Coupe de Ville. It always needed oil. My pops would help me rotate the tires also. It was an older car, white with gray interior, and it was a longer car with smooth handling. I even put a newer stereo inside the dashboard with a CD player that sounded pretty good. The music sounded like a theater inside due to the acoustics it provided from the large 5-person cab of the car. However, we could fit 8 passengers easily. We had fun sometimes in that ride, let me tell you. The craziest thing that happened with my car was we discovered a pot plant growing inside the back seat. We used to smoke out inside that car so much that somebody from either rolling a joint or packing a bowl must have spilled some seeds. It must have got buried in the back seat of the Coupe de Ville underneath the foam padding. Me, Sal, Donnie lift up the back seat. Lo and behold, there it was. "Oh shit, dude, that's crazy." Sal said with enthusiasm. Let me see it, dude, Donnie said as he picked it up. What the hell? How did that get there? I asked, laughing. I'll take it home and see if I can get this baby to grow, Sal said as he grabbed it from Donnie and put it in his upper flannel shirt pocket. It was a seed that had sprouted. I don't know how to this day that it grew. It must have been due to the moisture that was the fuel, and the foam was the soil. I don't think Sal ever got the plant to grow to maturity, but the fact that we were able to sprout a pot plant inadvertently inside the back seat of a Cadillac would baffle the greenest of botanists to date. It was as if we conducted our own science experiment. I had so much trash underneath the seat. You could see it as you lifted up the back because it folded out. I used to vacuum it out before my dad would bitch at me for having an unsanitary car. I always had that caddy filled with people at parties, and who knows what could have happened inside there. Moving right along in our high school career, graduation day was a fun day to remember. It took place at a small minor league baseball stadium, and I was so excited. I remember experiencing anxiety the whole day of the event. However, it was definitely a positive feeling, more of a restlessness or excitement. It was cloudy out that day, but the sun shined through just as the ceremony began. All of our friends in the class of 1998 stood tall and proud, in line with our cap and gowns on, while it was Donnie and I together as usual. We sat right next to each other in the row of about 150 seats or so. Sal didn't graduate. He went to continuation school. Michelle, Shelley, and Brenda were also graduating, standing in line together as we all took our seats. Sean, Hector, and Billy were all one grade below us, though. Sean and Hector were there watching us in the stands with their hot sister, who was also there viewing one of her girlfriends receive a diploma in our graduating class. There was a stage set up in the middle of this grass field. The event featured music with the high school marching band. It was a typical song including loud horns plus drums that they play at most high school and college graduations. It went by very fast, and we barely had any time to talk. We all had smiles on our faces and being very happy to get the hell out of high school. I look back on all the days I hated being there. I couldn't be happier at that moment. So when they first called Donnie's name, Donald Joseph Brickman, on the loudspeaker, we all started cheering. Although when Donnie walked up on stage to receive his diploma, he grabbed the microphone from the principal, who he hated, and yelled, "Class of '98, baby, you rule!" He actually took it out of the principal's hands. Fat Kathy, Will, and the other campus aides were on the sidelines, clapping and cheering for us as well. The truant officer Harry started laughing while standing next to the stage close by. I'll never forget the look on the principal's face. His thoughts on his face read, "You son of a bitch." Although since we were graduating, there was nothing he could do about it. Donnie then smiled and waved to everyone as he walked off the stage with his diploma in hand and everyone still cheering. It was his last day, making it impossible to get suspended for his actions. When it came down to my turn, I simply walked up there, smiled, and shook hands with the principal. He handed me my diploma, and I looked down, and it said, "Class of 1998. I remember everyone in the audience was cheering and clapping. I remember I was so happy that day. No more school. For the rest of my life if I wanted to. But the reality is you have to deal with the real world, and we didn't see what was coming next. It was sort of hard to imagine what it will be like. I also remember my parents smiling. The sun was now fully shining with Donnie and I being surrounded by friends. Everybody was congratulating us, taking pictures, while my parents took a picture of Donnie and I shaking hands as well. High school was officially over, but the parties didn't stop. Okay, scene break pause right now for you. For our senior class trip, everyone went to Mexico. I didn't get to go, but I heard it was fun. Too much fun. Some students partied too hard and got arrested. It was like spring break parties at the pool, on the beach, or even on this cruise ship. It lasted for 7 days and it was over. I heard everyone was glad to get back to the United States. When everyone came back, we didn't have school anymore, so we'd hang out at Donnie's house and party it up. It was usually me, Sal, Shelley, Michelle, Billy, Felix, Sean, and even Hector would show up. That girl Brenda would also come over, and her boyfriend Jack, who I had mentioned earlier that worked with us at the pizza joint senior year. Plus, other kids from the neighborhood would always show up. Most of us still lived at home with our parents, but since we were working at the pizza place part-time, we'd party it up at that summer because high school was officially over. It was always hot out, so we most definitely had to go swimming, and luckily, Donnie's parents had put a pool in their backyard that year. Sunnyville got very hot during the summer months, and was known to have tons of track homes equipped with swimming pools. When the pool was emptied, Donnie and I took our skateboards and skated it. I remember this one party we threw in Donnie's backyard. A lot of people were there, we were playing loud music and having a good time. "Cannonball, bro, cowabunga, dude," Sal said, who was the stockiest of our group, jumping in the middle of the pool, splashing all of us. The waves inside the pool looked like an ocean after he jumped in. "You're going down, Brickter," Donnie said, running in, jumping after Sal, and wrestling him in the pool, while all the girls watched and laughed. Donnie was tough, but no match for Sal, who threw him around like a rag doll. Yet when Sal went for the headlock, Donnie quickly dodged it. It was a bright, hot, and sunny day. The girls were lying out in their bikinis. Not the string kind or anything like these girls at these exotic beaches wear when modeling. Shelley found those nude magazines and modeling stuff disgusting. She felt it was sexist. Erotic pictures of skinny models with breasts and thighs exposed, wearing string bikinis. What's not to like? But I didn't tell her that. All of the girls in our group were petite, skinny, and in good shape, except for Brenda was a little thicker than Shelley and Michelle, who looked like one of those tan surfer gals. Brenda had voluptuous thighs, breasts, with a butt to match. Luckily, I was wearing my dark sunglasses that covered my pupils because Shelley goes, "Everything okay there, Rick?" she said, poking her foot at me. Not only was I with my girlfriend, but I was staring at her friend's butt, sunbathing on the lounge chair. Not a bad start to my summer. I thought Shelley was hot. Michelle, who was Donnie's girlfriend, was attractive, but just not my type of attractive. She had braces, which aren't a bad thing, but it wasn't my thing. "Yeah, I'm fine, babe. I'm just watching these two bozos in the pool being animals," I deflected as she leaned over to give me a kiss while she was sitting next to me. Brenda and Michelle were oblivious to everything going on, lying face down with their towels on the lounge chairs. Brenda had unbuttoned her top to get a suntan over her bra mark or fade line. "Hey, who you calling bozos, Rick the dick?" Sal remarked as he and Donnie were tossing the football to each other in the pool. "He does have a little dick," Donnie chimed in. Shelley just looked at me and sighed, letting me fend for myself as she laid back down on the lounger. "Well, I do have a big dick, but at least I ain't sick," I replied back with a rhyme to Donnie and Sal. I took the bait, obviously, and it was my job to shake the hook now. "Well, you don't have a little dick, but you're also a big prick," Sal rhymed, back high-fiving Donnie. "Copy that, Brickter99, Donnie replied. I had no idea why Donnie and Sal were calling each other Brickter and speaking in code to each other. Even though Donnie and I were best friends, sometimes I felt that he and Sal had better camaraderie with each other, which Donnie and I didn't. "You're going to cry now, you little pussy prick," Donnie said, looking at me laughing along with Sal. "Fuck you," I said to my defense, as I could take being bullied. I was tough myself, so I decided to jump right in at Donnie and Sal, who were still throwing the football. "Cannonball, motherfucker." I jumped in hard, splashing both Donnie and Sal. Sal got me in a headlock, then Donnie came in after me. I kicked Donnie in the stomach, backing him off. Since I was a better swimmer than Sal, he still had me in a headlock until I ducked underwater. This immediately made him loosen his grip. "You faggot," Sal said. "Blow me, bro," I said as I tossed the football. Donnie came at me trying to block it. "Where's Felix, man?" Donnie asked, diffusing the situation. Right at that moment, we heard Donnie's back gate shut. As I mentioned before, Donnie's parents were never home. His house was a 2-story house. It was big, with 6 bedrooms, although it wasn't a mansion or anything. "I'm right here, S.A. Let's get this party started. I got some brouhaha," Felix said as he entered the backyard, dressed in his white tank top, khakis, and white tennis shoes, hardly the attire for a pool party. He had his little brother with him, Ronnie, who idolized Felix and wanted to take up gangbanging also. Felix also had 2 older sisters. They looked like twins or maybe a year apart and were both heavyset. Whenever I'd go to Felix's house or ranch, they'd answer the door and weren't so friendly either. "Felix, your friend is here," they'd always yell while glaring at me. I don't think they liked me too much. "Here you guys go, Holmes. I got the beer from the ice cream man, essay." Felix came in the backyard while walking his bike, while his little brother, Ronnie, had a huge grin on his face. He had an 18-pack of ale-style beer. He tossed a beer can each to Sal and Donnie as they caught it while waiting in the swimming pool. "Here you go, Rick. You want a brew, ha 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 ha," he said, laughing at me and handing me one. We had all given Felix money to get beer from the ice cream man, since we were all underage. "Here you go, ladies," Felix said. "Thanks, sweetie. You're the best," Shelley replied, giving Felix a hug. She was always real flirtatious with him for some reason. It didn't bother me, but I noticed it a lot. He handed the girls wine coolers. "Hey, Ronnie, put on some music, Holmes," Felix commanded to his little brother. "All right, Felix, let me put on this jam, eh?" his little brother replied as he put some rock and roll on the boombox, or portable radio, which is what we used to call it back then. "Right on, man. Thanks for getting the beer, Felix," Donnie said, handing him the money. "Could you hand me one of those?" Brenda asked Michelle. "Here you go," Michelle responded, passing her a wine cooler. "Thanks, Brenda," replied, taking the drink. "It's a party, motherfuckers, for y'all watching this shit," Sal said in a fake southern accent, running up the steps of Donnie's balcony, and proceeded to jump off into the swimming pool head first. A huge splash came up. All the girls started laughing. "Thanks, asshole. Now all my water's gone," Donnie shouted at him. "You vatos are funny, S.A., Felix said, laughing while sitting next to his little brother while the music was playing loud. "Hey, Rick, you want another brew? Ha ha ha," Felix said, grinning at me. "Sure, man, thanks," I replied. We all partied all into the afternoon, into the sunset. My post-high school career was non-existent, as we spent most of the time smoking pot and getting drunk. I'm not saying that this was at all in any way constructive, it's just how it went in the neighborhood. To buy beer, we had to go through the ice cream man. He shall remain nameless. I mean, he did sell ice cream to children in the neighborhood. Yet, for underage drinkers or minors like ourselves, he'd go to the liquor store for us and buy us alcohol. We would go down to his house in the neighborhood, and he would drive us down to the liquor store in his old-ass car. He lived with his mother, and he was 40 years old. Most of the time, he'd be home, although sometimes he wasn't. So if that didn't work, we'd have to go down to the store and look for a 21-year-old adult and convince that person to buy it. Unfortunately, sometimes we had to use the homeless, or bums as we called them back then, to purchase the alcohol. They'd hang out on the other side of the wall from the liquor store, next to an auto parts store. It was usually dark out and after hours. There would be like 5 or 10 of them all sitting along the wall. Usually the leader, who we would call Ziggy, would buy us the beer. They were all male Caucasians, probably in their mid-20s to early 30s. Back in those days, before the third millennium, being homeless was a big problem for a lot of people. It still is today, and is unfortunate. Ziggy would always ask Donnie and I, "What do you need, brother?" Get us a bottle of Mad Dog," Donnie and I would reply. "Oh shit, Mad Dog, huh? Well, only if you buy me and my partner a pack of smokes, then we're cool," Ziggy would say, scratching his beard. With Ziggy, we had to pay tax. That's just the way it was. We couldn't expect to pay just retail price for a case of beer, so we had to tip Ziggy, and usually one of his partners as well. Cool thing is, Ziggy had our back against the other bums. If they got out of line, he would step in. Ziggy ran a tight business, except this one instant when we saw the cops pull up one night to the liquor store alley where Ziggy and all his buddies were hanging out. We were lucky the cops didn't notice us yet, because he was paying attention to Ziggy and the other bums. We saw his black police cruiser parked with flashing lights and overheard their conversation at midpoint. "We're sorry, Sheriff Baker. It won't happen again, sir," Ziggy said to this local sheriff, who we would later find out was Sheriff John Baker, our nemesis. "You better not let it happen again, Ziggy. You know we got you on suspicion for breaking and entering the back of a department store," the muscle-bound sheriff warned Ziggy. "Man, you know I never stole anything in my life," Ziggy replied to him as Don and I eavesdropped. "All right. You gentlemen have a nice night," the sheriff said as he and his partner got back into the police car and then drove away on a hot summer night in Sunnyville. "Well, give me your money, man," Ziggy yelled to us, resuming business. We were shocked that once the cop had left, Ziggy was ready to buy it for us right away. He would bring out a case of 40-ounce malt-style beers for us. We would then drive back to our neighborhood, to the back hills, and get drunk with Sal, Donnie, Felix, his brother Ronnie, Billy, and sometimes with the girls. Sunnyville was a small town, and there were a lot of parties during the summer. We had fun that summer. I'll never forget it. Alright, one Tusk here, Chapter 7 of the life of Donald Brickman. Also, the title for this chapter is called Breaking Up and Surfing. At about the end of summer, after 12th grade, Shelley had to move away. Her parents had gotten another job in another city, somewhere up north. I was bummed out at first. However, that would be what would become the breakup. "Rick, I have something to tell you," she said to me one day out in front of my house as I was watering the lawn in my front yard. "What's up, Shelley?" I asked, looking at her. "My family and I are moving up north. We have to because my father got another job up there," she said with tears in her eyes. Being that young and all, it was pretty traumatic news to me, to say the least. I'm sorry, I replied. Won't you miss me? She asked with tears in her eyes. Yes, I will. I will come up to visit you, and we could stay together as boyfriend and girlfriend, I said to her, hugging and consoling her. I remember it was sort of windy that day. The neighborhood trees were swaying back and forth. We had smaller green trees because the housing tracts weren't that old, not big oak trees like in the older neighborhoods. Okay, I love you, she said, hugging and kissing me goodbye, then going back inside her house. It didn't really hit me till later that month when I waved goodbye to her and her family moving away. They were loading the delivery truck full with their house furniture and house belongings on that late afternoon. I went over there to wish her well and that I loved her and so forth. It was an emotional day. Our plan was to call each other and meet up to visit. What happened next was even more devastating. She had talked to me about 6 months later, after she had moved up there. She broke the news to me when she picked up the phone one time when I gave her a call. Hey babe, how are you? I asked. Well, I'm doing okay, Rick. There's something I have to tell you, she said in a peculiar tone of voice. Okay, Shelley, what is it? I asked with anticipation. Well, I've met someone else up here, and I'm breaking up with you, she said in a quiet voice. I didn't say anything else. I just hung up the phone. I'll never forget that night. I was crushed. It took a while to sink in at first, although then it hit me several months later on a raining night. I could hear the rain pitter-patter throughout most of the night. I was lying awake in my bed. I was thinking about Shelley and what she was doing. It was 6 months since we had last spoken. The rain was mildly hitting the window, and I could hear it also hitting the trees outside and draining into the rain gutters. Shelley had moved away, so we had no choice except to break up. I was sad. That's love, I guess. Love hurts. I had written to her but got no response. I remember we used to laugh together. Those were the good times. I couldn't help but feel hopeless and betrayed. It felt as if someone punched me in the gut, but the pain wouldn't stop. I didn't really like the idea of meeting someone new either. I was abnormal in that sense. When Don broke up with Michelle, afterward, he had dated Brenda briefly, the girl who had worked with us from the pizza place. She had broken up with her boyfriend Jack. So, I'm guessing it was a rebound thing for both of them. They both acted really carefree and nonchalant about it. It was short-lived, but I had asked Donnie about it, and he said, I banged her, which he was inferring that they had sex. Of course Don would say that, I thought. Sometimes I knew he was lying. He was a pathological liar sometimes. I couldn't be like Don. I was too loyal. I couldn't jump from one person to the next in a short amount of time. Sometimes Shelley would say, You take everything so seriously, Rick. Well, that's how life is, so you have to. It's either life or death, I'd always tell her. Yes, it is, Rick. And that's why you have to have some fun in life, Shelley said to me. I do. I like to have fun, I replied to her. I was lying in bed that night reflecting back on our time together. I later regretted it, hanging up the phone on her when we broke up. I had acted out in anger. Sometimes my emotions could get the better of me and would have a negative effect on the decisions I made. Maybe she was right, and to her I didn't know how to have a good time. Shelley didn't like to surf, skateboard, or snowboard. She wasn't into any of that type of stuff. She'd often get bored when I would take her to the movies. She'd interrupt and try to talk to me while I was trying to watch the film. To her, fun would be to invite me to a brunch with all of her girlfriends to spend money on food while sitting at a table gossiping. That was her idea of fun. It was very boring to me, actually. I thought it was just more fun being a guy. Girls would either get jealous or mad, it seemed like, if they weren't included in our guys' fun. Like when Sal, Donnie, and I, Michelle, and Shelley would all go out together. If Donnie and I, with Sal, were laughing and having our own private joke, they'd be like, "What are you guys even talking about?" with a snobby-like response. We were laughing about stuff we understood, and they would only laugh at stuff they understood. Yet, for some reason, I thought Sal and Donnie knew how to communicate better with females than I did. They knew mostly of what not to say. This seemed to be the rules of young couples. "Don't tell her that, you moron. You never tell a girl you love her, because then she won't love you back," Dawn would tell me. I guess I just spoke from the heart. In truth, it doesn't work that way without the right person. Females were a real pain in the ass to deal with at that age. I always thought they were too emotional. Nonetheless, it was all also about perspective. Boys were no picnic either. Maybe it was also because of my mother. She would speak different to me than my younger sister. She'd always ask me, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" But while talking with my sister, they would hold longer conversations with each other than her and I. It was also harder for me to let things go compared to most people, especially after a breakup. I had to hold on for longer, it seemed like. I didn't really blame Shelley. It wasn't her fault, though. She did what she was supposed to do by finding another man. It was human nature. All of this was playing out inside my head now while lying in bed. I was obsessing strongly over it. It was starting to rain a little bit heavier now outside. I could hear it getting stronger with the raindrops that were hitting the ground. It was pitch black in my room, and I had the curtains closed and didn't even bother to look out the window. I could hear the storm get heavier as it was now a downpour. It lasted for another 10 minutes and then dissipated. After that, I finally rolled over and fell asleep. Moving right along to my other relationship or friendship with Donald. I don't really mention race or ethnicity too much in this book, but Donnie was part Irish from his father's side and half Swedish from his mother's side. My mother had a little bit of Russian, and my father was mostly German, but only from my great-grandparents, who took the boat over to America in 1912, I think it was. So my grandparents, parents, and I were all born in America and spoke English growing up. In high school, people would often ask me what race I was, like they were asking if I wanted mustard or ketchup on my hot dog. Don was always proud of his Irish ancestry, with his blue eyes and blonde hair. Yet neither of us really spoke a lick of Russian or Gaelic. So we were basically considered Heinz 57, a standard type of an American Caucasian. Don would always tease me in class all the time and call me a Polak. "I'm not Polish, I am Russian, bitch," I'd reply to Donnie. The only time I ever talked about it was at school when people would ask me about it. To me, it was annoying that that was the only subject most people could come up with to talk about. Plus, I was born in the USA anyways. I mean, what the hell difference did it make which part of Europe my ancestors came from? No offense to any minorities reading this. At our high school, we were all a well-mixed group of kids with all races and ethnicities. Most of my classmates were similar to Generation X, I think. Or we were actually closer to Generation Y. Like the hippies, we experimented and partied with illegal drugs. It didn't matter if you were black, white, or brown. If you partied with us and our homies, you were down. Although I never got offended at people's thoughts or opinions. But when words came out of their mouths about race, it seemed like it was just a conversation to pass the time anyways. When we were growing up, most high schools would have their groups or cliques, as we would call them. It was a multicultural society, to put it in elegant terms. Returning back to the story of Donnie and me, we used to like to go out to eat cheeseburgers all the time, which were our favorite. I remember Donnie and I used to go eat at McDonald's a lot. even though Donnie had always hated that particular burger place for some reason. I was stubborn, different, and I always wanted my way. As unhealthy as it sounds, I freaking loved a cheeseburger, fries, and Coke. I also loved to eat the Egg McMuffins for breakfast with a coffee on the side. Donnie would always put way too much cream and sugar in his coffee. It tasted downright awful when he'd let me try it. I like a little coffee with my cream and sugar, he used to say. One day, however, he was complaining as we grabbed a bite to eat. I hate McDonald's, Don said, squirming in his seat while we were both eating a Big Mac, fries, and a Coke. Then why are you eating it, you jackass? I replied. Because you made me eat it, fag, Don argued. You will like it and it tastes good, I told him defiantly. Something about those salty fries and the taste of the beef patty, it was hardly nutritious for you. But like I said, it tasted very good. Especially when we were stoned. Don and I would always go out to eat. When your kid's that age, you don't have to worry about gaining weight. I like pickles, onions, and ketchup on mine, Don said as he bit into the sesame seed bun. I don't. I prefer no onions and no tomatoes, I countered. We sat there and finished our food and then got up ready to leave. There was only one McDonald's in Sunnyville, so we had to drive across town to get there. We were driving home that day through town, playing our music very loud in the Coupe de Ville with a stereo I had bought. We enjoyed listening to the tunes, courtesy of Sal, who was a person that had helped me install it. I was wearing a white t-shirt and managed to get ketchup and mustard stains all over it. Don would always point it out to me while we were leaving the restaurant. "Ha ha, dude, you're a pig." "You eat that way in front of Shelley?" Don asked. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. As long as the food enters my mouth and tastes great, then enters my belly, I don't give a shit how it goes down," I said as I looked at him with a grin. "There's something about those salty fries and beef patty that tastes so good," I said to Don as we drove away from McDonald's. We both sat in the Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove on our way to somewhere. Or maybe it was nowhere. Moving further along, I remember this particular Christmas was fun for Donnie and I. He would always come over to my house after me and my sister would open our presents. My sister was so excited she'd want to open all the gifts at once on Christmas Eve. Most of the time I wasn't too excited about opening any of my gifts until my mom and dad had bought me a surfboard one year. I think it was like the same year after we graduated high school. I saw it lying right below our fake Christmas tree in the living room. It was a 6-foot 9-inch shortboard, and my dad had also bought a used longboard as well to paddle out with me. I was just so stoked about my gift that me and Don both sat around and watched surf movies all day. We'd always dreamed that we would become pro surfers and we could travel the world and just do that for the rest of our lives. Nevertheless, living farther away from the beach kind of hindered that dream. Skateboarding was our priority. While we would surf periodically, I loved the ocean ever since I was a little kid when my father would take me to the pier at the crack of dawn to watch the waves. The water was sometimes very cold, and we would occasionally have to wear wetsuits when we surfed. Sometimes it would be dark and stormy. One time, Don and I went surfing by this power plant, only because it was uncrowded. It might sound dangerous, but there was no pollution. The water was used for cooling the towers. Not many surfers, swimmers, or beachgoers would visit that spot for some reason. Most people don't know how to surf. Surfing is paddling a board in the ocean, then paddling into a wave or catching a wave. Standing up and riding that wave. A wetsuit that a surfer wears is similar to a rubber suit that a diver wears when scuba diving in the ocean. That's just in case to any readers who don't know what surfing is, which is not in the book, and I just mentioned to you. On this particular trip, it was Donnie, Sal, Billy, and I, which my dad drove us all down there a day or so after Christmas had passed. Sal and Billy didn't really surf much. They would do bodyboarding and body surfing. Bodyboarding is similar to surfing, except you are floating on a smaller piece of board made of foam. You only lay down and don't necessarily stand up while riding the wave. Another word to describe it is boogie boarding. As Donnie and I are out there surfing, as he paddles up to me and says, "This fucking chink stole my wave." He had water on his sunscreen painted freckle face while we were sitting out in the water waiting for sets. I had ridden my Christmas board earlier, but my dad's longboard was easier to catch more waves with. A longboard is different than a shortboard. If you watch any old surf movies from the 60s, you will notice surfers only rode longboards back then. It was sort of cloudy out that day, again, and the wind was blowing a little bit. The waves were sort of choppy and only knee to waist high. The surf is usually measured by the height of the back of the wave in feet, or a surfer can judge it by the face of the wave. Being only high enough to reach your waist is not very big surf. Big surf would mean overhead, in which the waves coming in, the face would reach over your head. The water was also very murky that day. There was a lot of seaweed and dirt in the water, so you couldn't see more than a foot past your toes dangling in the water. "That's not very nice, Don," I told Don, continuing the conversation. "Oh yeah? Hee hee, I stole your wave," Donnie replied back, grinning. "How do you know he was Chinese?" I argued. "Well, Dad, he's an Asian surfer, and they all look alike," he said. "Damn, Don, that is very racist. He could be Pacific Islander or Hawaiian. A lot of people come from the Hawaiian Islands to surf California," I said, while looking down, sitting on my board. "It's the other way around, fucko. People from California travel to Hawaii, which has bigger waves," Don says. "When surfers sit out in the ocean, they are waiting for what's called set waves. It means the waves are coming into the beach, and the surfers have to paddle for the waves to outposition each other for the best spot in the water to catch the wave. For those who don't already know, you have to put wax on your surfboard. It helps by keeping your feet grip the board when you stand up and prevents you from slipping off. I always loved the smell of wax on my surfboard. It smelled really good, like bubble gum." All of a sudden, some set waves come in. So we paddled hard, and both of us caught a couple of waves. We would take off on the same wave sometimes, or ride one and then he'd ride one. Multiple people surfing on the same waves are known as a party wave. Sometimes, however, they end in a disaster, as one surfer crashes into another, causing a wipeout. Another term is called dropping in. That means you are stealing a wave from another surfer who is already riding that wave before you. That's what Donnie was accusing the so-called Asian surfer of, that he was talking about earlier. I knew how to stand up, drop in, bottom turn, ride the face, cut back, and do a floater. A floater is very similar to a 50-50 grind on a bench with a skateboard. It means you ride straight on the object except on the lip of the wave. Turning, cutbacks, riding the face, and floaters were the tricks that surfers performed on the wave. In order to have a good surf session, the conditions have to be ideal. That means the wave size has to be anywhere from waist to chest high, with little to no wind and smooth, calm ocean waters. The surf wasn't very good on that particular day. I remember something peculiar, but I couldn't quite place it. It wasn't because it was only a few of us out there surfing. Something was strange indeed. I could feel it. Suddenly I looked back, and my dad is waving at us from the beach. We were both still sitting on our boards in the water, about 50 to 75 yards from shore. Both of us were out in the ocean lineup when we could hear Sal yell, "Yo, shark!" We both then started paddling rapidly to shore. Apparently some other guy out there surfing saw the shark swimming circles around him, so he decided it would be a good idea to paddle in. When he got to the beach, he warned Sal and told my dad about it. When I asked the guy, "You sure it was a shark?" "Yes, it was. A 10-foot great white, I think," he replied. "Do you think?" I asked, trying not to be a smart aleck. "How do you know it was a shark?" I inquired further, as the surfer was dusting off his board, and then looked at me very seriously. This surfer was a little bit older than us, considering Donnie and I were in our late teens. He had a big longboard. If you don't surf or know anything about the sport, A longboard is simply a classic style surfboard from the 50s and 60s. It's usually at least 9 feet long with a fin or skag at the bottom. We consider it the old style of surfing, and they still ride boards like that today. If you watch the movie Endless Summer, which was an older movie about surfing in that time period, you'll see what I'm talking about. Don and I love to watch that movie. Thinking back, it took me a while to realize why my dad was waving at us from the beach. Usually he'd take pictures and give me a thumbs up if I caught a good wave. The surfer then says, it swam around me in circles. I saw its fin, and it was about the length of my longboard. He further elaborated. I used to go fishing down in Mexico all the time, and that was a great white shark. Still dusting off his board. I'd go to Guadalupe on a charter boat, and those suckers are always down there trying to swipe our bait and steal our tuna catch, he explained to us. Going to Mexico on fishing expeditions, we had believed his story, as he definitely confirmed it was a great white shark spotted out in the water. Being only 10 feet in length, we later learned that it was a juvenile, meaning it was not fully grown great white shark. Still big enough to scare the piss out of you, being that close to the top predator in its own environment. The funny thing was that Donnie and I didn't see anything out there in the water. This was also kind of scary after the fact. The spot was also confirmed by numerous fishermen to be a breeding ground for great white sharks. So there were lots of juvenile sharks inhabiting that area. Of course, any ocean, anywhere in the world, there could be sharks swimming close by. They live in salt water, and like the old pirates used to say, "Ar me matey, if dar's salt in the water, that means dar's sharks in dar." We were slightly disappointed we didn't get to see the shark out there in its natural habitat, in spite of the fact we were also glad to be safe. Anyways, we should probably go to another beach, or at least until it leaves, my dad said, wrapping up the conversation. Let's go to another beach, Don, Billy, and Sal and I all confirmed. Billy then says, at least you guys didn't get eaten by the shark, followed by his high-pitched squealed laugh. Sal, of course, gave him the stink-eye look in disapproval towards the joke. Maybe Billy was a little bit scared for us, I thought. The solution was definitely to go to a different beach. So later that afternoon, we went surfing farther north of the power plant at this place where you could park right on the sand. There was a lifeguard tower and tons of locals at this spot who would hang out, surf, barbecue, and chill with their families. Billy actually tried to go in the water and got cuts on his feet from the shallow rocks and reef. Sal went in the water also on his boogie board, but he ended up stepping on a stingray. His foot was bleeding profusely. He was always getting hurt. The stinger of the stingray went right through the back of his foot. A stingray is a circular type of fish that hovers close to the sand and has a long tail at the end, which is the stinger. In the ocean, you always had to be careful. So, we told the lifeguard what had happened, and he rushed over immediately to administer some type of treatment remedy. Another lifeguard drove up in a yellow pickup truck and parked in the sand right next to us, getting out to help assist. The lifeguard tells us, let it bleed, that'll help release all the poison from his foot. Victim has a stingray wound on the upper left foot, I overheard the lifeguard say on his radio inside the truck. The lifeguards also pulled out a 5-gallon bucket from the truck, then filled it with hot water from the rescue station nearby. They told Sal to soak his foot in there for at least 45 minutes, which would help with the pain, and also neutralize any venom from the stingray wound. Eventually, we had to take Sal home, which cut our surf trip short. The beach was an hour drive away from Sunnyville. It was like a mini half-day adventure to get there, and my dad had to chauffeur us all home. He owned this red Jeep that could sit a lot of passengers and could also store lots of cargo. It was too bad because it turned out to be a nice day later on, and the waves were picking up just as we had to leave. Watch out for my board, man, I yelled at Sal as he stumbled into it while we were loading it up. Don't worry about it, bro. I'm the one who was hurt, not you, Sal said, wincing in pain. We had taken him home and explained to his parents what happened. Fuck, bro, this shit hurts so bad. He later had to go to the hospital, but the doctor said it was a clean entry one. He didn't need any stitches. He had to soak his foot in Epsom salt when he got home. My father picked up the bill for the doctor visit, but Sal's parents were really laid back and didn't mind anyways. Sal got away with murder sometimes. I mean, his own mother let him start smoking cigarettes at 16. They were very cool about it and thanked my dad as he dropped Sal off. Billy didn't have much to say about the incident and was quiet as usual. I could see Sal's ankle puffed out and swollen. It looked like Sal had gotten stung by a jellyfish. The summer after that Christmas, Donnie and I got this warehouse job together. This was after we worked at the pizza place. I don't know how we even passed the pre-employment drug test. It was a large warehouse facility for a trucking company. It was a big brown painted building with about 150 employees working there at least, with multiple loading docks and areas with forklifts traveling back and forth. It was very loud and noisy. It was something else working there with these people, let me tell you. There were lots of delivery drivers and maintenance technicians who worked there. Most of the older drivers were jerks, and they talked trash to us or to each other all day long. Donnie and I were popular there, meaning all of the delivery drivers would tease us, in spite of the fact we would give it right back to them when the timing was right. We had to work for this chain smoker boss whose name was Adrian, and he used to smoke about 20 cigarettes every hour, it seemed like. He always had to have a cigarette in his mouth and would blow the smoke out and make this face like he was always pissed off about something. He'd smoke that cigarette all the way down to the butt like it was his last cigarette on earth. He looked like he could be our friend Billy's dad or something because he had a short crew cut with light blonde hair and blue eyes that had wrinkles around them. He would always get right up in your face when he talked to you, pointing at the floor at trash or dust. You see all this shit? I want all this shit picked up. We have visitors from corporate coming in, he said, snarling at Donnie and I both. It seemed like he was always stressed out about something. He would never come to work happy, and was always bitching about something going on with the company or his warehouse being dirty. I thought it was funny, actually. He had this real alpha male type personality. Although he was sort of short and skinny, he got right up in people's faces all the time. It looked like a sudden gust of wind could probably knock him over, but he had to play the tough guy type, being the logistics department lead supervisor and whatnot. Besides our other warehouse duties, we had to drive the forklifts, tasked with unloading the cargo on top of it all, which wasn't safe at all the way Donnie drove the forklift. He almost crashed the forklift like 3 or 4 times. The other supervisor's name was David. He was second in command underneath Adrian. He sounded so funny when we would talk to him on the phone because he had the tendency to speak with this bizarre-sounding drawl. He'd be like, yeah, Donnie Brickman, Richard Tucker, we got you coming in at 6 o'clock. That would be our start time. We would have to phone in the night before and listen to a played recording on the answering machine of all the start times for each employee, which sucked really bad, but we had to do it because of the logistical operations of the plant, the time the drivers had to leave the plant to start the route, and also to deliver product for certain customers, which would affect our start time. David was always a little bit cooler than Adrian. He would invite us into his office before our shift and shoot the breeze for a little bit. So, hey, Rick, I hear you like to ski. I love skiing, David asked me one day in his office. Actually, no, Dave, I like to go snowboarding, I replied. Snowboarding? Yeah, you're crazy, yeah. The way he said yeah, however, sounded like a karate sensei when he'd go, yeah. His weird sort of drawl to his voice was so distinct, unless you heard him talk, it would be hard to explain it. He was another skinny dude with a thin mustache. He sort of resembled the pop singer Prince from the 1980s, who was real popular at that time. Or he resembled a character like Captain Hook, a real tall skinny dude with dark hair, olive-colored eyes, and pale skin. Some of the other employees would talk smack about him behind his back, but I liked him. Another thing I hated was the politics at this particular company. Someone was always bitching about this person or this employee for no reason. It was a high performance production facility, and some days were busier than others. So I understood why employees, and myself included, would get stressed out during peak hours. On Mondays, all the supervisors left the office to go eat lunch for a couple of hours. So Donna and I had the bright idea and rallied up some of the other guys to clean the warehouse. We would start gathering shrink wrap or other paper trash items littered on the ground and started playing basketball while using the trash cans as hoops. We would also play basketball using the shrink wrap. Donnie had constructed a taped-up baseball bat made out of cardboard while David and Adrian were gone. Then Donnie and I had a couple of the other employees pitch a shrink-wrap ball to him, and he was hitting the ball so high in the warehouse that it was bouncing off the ceiling. It was in the back area of the warehouse, so it was out of sight and out of mind. It was fun, and I wouldn't be surprised if the president of the company were to come in and see this and fire us all immediately. If Adrian comes in here and sees y'all doing this, he's gonna whoop y'all ass, fucking white boys, Rodney said, who was the lead forklift driver of our company at the time, but he was cool with Donnie and I. He reminded me of Will, our campus security guard in high school. They were both African American. The worst thing about working here was when we would have to attend the company meetings. The supervisors would hold these meetings at the main conference room inside the warehouse. The CEO or president of the company would get up on the podium and speak in front of everyone like he was God Almighty himself. This quarter, our sales are up 20%, work injuries down 5%, productivity up 10%. It all sounded like mumble jumble to me. Does anyone have any questions? The president of our company would ask after he was done speaking to the audience. Of course, I was the only person who had the balls to ask a question. Most other employees were scared to ask, yet they would all have their private communes out in the parking lot to complain about the company after the meeting. As we were all seated, I could feel the stares like knives pointing in the back of my head. I guess they felt everyone except for themselves asked dumb questions. You said you have to work here for at least 3 months to receive a 401k plan, sir? I asked, staring directly at the CEO, as I could feel the entire room stare at me, but I didn't care. Don just sat there laughing as usual. Yes, that is correct, he answered half-heartedly. Then Rodney, who had worked for the company all his life, goes, Is there going to be any changes next year regarding our health and dental benefits? No, but that is an excellent question, Rodney. You see, last year the company benefits were, the CEO replied, blah, 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 was the only dialogue I understood from the rest of this monotonous meeting. I also felt management looked down on younger employees like Donnie and I. It felt like age discrimination. I realized that older employees had more experience and seniority, yet the way Donnie and I were treated seemed like management had stereotyped us as young, dumb, punk kids. After a couple more questions from other employees, the CEO finally got off the mic and then said, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and have a great day. Everyone started clapping, then got up, walked out of the meeting room, talking amongst themselves. I could still feel everyone's displeasure around me in the room. Or was it my own displeasure I was projecting? Come on, man, let's go, Don said, nudging me out of the room. It seemed like management's attitude toward us was probably something like, damn bums, I wouldn't even give them my mop job. I noticed the president gave Donald and I a dirty look as we walked out of the meeting room. However, before we could exit the room completely, we hear the magic words. Donuts here on the table for you guys, the administrator lady told us as their ears perked up like dogs and all the warehouse workers rushed the front table inside the meeting room. This is mine, bro, Donnie exclaimed, grabbing the chocolate donut. Oh, they have strawberry, I yelled as I picked up and demolished the plump, glazed jelly donut in 2 bites. No one seemed to like the jelly donut. Oh, how advantageous that was for me. Sometimes it's better to be different, I thought. When you're the same as everyone else, you have to fit in for being considered a social outcast. I was neither at this company nor in my social life, even though I didn't experience the same fear as others. Granted, even more so, my own father had once told me, "I'm scared to death to speak in front of public people." "But you are good at public speaking, Rick," I replied. "The only thing to fear is fear itself." He looked at me and smiled. President Franklin Roosevelt said that. Okay, One Tusk, The Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 8, called Graduating into College. It seemed like time went by pretty fast, and before you know it, you're already starting college. College was cool. I went to a junior college and later went to a university in my early 20s. It was nice to take a course you actually wanted to learn about, instead of high school where you were force-fed by the educational institution system. Don had a couple of classes at the same campus, but his major was in math. Mine was in business and computers. Donnie would just walk the campus and look for girls to talk to. Sal was already going to auto mechanic school because he loved to ranch on cars. Before my grandpa's Cadillac got sold by my dad later on in life, Sal had replaced the engine in it for free. My dad had helped him, of course, even though he gave him some extra cash for the job. Sal was a grease monkey from the start, and if I needed him to fix something, he was always there for me. The college was located outside of Sunnyville, a typical outdoor junior college with multiple classrooms. "So what's your name?" a pretty girl sitting next to me asked one day in class. My heart began to race as she is very pretty, at least a couple years older than me from what I could tell. She had long brown frizzy hair with green eyes and freckles. In spite of the fact that she was super cute, I never understood why ignorant people stereotyped human beings with freckles as ugly. "My name's Richard Tucker, and you are?" I asked her. "Morgan. I'm actually not from around here," she replied. "Oh yeah? And where are you from?" I asked her as I turned in her direction as she was sitting at the desk right next to me. "I'm from Oregon. Get it? Morgan from Oregon," she said with a giggle. Man, she was so pretty, I thought. She had really pretty, crystal clear green eyes. "It's nice to meet." Before I could finish, the teacher interrupted. "Is there something you two would like to add to this lecture?" the old professor said as he looked over at us with his dorky-looking mustache, placing the overt blame on me, obviously. Morgan quickly turned around, looking down at her paper on her desk, pretending she was reading the whole time. No, sir, I was just borrowing a pencil," I tell the teacher. "Well, Mr. Tucker, if you have any aspiring future goals to become a successful computer businessman, you'll pay attention from now on," he snarled at me with a small smirk on his face. The whole class was looking at me, some laughing and some giggling. It's not like I wasn't paying attention, it's just the class was easy enough to pass without my full undivided attention. That never bothered me, though. I could get up in front of the class when others had stage fright and tell a story or read a lecture out loud of the teacher's lesson book. It didn't matter. I wouldn't shy away from that. I was sometimes the center of attention in the classroom. I'd do the writing and the speech. That was our deal in the group projects. Meanwhile, everyone else would do the tedious stuff like research and math problems. I'd do the fun and cool stuff because everyone else, including my father, was scared to death speaking in front of the class. "The only thing to fear is fear itself," was my famous motto. "Good. Well, thank you then. Here, class, we have a bitmap image. As you can see, if you move your mouse pointer to the left and click on the Properties button, you'll see the difference between a JPEG and GIF is that," he continued while demonstrating to the class on the screen or monitor. "Thank you. That was so sweet," I could hear Morgan whisper to me as she interrupted my train of thought. "What do you mean it was sweet?" I asked, whispering back. "The way you stuck up for me against the teacher," she replied a little louder. The professor looked over again, but this time I was quiet and smooth about it. I didn't realize I was being sweet, but hey, what the heck. He continued with the lecture while the rest of the class sat at their computer desks, clicking along to the lesson with their mouse in one hand and some jotting down notes on a paper in their other. "Well, you're quite welcome," I whispered back. She just smiled, blushed, and then giggled, looking back at the professor and the ongoing lesson in front of the class. We all had to sit at desks fitted with computers. So, while we were talking, we could hide behind the monitors to avoid any detection. It was summertime and the air conditioning was blowing full blast. Sometimes the classroom was almost too cold. Okay, class, that's it for this week. Please remember to read Chapter 7 in your notebooks for next week's class. Have a good evening, the professor said, concluding the lesson for the day. Everyone in the class got up very suddenly. I got my backpack and books together. I noticed that Morgan had already walked out of class. At first I was shocked. She didn't even say goodbye. She didn't even acknowledge class was over, and the discussion we had earlier might indicate some chemistry between us. I thought it went absolutely nowhere at this point, and I was almost about to run to the bathroom and throw up when I discovered a neatly folded note placed on the edge of my desk. I opened it, and it said this: Richard, I think you're really cute, and I was wondering if you would come over sometime and help me study. I don't understand this computer stuff the way you do. Please. Thank you so much. Love, Morgan. It was folded very neatly with lipstick marks right next to it. It had her phone number written next to it in clear, legible handwriting. The paper was also written on using a pink pen. It was written a lot better than my penmanship, let me tell you. I don't know how many times a teacher would write notes on my reports. It was a great paper, but I would have given you an A if your handwriting was a little bit neater, so I gave you a B instead. Oh well, I thought. I'd been blessed as a talented writer in some teachers' eyes. I never thought I was that great, till I wrote a speech and read it in front of our class, and our group got an A on the presentation. So afterwards, Dawn and I were walking to the college parking lot. Donnie would always get a ride home with me. I immediately showed Don the note as he caught up with me while walking abruptly from his college algebra class. No way, dude. Good job, man. You're the king, he said, high-fiving me. You're going to get laid for sure. Give it to her, baby, he shouted at me. Cut it out, Don. You always have to start some shit, I yelled back as he's poking me as he usually did when teasing me about a girl. For all I know, bro, she just wants me to come over and help her study. I mean, she didn't really seem to understand the course whatsoever, I argued. Don always stared at me with a scowl look on his face, like he was always in competition with me, even though he was my best friend. Yo, don't be a pussy, man. Who are you kidding, bro? I would have already banged her in class. That's why they call me Donnie Brichter, because I brick her. You know what I'm saying? Don said, bragging to me, while two college girls looked at us, then smiled, walked by us simultaneously, as we were headed out to the school parking lot. No, I don't, actually, I replied to his statement. I had a backpack strapped on one shoulder, and Don carried his folder with a college algebra book in his right arm. Dude, college is a shit, bro. We're going to get laid like Brichters, Don said, grinning at me. I have no idea what a Brichter is, and remember, we're here to learn something, not chase skirt up and down the stairways, I said to him. Yeah, we're here to learn how many chicks we can bang in 1 week, Don replied with a smile. We both got into my car and drove home. After I got home, I decided to give Morgan a call. I dialed the phone number she gave me, and it rings a couple of times, then she picks up. Hello, she answered. Hi, is this Morgan? I asked. Yes, she replies. Hi, Morgan, this is Richard, or Rick. What's going on? I asked, trying to sound excited to hear her voice. Oh, hey, how are you? She answered back, cheerful as well. I was sitting in my room. I could hear my sister next door while she was in her room playing some loud music. My mom and dad were downstairs talking. I was lying in bed, twirling the phone cord like I always do, mostly when I was on the phone with Donnie. He would phone me regularly just to talk about everything and nothing at the same time. This was the first conversation in a while with someone else who I was talking to on the other end of the phone line. We spoke a little bit about school and what was going on in the class when she asked, Well, so when do you want to come over? As my heart began to beat a little faster. This Wednesday. I don't have to work, and our class is Friday, so that would be a good time to come over and study to go over the material, I said, which was true. She did mention studying, and I had to work at the pizza place Friday before school and weekends always. Alfred, my boss, had everyone work on weekends during peak hours, and I couldn't get out of it. So she gave me her address over the phone. I wrote it down on a piece of paper in my desk drawer. It turned out it wasn't far from the college. So, on the evening we were to study, I drive down there. She lived in a nice house, house sort of on the outskirts of Sunnyville. She answered the door wearing a dress, but fully clothed except she was barefoot. "Hello, come on in," she said, greeting me. "Thank you," I obliged and wiped my shoes on the floor mat. "You can leave your shoes on or take them off if you like," she suggested. I decided to leave my shoes at the doormat, even though they weren't dirty and my socks didn't smell too bad. "So, what do you think about this computer class?" she asked, as she walked into the kitchen while I took a seat on the living room couch while she got out a bowl of snacks. "Well, I think computer business management is self-explanatory," I said, trying to sound eloquent, pretending not to watch her bend over in the kitchen, reaching for the lower drawer for a plastic bowl to put chips and salsa in. "Okay, well, define self-explanatory," she countered intelligently. She looked very pretty that evening. I could tell she had put on makeup, and her hair was fixed up real nice. I don't know what type of perfume it was, but she smelled very good also. "Well, meaning that we eventually have to show the teacher, if not given the opportunity, to display our knowledge of the subject firsthand in person," I continued to explain to her. "So do you mean an oral presentation?" she asked, looking at me directly into my eyes. "Yes, you do the research, and I'll do the oral presentation to the class," I replied willingly. "Oh, Rick, that's so sweet of you. Here, why don't we sit on the couch, watch TV together while we think of a decent speech to write, and enjoy these chips and salsa," she said thoughtfully. "Sure," I replied. She brought over the plastic bowl with tortilla chips and a jar of medium-hot salsa. We both sat on the couch, watching TV under the pretext of eating chips and salsa, enjoying the program. Immediately, she looked over and put her arm around me while we were sitting on the couch. I leaned into her, and we both looked at each other in each other's eyes. We both knew what would happen next. We both drew lips and arms together, holding hands while sitting, and began to kiss slowly. She then wrapped her arm around my neck and shoulder, bringing me closer to her, making eye contact the entire time. She had nice brown hair, pretty green eyes, and freckles to boot, which made her that much more prettier. After kissing each other on the lips for a minute, we then advanced to kissing, with each other's tongues in our mouth. This made my heart start racing as she grabbed me even tighter while we were hugging and kissing and making out on her living room couch. The TV was on, but we weren't watching it, and no one else was home. The TV volume seemed like background audio noise as it still played. We were now kissing each other, both equally, while rubbing and caressing our shoulders and arms. I then began to touch her left breast underneath her shirt. To my immediate knowledge, she was not wearing a bra. I thought, since she let me touch her left breast, that I should touch the right one as well. Both of her nipples were literally hard at this point. She looked at me while kissing and then removed her shirt. She was now topless, with her breasts exposed. She still had on the lower undergarment dress, however. I kissed her lips for a little while, and then kissed her medium-sized breasts. She enjoyed it by making cooing and moaning sounds. "Oh, Rick, it feels so nice," she mumbled. "Oh, baby, you're so hot. I want you so bad," I said to her, as I was completely sober, but it felt as if I was a sex-crazed drunk, like my emotions and feelings were taking over. I then felt it in my pants as my dice began to perk up, literally upwards. While we were still kissing, she was grabbing me, while I fondled her breasts. They were a light milky color. She began to reach lower with her left hand this time, grabbing the shaft and the tip of my pecker in an upward and downward motion through my unzipped pants and boxer shorts. "Oh my God," I said as we were both still kissing and whispering while simultaneously fondling each other. My hand was on her breasts, and her hand was on my Peter. She stopped for a second. "Uh-oh," I thought. "Would you like to take this to the bedroom?" she asked as she got up and grabbed my hand, moving away from the couch. "Yeah, sure," I said as she then grabbed my hand and pulled off her dress. She was now completely naked, walking me from her living room to the bedroom, which was upstairs. She rented a 4-bedroom, 2-story house with roommates living there, but from the looks of it, they were not home most of the time. She walked me into her room. It was dark, with candles lit on the sides of her bed. She took off my pants, gripping my bare member, and pulled me onto her bed, as we continued to French kiss and fondle each other completely naked. I got on top of her as we were still kissing passionately. By this time, my Johnson was fully erect. I began touching her legs and then her vajayjay. She sighed with satisfaction. When it was about to begin, I asked her the question. "Should I put on a condom? I have one right here," I asked. She immediately shoved my hands away from the plastic wrapper as I was reaching for out of my pants and said, "No." "Okay," I replied. She then began to rub the top of her Victoria in a circular motion while moaning and groaning. I began to stick it in, but first she whispered in my ear while I mounted her and grabbed on. "Listen, go gentle at first, okay, Rick? But when I'm fully wet, go with the flow," she said as she wrapped her legs around me. I was on top and she was on bottom in missionary position, and on bed with the covers off. "Okay," I said. I grabbed the tip of my pecker and gently stuck it in the beginning of her velvet, lightly rubbing it at first for about 10 seconds. I put just a little bit of saliva on the tip and then softly inserted the tip of my pet snake inside her Vicky. "Oh," she gasped. I then continued kissing her gently on the lips. She responded by scratching her fingernails on my bare butt cheeks. "Oh, Rick," she moaned as her legs were fully spread now and the deep penetration could begin. At first, I was only half inside her. However, after about 2 minutes, the inside of her opened up. I was able to fully insert my hard member inside of her wet cave. "Oh, oh, 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 oh my God," she said in half moans and panting. "Oh, holy shit," I moaned like I was in deep trouble, except that I was having pleasurable sex and was in it to win it until I finished. "Yes, yes, 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 oh Morgan," I yelled while on top of her, repeatedly thrusting my hard member in and out of her Victoria region. She moaned and cooed back and forth. I could tell she didn't feel any pain or discomfort. It wasn't her time of the month either, which would be inconvenient for sex. There was no bleeding, and she wasn't on her period, so my guess that was she loved every second of it. She was properly lubricated. We didn't use any lotions or KY jelly either. We were both about halfway in when she said, "Oh, Rick, do me, Daddy, do me, Daddy, oh, Rick, oh, Rick." She was yelling at the top of her lungs inside the bedroom. I only hope the neighbors didn't hear us. This time the background noise was her bed squeaking back and forth, with the mattress slamming into the back wall, almost breaking the studs. "Oh, oh, oh, Rick, Rick," she continued. "Oh, yeah, baby, oh, baby, it feels so good," I moaned to her while having intercourse and kissing profusely. It seemed natural, pleasurable, and enjoyable, but it was something we were both working out on our own terms together. We were rubbing each other in a physical sort of way. Sex is funny for a guy. This wasn't my first time, but it was definitely my first time at a one-night stand. It felt as if I was swimming naked, except only my dick was submerged inside a swimming pool. After about 5 minutes of missionary, she pushed me off, got on top, and began riding me. Up and down, all the way up, all the way down. With each stroke, her nipples hard as rocks. I grabbed her waist as she rode me. I began to sit up in a 45-degree angle, kissing her on the lips, and then licking her nipples one at a time, as she thrust her hips over and over again, bouncing on top of me. It felt great with every upstroke as she tightened her hips and then loosened her hips, with each downstroke, to grab the base of my schlong inside her over and over. We made eye contact randomly and held each other while having intercourse throughout the duration. We didn't have any anal sex or oral sex. We only had conventional sex. I guess we were both so turned on we skipped the foreplay. "Oh, oh, oh, oh my God," she moaned as she rubbed my ding-dong for about 5 more minutes before she said, "Let's do it, doggy." "Okay," I whispered as she rolled over on her stomach, crouched in upwards position, knees bending over with her legs and feet spread outwards. I noticed she had pale white skin with some freckles, while her back was straight, with her head down and knees bent. Her calves extended outbound, curling her feet and toes hanging off the bed. Her bare ass was sticking up in the air. "Go ahead," she said as she began rubbing herself gently down there. She had a perfect round butt with both cheeks on each side of her Vicky, right in between symmetrically, almost like a porno movie with no camera, of course. She was on all fours, looking behind like in a rearview mirror. The view was very nice, I'm not going to lie. Not that I ever did lie, only to my parents and friends. Just kidding. I began to insert it once more. This time it felt a little different, in a lateral-like position, and I was able to move around more freely. She gyrated her hips just a little bit to let the snake better find its way in. I began thrusting as she was so wet her butt flapped as I hit it, with my hip bones slamming again into her from behind. We went for 3 minutes when I said, "Okay, lay down flat." "Like this?" she said. She positioned her knees downward and her legs extended, and she laid flat on the bed, stomach first, her face down, ass up, while I was still inside her. We were in the famous face down, ass up position. It was a great angle, not telling any fibs. "Yes, that's perfect," I said as I kissed her on top of her back and neck. "Oh yes, oh my God," I yelled as I lay on top of her backside, my member still inside her, but from a different approach on the rear. She reached around and grabbed my thigh to encourage me on. "Oh yes, Rick, you're so deep inside me," she moaned. While another minute went by, I could see myself on top of her, thrusting inside of her. The visual took over. I was about to have an orgasm. I could feel it approaching. "Oh shit, I'm going to come," I yelled as I timed it just right, pulled out, and then stroked it till it shot out like a rocket cannon. I finished, and it landed on her butt and also on her lower back. "Oh shit," I yelled on the top of my lungs as it took a couple of thrusts to get rid of it all, and it lasted for like 30 seconds until I was done. I wiped it off by rubbing the tip on her soft booty. "Oh, baby," I sighed as I laid back down on her bed naked, finally unmounted. We were both a little bit sweaty. At first I thought she was going to slap me for getting it all over her. I mean, at least I adequately pulled out and didn't spill a drop inside of her. I didn't want to get her pregnant, and she didn't mention if she was on birth control or not. So, while I was expecting the worst, she simply rolled over and said, "Good job." She then gave me a kiss and rolled off the bed while walking nude inside the bathroom, closing the door and turning on the shower to rinse off. I heard the running water from the shower while lying naked on her bed thinking, "Wow, this is heaven." I was still aroused from the sensation afterwards. I went to the bathroom after she was done to take a piss because I had to flush out the plumbing afterwards, if you know what I mean. I jumped in the shower to rinse off as well. We had a good night after that. We watched TV for a little bit and ate some food. We had sex 2 more times that night at her house after a full night of sleep and me leaving in the morning. "So, Rick, you're going to call me, right?" she asked as she grabbed my face towards hers and kissed me on the lips as I walked out. She was in her bathrobe and my hair was messed up and my one-day clothes were wrinkled. "Hey, Rick, let's just keep this between us, okay?" she asked while giving me a hug and kiss. "Of course I will, Morgan. I'll see you in class," I responded as I got into my car and drove away that morning. A certain set of pride was in me, as I was thinking like a young man who's getting laid and conquering the world. It was great, and the best way to describe it would be good pussy for my male readers. For my female readers, it was absolutely wonderful. On my way home, I stopped to get some breakfast at the local drive-thru. I ordered a sausage and egg breakfast burrito. It was at this Greek burger joint not far from her house that served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was a good place to eat at, although I forgot the name, but they opened early like at 6 a.m. I went home to eat my food and immediately called Donnie to inform him of what had happened. "Morgan and I had sex. It was great, man, and we fucked all night," I told him over the phone, trying to keep it quiet by not waking my little sister in the next room. "Really, bro? That's great, man. Congratulations," he said, giving me praise over the phone. I forgot how early it was, and my parents were still half asleep. I always had a telephone inside my room. Sometimes I could hear my little sister pick up on the downstairs phone to listen in. Sometimes I'd even eavesdrop on my mother's conversations because we had multiple phone lines in the house, all on the same line. Don sounded groggy, but he quickly changed the subject about some bullshit topic, his dad wanting to buy a hot rod in between business trips and have him and Sal restore it. I decided to cut the conversation short. Don could talk for hours or minutes. He didn't give a shit either way. "Right on, dude. I'll call you later," I said. "What time is it again?" "Okay, bro. Sounds good. Talk to you later." Click, he said, hanging up the phone. The next Friday, I saw Morgan sitting across from my desk in class. She was quiet, yet she was still smiling at me. I took it as a code of silence that she didn't want to display any affection yet. It was a typical boring class that night, with the teacher rambling on as usual. I never understood why these professors were on university payrolls to get up in front of a class to lecture, and that I'd have to shell out for tuition to enroll in the class, just to listen to some professor getting paid to talk all day long. That's how colleges made millions of dollars, I guess. Anyway, after class, she left another note on my desk. "Come over tonight. I need to see you." She left it right in front of me, but said nothing as she smiled and walked away. After I left the class, I noticed that Donnie wasn't waiting around for me as usual. The campus was outdoors with a parking lot surrounding it, and was lit up with halogen lights and that turned on automatically at nighttime. It was sort of creepy when I walked in the parking lot to the car by myself. I looked around, but I didn't see Donnie. Only a few other students were walking to their cars. "Oh well, I guess he got a ride home with someone else," I said out loud to myself. I started the car, let it warm up for a minute as usual, then drove out of the campus parking lot. I decided to buy Morgan some flowers on the way home. I think I really liked her at that particular moment. I stopped at the grocery market on the way home. I took a shower and got dressed, then put on a nice shirt and pair of shoes. I said goodbye to my parents and got inside my Cadillac Coupe de Ville to drive over to her house. She was close to the campus, so it wasn't that far. At this point, I felt as if my life was complete. I was going to marry this woman and have lots of kids with her. Maybe I could get a degree in computers and actually have a job in the same profession in the class we met at. When I got to her house, the downstairs lights were on and the upstairs were turned off. I thought everything was hunky-dory. What happened next still shocks me to this day. I walked up to her porch and knocked on the front door. When she opened the front door, I noticed she just stood there looking extremely pissed off. She didn't even say hi or hello and just stared at me, looking directly into my eyes on the front porch in her doorway. "Hey, how are you? I got something for you," I said to her. I began to hand her the roses, but she grabbed them out of my hands, and before I could do anything else, she hit me upside the head with them. Then she threw them down on the ground and literally attacked me full force, till I backed up all the way towards the end of the walkways into the grass. She was throwing slaps and punches toward my face. Luckily, she only dinked me with the roses, which barely scratched my face. I didn't hit back and only defended myself by putting up my hands and covering my face from her punches and slaps. Finally, I was able to back her off when I said, "Morgan, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?" I asked in disbelief. I could feel my face turn bright red, felt my adrenaline going, and my heart was pumping fast. "You're such a fucking asshole. You think I'm some fucking slut? The whole class knows we had sex now. I guess you couldn't keep your big mouth shut. Now everyone in class thinks I'm a slut," she yelled at the top of her lungs. I could hear her breathing heavy as she was hot and flustered and very upset. Not the same person I saw the other night, that's for sure. Her roommate was also home at the time. She was one of the girls that weren't home the other night, who apparently heard the commotion, came outside to intervene. Morgan then broke down crying and sobbing in an ultimate-like hysteria, like her grandmother had just died. The roommate consoled Morgan as she was sobbing on her shoulder, and they were both hugging. I just stood there at the bottom of her front porch in shock and disbelief. At this point, Morgan was completely ignoring me and only talking to her roommate. When her roommate heard all the racket, she must have figured out we were arguing and came out to Morgan's rescue. It was girl code, I guess. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and the roommate didn't say a goddamn thing to me. Like, "Hey, good job, buddy, for making Miss Morgan cry for absolutely no logical reason whatsoever," I thought to myself. Then her roommate noticed me standing there and looked over at me. I thought her roommate was going to start in on me also. The roommate was a female college student who was about Morgan's same size and same age also, I think, except that she had really dark brown hair and dark eyes. I guess maybe she was Hispanic. I didn't know much about her or even catch her name, but she knew mine, obviously. "Rick, I think it's a good idea if you just leave," she said, addressing me by name, although we had never formally met till that night. I guess it was one hell of a first impression. She was still embracing and comforting Morgan. "Okay," I replied, dumbfounded. I thought it was a good idea, better not to discuss the matter any further at that point. I turned around and walked away down the sidewalk. I then got into my seat that was parked on her street and drove away. I started up my car and began to drive off. I watched both of them walk inside the house. The roses that I bought her lay scattered all over the front porch. Then I saw the lights turn off. At this point, I knew it was over between us, and I couldn't understand what the hell went wrong either. On the way home, I began replaying the events in my head. What she said and what had happened. I was hurt and shocked and in total disbelief. Specifically, the thoughts entering my head were not what she said, but how she said it and how she looked at me. I hate it when people glare into my eyes expressing their emotions. She was super pissed off at me. I didn't really appreciate it nonetheless. I was quite perplexed of why this happened. How did the rest of the class find out we had sex? Who could have told her? Then the sinking feeling in my stomach kicked in. She did say she wanted to keep it a secret after we had sex. Who did she tell? Wait a minute. Who did I tell? Donnie, I said out loud. She hadn't told anyone, so that's why she was mad at me. The anger began to set in. I had put two and two together like a math equation and ascertained that perhaps it was my best friend who had tattled on me. Holy shit, Donnie told everyone in class that Morgan and I had sex, I said out loud. That's why Morgan was so pissed off, I said, talking to myself. Word had gotten out from my best friend Donnie, who had told everyone, thus starting a rumor that spread like wildfire that got back to Morgan during class. It must have been after she handed me the note. That's why Don wasn't out there to meet me after class. He had gotten a ride home with someone else to avoid any detection or questioning by me. I bet he secretly had Sal pick him up. It was like leaving the scene of a crime. My heart was still beating fast as I got home and went directly into my room feeling disappointed, sad, angry, and very embarrassed. Not only had I lost the girl of my dreams, but it was due to the possibility of my best friend who did it to me. So I thought, although this was not the first time Donnie had thrown me under the bus. So I knew it to be true. But why, I asked. Why would he do that to me? Was it jealousy or envy? I said, thinking out loud again. If he really did do this, I'd have to find out somehow. I had no solid proof, however, but time would tell. My mom and dad heard me come in, and they knew something was wrong. Everything okay, sweetie? My mom had asked. Everything is fine, Mom. I have to go up to my room and study, I told her, a white lie. Okay, she said. My dad just looked up and shrugged while he sat on the couch as he always did, reading the newspaper. I walked upstairs into my room and closed the door. I didn't want them to see the tears in my eyes. I thought about Morgan and how I didn't want to hurt her, but Shelley, my ex-girlfriend, was the same way. Certain females, I should say, could be extremely negative or overly sensitive, especially against men. Otherwise, perhaps when she was on her period, or it was that time of the month. Like a wild tiger protecting her cubs from predators. My mother had pointed that out to me one time when we had similar discussion that the way women feel about men is they are initially a threat to them. Women fear physical abuse from men and are scared that they will get raped, tortured, and then murdered. It sounds crazy to think about, but it's straight facts. Men are more bodily stronger and dominant, and if in contact with the wrong man, he could hurt her physically and mentally. I never understood why some women would stay in abusive relationships. And here I am, I've never hit a woman in my life, and I'm getting stuff thrown at me, slapped, and kicked. Not to be insensitive, but I laughed at the subject. Females just have a much more complex array of emotions, I thought, and it seems like if you make one false move or mistake with a woman, at least in a relationship, she will 86 you for life, with no second chances. It was my fault because she said to keep our sexual encounter between us. When a woman is upset, it's always the man's fault, no matter what, even if it is in fact her fault. I still thought it was completely unacceptable. How is someone else supposed to know what's wrong with the other person when they won't communicate? Some men were pussy whipped and do whatever their women tells them to. I mean, who wears the pants in the family? It proved to be true with Morgan. After a week or so, I called her house, and the roommate answered and said she wasn't there. She didn't return any of my calls. I noticed she wasn't in class either. I asked the teacher about it after class one day. He was sitting at his desk. He was a small man with a pinstripe button-up shirt, reading glasses, a pocket protector, and he had this 1970s styles mustache. He looked like he bought his clothes at, like, Dorks R Us. Do you know what happened to that girl Morgan who sat right next to me in class? I asked the professor. Well, she dropped the class. It's right before the six-week deadline, so she had time to withdraw, he said as he looked up at me with direct eye contact, then looked down, continuing what he was doing before, grading papers on his desk or something. I walked out of the classroom still in disbelief. When I got home, I wrote in my journal. I was heartbroken. What did I do wrong? I said, thinking out loud again, and as I really thought hard about Shelley and now Morgan, both of them had dumped me. One little mistake had done it. At this point, I was done with the opposite sex, I thought. Done. Too many radical emotions. They either are mad, glad, happy, or sad. Guys are either pissed off or in a good mood. No ifs, ands, or buts. Cut and dry. Girls are not. Why? I don't know why females are like that. I'm not God, and I didn't create man and woman to be on this earth. I was writing all of this stuff down in my journal. I felt that females in high school would always talk smack about males for being men the way they are. So I try to be different than most men, and the women I like turn around and use that against me? I felt betrayed and also now lacking a trust of females in a romantic relationship. It was very confusing to figure females out at that age. I think most females grow up having a little bit harder than males. They mature developing physically and mentally faster than us. Some females can't even figure out other females for that matter. It's like, what the heck do women want? Do they even know what they want? We're all people, but there are differences. I also didn't wear a condom, so it was at risk of contracting any and all sexually transmitted diseases. I went to the doctor's office to get tested at a later date. During the appointment, he inspected my privates and had me pee in a cup. He gave me a thorough examination. "Are you a homosexual, Mr. Tucker?" the doctor asked in the examination room. "No, sir. Why do you ask that?" I was a little offended. "Well, the state law requires that I ask you that. Anything pertaining to sexual activity, I have the right to ask you in confidence what your sexual preference is. You also have the right to not tell me. However, it can interfere with some treatments," the doctor said, looking at me inside the well-lit examination room. "Oh," I replied. I wanted to punch him in the face for asking me that. You don't ask someone that sort of thing on the streets. "Also for insurance reasons," the doctor said as he went back to his clipboard. "Oh, insurance. I thought you mean corrupt, greedy companies who take people's money and then don't pay out claims when someone is hurt. That type of insurance?" Again, I had to laugh to myself. He then drew blood from my arm with a huge needle that made me lightheaded. After they took about a quart of blood, it seemed like. It was a huge hypodermic needle, and they stick it right in your arm for about 30 seconds. After 6 weeks, I got the results. The doctor didn't even bother calling me. So I gave the office a call finally. The nurse answers the phone and says, "That's a good thing. No news is good news, and if you have a disease, we'll call you." Wow, I thought, so they leave you on the lurch unless you have a deadly disease, but if not, you have to find out on your own. I finally received my paperwork and it said HIV negative. The nurse told me to come back again in 6 months to get retested because sometimes HIV takes a while to show. I wasn't really worried. If I had AIDS, then fuck it. Nah, it was a serious thing to think about, especially back then, but we were both clean. We should have used protection. When I thought about it, I did regret it. Nowadays, HIV is like half the risk it used to be, although everyone is still susceptible, and no one is immune to it, not even now. Anyone who had unprotected sex or oral sex is at risk of getting an STD. However, due to my doctor visit, I gathered that perhaps homosexuals were at higher risk of getting the disease. My next course of action was to ask Donnie about it and see what he knew about Morgan. Ask him some questions. Predictably, he denied any knowledge of the incident when I told him about it. "Nah, man, I don't know what's up with that. I mean, at least you got in her pants, right?" he said after we had finished our shifts at the pizza joint driving home, as I explained it to him in the car. "Where were you after class that one night?" I asked him as he looked away. "Oh, my mom came and got me. She was back in town," as he said when he kicked up his feet on my dashboard like he always did. "Oh," I replied, and thinking it was rare that his mom would pick him up anywhere. This was before the use of cell phones, so there was no way of proving his story was true or false. I wasn't able to call or text him and check the log, if any mobile phone records in the late 90s. Nowadays, a person's phone number will be in your call log with a date and time, which can be used as evidence. He then conveniently changed the subject. "Yeah, my dad couldn't buy that hot rod after all. Not like Sal's dumbass could fix it," Don said to me while laughing. "Sal's a good up-and-coming mechanic," I said in his defense. "I know, man, I was joking. Wonder what he's doing tonight. We should call him up," Don says. "I have no idea what he's up to. Probably chilling with Billy somewhere," I replied as we both remained silent after that. Some of her friends later confirmed to me that someone did say something to spill the beans. It just wasn't revealed of who the person was. I ran into Morgan's roommate at the store one day, the one who stood at the front porch the night Morgan and I had our argument. It was very random. I was buying a snack at a store down the street from my house in the late afternoon when I noticed her there too. "Hi, have you talked to Morgan lately?" I asked her while she stood outside the convenience store. "No, apparently she moved back up to Oregon. I guess she was only down here for the computer class. Don't worry, it wasn't because of you. She just couldn't fit in down here in Sunnyville, I suppose." When the roommate told me that, it provided some relief. Maybe Morgan had a little case of culture shock and just wasn't fitting in and trying to make new friends in Sunnyville. She didn't want her reputation soiled. I was still sad and never fully understood how she felt, nor did she even bother to tell me. I was stuck with the guilt, and it was her choice to make, not mine. I had no choice. I had thanked her roommate and then said goodbye and drove home. Another interesting experience I had with this female teacher, I got good grades in college except for this computer lab class. I was enrolled in a class that you simply had to log in a certain number of hours for that semester and complete regular class assignments in the lab. Sort of like an after-school class. You had to swipe your student badge at the login area. Funny thing is, I complied with the class instructions and was there in attendance every day. The female teacher who was in charge of the lab only gave a brief introduction on the first day. I did everything she asked, except I never really talked to her. She'd always look at me or notice me there, so I knew that she acknowledged my presence also. I completed the 40 hours of lab time that was required. For some reason, I received an F for that class on my report card. It was a lab class, so it was only worth 1 unit for a course major. However, I never got around to asking her why she failed me. Is it because I wasn't her teacher's pet? Was there something wrong with my hours logged in with the class? I pretty much did everything right. Or maybe she flunked me because I didn't talk to her enough and she was a young female professor seeking attention. Could be all the above, I thought. I never asked her. I just moved on and let it go. Bad luck, I guess, but unfortunately the records are permanent. I regret not speaking to her later, and it was a sexist attitude of mine, I admit it. I assumed that she didn't give me a passing grade because she was a female and I was a male. Who knows? Okay, one Tusk here on the life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 9. The title for this chapter is called Morgan from Oregon. My last year in college, I saw Morgan one more time. I guess she had moved back down here, not sure of the reason why. I never got a chance to speak to her roommate again, so I had no information about it. She was standing outside the hallway. She was on a cell phone. Remember when I said I grew up before the millennium? We used telephones, payphones, and pagers. Well, this was when the cell phones had first come out. They were basically a smaller version of a cordless phone. Not everybody had one like today's world. She was actually talking on it with someone outside of class. I walked up to her, which was stupid to even make an attempt, I might add, to go up and talk to her. I go up to her and say, "Hi, I didn't know you came back down here to attend school again. It's good to see you, and how are you?" She gave me a cold hard stare and didn't say anything in response. "Oh, you're on your phone," I say to her, but she just turned away. At that point, I felt really small. She didn't want to talk to me and completely ignored me. I just walked away after that, and I never saw her again. I must have pissed her off. She just looked at me. I wish I could have grabbed the phone out of her hand and slapped her in the face, but I'm a guy and I can't do that. All of you readers know damn well if a male did that to a female, she would definitely do that. It wasn't fair. I thought girls can get away with anything, yet men can't get away with shit. No way could I be that rude and ignore someone like she did, but it's all good, I thought. She had just shined me on it and ignored me. I believe in the animal kingdom, we as humans don't relate to monkeys or apes. I think we relate more to lions socially. Physically, we are similar to apes, but apes pound on their chest, take over rival ape colonies, resort to cannibalism, and eat their own feces. Lions have a similar social structure to our human society. They have families and compete with one another. At that age, females reminded me of the lionesses on the plains of Africa. As a young kid, I was fascinated with National Geographic's big cat species, especially lions and tigers. They were my favorite animals to watch on TV. Lionesses are the mothers and nurturers. They do a lot of important things in society and life of a pride on the Serengeti Plains. They raise the cubs. They do most of the hunting. Lionesses all remain within unity of the pride. Lionesses stay in the pride for life. Lions, however, are bigger, stronger, and much more powerful than the lionesses. They do little of the hunting on the smaller animals and focus only on big game animals in a group hunt. The female often brings home the kill for the lion to eat while he just sleeps all day. Same as if a wife is cooking dinner for her husband, who just comes home from work and plops down on the couch. The males mate with the females and kill the cubs of the pride if they are not of their own bloodline. Lions then take over the pride. However, before this happens in full adulthood, in the adolescence phase, they are cast out when they reach full maturity. They are exiled or shunned amongst their group members, eventually having to leave and find a new pride. So in between those time periods, the young male lions have to go at it alone. They hunt alone, kill alone, and most don't make it to full adulthood. They get hungrier and stronger every day until they finally master the art of killing for themselves. Eventually the male lions who do survive on their own have to take over their own pride and start a new family. They also have to fight another lion in competition to take over that pride. He has to do so by killing the alpha male or pride male of that particular pride. They usually fight to the death. He then kills all the male lion's existing cubs. Then he mates with the lionesses, creating his own cubs. Then the process starts all over again with these big cats as he becomes old and weak. And other young lions have to kill him, going through the same thing he did. While the lionesses stick together in unity, the males will need to mate with her. She often lashes out at the lion, biting him and clawing him as he is on top of her while they mate. The females know that in order for their pride to survive, they will need at least one or two males to take on bigger prey on the Serengeti. I had realized that I was being treated no differently than a male lion. Morgan and I had already mated, therefore she had no further use for me, and I was kicked out of the pride. I must have shown her some type of male weakness. Maybe I wasn't big and strong enough for her, I thought. She didn't think I had what it would take to bring down a large giraffe in her pride and protect her cubs. I wasn't accepted into her social circle. She had mated with me, but due to her womanly instincts, rejected me in pursuit of another lion. This time it was an alpha male. Maybe that's it. I'm too weak. I need to be an alpha male with the lionesses. Like Donald, I thought. Don always seemed to have the upper hand with the females. Donnie was my male competitor. I had to kill him to take over the pride. However, Donald was the alpha and I was the omega. Meanwhile, Morgan's message to me was, I am woman, hear me roar, like a lioness on the plains of Africa, protecting her cubs from any male intruder with the love and support of the other females. Sometimes the lionesses do gang up on the male line, but not on the alpha male line, only the weak males. I needed to transition myself into an alpha male. Maybe Shelley and Morgan were both trying to tell me something. Their actions spoke louder than their words. Their words were not profound. They had both moved on in search of their male partner. It was time to move on to a different pride, I thought. It was a harsh world in the animal kingdom. I don't want to sound sexist and say all females are overly emotional and lack upper body strength compared to a male, but based on a lot of experiences. Depending on your mane, you are judged solely on your words, not your merit or your actions. Donnie knew exactly what to say to females. This meaning he lied. No female wants to hear a man's truth. I drink alcohol and use tobacco. Well, I like to go to the bar and have a couple drinks. This really means I'm an alcoholic and trying to quit smoking. Or when a man asks a woman out, for example, he might say, we should go out and have lunch or grab a cup of coffee. What his brain is really thinking is, hey, would you like to come inside and watch a movie so we can jump in my bed? From a strategic standpoint, we all seem to say different things to the opposite sex than what we actually think or mean. Why? Well, only God knows why. It's just a societal, a social normality for us Americans. I guess courting might be different in other countries. Just hit it and quit it, man, is what Sal and Donnie used to say. Which means get to know her, only get into her pants for carnal knowledge. They used to tease me and say I was too shy and scared to go up to females. See, Donnie always knew what to say to females. He would keep them talking forever, and he would talk them right into bed, and they'd fall for it every time. From an individual perspective, some females are victimized or used sexually when they in fact choose that male just because he had confidence or certain other deemed attractive qualities. And how did he gain that credence? By sexual intimacy with other females, which means he is a male gigolo, no different than a used car salesman who's only in it for the money, and doesn't care if a family drives off the dealership in a broken car. I know the game is fucked up, and not to sound sexist, but the girls we went to high school with who would only date a certain guy and then end up complaining about him to their friends, to me, were fake or superficial. For sake of argument, that gets favoritism, and females might have the upper hand when it comes to choosing a partner. Females will also clash with one another. I remember when Shelley and Brenda would get into a fight or argument. They wouldn't talk to each other for months without picking up the phone and calling each other. It was very stupid and immature, I thought. I guess Brenda would always borrow Shelley's clothes and never return them. Yet, I couldn't overstep my boundaries. I'd have to sit through it, and if I wanted to intervene, I couldn't. Shelley would get pissed at me if I was not supportive. I had to side with her and not Brenda. Personally, if I was a grown woman, I would think I'd have more to gain by having no career or job whatsoever. Just be a housewife and have the man go to work and pay for everything. Then I wouldn't have to go to work and hold down a job and raise a kid single-handedly at the same time while trying to pay the bills. I mean, doesn't it make more sense to have a male counterpart do it for you instead? That's why I never understood the women's liberation movement. I support female rights, I just didn't seem to understand the definition of it. Why would someone want to have a job when a man could go to work, pay all the bills, when you could just stay home and spend all his money? Why get a job and work 40 hours a week when you can marry a man who will go to work for you? I mean, isn't parenthood hard enough? In today's society, females are more independent as opposed to the 60s and 70s. Don't shoot the messenger. The rules are chosen by a select few to offer these thoughts in my journal. Males seem to make more money than females from a business standpoint. Without pissing off every feminist out there, I feel some things should be more equal. In high school, girls seem to get away with a lot more when growing up and don't have to fess up to their mistakes, instead passing off the blame to a male. I think both guilty parties involved should have to confess. Parents don't teach their children this. Boys have to be tough and strong, while the girls have to be more loving and feminine. How can the two genders advance and progress in society and surpass one another, which they can, by the way, if they are handicapped by their emotions and social status? It's how we were raised in our childhood growing up anyways. Girls tend to cry more and are very emotional sometimes, but on the other hand, boys get pissed off and angrier more often. Testosterone versus estrogen, I guess. It is what it is. Obviously, the human reproductive system dictates one gender gets a monthly cycle. Meanwhile, the other's reproductive system makes them want to mate twice a day, or at least imitate life through art, fantasy, and pornography if no mate is provided. When God, whoever created the universe, made man and woman, he or she thought of it as a sick joke. It was almost as if he or she did it for his or her own personal amusement. Let's create two different sexes, have them not think alike, or have the same feelings or communicative patterns, but let's throw hormones into the mix and have them be physically attracted to each other. Hence the fact of all these popular TV shows we watched, called soap operas and dating shows. It's entertaining to watch other people go through the heartaches and struggles of love and romance. We as humans are obsessed with finding the perfect soulmate because it's part of our basic human needs. I guess humans wouldn't be on this planet if otherwise. I also think that's why God created homosexuals, to stir up the pot and make things interesting. There were ancient homosexual cave drawings found in Africa indicating same-sex orientation has gone on for years. For homosexuals, it's easier for them to have sex with one another. It levels the playing field because there are not as many gays as there are straight people. A close-knit community might make it easier to find a mate versus one huge pond with plenty of fish. Or if you're a lesbian, it might simplify things a bit. Lesbians don't have to deal with men because they are not attracted to the opposite sex. Therefore, hypothetically, they might not encounter a physically abusive partner. For people who are heterosexual, it is definitely thought of as gross or unnatural for two men to have sexual intercourse. Even if two lesbians are walking through the park hand in hand with short, spiky haircuts, some of those who are watching may find that awkward or weird. I guess that's the way we as humans are made. We judge each other on everything. It's natural for gay people to be with the same sex, and does not seem natural or normal to straight people. I guess neither gay nor straight people have it any easier in society than each other, since everyone judges one another anyways. Again, since this is my book, I offer no apology, but only my thoughts and words. You can disagree with me if you like. Quote unquote, Only God can judge me? I'd also like to add that male and female emotions are programmed in our brains differently. Male emotions, for the most part, seem to be angry, mad, happy, and sad. Females seem to experience so much more of an array of emotions month to month and week to week, they don't even know what time their cycle is coming, making them moody and grouchy, or happy and silly, thus hindering certain genders from taking the reins as leaders and overpowering males in society. Males might not have that disadvantage. Men are physically stronger than women and have to perform heavier duties. Men might hurt their back from digging a ditch at work all day, come home, drink a beer, eat a steak, gain weight, have high cholesterol, not exercise enough, and get prostate cancer. Females have to go through childbirth, considering all the other physical ailments she might have to endure. In the end, it's not rocket scientist, but basic human nature. Individuals go out into the world and meet new people and eventually try to find a soulmate. Some find one quicker than others. Some take longer to find their soulmates than others. There is like an unwritten law between male and female interaction. Women have the right to choose amongst many different males that they are approached by. Men have to man up, go out on a limb, and ask the woman out. It's a set precedent in the United States, it seems like. Usually every male gets rejected at some point or another, and females have the option to not choose that male and just wait for the right one to come along. Unfortunately, corporations take advantage of this when money marketing comes into play. Manufacturing of weight loss products, makeup, hair care products, lotions, and every woman wants to look so beautiful that they are desired by men. Magazines show modeling weighing less than 100 pounds and claim it's the standard for a female body, which is ridiculous. Men tend to only focus on physical looks, unfortunately. Another aspect is male and female can be opposites personality-wise on certain issues, which might create tension. It seems like most women get comfort and love and support from other women. Not for men. Men tend to get along and communicate better with other men, and sometimes find it difficult to communicate with other women. This is what I had observed, at least in high school and college. Quiet guys basically finish last. So much importance is placed on the words spoken to these gals that some guys will talk to so many women and create lies just to gain interest and respect. Also, some men are cheaters and beaters. My friend Donnie knew all the pickup lines and only focused on two things: what she looked like and what he was going to say to get her into bed. See, what happened with Morgan was that she approached me first. I tended to be more of a quiet person. Some females do appreciate that. I noticed in college that some guys didn't approach females, and some even took offense to it based on my assumption. Their thoughts were like, why won't this guy come up and talk to me? Am I not pretty enough? The answer is simple. Guys make the first move, but she will always give a sign. He's either not interested or she's so attractive that she's been approached by so many other guys that it's hard to get a word in. It's called competition or cock blocking. Who gets the first girl wins. No one really likes that aspect of dating. This is probably described at any bar or club scene. I was more of an introvert. I didn't like standing around and waiting in lines to get in the bar. Heck, even at the grocery store like my father did. I found it extremely uncomfortable, and by the time I got to the front of the line, I wanted to leave so badly because of the time length. I got angry, irritated, and could be downright rude. Also, it didn't help that every Tom, Dick, and Harry decides to go grocery shopping on Wednesday during the store's peak hours. In Sunnyville especially, grocery stores were always crowded, and it being such a small town, you always run into someone you know. It's barbaric to even think it boils down to our basic caveman or Homo sapien era when men would club a woman over the head, dragging her by her hair, and fighting another male to the death for a mate. Primal instincts, maybe? It might be a strange outlook on life, but is there a better theory? Most normal people's aspirations are to get married and have children. The normal can get extremely boring and repetitive sometimes. It's not eccentric people who think like that. It could be that they are left-brain thinkers. Right-brain thinkers are the rarer breed. They base things off of creativity or subjective thinking. Left-brain thinkers might not have as much creativity and excel in mathematics, so they apply basic logic to everyday life. Donnie was good at math, so he applied that logic to his pickup game. If I go up and talk with as many girls as possible, eventually one of them will say yes and go out with me, he once told me. Most guys like Sal and Donnie didn't even care if they got rejected. I'd take the licking and keep on ticking, Sal once joked. Personally, I didn't care either, but it did hurt my ego a little bit. I'd rather ask a girl out who would say yes. I know it sounds unconventional, but it works. The thrill of the victory and agony of defeat. Plus, it's awkward approaching a total stranger, especially if they're not even interested and wants out of the situation just as much as you. Those who hesitate masturbate, Sal once said. I found it funny how some guys had a different perspective on women. Do it, pussy, do it. Ask her out, they told me at school when I first asked out Shelley. You'll hear guys chant at the lunch table and pounding their fists. It's the typical philosophy of the male macho chauvinism, similar to freshman football antics. Rah, 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 sis boom bah, such as college co-eds, liquor-fueled parties, date rape drugs circling, where fraternity dudes are on steroids just to get all the pussy, leaving only the dorks and losers who don't. Some young adults, that's all they have or are good at is being in a relationship, holding down a steady job, and that's it. Donnie and I like to party, watch bands play, surf, skate, and also deal drugs later in life. Being in a steady relationship doesn't always seem to fall into that category. Perhaps I overanalyze things too much. Everyone has to do what they have to do. For instance, our friend Brenda, she always had a boyfriend no matter what. Now, is this because she was pretty, which she was, or that she was not confident being single? Or was it the simple fact that she didn't want to be single? She was always with a guy, and yes, she was very pretty, but you have to wonder about her motives sometimes. I guess sometimes people don't have a choice whether being single or married. Brenda was considered by most guys as physically attractive. She was pretty and had nice physique. She went to the gym every day and was one of those do-gooder types who ate real healthy, sleeping with cucumbers over her eyes. She pedicured her toenails every day and manicured her fingernails religiously. Although, just because most men found her attractive doesn't mean I did. I personally thought she was stuck up and, lack of a better word, a total bitch. She just happened to be one of Shelley's good friends, and I was forced into her social circle. You're so strange, Rick, she once told me. Yeah, Brenda, sorry, I'm not fake and superficial, smiling in people's faces and then gossiping about them behind their back, I felt like telling her. Just because we didn't like each other doesn't mean we couldn't be friends. She would just say stupid things at the worst moment. Telling the cops we were ditching, telling Shelley she should wear this type of makeup. She was always a teacher's pet in class. I just thought of her as super fake. I mean, I didn't hate her. She was just the type of person who would complain about getting sand in between her toes when going to the beach. Like a person who walks down the street from the bakery carrying a loaf of bread, crying that they don't have any roast beef. Here's her and Jack's relationship was also superficial. Plus, she was always flirting with Donnie, Sal, Felix, and the rest of my friends. Who knows, maybe I'm jealous. Maybe she just wanted to make me jealous. As I mentioned earlier, I knew she was attractive, but I wasn't head over heels for Brenda. Maybe she knew all along and acted snobby to get my attention. This was the game some people play, and I chose not to play it. One Tusk here. Chapter 10, The Sunnyville Blues. Life of Donald Brickman. Drugs were a big problem at our community in Sunnyville. A lot of people I knew were experimenting by taking meth. Another problem was Billy and Sal were taking speed on a regular basis and buying it from us. Donnie was dealing it on the side. I'll never forget this day outside Felix's property where he lived. It was off a ranch outside our neighborhood. Hey man, you want to make some extra money? Don asked me, as he always had that grin. Yeah, sure, why not? I'm not going to become a male stripper if that's what you're asking, I replied jokingly. Yeah, I know all the facts. Think you have a great ass. Remember that one time at the pizza place that gay guy was hitting on you? Don said, trying to punch me in the arm. Fuck you. Get to the point, Donnie, I told him. He'd always take a detour in the conversation with a joke, in this case, a deflection of some sort. Well, Felix will come out and explain it to us, Don said, lighting up a cigarette. Felix lived on a property outside in the hills. There were tall green trees in between them, with a dirt driveway, and a house on top of a hill with horse stables. The horse stables had one pony, several mares, and stallions. They didn't own the horses. The rancher who purchased the estate in which they lived on did. It was not a typical household for a family of Mexicans, and sorry to anyone reading this who feels otherwise. He finally came out of the house with his sisters yelling at him as usual. They were all heavy-set and didn't like me too much. Don, of course, had better rapport with them as usual. He came out smelling like a rose. Felix, you idiota! You have to take your clothes out of the washing machine in order to dry them, pendejo. His older sister was yelling at him. I forget her name. It was Maria or something. Cállate, Felix replied as he came out in a white tank top, an unshaven face, with his Groucho Marx mustache. Sorry, Holmes. It's that time of the month, ese. Hey, follow me, Holmes. I have to show you two vatos. We both followed Felix into the mobile home behind the main house where no one had lived. It was a mess. The kitchen was a living area was stacked with boxes that had cobwebs. Rat turds were everywhere, on the floorboards, on the cupboards, tabletops. The place was obviously infested with vermin. Check this out, Holmes. I'm working with this El Gordo Samoan named Addy, Holmes. He cooks primo meth, essay. This shit is glass. It fucks you up. I'm going to slang, essay, to my homeboys in jail. They will sneak this shit in. Addy needs you white boys to take this shit across town to some bikers and deliver it. For every kilo you move, Holmes, he will pay you $1,000, essay. Felix said as he was fidgeting around in the cupboards of the motorhome when he pulled out a blue bag. He opened it, and inside was 2 bags of what looked like white stuff in brick pack and wrapped with duct tape around them. He handed 2 bricks to Donnie. Here you go, Brickman. Get it? Bricks. You're the Brickman, essay. Donnie took the 2 kilos of meth and stuck them inside his bag. Don was crazy sometimes, but Felix was a straight nut job. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a serial killer like Charles Manson or Jeffrey Dahmer. He dressed like a scumbag, too, always wearing a wife-beater, jeans, white tennis shoes. He dressed like a wannabe gangbanger. Cool. Thanks, Felix, Donald said. At this point, I was thinking very rapidly. We had just become drug dealers from this point on. We both shook Felix's hands, symbolizing our partnership. Then Felix took out his knife, cut into one of the bricks, and poured out some meth on the table inside the trailer, and he chopped up 3 big lines for us to toot. Here you go, essay. Some good shit, Holmes. Felix took out a dollar bill, then rolled it into a tooter and snorted the first line. That's some good shit, Holmes. I was dead silent at this point. Thanks, bro. I appreciate this, Felix, Donnie said as he grabbed the tooter and snorted a line. I was always up last. Fuck it, I said as I snorted back a line of crystal meth. It was pure glass. My nose was burning badly for about 5 minutes and turned red like Rudolph's. What happened in the next 24 hours was crazy. We stayed up at Felix's trailer for about 5 hours. We were playing poker, high off of speed, sitting at his table dealing cards to one another. We were lighting cigarettes one after another, it seemed like. All of a sudden, Felix stood up. I have to go, Holmes. It's 5 o'clock. I have to be someplace, he says, as he got up and shook our hands. I must have been really high. I kept seeing invisible rats running around his trailer. Maybe they were the real deal. I don't know. I felt euphoric, but my heart was also beating very fast. Cool, Felix. Take it easy, man, Donnie said to him as we shook hands. Felix walked out, got on his bicycle, and took off down the dirt road, leaving the ranch. It was now evening time. What do you want to do now, Don? I asked him, as we were both high on meth and were not in our right state of minds. Let's go to my house. Just call your mom and tell her you are spending the night. Tell her my housekeeper's here and that my mom will be home later tonight. Don had come up with a great story. I didn't want to be around my parents on this drug, they'd noticed for sure. I had this handheld pocket poker video game that I somehow acquired from Felix's trailer. It worked, too. It was a 5-card draw handheld video game. It was very cheap, but I started playing it as we walked home. It was getting cloudy and dark outside. We got to Don's house. I phoned home and explained that we were going to do schoolwork and that his mom would be home later, which was a lie. Most of the time, Donnie's parents were never home. Okay, as long as you do your schoolwork and there's an adult there, my mother said over the phone. Love you, I said as I hung up. Don went upstairs to stash the meth and got it ready to deliver it for Addie. I took a seat on his couch, still very high from the meth. His house was a 5-bedroom, 2-story house. It was very large and upscale. I looked out the window, and it was now dark. I didn't realize 2 hours had passed straight by while I was playing this video game. I got a full house, flush, 2-pair, 3-of-a-kind. I was becoming addicted. I was also high on meth. Jesus Christ, you're still playing that video game? Donnie said, using blasphemy as he came down the stairs. Yes, I'm breaking the world record right here, I replied, spun out of my gourd. The video game had all these weird sounds, and when you would score points, I finally put the game down after about 5 hours. We then went up to his room. He put on a movie, but we didn't watch it. Instead, we sat around his room and didn't sleep a wink while we drew pictures all night. We also talked briefly about school while high on meth. We had to go to school the next day. This was the life on drugs. It wasn't one that I recommend. Here's a scene break for you. When Donnie started dealing meth, he was known as the Brickman. This was the nickname Felix had coined for him. This big dude we knew, named Addy, was a drug dealer who cooked methamphetamine. He also sold pot. Felix had introduced us to Addy when we had to buy some pot off of him. He was a big Samoan biker dude. Addy's property consisted of this manufactured home in a secluded location on a small piece of land. He had a lot of big tattooed biker dudes hanging out over there. They're all pretty burly guys, and you didn't want to mess with them for sure. I'd always enjoy hearing the motorcycle start up and loud revving sound from the engine. I knew how to ride dirt bikes. My dad taught me at a young age the principles of using a clutch. 1 down and 5 up is the motorcycle standard gear shift pattern, depending on how many gears, usually 5 or 6. I would always get nervous going over there with Donnie and Felix because all the other bikers who would pull up on their bikes were always carrying a knife or gun. There would be like 4 or 5 of them, so I kept it cool by not showing fear but not kissing ass either. I wouldn't talk that much, so Addy would call me Quiet Boy. So we would go over to his house to buy pot, and we always had to stay at least 20 minutes. That was his rule. We would sit on his couch, smoke out, and watch TV. However, one time Addy asked us to do a favor. We had to take this backpack across the town to one of Addy's buddies. We gradually complied and agreed to drive across town and come back immediately. As Don and I were driving, Donnie sitting in the passenger seat, he opened the backpack to look inside it. "What's in the bag?" I asked. Don opened up the bag and showed me what looked like 4 medium-sized, rolled-up packages wrapped with some duct tape. Don used his little pocket knife to open one of the bags and tasted some of the white stuff. "This is glass, bro. Premium shit," Don said enthusiastically as he snorted more of it, then licked his lips like he was sampling a platter. "Ag!" He let out a loud yell and then proceeded to punch himself on the chest, making a strange sound, trying to mimic a gorilla or chimpanzee, I'm guessing. "Dude, Don, don't even sniff that shit. You'll be spun out of your gourd by the time we get there. You won't be able to sleep a wink before class also," I demanded, as I turned down the music on the car stereo for a second, yelling at him. "Fuck it, man, ha ha ha. I have to test sample the goods." Don let out a roar of laughter as he snorted another decent-sized line of speed on the blade of his pocket knife. "This is a finder's fee. I'm sure Addy won't mind," Don exclaimed while laughing out loud. "You are crazy. What if he does? Do you know what he will do to you?" I argued as Don ignored my response. We pulled up to the address Addy gave us. It looked like a run-down house in a Section 8 neighborhood in Sunnyville. I could see some graffiti on the walls behind the house as we pulled up. There were a lot of shady people standing outside on the street corner. They all looked like tweakers or white trash creeps. Some biker dude answered the front door and looked at us for 30 seconds. Without saying anything, with a straight face and no smile, he asks us, "You guys here for Addy?" "Yes," Don and I answered both as we nodded our heads. He looked at us and said, "Hold on for 1 second. I'll be right back." The biker then shut the door, only to return a minute later. "Here you go. This is for Addy's order," he said as we took the bag from him. I could hear the people on the street corner talking about us. Speaking in low whispers, I could feel them watching us, and maybe planning to jack us. He handed us the bag as we gave him the backpack Addy had us deliver in an even exchange. We got the bag and started to carry it and walk away, when the man said something I'll never forget. "Don't hide it, divide it." Which meant sell it to as many junkies as possible so they could get high off of it. He could also be referring to a Wall Street term. Spread your money into various accounts at high interest versus keeping all of your money in one bank account. He smiled at us and was wearing a black leather biker jacket with cut-off sleeves. He also had long hair with a couple of ear piercings. He had a couple of rings on his fingers too, and wore some type of spiked bracelet. "You boys have a good one and take care of yourselves, brothers," the biker said as he shut the door. Both backpacks were identical in color and the same brand. We made it out safely and drove out of the run-down housing tract. Donnie opened the backpack that Addy's biker friend gave us, and it was filled with neatly stacked, crisp and clean wrapped $100 bills. It was the older bills back then. Nowadays, a lot of these bills have a blue ribbon in them to prevent counterfeiting. These ones didn't. There looked to be about $50,000 in the bag from where I was sitting. My thoughts were racing into overdrive now. This favor Addie asked us to do was a felony drug trafficking charge. If we were to get pulled over by the police or DEA, we'd get arrested for sure. Luckily, Donnie said, "Let's go back to Addie's. We have to finish this business." I could see the effects of the meth were kicking in with Donnie. He was licking his lips, playing with his lighter, and also his pupils were dilated. I was glad he didn't want to try to sneak into the bar again and order alcohol. I could tell he was tweaking. It was getting dark as we returned back to Addie's lot. We were driving through town in evening traffic. Donnie was sitting shotgun, and I was behind the wheel. We made it safely to Addie's, despite Don's motivation to turn the radio dial up full volume on the way back. Keep in mind, we had $50,000 of drug money in the back seat. "Leave it, Donnie!" I yelled at him to leave the radio alone while the loud music was still blasting through the speakers. When Addie opened the door to let us in, he had his shirt off and his house reeked of beer and cigarettes. He lived in a small manufactured type home, not quite like a motorhome, but smaller than a traditional size house. "Thanks, bro. Mahalo." He handed us both a stack of $1,000 each. I know he was Samoan, but he spoke like he was Hawaiian. Maybe the reason being is a lot of people from Polynesian islands migrated to Hawaii. It's the last stop before they move here to the mainland. He was not the typical Samoan, I'm guessing, being that he cooked methamphetamine. He then took the backpack and shut the door. At this point, we both didn't know what to do. We had $1,000, and back then it was a ton of money. Keep in mind, we weren't even 21 years old yet, so we decided to go back to the neighborhood and celebrate. Felix and Donnie had the ice cream man who lived in the neighborhood buy us a 40-ounce case style malt beer to party with. He'd drive us to the liquor store in his old cigarette-filled ashtray with flush interior, a 1985 Lincoln Continental sedan. It had a similar paint job to my Coupe de Ville. We would give him the cash, then he'd walk into the lit-up liquor store at night and buy us a case of 40-ounce beers. Then we went behind the hills in the back of our housing tract at one of our secret spots. It was located outside the perimeter wall adjacent to a housing development. It was literally right up the street from my house. We opened up the 40-ounce bottles of malt beer and began drinking and celebrating. Felix was, of course, talking about his favorite word, brouhaha. It was getting late on a Friday night, and we were still underage of legal drinking age. As young adults, we would always party in the back hills behind the housing tract, our favorite spot. I didn't know what the life of mine was becoming, as I skated home from the dirt field where we had been partying with some of the neighborhood kids. Shelley and Michelle would always show up to hang out with us, smoke pot, and drink with us at this place also. However, this was the year before we had just become drug dealers without even knowing it. Felix was another problem for us. He was pretty crazy sometimes. My dad always said he was a bad seed. Felix was a gangbanger or tough guy, that is how I would describe him. I don't know why Latin Americans are always associated with the drug trade. I think because it's legal for the most part in some of those countries. In South America, they grow, manufacture the product, and then carry it over here. It is definitely a valuable commodity that particular country has. Maybe, like diamonds from Africa, or poppy fields in Southeast Asia, but it all boils down to supply and demand. Without people willing to consume or get high off of the drugs, there would be no need for supply. People consume drugs no differently than food or candy, and buy it no differently than the way we shop for electronics or clothes at the mall. I always felt our government keeps certain illegal drugs because the street value is so high that crooked cops, DEA, politicians, or all the above can make dirty money on the side. If the drugs were legalized, the rich people in the drug trade wouldn't make as much money off of it and would have to go legitimate. I'm sure judges, lawyers, and corrupt politicians receive really high bribes from drug dealers, making it easier for them to smuggle illegal drugs into the country. It's all about money and power. Then say the DEA arrests some would-be traffickers like Don and myself, for example, for 15 kilos of methamphetamine. They would lock us up and throw away the key for selling the drugs to people who would want to take them anyways. Only for the cycle to start all over again, some dude on the corner in the ghetto standing there selling crack cocaine or heroin all over again. Wouldn't it be safer if the USA were to sell drugs legally? Also trading shares on Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, Cocaine Inc., and etc. I had asked myself that when the day come if the government ever decided to legalize all drugs. Then, wouldn't everyone turn into drug addicts? A common response amongst people opposing that view when I asked that question. My answer is no, not everyone takes drugs. Some people can't even take aspirin. Some people are super religious and have never tried drugs in their life. However, I think most humans have tried an illegal drug at least once in their life. No disrespect to any Jesus freaks or super religious fanatics reading this. Again, it all boils back down to supply and demand. On the other hand, what about alcohol? It was illegal in the prohibition area of the 20s. Now it's legal and people turn into alcoholics, not to mention all the people involved in drunken driving deaths. Plus, people are going to take illegal drugs no matter what. Drug peddlers will never stop trying to smuggle drugs into the United States, regardless of any types of law enforcement tactics. For sake of argument, people take aspirin, ibuprofen, lisinopril, Vicodin, or antibiotics. Are all of those drugs safe for you to take, even though they are legal with a prescription from a doctor? What about side effects? If cocaine was sold legally, would people still buy it? These are all good questions to ask. Felix had first introduced us into the drug trade. He was a psychopath, and how I've described him in this book isn't even the half of it yet. He once bragged about shooting this rabid dog in the back hills behind our house. I don't think other Mexicans liked him either, meaning like other cholos or gangsters. He was more pale-skinned. Also, he had a white father and a Mexican mother, but it's how Felix's mindset was that made him the devil he become. Hey bro, pass me the brouhaha, his favorite line. He always had some type of illegal substance on him, whether it be a gun, knife, speed, coke. He came to your house smiling in your face, then 2 weeks later your house would get broken into and robbed. He didn't give a shit about anyone. He doesn't respect nada, as his homies would say in Spanish. Felix also stole computers from high school and musical instruments too. I truly believe Felix was what my dad called a bad seed. As dirty as he was, I still befriended him, and I think my rationale was that some people like him are just born that way. Same way a gay person is. They don't know why they are that way, they just are. My dad said he knew millions of Felixes in his time, meaning he knew trouble when he saw it. He would forbid me to hang out with him, but of course I did anyways. I guess Don's dad was too busy to warn him about guys like Felix. Felix named Donnie the Brickman because he had bricks of methamphetamine all the time. A slang term, or whatever the case may be. You're the Brickman, Holmes, bruja. Felix was very foolish sometimes. Well, maybe not just sometimes. Okay, one Tusk here. The Life of Donald Brickman. This is Chapter 11. Don and I's Independence. A little bit after college and working at the warehouse job, Donald and I had rented an apartment together. It was on the other side of town in Sunnyville. I remember one incident when we were chilling in the living room, drinking beer, playing video games with Sal and Billy, when a large rock came crashing through the front window. We were on the second story. I don't know how or why someone would do that. To this day, we thought it was a prank. It could have been Prankster Mike. We still had to pay for it. Everyone would always come over like it was a house party. Sal, Billy, Sean, Hector, Brenda, and even her boyfriend Jack would stop by to party with us. We often got several noise complaints on a Friday night. It was a nice place. It had 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. We had a couch in the living room with a TV and stereo with a kitchen counter type of setup. The room also had a ceiling fan. I had the master bedroom and Don had the guest bathroom and bedroom as well. We would have people over to play cards, hang out, and invite girls over. We would be very loud playing drinking games, pissing off the neighbors to no avail. On top of that, we would often throw parties that lasted till 4 in the morning. The big screen TV we owned, connected with a decent-sized stereo system we could rock out to or listen to music, which we would play loudly on a Friday night. Also, this one time, Don and I both had sex with these 2 broads while living there. We were both in each room next to each other. I'll get into that in a little bit. Since Donnie and I were both done with Shelly and Michelle at this point, Brenda would come over to hang out with us, but she was with that guy Jack, who'd visit her at the pizza place. Like I said earlier, Brenda had nice curves and to me was physically attractive, but a total bimbo. Only reason she hung out with us because of Donnie and Sal. However, we decided to branch out a little bit. There was these two older women who worked at the apartment office. I forget their names. One was a blonde and was very well endowed in the chest area with a petite body. The other was a brunette, of course. You guessed it. She was taller and had a peculiar voice. It started when I would turn in the rent check. Now that Donnie and I had just begun dealing drugs, plus we were working together at the warehouse jobs and pizza place, we could afford the nice place. You owe this apartment complex $650 this month, Mr. Tucker, plus an extra $50 for the trash and utilities, she said as I walked into her office at the front of the apartment complex to hand her the check personally. I was the only one with a checking account. Donnie only used cash and wasn't too savvy when it came to financial stuff. The apartment was next to a freeway and car dealership in Sunnyville. There were cars driving past at all hours of the night, and the place was very noisy. We had to shut the windows to fall asleep sometimes. Okay, here you go, ma'am. Here's $700 for this month's rent, I said as I wrote out the check for $700 and gave it to her. Thank you so much, she said with a winking smile. This was the petite blonde with huge boobs. She also had a very pretty face, medium-length hair, and dark blue eyes. She was wearing an elegant business office-type outfit. However, her big breasts were poking out right through her white top. I was trying not to stare as she was sitting at the desk answering the phone, multitasking, talking with me at the same time. Suddenly, her friend or coworker comes in the office, the tall one, and says, "Hey, do you live with your buddy in apartment 101? She asks with a smile. "Yes, I do, that's right. Why do you ask?" I replied. "You're a roommate." "What's his name?" she asked, looking over at her friend as they both smiled. "Donald. He's my best friend," I replied. Then, all of a sudden, the blonde says, "Well, we should all go out and get a drink sometime, the four of us," she suggested gleefully. "Okay, I'll let him know," I said as I walked out of the office. As I left, I could hear the phone ringing, and she picked it up. She had a nice voice when she answered. Her other girlfriend, who was taller, had a deeper voice, it seemed like. They were all dressed in stylish office-type attire, which to me they looked like real estate agents. I kept staring at the blonde's breasts. I could see her nipples poking through her white top. She didn't seem to mind as she noticed me looking. "We'll see you later, hon," the other girl said with a wink and smile as I walked out of the office. My next task was to relay the message to Donnie and get his input. I went back to the apartment to tell Don what had happened. "Really? All right, man. You're a pimp. Let's meet up with these broads tonight," Donnie yelled as if this was an extravagant event coming up. "I don't know, man. We should wait and see what happens," I replied, as my suggestion was to not over-pursue the ladies and let them pursue us. "Those who wait, masturbate," Don said, grinning, as usual. "Yeah, well, maybe you do with all those porno mags you have in the bathroom." It was true. Since living together, I noticed that Don always had pornographic magazines laying on our coffee table, and Sal would always come over after work and read them. "She's got great tits, man," he would say with grease all over his hands from working at the mechanic shop. "You're getting grease on them, bro," Don would warn him. "Come on, let's get ready to go," Don said while staring at himself in the bathroom mirror. We both put on our nice button-up shirts, pants, and shoes like we were going to a family reunion or Sunday brunch. Don reeked of cologne, which he often sprayed 10 times all over himself. He also let out a huge fart as he went to the bathroom. My guess was to take a dump. "I've released the demons, and now I'm ready," he said, closing the door. His bathroom smelled nothing less of a sewer, and I was lucky we didn't have to share bathrooms. I got myself ready and clean-shaven and put on a fresh, clean shirt out of the dryer. As I walked into the living room, Donnie asks, "You're going to wear that?" with a scowl on his face. "Yes, I am. You got a problem with that?" I replied sarcastically. "Yes, I do. It sucks." He would always try to chip away at my confidence by dogging on the way I dressed. We were wearing similar outfits, except Donnie had a red button-up shirt and I had a white shirt. I hated red, and I thought it was a terrible color to wear. Don always seemed to wear it. He would always compare clothes with me like we were in a men's GQ fashion magazine or something. We mostly dressed like skaters, sporting t-shirts and jeans, but when I'd go to a family functions or out on dates, I'd wear a flush button-up shirt with dress shoes and khakis. So back to the two broads. We go to the office, and Don says, "Wait outside, let me go in there, and I'll do the talking." So there I am standing outside when all of a sudden Don comes out with the two office ladies, whose names I forgot. The tall one with the deep voice says, "Hello, perfect timing. We just got off work and it's happy hour." The blonde with the big boobs comes up to me and immediately takes me by the arm and says, "Yes, I could go for a cocktail right about now." So we all pile into my Cadillac Coupe de Ville and head out to a local bar for happy hour this one evening. It was a typical dive bar in Sunnyville. Bar stools lined with cigarette ashtrays, pool tables, and a bandstand was front and center. Judging by the barroom decorations, the place looked like it was frequented by either bikers or cowboy patrons. The small establishment was semi-full with mostly an older type of crowd that evening. There were motorcycles and trucks parked out front. My car, since it was a huge Cadillac, could barely fit into one parking spot. I will admit we got very intoxicated that night, to say the least. We did about 8 shots of tequila and chased it with beer. We were barely 21 years old at the time, maybe younger. As I said before, it didn't matter. Dawn and I had our ways of purchasing alcohol. We listened to the jukebox, shot a few games of pool while the girls danced for a little bit. Aside from buying rounds of drinks at the bar, we didn't do anything else that night. So we ended up taking the 2 girls back to our apartment after about 4 hours of drinking at this dive. We were headed back to the apartment, very intoxicated. Luckily, it was a short drive. I got us back to our place and we started to hang out in the living room. Donnie and I immediately started making out with these 2 broads on the couch. "Would you like to take this somewhere else?" the blonde asks, and we're making out. Next thing you know, we're taking it to the bedroom. We start having sex. I used a condom this time with the blonde, who was well endowed in the chest area. We did it for 30 minutes, and it was great. However, when we were done, we could hear Donnie and the other girl still going at it. We both started laughing as we could hear her moan in the other bedroom. "Oh, oh, 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 yeah, that's it," she moaned very loudly as I could hear a smack sound too. "You like that, bitch, huh?" I could hear Donnie's voice. We both snuck by the doorway where we could tune into it all. It sounded like Donnie was smacking her ass with a belt or something. We heard them moan and groan until they finally came out of the room. Afterward, they both got their stuff together and say, "Well, thanks for the good time tonight, gentlemen." "Oh, it was our pleasure," Donnie replied as we both kissed the girls goodnight and sent them on their way. "That was badass, bro," Don said, high-fiving me. "Hell yeah, we will have to call those bras again," I said as we went back into the room. This was Donnie and mine's first sexual experience with women together in the same house. He was bragging about it to Sal the very next day. "Yeah, I love a woman with a big ass," Sal shouted. "Yeah, we did it for like 3 hours, huh, Rick?" Donnie said to Sal, exaggerating as usual. "Did you get laid too, Rick?" Sal asked. "Of course, man. We weren't in my bedroom playing Parcheesi." We all laughed hysterically. Usually when a guy gets laid, he has to brag about it to all his other friends. It was the night after we had sex. We invited Sal and Billy over to come and play cards. "Hey, what's up, man?" Billy said, who was high as a kite because he was talking up a storm and he was definitely on methamphetamine. "Man, do you guys remember the time we went to the store to get cigarettes, bro? We were up all night in my parents' garage." "Remember? We were philosophizing about the universe and life itself." He kept rambling on and on. "Yes, we remember, Billy. Now go over there and shuffle the cards," Sal said, giving Billy an order. Usually Sal had Billy's back. "How much you give him?" Donnie asked, as Sal answers. "Like 2 lines. I needed someone to help clean out my mom's basement." I could overhear Donnie and Sal talking in the living room. I could see Billy was restless, so I gave him the poker chips to stack up, and he went to town lining them up across the kitchen table. "Let's go get some beer. Billy and Sal will stay here," Don said to me as we got in my car and drove down to the liquor store. We walk in, just the 2 of us, and the liquor store owner was on the phone speaking Arabic while smoking a cigarette. To me, the inside of his store always smelled like burnt rice and body odor. Donnie and I were barely 21, but the owner didn't give a shit. He didn't even check our ID and sold booze to us regardless. "Okay, buddy, please come again. Thank you," he'd say as we walk out the door. "Okay, buddy," Don said, mimicking his accent. Don took his pack of smokes and started smacking it against his palm, making the cigarettes tighter as he always did. "Okay, let's go back to the pad, see what those assholes are up to," Donnie said, lighting up a cigarette, referring to Billy and Sal. It was a chilly night in Sunnyville. The liquor store wasn't far from the apartment and right next to the freeway. I could hear the cars passing by, a million people all headed to someplace that we would never know where. Sometimes I wish I could get out of Sunnyville. Not that I didn't love our liquor store owners. They all seemed to be from the Middle East. Don would always make fun of their accent. He would always do impressions of them, and some were very funny. He'd always imitate our boss, Alfred, at the pizza place, and also Adrian at the warehouse job. Now that we were dealing meth, we worked for the Simone guy, Addy, who was Don's next voice. "Hey, brah, nardy brah," he would say, because this was how Addy was an islander and used a dialogue known as pigeon talk. When we get back to the apartment, Billy started asking Donnie for more meth. Donnie and Sal refused as we all sat down at the poker table. Donnie was always first up, and we played 5-card draw or 5-card stud. The games would go quick as opposed to 7-card stud, which was what I liked to play better, but Don wouldn't have it. We usually play all night. We had the music playing in the background and a fridge full of beer, with Donnie and I drinking most of it. "Okay, I'm all in, bro," Sal said, slamming his cards on the table. I could tell he was high on meth also, but he was more subtle about it. He'd always lick his lips and mustache. I pronounced. I had a flush of spades. When we showed our cards, Sal had 2 10s and 3 jacks. He had a full house. "Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Rick," he said, gloating in my face, with his weary dark eyes and mustache looking very sadistic. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Billy chimed in and started laughing and squealing. He had a very odd laugh. "Shut the fuck up, Billy," I yelled, pissed off that I lost the hand. "Ha ha!" Don started laughing too. It seemed as if Don was always laughing when I got insulted or lost a poker game. We were having a good time when it happened. All of a sudden, we hear this crash sound in the window shattering out in the front living room of our apartment. "Oh shit!" we all yell as we run outside to see who did it, except no one was in sight. I scanned the parking lot and saw no one. Whoever did it must have been on foot and in close proximity. They also had to have a quick getaway route. We returned to the living room to find broken glass everywhere and a large brick-like rock lying on the floor next to it. "Who the fuck would do something like this?" Don said, laughing out loud. I didn't think it was funny, and I flipped out on everyone. "You fucking dipshits! See, this is what we get, Donnie, for having people over, bro." "Chill out, Rick. This wasn't our fault," Sal said to me. "I'll clean it up, man. Give me the broom, man. I'm fucking Mr. Clean," Billy said, tweaking balls. "Shut the fuck up, man. Cleaning shit's in the closet," I told Billy as he got the cleaning utensils out. If anything, Billy had been the perfect candidate for cleaning house, due to how high on meth he was. We got out the broom and dustpan and cleaned up most of the glass. Don and I got some duct tape and cardboard from the garage to patch up the broken window. Since we were either all high or drunk, we decided that calling the cops would be out of the question. I guess the neighbors didn't hear it either. "This sucks, man. What a way to ruin a good night," Sal said, helping Billy pick up the pieces of glass. "Bet it was those 2 broads from the other night," I said as Donnie looked up. Donnie then lit up to joint as if to say, "Don't worry about it," and then sat back down on the couch. And that was how the night ended. Billy stayed up all night tweaking balls, but when I woke up the next morning, him and Sal were both gone. Don and I went to some hardware store to buy the replacement window, and it cost about $100. Still to this day, we don't know who did it. I thought it could have been those 2 broads we had the one-night stand with. Donnie, however, rejected the idea of this thought. We surmised it was perhaps some kids playing a prank who lived in the complex. Ironically, the 2 girls who we banged that worked in the main office were gone the next day. I went to go check it out and investigate like I was an undercover agent, but when I went inside the front office, another gal was there answering the phones. "Hey, what happened to the other 2 ladies that worked here?" I asked as I poked my head in the front door. "They were both transferred to another office. Is there something I can help you with, sir?" she asked politely. "No thanks, have a good one," I said as I walked out. It was kind of a coincidence that they would happen to transfer a day after our front window was broken. Okay, here's a scene break for you here. Take a little break. Besides our mischievous hobbies, sometimes Donnie and I would go fishing at the dock by the lake. It was just outside of Sunnyville, and we would use mostly worms on hooks to catch catfish, and then release them. They didn't taste very good when you ate them, at least to us. We were too far a drive from the ocean to go surfing all the time, and skateboarding got boring, so we would go to the lake to fish. We weren't experts, but we knew how to tie a knot, toss a line out, and wait for a bite. "You boys catch anything yet?" This old man who was always up there would ask us, and share his fishing stories about the past. "Not yet, sir. Right now we couldn't catch a case of the clap." Donnie would reply to him jokingly. Well, son, that's why they call it fishing and not catching, he said as he let out a cackle. I guess we respected the old man for his knowledge and wisdom. Plus, he was very nice and friendly. Usually, and not to stereotype, an older person to us was seen as an authority figure. We never went fishing without an 18-pack of beer. We would bring a little bit of weed, too, and Donnie had to have his cigarettes. We would ask other fishermen about this spot, but they were all secretive about it, like they were in the elite fishermen's club. Yet, mostly we would go down to the dock to drink beer and talk about our business. This was the topic we'd usually talk about, trafficking methamphetamine for our drug dealer, Addie. So, how much does Addie got coming in this month for production? I asked Donnie as we both sat at the small lake, our fishing poles hanging off the dock. Our lines lay motionless in the murky water. It was sort of foggy out that day, and very still out. No wind. I grabbed a bag of pretzels out of Donnie's backpack, in with all his other possessions. Weed, lighter, towel, fish hooks, and fake bait, plus a gold coin he had gotten from his grandpa. I preferred to use real worms when I fished, and I'd buy a small cup for like 75 cents at the bait shop not far from the lake. Everything inside Don's backpack lay neat and organized, even though we had just walked down the trail to the dock from the parking lot to get there. He's cooking a lot, man. He's making a whole batch for this summer, and we have to move a couple of keys for the bikers, and that should be good, Donnie said, taking a gulp of his lager-style beer with condensation dripping off the can. That's a lot of weight, man. He's making a whole batch for this summer. We need to stay off the radar from the cops. We should make a lot of money for this deal, I said, cracking open a can of beer. At this point, I didn't see anything wrong with what we were doing. People use speed. It was supply and demand. We were bringing the product to the bikers. Our only problem was Donnie was dealing it on the side. We were done taking speed. It got way too crazy. Staying up nights on end, and the withdrawal symptoms were nothing short of an extreme delusional psychosis. I once had an hallucination that I saw an invisible rat crawling in my closet, which actually wasn't there except in my mind. These were the common side effects of excessive use of methamphetamine. I preferred psychedelics. LSD was pretty crazy, and the high lasted for a long time. Psilocybin mushrooms were also intense, but had a different type of effect. I'd like to take the drugs outdoors, preferably on a camping trip to help experience nature. The plants and trees looked pretty trippy on shrooms, sort of wavy-like. Marijuana had milder hallucinogenic effects. Sometimes we would hike up this place in the mountains known as the Waterfalls. We'd invite all our friends up there and jump in a freshwater pool during springtime, after the snow runoff from the mountains in the winter. The place was gorgeous, located in a lush green valley with lots of trees and flowers, on top of a plateau with lots of rock formations. This place was very beautiful indeed, except one time I think Sean or Hector, I forgot who it was, almost fell down one of the cliffs. It was about 40 feet straight down. It's definitely dangerous when a bunch of young adults go up there drinking alcohol, taking drugs, getting intoxicated, and jumping into a 6-foot deep pool of water. It was a popular known hangout spot back then. Before the internet, we obtained information by word of mouth. If there were parties, we wouldn't know about it through social media. We'd have to ask someone or call around. Then we would have to look it up on a map or drive with a person who knew how to get there. In retrospect, the 80s and 90s were a pivotal time in computerized machinery with the introduction to many new technologies. So, when we went to these places, if someone got lost or missing, we'd have to walk to a phone booth because we couldn't send them a text message or call a person's mobile to locate them. We went on this hike with Donnie, Sean, and Hector up to the waterfalls this one sunny afternoon. We saw other people there we didn't know who were hanging out and swimming. Anyways, all of a sudden Don and I look at each other. Where's Sean and Hector at? As we both shrug. Let's call out for them, I said to Don. Yo, Hector, Sean, where are you? Don yelled out as you could hear it echoing throughout the canyon. It was often blue skies and peaceful up there. I'm sure there were lots of wildlife in the area. We mostly come across birds, insects, however, often saw paw prints. that of which didn't look domesticated. We started to worry because coyotes, snakes, bobcats, and mountain lions lived up there as well. I let out a huge whistle. Don and I could whistle pretty well. Don was great at whistling tunes. I was good at a loud whistle. I closed both of my lips, slightly placed both index fingers and thumbs into my mouth, and let out a huge... You could hear it echo all across the canyon. We heard and saw nothing after the whistle. "You boys okay? Everything all right?" A concerned lady with her kids came over to check on us. She was there with her kids, and they were hiking back down the trail. "Yes, we have lost our friends," Donnie tells her. "Well, we are headed back down the trail to the parking lot. If we see them, we'll let them know you're looking for them." "What are their names?" the nice lady asked us. "Sean and Hector. They are brothers, ma'am," I told her. "Okay, will do," she said as they walked away. We decided to wait on top of the trailhead by the falls for an hour to see if they showed up. Nothing. "Let's go back to the car and we can notify the ranger or something," Don said to me, making a lot of sense. "Okay, yeah, let's go. It's getting dark and no telling what comes out at night. Any type of wildlife or canine or feline isn't good," I said as the trail posted warning signs of mountain lions and bobcats in the area. Mountain lions were notorious for attacking people, but in very random and seldom situations out in the wilderness. Worst of all, it was almost nightfall, and they were nocturnal creatures. As we walk back down the trail, we hear laughing. "Dude, you idiot, Sean. You got us lost," Hector yelled. "No, I didn't. I told you there was a fish pond down below. You were the one who took us down the wrong way." I can make out their voices with a huge sense of relief at this point. Don and I knew they were okay, so what did we decide to do? "Hey, Rick, let's ambush them, man," Don said, grabbing some sticks and rocks. "All right, let's do it." All of a sudden, Don runs to the other side of the trail. I hide below the trail, sort of in a gully. It looked like they had taken a side trail that connected to the main divide. I could hear their voices getting closer as Don and I were hiding. We could see each other and we were giggling. Hector and Sean appeared out of the brush, and I now could hear their voices clearly. "Dude, I wonder where Rick and Donnie are at," Hector said to his brother, whining as usual. They were both smaller in size and stature, two little brown-haired kids, who Don and I would pick on from time to time, but they were our friends. All of a sudden, Donnie jumps out, drop-kicks Sean, and hits him in the leg with a stick. "The Gooks, Viet Cong! Charlie!" Donnie yelled, whipping him hard enough with the twig. "Ouch! Cut it out, Donnie!" Sean said, running away with the dirt on his clothes and little marks from the legs from Donnie's stick whipping. I decided to only throw some dirt pebbles at Hector, since Sean got the worst of our attack. "Hey, Rick, man, stop it, dude." "Where were you guys?" Hector asked as a fun stop. "Where were you guys is the better question. We were looking all over for you, stupid." I asked, glaring at Hector. He and I got along pretty well, and I didn't need to sugarcoat stuff with him. "Well, this little dummy got us lost here," Hector said, placing the blame on his younger brother. "Well, you're the one who wanted to check out the fish pond down below," Sean pleaded. There's a fish pond down there? We should have brought our fishing poles, Rick." Don was grinning. "Well, we'll have to do it next time. It's getting dark, and we got to head back," I said with authority because I was the only driver. As we drove back down, we laughed, giggled, and made fun of each other. Don was always messing with Sean and always telling him, "Cut it out, Don." The drive back from the waterfalls to Sunnyville was only about 45 minutes. Hector was riding shotgun with me in my famous Cadillac Coupe de Ville, and Donnie would always sit in the back seat to torture Sean, putting him in a headlock and lightly punching him in the arm. As boys or young men, we played rough. It was human nature. We had camaraderie amongst our peers. We dropped Sean and Hector off at the same time. They both get out simultaneously and walk into their house. As Don and I were driving away, we say, "Later, fags." Ha ha ha. As we circled around Hector and Sean's house, who lived right down the street from both Don and I's parents' house, we see Sean and Hector's older sister come outside. She was the hot senior girl who was older than us. She was a teacher's aide in my computer class freshman year, I believe. She came outside in a mid-top shirt, high shorts, with her nice long legs and petite body. She walked outside to the end of the front lawn to pick up the newspaper. We both saw her bend over, and Don and I immediately looked at each other as we sped off. "I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers," Don said as we went home. She was very pretty, and all the other guys gawked at her. She was always wearing beach clothing. Every time we'd go over there, she'd be brushing her hair or grooming herself in some shape or form. She was every boy's wet dream. She knew it and didn't care either. I think she dressed that way on purpose. She knew she was beautiful. At the time, I don't think she had a boyfriend. At one point or another, she dated Brenda's boyfriend, Jack, from the pizza parlor, before they were together. In Sunnyville, everybody knew everybody. And there were only 2 high schools at the time when we grew up there. Dirt roads, paved streets, 1 freeway, and backyard swimming pools were the normal part of daily suburban life. Sunnyville had 1 movie theater, a shopping mall, and about 5 supermarkets and 10 liquor stores. Sunnyville had middle-class, lower-middle-class neighborhoods with some poorer areas. The super-rich communities were always gated. There wasn't a huge financial or entertainment industry inside a small town such as Sunnyville. Most of the good jobs were either in construction or with the school district. It was a rural, suburban environment, so you'd either have to move or commute to the city for better-paying jobs, which a lot of people, such as Donnie's father, who was a lawyer at this huge law firm, did. I'd always see him get in his car early for work and see him get home super late. The traffic coming back from the city was a nightmare. Sunnyville had its lower-class, middle-class, and upper-class neighborhoods. Some communities, known as Tuscany, were gated and had huge mansions with rich families living in them. We lived about an hour away from the city, so this meant everyone knew each other and gossiped about everyone and everything. Sean and Hector's sister was known as a hottie, and probably all of the other guy friends masturbated to her at least once or twice. She always had nicely shaved legs, pedicured toenails, and manicured nails. Plus, she'd always wear expensive open-toed high heels or shoes when she'd dress up. She had smaller breasts, which weren't to Dawn's liking, but she had a short, petite body, and she knew how to strut. She wasn't very social or talkative with her younger brother's friends. She answered the door one time when I knocked. "Hi, are Hector and Sean here?" I say. She would just look away and yell, "Sean, Hector, the door." Oh well, she was a lot nicer to look at than Felix's sisters. Hector and Sean had a big family. His mom and dad were always friendly. They had another older brother who had gone to a big university right out of high school. Dawn and I always talked about leaving Sunnyville. We envied the fact that Sean and Hector's older brother got out. Sunnyville was like a fishbowl. It had a curse, and most people would say once you've lived in Sunnyville, you never leave, or always ended up coming back. Being that we knew everyone made it all that much easier to sell our meth product, in which we began trafficking for our drug dealer, Addie. This was the turning point for us. A couple years out of high school, a few semesters of college, 2 jobs and an apartment, and now we're drug dealers. I was still very close to my family. Don wasn't so close with his. His parents were nice and always friendly to me. His dad apparently liked to surf also. "You boys hit any good waves lately?" he'd ask me sometimes. "Yeah, we went to that spot by the train tracks," Don would tell him. "Just no sharks this time, huh, boys?" Don's mother would chime in. My parents would still make me dinner and I'd stop by often, even though Donnie and I had our own apartment. My mom would always cook, and as usual, Don would join us. "How's your boy's new place?" my dad said to both of us as we sat down at the dinner table. "Oh, it's going pretty good, you know," I'd say to him. We'd have small talk as we stuffed our faces. It was spaghetti and meatballs night, which was my favorite. My mom cooked it to perfection, even though it's easy to make. I tried to cook it myself a couple times, but I could never match the flavor. My sister was never home and lived her own life. Our household probably reminded other people of a TV family sitcom show. My parents suspected that I used drugs, but couldn't prove it most of the time. Sometimes my father would find marijuana inside my dressing drawer when I lived at home. He would always snoop through my room, and he liked the smell because he had smoked it himself. My mom was straight and narrow type who didn't really try drugs. She just had to have her evening glass of wine. At the time, when Don and I started dealing drugs, we were experimenting with them as well. However, we started to become Addie's go-to guys, and initially when we would buy pot from him. Out of the blue, he asked us to do this favor one day that was it. Donald was the main trafficker, and I was the right-hand man. "Hey, brah, here you go, brah," Addie would say. He was a large fellow with dark skin and long hair. He claimed he was born on the island of Samoa. He would show us pictures of his buddies hanging out by the palm trees, cooking or roasting pigs back home on the island. He called it island time. I think he also lived in Hawaii for a short period of time, as I had mentioned earlier. He was in the manufacturing business before he used to make light bulb sockets on assembly lines or something. I guess he quit his regular job because selling drugs made a lot more money. Brah, it's good you have 2 regular type jobs. That way, if the cops bust you, there's a legal alibi, Addie once told us. I have a side business that I use for a front for taxes to avoid fraud from the IRS. It helps keep away prying eyes. Since Donald and I like to surf, he would tell us about the storms in Samoa and where surfers like to go. His family's ethnicity was islanders. They were nice people, but big, physically, like they could play professional football. He seemed to like us and trust us. That's why we started an illegal drug business together. 1 Tusk, Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 12, Sunnyville Sheriff. Sheriff John William Baker was a neatly dressed, clean-cut cop from the state of Texas. He was a Caucasian with brown hair, blue eyes, with neatly combed short hair, and a thin mustache. An ex-Marine, he had done 2 tours in Vietnam, 1968 through 1972. One, including Khe Sanh, which included some counterintelligence duty, and he also fought through the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. He also played in high school and college football, but decided to quit college to go to Nam. He was one of the very few volunteers who didn't get drafted. This guy was a machine. He had a wife and 2 daughters. He moved out to California in the late 90s, only to complain about Californian college football teams he didn't like, and that he missed his college teams so much in Texas. He stood about 6'2" and was bulky with a muscular build. He could probably handle himself physically amongst any human being on the planet. He had a weight room in his garage where he'd pump iron for the job. At the time, he didn't look a day older than 45, but I'm sure he aged more than that. He was also that cop who we didn't know at the time, who had surveillance on Donnie and I for suspicion of drug trafficking. Donnie never liked people who moved from Texas to California. He would always bag on them. They wear their cowboy boots at the beach like they were knee-deep in cow shit instead of sand. Yeehaw! He would make fun of the dude's accents mostly. In spite of the fact, you wouldn't want to tango with Sheriff Baker. I mean, literally, he was so physically fit, he could probably beat anyone in a dance contest. He also had special weapons training in the Marines, a solid Vietnam veteran, a true enforcer, and like I said, counterintelligence training. So why the hell would you settle for a county sheriff, John? You're way overqualified than a deputy. We're talking the FBI or DEA or even the CIA, his superior officer asked him one day. Are you kidding me? A job consisting of shoving papers across the desk all day and wearing a suit and tie? Then dealing with backstabbing bureaucrats all day with specific agendas? I don't think so, he said in a southern Texan accent. Out here in the shit, as we called it in Vietnam, or out in the streets is where I belong. I'm a people person, Ned. I don't like no 9-to-5 job neither, he said very cool, calm, and collectively to Ned Peters, his senior officer. Ned Peters was with the DEA, and he was John's superior officer in the Joint Task Force. One day, he and Ned had a meeting with some other DEA agents. They all took a seat inside John's office. So tell me about these 2 jokers who are peddling meth right out of high school again, John asked, as he sat down in his old metal chair and kicked up his boots on his old dusky desk. You could tell he'd never been in there that much. His decorations are scarce, with only 3 pictures, one of his wife and kids, and one of him graduating the academy. There was also a picture of him on a fishing boat in the ocean off the coast of Florida on a warm, sunny day. He was holding up a 200-pound marlin with 3 other people at the picture in the dock. The meeting ensued as the secretary in the office brought the gentlemen each a cup of coffee. One of the agents brought the steaming cup gently to his lips for a sip, while John and Ned stirred theirs with cream and sugar. They were talking about the case and also making small talk about family and politics when John intervened and said, "I don't like this Donnie Brickman twerp. His rich parents coddled him, no involvement in school activities. His father is some hotshot lawyer, and his mother is a health care practitioner or nurse midwife, I think it is. This Donald fellow never seems to have any parental supervision. Destined for trouble, some of these rich kids are. His mother and father were never home to take care of him." John had spoken insightfully. "We should go after this fellow Richard Tucker. I mean, he played varsity soccer, which is not even a real sport," Sheriff Baker said while playing with his mustache. "I mean, put on some pads, buddy. Play middle linebacker college like I did. We can get him to turn informant." Ha 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 ha. Roars of laughter erupted as Ned Peters and also some colleagues had joined in the discussion in Sheriff Baker's office. Phones were ringing in the background, but it was a real small police substation with only about 10 employees. There are mostly female administrative clerks in dispatch and a few deputies, all under the supervision of Sheriff Baker's command. Ned Peters and his associates were in an assigned narcotics division, since John Baker had local ties to California upon moving here from Texas. They thought he'd be the perfect front man on this case, while they just sat back and gathered intel from his findings and listened to his reports. "My point is, this Richard Tucker, he's a good kid, just mixed up with the wrong crowd, and that's their names. Felix Garcia, a wannabe gangbanger with some prison ties to some Latin gang called the 13s. I have a record on Eddie Sarasota, who is a big Samoan character that expired driver's license from Honolulu, Hawaii." Sheriff Baker pointed out to Ned Peters and his associates, who were wearing suit and ties standing in John's office as a presentation. "Eddie's the kingpin in this small-time methamphetamine operation. All this adds up to is Richard Tucker will give us up Donnie Brickman and his best friend, and in turn that will lead me to Felix and then Eddie." "Sounds good, John. The DEA has been catching a lot of these heats about these methamphetamine labs booming in Sunnyville. From California to Washington, D.C., this is a drug epidemic. It's small, yet it could turn into something big. We need to know the supply line of this Eddie Sarasota. We also need to know about Felix's connections," Ned said to John as he hunched over to shake his hand goodbye. "Let me know when you can go on a deep-sea fishing trip in Mexico. Carol and the kids could go," Ned Peters said to John as he walked out of the office. Carol was John's wife of 18 years. "Okay, sounds good, Ned. I'll let you know. I'll give you a call," Sheriff Baker said as he got up out of his chair to reciprocate the warm greetings. Ned's associates shook hands as well to say farewell as they walked out of the room. John sat back down in his chair and turned around to look at the pictures on his desk. He fixated on the picture of him on the fishing boat docked at the harbor in Florida. He was holding up the Marlin by the tail with 2 other people helping him on the dock. Take him and his kids fishing? John could barely take his own kids fishing for a half-day trip. He was looking to catch another fish, the human kind, and the kind that sold methamphetamine. Despite all of Sheriff Baker's special weapons training, he only carried a Smith & Wesson .38 snub-nose or a .357 revolver. He enjoyed shooting those type of pistols. They never jammed, and only bad thing was you had to reload every 6 shots. Loaded with Winchester special rounds, he once said he shot a criminal right in the chest who had a knife to a nurse's throat in a public hospital. One late afternoon, he described the heroic tale to all the female clerks and dispatchers at his office. He once explained to a colleague of why he would only carry a vest and a small caliber pistol. It was back when he was in Texas and was the only sheriff that could respond within a 30-mile range. The hospital was located in southern Texas, and there are mostly open plains down there and a lot of cities. "I arrived on scene and saw a female nurse being held with some fellas with a switchblade to her throat. I walked in the front lobby and she was scared but made eye contact with me. While my gun was drawn, she had decisively elbowed him in the chest and broke away free. He lunged for her afterwards and I had a clear shot right in the chest. Coroner said it stopped the heart so clean that it was the same as a lethal injection." Sheriff Baker had cleared his throat and continued on. "His body was still moving for 10 seconds, yet his heart stopped. He fell to the ground instantly after that, but for those 10 seconds, I felt this here revolver was the only defense I ever needed, here on out." That was his explanation to his colleagues of the reason why he would only carry a vest and a small caliber pistol. It was easier to draw on your opponent, and a .38 snub would never jam on him. We had quickly become acquainted with Sheriff one day in Sunnyville. It started with Sheriff John Baker conducting surveillance on Addie's house. John Baker was a smart cop. He knew the streets very well, and a smaller town like Sunnyville was easier to patrol. We had no way of knowing how Sheriff Baker obtained the information. My guess was a tip by an informant. So, this one evening, Don and I are leaving after completing a pickup for Addie. That was when we'd go to that biker's house I was telling you about earlier, in the crummy part of Sunnyville. We would usually do our pickups and drop-offs at night. It was easier to avoid detection, plus we were not drug trafficking in broad daylight. As we were leaving, I see red flashing lights behind the Cadillac while we were driving away. We were getting pulled over. Apparently Donnie didn't have anything on him, no methamphetamine or other contraband, luckily. I, however, had a quarter baggie of pot, and I didn't want to get busted, so I quickly shoved it into my mouth and chewed it up to swallow the pot. "Donnie, throw this baggie under the seat," I said to him, just as I pulled over to the side of the road on the dirt shoulder. "Okay, bro, just relax," Don said as he just sat there playing cool and sitting still as a statue. My heart was racing and I was very nervous, but I tried to maintain composure. "How you boys doing tonight? I'm Sheriff John Baker of Sunnyville Sheriff's Department. Can I see your driver's license and registration, please?" Mr. Baker asked as he leaned his head inside the window and shined his flashlight on us, and also throughout the inside of my vehicle. "Here you go, sir. Did I do something wrong?" I asked professionally. "Well, you have an expired registration tag on your back license plate. On top of that, I notice you're leaving 3100 Grove Drive. You know the person of the residency there, sir?" Sheriff Baker asked as he looked directly into my eyes. Donnie sat there and played it cool like nothing was happening. "Yes, sir. He's our friend," I replied. "Well, how come you were there for only 10 minutes? Sheriff Baker asked, as I already knew he had the place under surveillance and saw us leave. Luckily, he hadn't been watching us an hour before when we had large quantities of methamphetamine in my trunk. These cops were apparently spying on the location and were stopping any would-be drug traffickers. It was plain as day. I thought it was unconstitutional, and there was no probable cause, except if they did believe narcotics were on the premises. They could search our vehicles while leaving. I don't know how that would hold up in the court of law. Donnie's dad was a lawyer, so I learned a little bit from him while talking to him at the dinner table. "Well, sir, I don't know how long we've been there. We just had to stop by for a little bit," I said to him, still thinking I was passing this exam or interrogation with a C+ grade. "Well, I have reason to believe you have narcotics inside your vehicle. Please step out of the car." "You too, sir, please," he said to Donnie as we both got up out of the car. At this time, another black and white police car pulled up, and 2 more officers got out assisting Sheriff Baker. They came up and looked at us with the eyes like we were fresh fish to be caught, as they somewhat had smiles on their faces. All were deputies, and I could read the patch on their uniforms. Sunnyville Police Department, to protect and to serve. They had us turn around and put our hands on the hood of the car as they patted us down thoroughly. The other officers pulled Donald to the side. Sheriff Baker had me sit on the curb. As I sat there on the curb, they told Donnie to go sit next to me after they had searched him as well. Don still played it cool and even made eye contact with me, but we both said nothing. The officers were looking through my coupe de ville with flashlights and were wearing rubber gloves. They started filling with the dashboard, then underneath the seats, to the back seat, then opened up the hood, looked underneath the car, and last but not least, they finally opened the trunk. Luckily, as I said earlier, they had nothing on me. I heard Sheriff Baker communicating the situation to the dispatcher on the radio. "Yes, 2 male Caucasians in a late 1970s Cadillac Coupe de Ville vehicle with white paint and gray trim," Sheriff Baker said into the microphone. 10-4, roger that, I could hear back. He looked away from us as he'd push on the button to talk in his shoulder mic. After they completed their search, I hear him say on the radio, "Everything code forward to dispatch. I'm going to cut these guys loose." Without saying much to us, the other officers returned to their vehicles as we were parked on the side of the street, close to the main highway as we could see cars passing by. It almost felt like I was on stage in drama class, the way they had their spotlights on us. The red and blue flashing lights looked sort of cool as they lit up the road on the dirt shoulder in the dark. Mostly what I could hear was cars passing by on the main highway and radio chatter emanating from inside the police car. I knew with each passing car that the people were watching all of this. I could also hear the steady purr of the idle engine to the police cruisers that the officers had parked surrounding us. Apparently, they leave their car turned on in case they have to leave on another call very suddenly. I always thought how funny it would be to just jump right in and drive away. Not so funny looking behind bars, I guess. It took about 30 minutes at least, I'm guessing, by the time this whole fiasco was done with. After they were done with their search, radio, communication, and procedure, Sheriff Baker finally came back and handed me my driver's license and wallet and said, "You are free to go," looking into my eyes like an eagle. "Thanks, officer," I said, obviously relieved we weren't going to jail. "If I were you, Mr. Tucker, I'd get some new friends," he said to me as we got in the car and prepared to drive away. All of a sudden, I hear on the radio dispatcher yell on the microphone, "We have a 210 in progress. We need backup assistance now." The two police cruisers sped off in a hurry. My whole vehicle was left as is after they completed their search. They hadn't bothered to close the doors or close the trunk, for that matter. "Fuck those fucking pigs. Wish I could spit in their face," Donnie said as we drove away. I had forgotten that I had swallowed all that marijuana, and after about 2 hours of ingestion, I was very high. I was extremely high. I was so high I thought I might have to go to the hospital. I stayed up almost half the night lying awake in bed. I went into the bathroom and my eyes were slanted, and my heart raced as I looked into the mirror. Extreme paranoia, I guess. It wasn't as fun as I thought it'd be. It lasted for at least a whole day. Never in my entire life have I been that stoned. Taking drugs was something I learned about how to do as a teen. I don't recommend it, however. If you've never taken any drugs, or at least illegal drugs, let me explain it to you a little bit. Due to the legal requirements, I can't quote the exact process of how to manufacture methamphetamine in this book. I can't give you the full details on how Addie was a master at cooking methamphetamine. Addie had practiced it a long time. I don't know how he learned it to make it in the islands or what. He was good at it, to say the least. Put it like this, the way Addie cooked meth was like a fine cuisine chef. Like I cook in the kitchen at a 5-star restaurant, frying up a juicy slab of filet mignon cooked to perfection. He'd cook the steak for 5 minutes on each side. Then he would turn the steak to 45 degrees to create a cross burn mark. Then 5 minutes on the other side. Then take it off the grill and let it simmer in the spices with sauce dripping, and foil over it to preserve the heat. He'd cook it in the back of his property in a secret tool shed that he had in the back of his land. It was an indoor lab, sort of. I remember the putrid smell of methamphetamine being cooked, and the smell being released into the air. It smelled almost like laundry detergent and a sewer, like a strong chemical odor. After it's cooked, you have to cut open the slice a little bit to examine the redness or pink coloring inside the steak. Now dinner is served. A nice, juicy, dark brown steak with char marks and pink in the middle, with a juicy and extreme pleasurable taste. Everyone has had one of those type of steaks. Except instead of $20 a steak, Addie would charge $20,000 a kilo. He was a master chef. He had a true skill set to cooking illegal methamphetamine. Donnie and I used to watch him. "Here you go, Hallies," he used to tell us, after giving us 20 kilos to a biker guy who I'd mentioned before in this book. I mean, he wasn't a scientist by any means. He couldn't jumpstart an RV off of water and coins connecting it to a battery cable. He was a typical trailer park methamphetamine cook. It smelled really bad. Surprised, that's all the cops would need is to smell the meth and get probable cause for a search warrant. Yet for the most part, he knew what he was doing, and he didn't get caught. His family knew what he was doing, even his own daughter. He didn't get caught until one day. Addie wouldn't snort speed when sampling his product. He would smoke it out of a glass dick, as he called it. He would cook the speed and make it in a bag, then try to hit it and see how it was. Since he was a big guy and he can handle it better than Donnie or I could, methamphetamine causes a certain euphoria in your brain. Addie took his pipe, which was enclosed in a clear glass device, with a bowl at the end and a small opening on top to insert the crystal meth. Then he'd take a lighter or torch to heat the bowl with the crystal inside and inhale the smoke through the other end. Similar to the way crack cocaine is smoked. It was different than a bong or marijuana pipe. For those of you who have never taken illegal drugs, it's sort of like taking an aspirin versus taking an ibuprofen. One is a white pill and the other is a brown or red pill. It sort of reminded me of that movie called The Matrix, which we watched in high school. One pill will take you down another path. The other pill will take you down a deeper path. The only way to find out once you take it is there's no turning back. Hence, the point of no return. Okay, One Tusk here, Chapter 13, The Life of Donnie Brickman. This one's called The Fights and Payback. We had seen the effects of methamphetamine, especially at parties. Sal and Billy got jumped one time at a party by some rivals of ours that went to another high school in Sunnyville. Sal and Billy were always very high on speed. They'd smoke it, which to me was more dangerous because you ended up using more. Sal was always getting into fights at parties. There was this particular fight at a party in Tuscany where we used to ride our downhill skateboards at. It was a gated community and an upper-class scaled neighborhood. Tuscany was where all the rich kids lived. They didn't have to work as hard and drove nice cars to school that their parents had bought them. There would always be huge parties there, but for some reason there would always be a lot of fights as well. On a night after the party, Sal comes back to our apartment with blood all over his t-shirt. Donnie and I were just chilling that night. No girls were over. We were sort of gun-shy after that brick came hurling through our window. The girls we hung around with were not regular girls. They would yell and fight and get crazy also. We were a crazy group of rebellious kids, always partying and taking drugs. Sal explained to us what had happened on that late Friday night. He had this skinny girl with him who looked like a strung-out hooker. She kept looking at me and laughing. I could tell she was high. "Hey man, you got any coke, dude?" she asked me, like wanting to know the time of day. "Sal, who is this broad, man? Why is she over here?" I asked as he was wiping the blood off his shirt. Don just sat there on the couch smiling. "Hold the fuck on, Rick. Let me explain," Sal said in a commanding voice. Of course I look over and I see this small skinny girl with messed up hair, running makeup, go over to Donnie sitting next to him on the couch. "Hey, what's your name?" Don asks while diverting his attention from Sal's story briefly. "I'm Becky. Put it here." "Ha ha ha," she replied to Donnie, showing him part of her breast while pulling down her shirt. Of course, Donnie started messing with her. This was Don's typical modus operandi with females. She was now sitting on Donnie's lap. He wasn't doing anything else besides talking to her. Sal looked pumped up. His eyes were huge. He was standing in our kitchen and couldn't keep still. I was glad to be sober on this night until he began to explain the full story to me. I decided to grab a beer and hand him one out of the fridge. I figured this would be a long story, so I would drink a beer myself. They were ice cold out of the can, typical lager style. "So Billy and I go to this party in Tuscany, and there's all these girls there, and I start talking to this blonde girl," he says as he rambles on. "Not the girl on our couch sitting next to Donnie, right?" I asked Sal, interrupting him momentarily. "Nah, man, not me, man. Ha ha, fuck you, man," she said, holding up her middle finger, overhearing me at the conversation. She must have been like some biker chick, not a trendy or preppy type girl. "No, not her. She got me out of there. It was this blonde preppy type chick," Sal continued. "So I'm standing there talking to her outside in the backyard of the patio. It was a 2-story house. There was like 60 people there at least. It was a kegger, meaning they had several kegs of beer to drink out of. Everyone there was getting fucked up. I was just talking to this girl when out of the blue, someone behind hits me over the head with a beer bottle. I guess they didn't like that I was talking to that girl, so I turn around and there are all these lowrider guys from Tuscany." Lowriders are what we called wannabe gangsters back then in Sunnyville. Usually, it was a group of Caucasian and Hispanic guys who dressed like they drove lowriders. "So I get one of them in a headlock and I punch him repeatedly in the head and fuck his ass up, bro. But the rest of them got me on the ground and pummeled me," Sal carried on. Sal was bigger than most of us, so there must have been like 10 of them to take him down, I thought. "They started kicking me in the head, but I luckily got out of there. I broke free and got up and ran. Billy jumped in also. He tried to help me fight him off. But they got him good. He's in the hospital. He got taken away in the ambulance." "What? Are you serious? Who are these assholes? Well, yeah, let's go fuck them up," Don said, all of a sudden in a rage. He threw the Becky girl off his lap. She went back to playing with the lighter on her couch. "Guess who I saw at the party?" Sal asked, changing the subject. "Who?" Donnie replied. "Prankster Mike and his little brother." Donnie's ears pricked up right away. "Oh, yeah? Rumor has it they're like some wannabe gangster lowriders that Prankster Mike knows. They were trying to pimp all these girls at the party saying they were his, Sal explained thoroughly. Prankster Mike, I beat his bitch ass up in 7th grade. Are you sure it was him? Did you see him at the party? Don asked Sal, still fuming about it. I saw him there, but when the fight broke out, he must have bailed out. My head is pounding. Hey, Rick, you got an aspirin? Sal asked as I went straight to the medicine cabinet bathroom and got 3 pills out for him. The girl on the couch was now playing with her shirt, oblivious to what was going on around us in the apartment. I handed Sal the aspirin and he swallowed it by chasing it with a gulp of beer. Well, let's go ask prankster bitch-ass Mike personally what he knows and what he doesn't know about those fools that jumped you and Billy, Don yelled at us. Hey, Becky, do you know where prankster Mike is right now? Sal asked her. Apparently she was part of that clique and knew prankster Mike and his little brother, who I had failed to mention you earlier in this book. Prankster Mike's little brother was a smaller-sized version of prankster Mike. He was much shorter than his older brother. Yeah, they are at his house. His brother up partying all night in the garage, usually, Becky said. Let's go find him. I fucked his ass up in 7th grade. This'll be no different, Don commanded us. We all got up, got ready, and walked out of the apartment. I grabbed my car keys. The girl Becky, or whatever her name was, followed us into the parking lot as we all piled into my caddy. I turned on the radio, and I could smell the alcohol in Sal's breath. Let's go, Rick. Let's go find this asshole. Let's get payback for Billy, Don said with revenge in his voice. All right, dude, chill, man. Hold your horses, I told him as I started up the car and let it warm up. Ha ha ha, I could go for a cheeseburger right now, ha ha, the Becky girl yelled in the back seat, beginning to get on my nerves. As soon as we drive out of the apartment complex, Donnie immediately turns the radio dial up full volume, which I hated, by the way. Sal lights up a cigarette in the back seat while Becky is on a non-stop rant about some meaningless topic. When Don decides to light up a joint as well, he puffs on it, and I immediately grab it from his hand and take a huge hit while we were driving through Sunnyville. I needed something to take my mind off all the noise and chaos inside my car while I was trying to drive. Don looked at me sort of cockeyed and he handed the joint back to Sal. He was rambling again. Fuck these assholes, man. I'm gonna pay back on these little shits, he said, clenching his fists. Hey, Sal, man, buy me a cheeseburger, Becky said. It was very inebriated. Hey, Becky, can you tell us which street prankster Mike lives on? I asked, beginning to calm down from the stress and also the pot I had just smoked. He lives right here in the high school. Turn down this street, she said. She pointed out at the exact junior high school Don, Sean, and Hector and I used to skate back in our senior year. We drove down a side street right next to the school, and I hadn't realized it up until then. This is a place where prankster Mike lived. So we pull up in my car, spot prankster Mike, and also his younger brother, plus 2 other kids hanging outside in front of the house. It was dark outside and the street lights were on, but it did no good supplying any light from above to prankster Mike's house. Don and Sal got out of the car while Becky was in my back seat, fidgeting with her earrings, looking tore up. Stay inside, I told her, as I got out of the car and saw her motion like she was giving me the middle finger, but I walked away. We parked a little bit ways down the street and walked up to the house. Prankster Mike then spotted Donnie and became alarmed. Sal immediately approached Mike and his little brother and got in their faces. Don stood right beside Sal as I walked up to both of them, sort of on lookout. Hey, bitch, you were at that party in Tuscany, motherfucker, Sal said, pointing directly at Mike's chest. Mike was about the same size as Sal, but already timid of us due to the fact Don beat him up in the 7th grade. Who are those fucking assholes that jumped me and Billy? Sal asked, getting angry as Don joined in on the altercation. You better tell him, motherfucker. I'm gonna break this fucking pipe over your head, Don said, reaching for his pocket, even though we all knew he had nothing on him and was only trying to scare prankster Mike. It had worked too. Even his little brother was scared. I didn't feel bad because I knew something was going to happen, and that Don and Sal were just pressing prankster Mike for information. Whoa, dude, chill, Sal. Don, look, man, me and my brother, we're just getting beer from the keg. We saw you and Billy talking to that girl. Mike began to plead his case. It's true, man. I was there also. Mike's little brother began to chime in, but not before Don immediately stopped him. Shut the fuck up, you little fuck. This doesn't concern you, as he yelled at prankster Mike's little brother. Look, Sal, we got there around 8 at night. The party had just started. We saw you and Billy come in. We figured you'd be with Rick and Donnie, but we didn't see you guys there, prankster Mike said, conveniently pointing at Donnie and I, adding some minute validity to his statement. Don't change the subject, bitch, you were saying? Sal replied, all up in prankster Mike's face. Don, of course, was in on the action as well. I glanced back and I saw the Becky girl, just watching us from inside the Coupe de Ville. When we got there, man, there were all these, Tuscany cats there. There were 10 of them at least. They were saying that any dudes from Sunnyville who showed up were going to get jumped. I swear, man, we had nothing to do with it, Sal. We don't know those stupid Tuscany fuckheads. Prankster Mike was almost out of breath, although he continued on. While we were there, I saw you and Billy come in. You were talking to that girl. I guess that was one of the Tuscany dude's ex-girlfriends. That's why they got mad. Plus, they knew you and Billy were from Sunnyville, so they broke a bottle over your head and hit Billy several times in the face. One of the dudes had rings on. Prankster Mike explained the story. And it all started to come together as I could read the expression on Donnie and Sal's faces. Well, our friend Billy's in the hospital, man. We want payback. Tell me where these motherfuckers live or else, Sal said, grabbing Prankster Mike's shirt. If you don't talk, motherfucker, I'm gonna beat your ass way worse than I did in the 7th grade, bitch, Don said to Prankster Mike's little brother as he ran inside the house, most likely to tell his parents. It's cool, man. I ain't got no beef with you guys. Fuck those Tuscany cats. They charge us $10 for one beer, man. The dude with the rings on who hit Billy lives 4 houses down from the party in Tuscany. Also, it was his brother that jumped you, Sal. They are called the Mendez brothers because people say they're weird like serial killers or something. They are just wannabe gangbangers, Mike began to tell the whole story now. Don and Sal immediately backed off and said it together in unison. Okay, Mike, we believe you. Finally, it was my time to intervene. Doesn't Felix know a lot of these Tuscany dudes? He can help us out as well, I suggested. At this point, Mike's dad had come outside, who was bigger than all of us. I thought this would lead to a disaster, but everything turned out to be cool. Everything all right out here, boys? Mike's dad asked as he walked right up to us. Yes, sir, we are sorry for the nuisance. Our friend was beat up at a party, and Mike was just letting us know who did it. We're going to tell the police, sir, Sal had cordially told him, although not being entirely truthful. Well, you boys better be getting home now. Mike, inside now, his dad said, breaking up the whole ordeal. Thank you, sir, Don said to Mike's dad. Prankster Mike shook Don and Sal's hand and went inside the house, joined by his little brother and dad. At that point, my whole point of view changed on what I thought of Prankster Mike. He had helped us out. The next step was to go look for these knuckleheads that jumped Billy and Sal. We headed over to Felix's house. It was dark out, so we had to drive down the dirt road he lived on. Dogs were barking from the neighbors' houses as we drove past the horse stables. We parked my car in front of his mobile home. He came out immediately with his little brother Ronnie. We had to identify ourselves quickly. Felix was always paranoid, and for all we knew, he could mistake us for some rivals of his, and we could all get shot. He had a big flashlight on him. It was very dark with no light on his 2-acre property that he lived on. Hey, what's up, Holmes? I recognize your car, Rick. What's going on with you vatos? Felix asked, as he looked sort of dazed like he had been sleeping, probably coming down from a 2-day high-speed binge. Sal immediately took the reins. Some fags jumped us at a party in Tuscany. We know where they're at right now. They put Billy in the hospital. This fucker was wearing rings on his fingers. He lumped me up, bro. It was a sucker punch at first. I don't know how many of them there were. Sal paused for a second and carried on. Maybe like 10 of them. I was able to break free, and I got a ride from one of Becky's friends to Donnie and Rick's house right after it happened. I guess Billy got taken away in the ambulance. Sal explained thoroughly as Felix and his little brother Ronnie listened intently. Who were these vatos, eh? They sound like those wannabe lowriders that always kick it in Tuscany. If Billy had taken in the ambulance, that means for sure the Huda is in on it too, Holmes. Felix used the word Huda, which is a Spanish slang term for cops. The cops most likely investigate Billy's assault. Meanwhile, the girl Becky and Ronnie started talking to each other on a side conversation. Donnie lit up his cigarette as he would always do in front of a crowd of people to look cool. Okay, if you know where he's at, Holmes, let's go bust him up. Little Ronnie, hang out here with this girl while we go look for these putos, Felix ordered. Okay, Felix. What's your name, girl? Ronnie complied with his older brother's orders. My name's Becky. You got any weed, man? She replied. Sure we do, all that you can handle, Ronnie replied. We shouldn't leave your little brother with that broad, Felix. There's no telling what he will do to her, Don said, laughing out loud. No, leave her, please, I said as I looked over, and Sal gave me a squint-eyed look. All right, let's go find his bitch ass. Everyone jump into Rick's car and we'll go look for him, Sal ordered, who was now the heir apparent. Usually Donnie was in control, but the only person he would pass the reins along to would be Sal. Getting ready to take off, Don, Felix, Sal, and I piled into the Cadillac Coupe de Ville. All right, Holmes, I know where these bitch-ass Mendez putos hang out. They hang out by the burger place right outside of Tuscany, Felix said, as he squirmed in his back seat of my ride. Often these rich kids, as we like to call them, would hang out only in their rich community and only frequent establishments in Tuscany and not Sunnyville. The burger place was a popular hangout spot after high school football games and other events. I started the engine and drove away from Felix's property. Don was sitting shotgun as usual. Felix and Sal were in the back seat. Everyone was smoking cigarettes, which were really annoying since there would always be burn holes in my back seats. After about a 20-minute drive, we pulled up to the burger place. There were a lot of teenagers and young adults hanging out in the parking lot, males and females standing by their cars and sitting on hoods. caught a whiff of the charbroiled fresh smoke of meat, which always smelled enticing. However, we weren't there to order food. We were there to look for the Mendez brothers. Sal and Felix went up and talked to some kids I didn't know. Don and I just sat back and smoked a cigarette. I wasn't a heavy smoker, meaning I barely smoked at all, yet I was a bit nervous about the fight. All of a sudden, a familiar face walks up. "Hello, Donald. Hello, Rick. How are you doing?" It was Shelly and Michelle, our old girlfriends. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" Donald said as he gave both of them a hug. "Oh my God, I haven't seen you forever. And didn't you move up north, Shelly?" Donnie asked her. "Yes, but I'm down here visiting with my brother," Shelly replied. "Yes, it's been a while since we've seen you boys. What are you two doing here anyways?" Michelle had questioned. "Oh, we're just here with Sal and Felix, hanging out, grabbing a bite to eat," Don said to her, which was of course total bullshit. Shelly then all of a sudden looks over at me and says, "So what, you're not even going to say hi to me?" I could see the bags underneath her eyes, and if I didn't know any better, I would say she was doing speed. Her blonde hair, which used to be beautiful, was all matted and nappy looking. She looked tore up since the last time I'd seen her. Since I was become a dealer or trafficker of methamphetamine, I could see the physical side effects that it had upon people. What a shame, I thought. It used to be so pretty. I didn't say anything to her about her appearance, so I just gave her a hug and said, "Glad to see you." Donald and Michelle seemed oblivious to each other, like they both didn't give a shit that they just saw one another and expressed very little emotion that I could see visually on their faces. I saw sort of a sad look in Shelly's eyes, but you know what? I didn't give a shit. She was the one who broke up with me to begin with. Not to mention, she had probably come there with two other guys anyhow. "Hey, Rick, Don, let's go," Sal commanded as he came over to interrupt our conversation with Shelly and Michelle. "Oh, hi, Sal. Hi, Felix. Long time no see," Shelly said to both Felix and Sal as Felix gave her a hug with his happy smile. Senior year of high school wasn't that long ago, and it had only been like a year or so, but it seemed longer since we had all hung out together like we did back at the neighborhood in Sunnyville. "Well, it was great talking to you ladies again, but we have to go," Sal said to Shelly and Michelle. "Where are you guys going?" Michelle asked. "We have to go pick up Billy. Talk to you later," Sal said, fabricating a lie so they wouldn't pick up on our original plan. "Okay, tell him we said hi. See you boys later," Shelly said as she waved goodbye to us. Of course, she didn't even look at me. I got into the car and I watched her walk away with Michelle across the parking lot to hang out with some other guys who were sitting on a hood of a parked car. They all looked over at us but said nothing. Other high school students and college kids were hanging out, blasting music from their car stereos. Everyone was watching everyone, and some kids who we didn't know would leer at us and we'd stare right back. It was the thing to do in your late teens and early 20s. We didn't really care about older adults. To us, they were just a nuisance or an authority figure, or a roadblock we'd always have to go around. We always made sure there were no parents around and keep a lookout, and we'd do stuff we weren't supposed to do, such as track down two brothers and beat the living shit out of them. We all got in my car and proceeded to drive away. Okay, one Tusk, The Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 14. This chapter is titled, Felix's Troubles. The parking lot was right next to a major highway which separated Tuscany from Sunnyville. It was nighttime, so parked cars were lit up, as well as the street lights, all over and around the parking lot of the burger place. It was sort of a U-shaped parking lot, so cars could drive in and out. The burger place was painted all white on the outside and had red trim across the top of the building. It was an indoor-outdoor eating establishment with a huge drive-in for vehicles and customers as well. The place stayed open pretty late and was a popular spot for young adults to hang out at night, especially after high school football games. There was always some trouble there, and fights would always break out. I could feel the vibes as some of the kids we didn't recognize were mad-dogging and might start trouble. However, there were four of us, and I felt pretty confident. Of course, this meant Felix had brought a baseball bat along with him inside my car. I could see him trying to hide it in the back seat. "Great," I said out loud as I scoped the Louisville Slugger lying across his lap in the rear view. As we drove away, I saw that everyone was still hanging out in the parking lot. There must have been like 30 people there. "What's wrong, Rick? You sad because you saw your ex-girlfriend?" Donnie asked sarcastically. He always knew what to say to me in front of a group of people. It only pissed me off because he wasn't like that when it was just me and him around. "Ha ha 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 ha," I could hear Felix and Sal laughing in the back seat. It seemed like I was always the one who got teased, although maybe that's just my interpretation, and sometimes I was overly emotional. Besides, I had the power to make them all get out and walk. "Fuck that bitch. What'd you find out, Sal?" I asked, changing the subject as usual. "Felix got an address, bro. We're gonna fuck these fools up right now," Sal said excitedly. "Yeah, Holmes, one of these vatos at the burger place gave me the Mendez puto's address. He owed me a favor, Holmes, so I'll kick him down some speed next time, eh?" Felix told him, as this was his typical high school or college kid behavior. Felix was a hood who sold drugs to people, so obviously one of the kids obliged to help him out by giving him critical intel about the Mendez brothers' location. Felix then pulled out a bottle of what looked like whiskey and passed it to me. "Here you go, Rick. Have some bruja," he said to me, only this time not laughing. "Thanks, Felix," I said, obliging him. For some reason, a few gulps of whiskey didn't sound too bad as I drove my boys to the fight that was about to ensue. I took a couple of swigs when Donnie's hands grabbed it from me and said, "Don't bogart it, asshole," which meant not to hog it and pass it around. "Let me hit it, Donnie," Sal said as Donnie passed it to him, and he took a swig. Sal still looked hurt from getting jumped earlier, but he had washed up since we left our apartment. "So, where does he live, Felix?" I asked as I concentrated on the road, but looked at Felix in the rearview mirror as we were driving down the road into the Tuscany community. All the houses were huge, and some looked like mini mansions. It was dark out, except for lit porch and patio lights from the houses with dully lit green grass in the front yards. "Here, Holmes, it's written down on this piece of paper. It's just left off the main drag in Tuscany, eh?" Felix said as he handed me a piece of paper with a semi-drawn map and address on it. The syllable A was slang for kids our age who would use in short for the word essay. "Okay, I'll follow it and see where it goes," I said as I complied with Felix's instructions. "I'm gonna fuck these guys up," Sal said, clenching his fists and sipping the bottle of whiskey. "Yeah, bro, let's do this. Woohoo," Don said, yelling out the window as we were driving. I was a little bit buzzed by now, and the tension had worn off as I was now ready to fight. I saw that Felix was still gripping the baseball bat. By now, the mini bottle of whiskey was entirely gone. We drove down the street to where the Mendez brothers lived. We parked several houses down so we could go undetected. It was nighttime and there was no one outside. However, we could hear noises and see lights on inside the Mendez brothers' house. I usually had the radio going, but in this case it was dead silent inside the Coupe de Ville. Felix was the one on lookout. "Okay, quiet, Holmes. Here he comes. He's coming outside. Wait till my mark, essay," Felix said as he grabbed the baseball bat. Sal and Donnie each grabbed the car handles and opened their doors very slowly and quietly. I turned off the dome light on the dashboard so that when we opened the doors, no lights would turn on, thus giving away our position. We could make out two figures in the dark that had started walking towards us. I don't know where they were going, although it was the Mendez brothers for sure. I could hear the Mendez brothers talking out loud. There were only two of them, and they were both laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, bro, that bitch at the party was a fucking slut, man," one of the brothers said to the other as they were walking straight towards us in the dark. "She was a slut, but at least we fucked those fools up who were trying to talk to our old ladies," the brother said, recollecting the events at the party. It was super dark out, so all we could see was two figures wearing white t-shirts approaching the Coupe de Ville. They were unaware of our presence. "Yeah, we fucked those fools up, man. Ha 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 ha," the other brother said as he got closer and closer to us. "Okay, Holmes, ready, set," Felix says as he began to whisper. "Go!" All four of us bolted out from the car and ran up on the two brothers. "Oh shit, who the fuck are these two fags, man?" one of them yelled. "Let's go, man, run, we're getting jumped," the two brothers screamed at each other. "Remember me, assholes? You put my little brother Billy in the hospital, now it's time to pay, you little bitches," Sal said with pure evil on his face. "That's right, putos, you two fucked up, Holmes," Felix chimed in. "Say your last prayers, you punks," Donnie said as he took the first swing, hitting the brother directly in the face, knocking him to the ground. No, please stop it, man. It wasn't us," I heard the brother crying. I could also identify the jewels on his fingers while supposedly Billy was hit by a guy wearing rings. Boom! I heard Sal knock the other brother down to the ground. One of them tried to run away instantly, while the other lay on the ground getting kicked rapidly by Sal and Donnie. "Ouch! Come on! Please stop it! Ah!" he said as he got kicked in the stomach, which knocked the wind out of him. I stopped the other brother by sweep kicking him in the legs out from under him. "Hold him, Rick. Hold this little fucking puto for me, eh?" I complied as I got the kid in a headlock. "Let me go, man. Let me go. Fuck you, man," he was screaming. Felix silenced him with a blow to the stomach with the butt end of the baseball bat. Cough! I could hear him gasp for air. Oh shit, I thought Felix was going to kill him. He started coughing and fell to his knees. The Mendez brothers looked like clean-cut kids, but they were wearing a certain type of clothing which made them lowriders or wannabe gangsters. They wore neatly ironed white t-shirts with beige khakis and white tennis shoes. They were dressed like cholos, but both could pass for Caucasian. At this point, the adrenaline was kicking in, and I couldn't really comprehend what was going on until after it happened. It was as if everything was in slow motion. I saw Sal brutally punching the guy in the face, and blood was coming out everywhere. Donald was kicking him so hard in the lower body, I was sure he had broken the kid's legs. Oh! Oh, I could hear them yelp like dogs every time they got hit. Please stop, the Mendez brother was crying. Fuck you, asshole. Payback's a motherfucker, right? This'll be the last time you ever jump somebody, you fucking piece of shit. How does it feel? Sal said. He kept hitting the guy. Fucking faggot motherfuckers, Donald yelled as he spit on the guy. At this point, the guy had stopped crying and was now unconscious. He laid face down, flat on the ground. Sal held him up one last time. This is for Billy, you little bitch, he said as he punched him right in the mouth, and I saw 3 teeth literally spray all over the street with blood. The other brother was now the center of attention, and Felix started hitting him in the legs with a baseball bat. I took one look at Felix's face. I knew what he was going to do next. He took one huge swing at the guy's head, but before he could execute, I grabbed the bat from him. That's enough, Felix. He's had enough. Let's get the fuck out of here now, I yelled at all of them. Rick's right. Let's get out of here before the cops come, Sal said, as some of the neighbors could hear the commotion outside, and we could see lights turning on in some of the houses. Felix had a sinister look on his face. He would have killed the guy if I hadn't stopped him. Donnie seemed to have an expressionless look on his face, while panting and hunched over, out of breath from the fight. Okay, let's go, guys, Donnie finally concurred. We took one last look at the brothers, as they both lay face down on the street, both unconscious, but wheezing and moving around. One of the brothers looked like he had pissed his pants from being knocked out. They were twitching, and their legs were wiggling. I could hear them start to breathe and talk. Despite all the damage to their bodies, we only used fists on their head and faces. No rings either, like they had used on Billy, except for Felix had a baseball bat. I was glad I was able to stop Felix, and he didn't say anything about it afterwards. We definitely would all be in jail for attempted murder had we gotten caught by the cops that night. To the cops, a baseball bat is the same as a murder weapon. The whole ordeal probably lasted maybe 60 seconds, although to me it lasted like 5 minutes. We got in the car and drove away abruptly. We got those motherfuckers, hey Sal? Don yelled with excitement while lighting up a cigarette. Fuck yeah, Holmes. Fuck those little bitches, Felix said, regaining his composure in my back seat. I guess it was a victory on our part. I mean, 4-on-2 wasn't favorable odds for them anyhow. Sal was quiet, but had a look of satisfaction on his face. I didn't feel bad about what we did to the Mendez brothers because they both deserved it. I was fearful, however, that they might try to get us back at a later date. As far as we knew, they didn't have any legit ties to any real gangs from the city to back them up in retaliation. They were just rich kids who acted tough, and for all we knew, would never see them again. Or they could come back and try to kill us all. Time would tell. Let's go visit Billy. He's at the Lakeview Hospital in Sunnyville, Sal said as he lit up a smoke. On our way there, Felix was bragging about how he smashed the guy with the baseball bat. Felix honestly didn't hit him that hard, and only twice in the leg with it. I don't think he broke the guy's legs, but I was glad I was able to grab the bat away from him. We stopped at the liquor store and bought some more booze on the way to the hospital. It was close to the pond and dock that Don and I went fishing at. Also, the liquor store was located right by the water. We then saw 4 or 5 cop cars speed right by us on the main drive. Their lights and sirens were off as they traveled one by one and passed us at a high rate of speed. Are those cops looking for us, you guys think? Donnie said, asking Sal with a confused look on his face. Probably. Let's go see Billy. Come on, Rick, let's go, Sal said as we got back into the car and drove away from the liquor store. Our next destination was the Lakeview Hospital. When we got to the hospital, we went up directly to Billy's room. Billy had greeted us lying down in his hospital bed. He raised his head and hand to us, but couldn't talk that well. We all sat around him and consoled him. He had bandages on his head, arms, legs, and was also hooked up to some machines. A nurse had walked by us in the hallway, although she didn't stop. I could see the display meters reading Billy's heart rate. He looked injured, but for the most part you could tell he was okay. Hey, Billy, are you all right, man? I asked him. Yeah, dude, they did a number on me, he said, holding up what looked like a busted arm. Doctors say I will get out of here in a couple of days, though, he managed to say, winking at all of us. Sal was patting Billy on the head like he was a heavyweight prize fighter champion. Don was teasing Billy about his hospital gown while violating hospital rules, fiddling with Billy's tubes and wires for the EKG equipment and heart monitors. Felix, being moronic as he was, describing Billy in detail the vicious beatdown we delivered to the Mendez brothers. Billy just smiled and looked on. It reminded me of that book I read in high school called The Outsiders. The part in the book when the main character's best friend got burned in a fire and his friends had to go to the hospital to visit him. Billy was okay and released from the hospital in a few days. Stay gold, pony boy, was the famous quote from the book. I could hear it in my head as we walked out of the hospital that night. But these were different circumstances, however, and this wasn't a made-up story. This was real life for us kids. Here's a little scene break if you want to take a break real quick. I remember Don and I had to read that book for our high school literature class. One day after school got out, I remember we were both studying in my living room. I hated reading with the lights on. I needed natural sunlight. I liked reading for pleasure and enjoyment, not information. Donald hated reading. "Why don't you turn the light on?" Don would ask me. He went to flip the switch and I go, "Nah, don't do that. It'll fuck up my concentration," I yelled at him. Yeah, but nothing. This is my house and my rules," I said, closing the argument. For some reason, Donnie didn't argue with me as much as Sal did. Kids argue anyways, because they don't know how to communicate like older adults until they actually learn how to. So we have to read this book called The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton for class. I said to Donnie as he sat down at our kitchen table, my mom was out doing errands, and my sister was upstairs alone in her room as usual. "Why don't we just watch the movie? It's the same thing," Don scolded me. "It's not the same. In the screenplay, it's sped up to fit a 1 hour and 30-minute time frame. However, the book is 200 and something pages, which gives it more depth to the story," I elaborated to Donnie. "You're a crazy man. Who's your favorite character or part in the movie?" Donnie asks me. "The part where Johnny Kid says to Pony Boy, 'Hey, Pony Boy, you know them Mustangs and them Social Drive? They're tough.' I like 2-Bit Matthews in the movie also, but it's the book. In the book, it's about Johnny Cade. Pony Boy is cool too, but he's the narrator and also has the most unique name out of all the characters in this story," I rambled on to Donnie. I further elaborated. "There's also Soda Pop, who's Pony Boy's brother. He sort of looks out for him. Their older brother, Derry, who is a complete dick, and so is Soda's best friend, Steve. I never cared for him either, but I enjoy Pony, Soda, Johnny, Dally, 2-Bit, and even the chick, Cherry Valance. She is one of the rich girls who helps out the greasers in the story," I told Donnie, reciting the book note for note. "Yeah, I remember it in Mr. Edwards' class. We watched the movie and read the book also. My favorite character is Dallas Winston. He's a nutcase," Donnie said, quoting the book. "There ain't gonna be no Rumble without me." It figured that Don would like Dally's character the best, considering they are both similar in nature, in my own opinion. "Leave her alone there, Daddy. Go on now," I said in a fake southern accent, imitating the movie. See, that's the problem with movies. It doesn't measure up to the book. Or if the movie's better, the book isn't as interesting. Now that most books become movies, people don't read anymore, I explained to Donnie. We were both laughing, but the book was a classic, and most kids had to read it or seen the movie. I heard my mom come in the front door of my house returning from doing groceries that afternoon. Donnie then goes, "Hey, Pony Boy, them Mustangs, they're tough." We both started laughing as my mom then brought in the groceries. We both resumed back to acting like we were studying. It was spaghetti and meatballs night. My mom was unloading all the groceries she had bought at the store onto the kitchen counter. Don and I both sat down at the table ready to eat. Okay, One Tusk here, The Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 15, Addie the Kingpin. One time Donnie made the mistake while he was using meth to borrow or take $2,000 from Addie's drug money without his permission. Unfortunately, Addie was pretty smart regardless of being a 300-pound Samoan who looked like you'd see him at a luau roasting a pig. Be that as it may, he took his business very seriously. After we would take the meth to the bikers, we'd have to return the money to Addie, and afterward he'd give us our cut. Unfortunately, this time, Donnie had his own agenda. "You guys are short," he said on his front porch one day as he looked at us very intently. "Why am I 2 G's light this week, huh, Hallie?" He started to get nervous, although Don played it cool. "Well, we had a setback, Addie. Some junkie owes me the $2,000 that I floated him for." Addie had a real blank expression on his face, staring right at us in the eyes. "What you do that for, bro? How he gonna pay me?" Addie was asking us very direct and difficult questions to answer in island talk. Why the hell would Don do that, I thought, because he's crazy and he doesn't want to tell Addie the truth, so he lied. "This guy owes me $2,000 with interest. It'll come closer to $5,000. I'll split half the vig with you, Addie. This guy is a real pain in the ass," Donnie explained as Addie stood over us looking down upon us with great scrutiny. "Okay, brah, but next time you don't do it unless you check with me up first, okay, Hallie?" "That goes for you too, quiet boy," Addie said while glaring at me. Usually he was real nice and friendly, but you don't fuck with these islanders when it comes to their business, home, money, or family. Donnie had at least violated one of these rules. He had a common personality trait to piss off anyone and everyone at any given point in time. I have no idea to this day who Don lent the money to. "Why the fuck did you do that, bro?" I yelled as I lit into Donnie while we were driving home from Addie's on a dirt road back into town. "If he finds out you took his money, he's not going to take it very lightly. I mean, seriously, I don't know what the fuck you were thinking." I yelled even louder at him. "Chill the fuck out, man," Don yelled back at me. This surprised me because I was ready to punch his lights out. Usually I had respect for Donnie, and yes, he was tough, but I was tough also. Don could sense my anger. So he replied, "Look, man, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. You have nothing to stress over," he said cool and calmly. "Well, you better be right, man, because it will be both of our asses if you're wrong," I replied angrily. After that, we both drove home in silence, me driving as usual, and him riding shotgun. At this point, we were moving a lot of product for Addie. It seemed like just yesterday Felix had introduced us to him. Our regular non-criminal life seemed to fade away quickly. I had a gut feeling that the cops were on to us also. That Sheriff Baker incident, when he pulled us over, I didn't feel like that would be the last of him. Plus, dealing with these crazy tweaker bikers, God only knows what they do to their enemies. I mean, Don said it was okay. We could buy a few more surfboards and snowboards with the cash we're making, bro. I don't know why Don wanted more money. His parents were wealthy enough to provide him with anything that he needed. "For me, I get the satisfaction from the action," he told me one day while lighting up a smoke while I was driving us to the next stop. "Yeah, we gotta be careful. What about that sheriff?" I asked, taking a puff from his cigarette. We're always blaring the radio as we did our rounds. Our next destination, we had to drive to a bad part of town. We parked out in front of Sean's house. He was the drug dealer who had sold us speed before. All of a sudden, we were surrounded by a bunch of black kids in the neighborhood where he lived. "Yo, what are you white boys doing down here?" one of the black kids asked. "Get away, you fucking niggers," Don muttered under his breath. "Shut up, Don." "Yo, we're here to see our homie Sean, so get out of our way," I said, speaking slang. All of a sudden, more black kids came over. They were mostly boys. Some girls were playing hopscotch in the corner across the street from us. It was a small street with older cars parked in front of the houses. "These fucking monkeys need to find a jungle gym," Don said, continuing his racist rant. Some big older dude came outside to investigate. He was like twice our size. The other kids seemed scattered. This dude was huge and bigger than both of us. "You got business here, crackers?" he asked. "Nah, man, we're here to see Sean," we both tell him. At that point, Sean opened the front door. He lived on the corner house in the neighborhood and could see what was going on in the street from his house. It was a run-down neighborhood outside of Sunnyville. Single-story houses with dirt and grass front lawns with chain-link fences. Most yards were unkempt and needed yard maintenance. There was graffiti on the walls also. "Yo, it's all good, dog. They with me," Sean said as he was drinking a 40-ounce malt beer in a tank top. Sean looked like he was part black, part Asian, I thought. Sean had decent build and was just as tall as the other guy who had confronted us. Sean stood at least about 6'3", had slick black curly hair, a dark mustache, and eyes to match. He towered over us, even though Don and I were average height and of size, about 5'10". We lifted weights in high school and had muscles, but we're not as buff as these dudes. They look like street thugs. "All right, dog, I'll holler at you later," the big black guy said as he walked across the street. He was wearing nothing more than long, short slippers, a tank top, black beanie on top of his head. It was hot out that day and the sun was bright, so I couldn't understand how he could wear a knit cap. "Yo, what's up, man? How y'all doing? You got the stuff, man?" Sean said as he shook both Don and mine's hand. "We're good, man. Here's the stuff," I replied as Don took out a kilo of meth and handed it to Sean. "Yo, you all want to stay and have a drink?" Sean asked us as he stashed the kilo somewhere inside his kitchen. I could see he was strapped, which meant he had a black pistol poking out of his waist. This was dangerous, I thought. If Sean had enemies, they would become our enemies. "Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks, man," I said. "What's up with you, man?" Sean said, pointing at Donnie. "Oh, you know, man, it's all good," Don said, seemingly distracted. Sometimes Donnie could get in these weird little moods. He wouldn't say much. He would just fiddle with his shirt or jacket. We both sat down on Sean's couch, and I could see that no one else was home. He got up, went to the fridge, and got out 2 beers, as he was playing host for us. "You guys are coming up, huh? I remember when I first sold to you," he told us. "Do you live here all by yourself?" I asked while he handed Donnie and I a beer. "Thanks," we both said at the same time, grabbing the cold bottles. "Nah, it's just me and my girl, actually. She's a nurse. She works the night shift," he said as he's breaking up some weed and rolling a joint on an album cover. He probably had at least 200 records stored on his shelf. "You want to play this video game? It's pretty tight, and I'm very much addicted," he said, lighting up a joint and passing it to us. He was very hospitable. "Yeah, I'm down. Don?" I asked. He was still being quiet. "Yeah, okay," he said, grabbing the controller on the coffee table. Sean had the video game console plugged into a big screen TV, so the graphics looked huge. It was a martial arts fighting game, a 2-player type, like Don and I would play in the arcade. Sean was talking about how he was from the city and that some of his friends were coming over later from the hood, as he called it. He must have enjoyed the company of two white dudes, I guess, or didn't care about race for that matter. I was talking to him about sports and other various topics. The weed was pretty good, and it got us stoned, while Donnie and I were playing video games sitting on the couch. I was kicking his ass because Donnie wasn't very skilled at video games either. I used to practice for hours on end. "Okay, dog, my turn," Sean said as he finished the joint and put it out on the ashtray on the table of the coffee table. His living room was small with no pictures on the wall, and his windows had bars on them to prevent people from breaking in. He had a mirror hanging on the opposite side of the wall, and its reflection was that of the front door, and the two windows beside it. I wonder if this was on purpose so he could see the reflection from the kitchen. There were also two shelves stacked with stereos and speakers with 40-ounce beer bottles decorated all over them. I asked to use the bathroom, and I could see that it was a small house indeed. The inside of his house had faded white paint, old carpet with stains all over it. It had a small backyard also. "Yo, dog, get in here, let's fight," he said, referring to the video game, as I flushed the toilet and walked out of the restroom. I took a seat back down on the couch, and Donnie was still looking down, fidgeting with his jacket. I picked up a controller and began to play against Sean. He was very skilled and was beating me every time. Finally, I was able to, through great concentration, muster up a win. "Ah, dog, okay, let's play the best out of three," he yelled, getting excited. He sat on the opposite end of the couch facing the TV and had a better angle than me anyhow. Being that he was over 6 feet tall, I guess he needed his space. "Okay, let's do it, man. Then we gotta take off," I said as he started the video game. Only this time there were two warriors who were fighting on a bridge in the game, so he must have changed the levels, I thought. "That's cool, dog," he said, swinging a 40-ounce beer. Don's beer was completely empty and mine was almost gone. So I was playing against Sean, but little did I know the bridge would collapse in the level during the match. My fighter character had fallen through it and died. Sean's character in the video game was dancing around victoriously. "Well, that's it, dog. I'll check you guys out next month," he said as we both shook hands and got out of there as it was now evening time. "We need to bring a gun to this neighborhood next time, man. Too many of these spooks out here," Don said to me as we got in my car and drove off. I guess he was still paranoid about it. I actually had fun. Sean was cool to me, and Don didn't mind Sean as much as the neighborhood that he lived in. Apparently this was the arrangement between Sean and Addie. Every month, 1 kilo was the deal. "You just worry about Addie paying back that vig," I said to Don out loud. Don just looked up at me and lit up another cigarette. He was very quiet. Maybe he was coming down off another bender. He was using speed more and more. I was not using speed at all during this point in time. I was smoking weed and drinking beer, that was it. I guess certain religious fanatics didn't use drugs at all and would isolate themselves from society. Like those people with the hat and beards who lived out on the farms back east. I didn't mind the money, let me tell you. It was all cash. We didn't have to report it. However, it was very illegal. On the way back home, driving to Addie's, we saw 3 cop cars pass us on opposing sides of the 2-lane highway. One of them read, "Sheriff's Department." I was wondering if it was Sheriff John Baker. I couldn't tell because it was dark out and he had speeders and they had passed us by in a blurry night. We finally made it back to Addie's to deliver him the cash that Sean had given us. Then we both went home to our apartment. "One of these days we should buy a bigger place, bro. We're making more cash and more money means buy a bigger place, brah," he said, lighting up a cigarette, opening the slider to the balcony. "Yeah, that sounds good. My parents are going to ask me where all this money is coming from. They know our warehouse and pizza jobs don't pay this well," I said, playing my handheld poker video game on the couch. "Just don't be a little pussy," Don said to me as he went into his bedroom, closed the door going to bed. I thought it was funny what he said. I let her pass out on our living room couch and woke up in the middle of the night. As I went to bed, I experienced a frightening sense when I believed to see a shadow moving rapidly from outside our apartment window. I immediately got up to look through the blinds, only to see nothing out there except parked cars, other apartments, and street lights. It was probably 4 in the morning, and I must have been imagining things again. I could hear Don snoring as he was sound asleep in his room. I flopped over on my bed. It was nothing, I said out loud to myself as I passed out into a deep sleep. So I wake up the next day and cook some breakfast. I love eggs and toast with jelly. Sucked at cooking, so I did all the food prep. "Here you go, Donnie," I said as I handed him a plate of coffee. As I handed him a breakfast plate and coffee like I was his live-in wife. That day, we had to go to Addie's house again to pick up more of the product. We drive out there, and we see that biker dude, the guy that said, "Don't hide it, divide it," white boy, peckerwood, tweaker, whatever. He was inside Addie's garage. They were in the shop drinking beers at 10 in the morning. Addie lived on a gated property with about 1 acre of land. so it was out of sight and out of mind. Anyway, the biker dude goes, "Hey, what's up, dude? Come help me and Addie fix this here muffler." Don and I obliged and helped. Both Donnie and Sal were more mechanically inclined with automotive repair than I was. I could barely change the oil on the Coupe de Ville. My dad would always have to help me. "What happened? You blew off the tailpipe running over some tweaker who stole your stash?" Donnie asked, sarcastically. "Nah, Hallie, this guy thinks he's funny and tries to jump motorcycle when the muffler fell off," Addie replied, as I assumed the dude was going too fast and hit a bump or something. The biker just stood there and smiled. He was a white dude just wearing typical biker clothing and a jacket. He had a scruffy beard with long hair, dressed like a rock and roll band member, or the Marlboro Man. Tattoos covered his forearms. Donnie and I had to help Addie hold the tailpipe while the biker dude wrenched it into place 4 times. There were 4 different sections, and it took about 15 minutes. The process took about 45 minutes before the biker could start his bike and take off. "Okay, Holly, I have more product for you to move," Addie said. So Don and I did our duty and took the speed to the biker's house. We had to drive all the way across town as usual to see the biker. It was a long ways across the spread out land of Sunnyville. We looked out for our friend, that Sheriff John Baker guy, but didn't see him. We had to return the following day to give Addie the money. So the next day we were at Addie's house. We were chilling inside his dirty living room, smoking pot like we'd always do, while Addie was cooking speed out back and dividing the drugs into quantities. And guess who comes to the door? It was Prankster Mike. He looked like he had lost some weight. He had scruffy brown hair and a scraggly beard to match. He was wearing some hideous flannel shirt with goofier-looking shorts than what we wore back in junior high school. I hadn't seen him in a while. He dressed like a wannabe skater. He wore skate clothes, but they were generic brands. "What's up, man? Where you been, bro?" Don said, shaking his hand and greeting him. I couldn't believe my eyes. These two were arch enemies in high school. He took a seat right next to Donnie and pulled out his wallet. "Well, my little brother went to juvenile hall for a little bit. It was a BB gun incident. My little brother and I were shooting cans in the dirt field across from the track homes when this old lady called the cops on us. Me and my brother were both arrested, and he was sent to juvie." Prankster Mike said, meaning juvenile hall to Donnie. "Hey, listen, man, I'm here to pick up that teener," he said to Don without even acknowledging me. He then opens up his wallet, pulls out a couple of $20 bills. Donnie hands him the speed and puts the money into his pocket. Addie looked over at us for a second, but went back to what he was doing, prepping the drugs on his kitchen counter. "Well, here you go, man. I got some good shit. You'll be flying high. Isn't that right, Rick?" Donnie said while laughing and giving me a sarcastic look. It was always dirty in Addie's living room. His wife and kids knew what he did, however, but they didn't give a shit. I think his daughter would sell for him sometimes. They were never home when we were there. To my knowledge, he had them stay at another relative's house while he was cooking. "Well, thanks a lot, man. Till next time," Prankster Mike said as he handed Donnie the cash and in return handed him the speed. Wow, I thought, Prankster Mike doing speed? I couldn't see this happen. I love smoking pot, I admit it. Yet to me, speed was the devil's drug. It turns people into zombies, even our own friends. It sucked that Sal and Billy were doing it all the time. Going to parties in Tuscany, all speeded out and getting jumped or getting into fights. It wasn't before long I thought that this whole situation was going to blow up in our face. Here I was, a college-educated guy into music, media, skating, surfing, yet I was dealing hard drugs. Plus, facing possible racketeering charges since Addie, Donnie, and I were running a business together selling the illegal drugs. We could get 20 years to life easily if we had gotten arrested and convicted. During the late 90s, local law enforcement had a big-time crackdown on methamphetamine distribution in Sunnyville. Plus, Addie was getting more and more customers. I'd also see Felix under the influence of speed occasionally, and let me tell you, he was dangerous. One time, he and his brother Ronnie came to our window late at night looking to buy some speed off of Donnie. "Here you go, man. Enjoy, dude," Donnie said to Felix and Ronnie. This was retarded, I thought to myself. Felix and his brother were coming to our apartment window late at night to buy some speed? Lord knows what they were up to after they took the drugs Don had sold them. I had a bad feeling we were being watched, and I wasn't just being paranoid. On the phone, I'd always hear a click sound when I was talking to my mom on the phone. I'd be sitting in the living room apartment talking to my mother, and we'd both hear it. "Was that your phone, sweetie?" she'd ask me. I'd say, "No, Mom, I think you and Dad need to call your phone company and get a new landline or something," I said, playing dumb. "All right, I love you," she'd always say. She'd ask how school was going, and I'd tell her lies upon lies. I knew it was the cops that were listening in for some reason. I just couldn't prove it. I was dealing or trafficking drugs. I kept getting scary images in my head. I kept having this reoccurring dream of a dark-shaped, unrevealed figure that is stalking me at night through the window, like it was a scary movie or something. I thought it could be due to the fact that I watch all these bloody movies with a lot of violence, and it was the psychological effects. However, I take it was from us dealing illegal drugs. In the dream, I see through the eyes of the stalker as he or it approaches my window, looks in, and sees me lying asleep in bed. Another part of the dream is a dark, shadowy figure chasing me through the forest like it was some real Twin Peaks type of shit. All this was going to my head. Donnie and I were dealing drugs and made a lot of money. I was smart and opened a small bank account. I'd only deposit a certain amount to make it look like I was really working. Plus, technically, Donnie and I were still working at the ABC warehouse I was telling you about earlier, even though we were only going in twice a week. It was all a cover-up lie for Donnie and I. We were making a lot of money at this point, and for what? Just to get people strung out on meth? No wonder I was having bad dreams, I thought. Sure, it was nice having thousands of dollars stashed in a bag underneath my bed. Donnie was fanatical about stashing money all over our apartment in case we got busted. He'd stash it in the vents and even near the water heater in the utility closet of our two-bedroom apartment. Don't hide it, divide it was his famous adopted slogan. Donnie was also having sex with different girls every night. I could hear them in his bedroom. I was single. No way was I going to get married to a wife and have kids, buy a house, and start a family being a drug dealer. I could hear the sex going on in Don's room through the thin walls of the apartment. I could hear the moaning. Oh, 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 Donnie, you're the best. I hear him make some slapping noises of him, maybe slapping her ass or saying something like, "You like that bitch, huh? Who's your daddy, huh?" Apparently, some of these girls were not the skinny type. This one girl on the couch was pretty hefty. As I came out of the living room one morning to get my cereal, she was heavyset with medium-length brown hair and light brown eyes. She was about our age and dressed like a tramp. She had some red miniskirt with faded black high heels on. She looked like a call girl, but who knows. I couldn't bear to look at her. She was laying on my couch in her almost half-nude outfit with black teeth and says to me, "Hey, hon, do you have a cigarette lighter?" She asked, smiling. "Nope, I don't. I'm sorry," I said after filling up my big bowl of cereal and milk. "Okay, hon, no problem," I heard her say after that as I walked back to my bedroom. Since I was lactose intolerant, milk with cereal gave me very bad gas, so I thought if I went outside into the living room and farted, maybe that would offend her sensibility and make her leave. I actually walked back out there to rinse my bowl in the kitchen sink. I timed it just right, and as I walked back to my room, I let a silent one rip. Luckily, she couldn't hear it, yet oh man did it smell, and I could feel it vibrate my pants as a certain tension was released from my colon. She just sat there, her big ass was sprawled out on the couch laughing and smoking a cigarette while watching TV. She was totally oblivious to my bad fart smell inside the living room. All of a sudden, Don comes out of the bathroom, freshly showered and water still dripping off of his bald head. He was shirtless, yet had shorts on and was putting his shoes and socks on. Besides my flatulent smell, the living room smelled of high-fragrance deodorant and cologne, enough smell to knock out a wood chipper. I actually had longer brown hair at this point. It was very straight and was almost down to my chin. My mom loved it, however, my dad always told me to cut it. At this point, Donnie was bald, and his head was completely shaved. I could see the freckles on his bald scalp. He looked like he had peach fuzz on top of his head with his glistening blue eyes. "Ew, dude, did you fart out here?" Don asked me, starting to button up his shirt as he intended to wear. "No," I said, denying any allegation of intentional tooting. All of a sudden, the fat girl let out a ferocious laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, whoever smelt it, belt it," as she was now eating a bowl of cereal Dawn had given her. Worst part was, she didn't get offended by the gaseous smell. With most good-looking women, a dude really has to hold his farts in, at least until he gets to know her, not to embarrass himself. I'd always used to break wind in school, and it was a very bad habit. It seemed like I'd always try to do it in front of people, or do it away from people, and then someone would walk right up to me and ask, "Hey Rick, how's your day going?" Just as I'd let one rip outside of class. "Alright, dude, well, we're going to the movies, gonna catch a matinee. I'll see you later, bro," Donnie said as he grabbed my car keys to the Coupe de Ville. He would borrow my car from time to time. "Hey, when are you going to get your own car? And by the way, thanks for driving me around, like I did for you all those years," I said, smiling to Don. "Real soon, bro. Soon as I can," he said, smiling back at me. "Let's go, Alicia." "Okay, Donnie," she said as they both got up to leave. I could hear her footsteps as she trampled away. I decided to play some video games after they left in my bedroom and take away any thoughts of having to look at that fat skank Donnie was banging. I mean, I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I didn't tell her that, but it's exactly what I thought of her. 2 hours later, I was engrossed in my first-person story mode video game and forgot all about the incident. 1 Tusk, Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 16, Donald and I's Adventures. It was early in the morning and still dark outside as Donald and I walked down the dirt road in a field surrounded by mountains and a freeway in the distance. "Don, what the hell are we doing here, man?" I asked as we both walked in the early morning light on a dirt road leading through a field into a train yard where railroad tracks were surrounded by red, brownish-looking rail cars. "It's for a little something-something," Don replied with a smirk on his face. "Okay, stop here. This is the train." We halt our pace next to one of the many rail cars on that particular track. The whole place was surrounded by beat-up old rail cars. It reminded me of a scene out of a movie. "Okay, what are we doing here, bro? There's trains all over and no one around." "Dude, if one of them starts to move, we'll be crushed," I asked with anxiousness, thinking we were on the verge of death if one of these trains were to take off. "Relax, man. I'm sending some of this stuff to my connection up in Seattle. He receives it via train and phones me when he gets it. This car is going to the Seattle rail yard," Don said, explaining to me as he reaches out of his black backpack and pulls out 2 white bags taped up full of drugs. It was 2 kilos of methamphetamine. At least that's what it looked like to me. Donnie had yet to inform me on this current operation. In other words, I had no idea what the fuck he was doing and why we were there. He then somehow stuck both of the bags with adhesive to the bottom of the huge rail car one at a time. "This should do the trick. It's not going anywhere," Don said as he looked underneath the railroad car with the satisfaction of a job well done. "You're so sure about that, huh? It's not going to fall off while the train's going over the bridge while crossing the river?" I asked with negativity. He just smiled. At this point, I'm still standing around nervous, still not knowing the outcome of the situation that Donald and I were in. I was wondering what would happen if some of the railroad workers showed up. Anyways, as I said, it was early in the morning, no one was around, and the sun was just coming up. It was sort of peaceful out in a weird way. All around the dirt field you could see mixed flowers and grass growing along the hillside. You could also see morning dewdrops coating some of the blades of grass, like a fire sprinkler had just sprayed water on them. Also, when I looked around, most of the rail cars had graffiti on them. Some of them looked like incomprehensible lettering with black spray paint. Others had fat lettering with vibrant colors, and some even had a character drawing right next to it like a mural. The particular one I was looking at took up the whole face of the rail car and read, "Dope." It had big white and blue lettering and took up every square inch of the rail car. I was a fan of art, no doubt, but my father hated graffiti and once told me, "If I catch the punks doing it, I'll break their hands." My father was old school, but looking at some of them, you could see how certain people view these murals as art and not graffiti. Donnie and I had spray painted our skateboards once in the garage, although that was about it. We didn't really do graffiti, although being a skater, we knew some people who knew Sean and Hector who hung out with him. "Look, Don, dope. How ironic is that?" I said jokingly to Donald, pointing at the brown rail car with white and blue spray paint on it. Don smiled and said, "Yeah, if I taped that to that car, it'd be the dead giveaway for the police or DEA. "Come on, let's get the hell out of here," he said in a commanding voice as he still smiled at me with his gleaming blue eyes. It was now full light out and the sun was fully shining. Donald possessed a certain enjoyment in illegal things he planned himself, like when committing illegal crimes such as trespassing and drug smuggling. I thought about it in a joking manner as I walked down the road with him. Donald always had that way with people, convincing them to do things that were morally wrong or just flat out dangerous. Don and I got into the Coupe de Ville and had a long drive back to Sunnyville. We were in the next county over called Grovesville. It was out in the middle of nowhere, and there was a lot of desert and cactus with birds flying high up in the air. While driving home and listening to the radio, Don was smoking a cigarette as usual. When off in the distance, I could see the mountaintops had little amount of snow on the tips. It looked really awesome. Also, there's hardly any traffic on the highway. Don had woken me up early that morning. Usually when we wake up early, it was to go surfing or snowboarding because it was a long drive to get there. Not on this day, anyhow. I was also worried about Donnie because he kept undercutting Addy, our supplier, and was selling behind his back. It could create potential problems for us. I thought about this on our long drive home back to Sunnyville. Here's a scene break for you. It's funny to me nonetheless that a physical characteristic Donnie used to have was a duck walk. He would walk with his left foot and right foot pointed outwards. It used to drive me crazy. I wanted to take a sledgehammer to his feet and bang both of them until they pointed inward. Not in the literal sense, but when I asked him about it one time, he simply replied, "What? That's how I walk, bro. It's been that way since I've been born. My dad told me I have a duck walk." He'd always say with a smirk or grin on his face. He'd walk in a supermarket down the aisles, and I wondered how he wouldn't trip on anyone. Besides that, I don't see how it helped him athletically. Don had a chance at high school frosh football, and as a quarterback, no doubt. Our high school coach, who also taught physical education, would work with Donnie after class on his technique. So what did Donnie do? He fucked it up by getting bad grades that semester, making him ineligible. He did play sophomore year, but as a backup quarterback. I'm telling you, when the Sunnyville Pirates football high school starting quarterback went down, backup quarterback Donald Brickman took over, and look out. We beat our crosstown rival, Tuscany High School, 24-21. Luckily, we scored the game-winning field goal kick by some knucklehead I don't remember. Hell, I even played varsity soccer for Sunnyville High. Soccer, that's a girl's sport, Don would say. Sean and Hector, the Skater brothers, also played, and they were our top scorers. Except the time we lost to an outside high school team, mostly of Mexican kids, who kicked our shins in. Not to be stereotypical, but they were so good, they looked like they were from a Nicaragua pro playing team in the World Cup. Soccer was an international sport, and I was good at it. Still, they were better. Andale Widow, they would say to me as I played good defense on the field. However, Donnie and I mostly skated throughout high school, plus we would snowboard and surf. I mean, snowboarding was the shit. Strapping in boots and bindings, riding a board down fresh-packed powder was everyone's dream. We went to the mountains on this one trip after a senior year in beautiful mountains of Southern California, and the snow conditions were epic. I remember it was right after this huge storm, and it rained for about 2 weeks straight. Normally the climate in Southern California was sunny, but with all the rain that we had that year, it looked like Southeast Asia, due to a weather system called El Nino. We went up to the mountains that year with Donnie, Sal, Sean, and Hector. Sal had a big lifted truck at the time. It sat high off the ground, so we would all drink beer and liquor in the back seats getting warmed up before our snowboarding trip. We were blasting heavy metal music on the drive up and having a good time. "Don't spill it, you motherfuckers," Sal would yell. It's funny because Sal would smoke cigarettes and would do a lot of speed, yet he could always hold his liquor. It got to the point that Sal would do so much speed that he would keep it under wraps by hiding it, and I couldn't tell if he was high or sober. I remember that day vividly. We went up the lifts and slopes were practically fresh powder. It's funny because Sal and Donnie both said, "It reminds me of fresh powder, all right. The kind you chop up." They both laughed hysterically. To them, it was like the funniest joke in the world. It means the white snow-painted mountaintops to them look like cocaine. The type of cocaine I could go for. Fresh snow that felt great to ride on if you were skiing or snowboarding down the hill. Best part about it was the ski lift would take you back up to the top. Of course, we stopped at the bar inside the lodge to talk to all the snow girls. And of course, we run into Shelly, Michelle, and Brenda. "Oh my God, what are you guys doing up here?" Brenda said, being ditzy enough as usual to ask. They all looked at us. They looked like cute snow bunnies dressed up in their snow pants and beanies. "Oh, you know, Sean and Hector are going pro, so we were just filming them," Sal said, exaggerating the truth as usual. "Oh, really? What about Rick? Is he sponsored yet?" Shelly chimed in with a smug laugh like she was being sarcastic. Everyone else laughed along with her. At this point, I was seeing red and said, "Fuck this," as I walked off into the lodge cabin to buy a beer. I could feel the stares behind my back, but I didn't give a shit. Shelly had pissed me off. Not only was my ex-girlfriend stalking me, she was also making fun of me in public. We just so happened to run into her everywhere we'd go. "Sorry, Shelly. He's just mad at Sean and Hector for being better than he is," I overheard Donnie say. The girls were laughing. I could hear them outside. At me, of course. I was mad about it until I spotted two pretty young blondes sitting at the bar looking over at me and saying, "Hey, cutie," as they both giggled. "Bartender, 2 rounds for these pretty ladies," I said as I paid for both of their drinks. I had 2 drinks with the pretty girls. We talked briefly about where they were from and whatnot. They both had just turned 21 and were all the same age. In the center lodge area, a fireplace was burning hot logs while about 20 skiers or snowboarders were standing in line at the cafeteria getting something to eat and drink. The staff was very friendly. That's when Sal came inside to talk to me, not Donnie. As usual, Sal played my second role model figure as he took a seat right beside me at the bar for a pep talk. "Look, man, Shelly just wants to be friends with you. She doesn't mean any harm," Sal said as he took a back seat beside me at the bar and smiled at the 2 gals sitting across from me, who I just bought a beer for. Music was playing in the background as it was a late afternoon. I could see the snow-filled ski resort through the windows as the sun peeked through the clouds. Sal had a beer in his hand. The bartender dude was quiet and polite. He served us both well. "Look, man, it's bad enough she dumps me, then moves away, and then shows up everywhere I go, I said to Sal, pleading my case as I drank my draft beer from my mug, almost emptying it in one gulp. I looked out the window and I saw Donnie talking to Michelle. Meanwhile, Sean and Hector were talking to Shelley and Brenda. They had their snowboards stowed on the rail. There were picnic tables outside for people to sit on, but most of the other skiers and boarders were in line getting on the ski lifts. Snow covered the ground. I know chicks can be difficult, bro, but you have to realize you have to play the pat hand with his wisdom. Pat hand, I said, while to me it sounded like absolute nonsense. Yeah, you have to let them know without letting them show directly, Sal said as he took a drink of his beer and tipped the bartender $10 simultaneously. Thanks, sir, the cordial gentleman responded as he wiped away the beer mug sweat off the bar with a rag. With chicks, it's not what you don't know or what you do know, it's what you know when they show, Sal said, now rambling, ordering another beer and sounding drunk. Maybe it was the speed. Okay, man, you sound like a drunken buffoon, I said, paying the bartender in cash and getting ready to go back to the slopes and do some more snowboarding with the friends. Okay, my point being is, don't let anyone get you down, Sal said, hugging me as we walked out the door to get back on the slopes to join Donnie, Sean, and Hector. At this point, Shelley, Brenda, and Michelle had taken off, probably with some other guys I might add, to go ski with or whatever. All right, man, duly noted, I said to Sal as we strapped our boots into our bindings to get on the lift. Duly noted what? Don asked, interrupting as usual. I was just telling him not to worry about chicks so much, which will ruin him, man, Sal said to everyone, including Sean and Hector, who got on the lift together as brothers. Oh my God, we are out of here, they both said to each other as they went up. You're still worried about her, man? Donnie said, glaring at me. No, bro, I'm not, I replied as I got on the ski lift. What's going on with you and Michelle? I asked Donnie and Sal as they got up on the lift also. Nothing, you fag. Why are you so nosy? Donnie replied sarcastically as he and Sal both started laughing. See, that was the thing. No matter how close Sal and I were, or how close Donnie and I were, they'd both take each other's side against me. I'm sure it wasn't intentional. Maybe they just both wanted to look out for me like older brothers. If anyone reading this doesn't know what snowboarding is, well, let me teach you. First of all, the weather has to be cold enough for it to snow up in the mountains at the ski resorts. You have to drive up there with all the proper gear. You have to have snowboards, skis, boots, bindings, pants, gloves, goggles, and a jacket. Also, the equipment should be snowproof. Pants are also waterproof, and a helmet to match. Snowboarding might have been a yuppie sport, but we enjoyed it very well. It wasn't cheap. Right about that time, Sean and Hector were skateboarding for a small sponsorship at a local skate shop in Sunnyville. After we got back to our apartment, we went back to the old neighborhood to check them out the next day, after we went snowboarding. It was big news in Sunnyville, a place with dirt, sidewalks, streets, trees, houses with pools, all located in the armpit of Southern California. By the time we got there, the next day, it was a huge party at Sean and Hector's house. It was nuts. There were people all over, lined up outside of the street. Hector, Sean, and a couple other skaters had a huge ramp in the driveway, and were doing tricks off of it. A crowd of people gathered to watch. I saw everyone there, including Billy, who had just gotten out of the hospital. It wasn't for getting jumped this time, it was from a minor car accident he got into driving with his sister. He was always getting hurt somehow. What's up, Rick? What up, Donnie? Ha 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 ha, he said, shaking our hands with his squeaky laugh. He must be on some shit, Donnie whispered to me as the loud music played in the background. I could see that Sean and Hector's house was full of people, extending from the front lawn and all the way into the backyard. Hey, Donnie, come over here for a second, I overheard Billy say to him, as I knew what that meant. It was like a code for I need drugs. When out on the corner of my eye, I saw both of them walk away to a parked car. Donnie was going to sell Billy some speed, of course. Donnie was the Brickman, the man with the supply, and I was his best friend. Don't get high off your own supply, was his famous quote. Outside, I was finally able to approach Sean and Hector, who were still skating in the driveway. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. There was an equal amount of young males and females. Sal then pulls up in his lifted truck with Felix, his little brother Ronnie, no doubt. Of course, Shelley, Michelle, and Brenda, who were all dressed like hoochies, wearing high heels and like stripper attire. They weren't dressed like Girl Scouts, let me tell you. I mean, it was a party, so Shelley had to dress like a prostitute so she could get free beer out of the keg. I was over her at this point. I don't care that she broke up with me, lied about permanently moving up north, only to move back to Sunnyville to rent an apartment with Brenda and Michelle. I never really talked to Michelle that much. She was always real quiet and always had a dull look on her face. While Brenda's big boobs were poking through her shirt, she approached us to say hi throughout all the commotion. Sal was walking in the party high-fiving people and also congratulating Sean and Hector on their new sponsorship. So how are you doing, Rick? Brenda asked as she walked up to me. Well, I'm doing, and I'm here, haha, I said to her while drinking my beer and puffing a joint someone had passed to me. You're so weird, Rick, she replied with a smug look on her face. I just smiled at her. Yeah, it was weird how she dumped Jack out of the blue and was now hanging out with Sal all the time. She was dick hopping, no doubt. It was like she was walking through the mall trying on every dress. She was a complete airhead, and I always thought she wasn't very intelligent. She was for good looks only. To me, as it was to everyone else, this was the normal thing to happen in Sunnyville. I tried not to dwell on the negative, but that's just how it was growing up in a small town where everyone knew each other. Everyone was with everyone at one point in time. All there was to do in Sunnyville was fight, fuck, or get fucked up. It was an hour drive away to the snow, city, or the beach. We couldn't go surfing every day, like those Beach Boy yuppies that had a six-figure trust fund from Daddy's real estate company. I finally made my way through the crowd to Sean and Hector. "What's up, guys? Congratulations on your new sponsorship." "Thanks, Rick," they both replied simultaneously. "What team are you riding for?" asked Hector as Sean skated away. There were only a couple of other skateboarders riding, but I didn't know who they were. One was dark-skinned. He was doing ollies and dropping in on the quarter pipe set up in Hector's driveway. "We ride for Team Flux. Flux skateboards, bro. Check it out," Hector said as he urged me to follow him inside his house. There was a DJ set up playing music. There were so many people there, and they were all dancing in his huge living room. Of course I saw Prankster Mike, his little brother, Felix, and Ronnie also. "What's up, Holmes? Hey, Rick, have a brew, ha ha ha," he said, holding up a beer to me with his trademark catchphrase. Ronnie looked fucked up already. He was standing on the sidelines watching girls dance. Prankster Mike was dancing with some girls to some loud rap music in the middle of the crowd. The whole house seemed festive and jovial, but the entire living room smelled of beer and smoke. "Where are your parents at, bro?" I asked Hector as we made our way into his downstairs bedroom of his two-story house. "They are on vacation. They went up to the Bahamas. Check this out, Rick," Hector said as he showed me his closet and opened it up. Inside, he had about 10 skateboard decks with trucks, wheels, and an assortment of stickers and t-shirts. The boards were black except for an elephant Tusk logo right in the middle. It said Flux Skate Co. I thought it looked frickin' awesome. Hector was riding for Team Flux. "How do I get on Team Flux?" I asked, high-fiving him. "Sean and I submitted a videotape to the company, and they responded. We are considered pro-amateur riders. We edited the video in our high school media class. Do you remember that, Rick? We sent it to the skate shop in Sunnyville," Hector proudly told me over the loud background noise of the party. "Yes, I do," I replied, remembering the class was taught by Mr. Edwards at Sunnyville High and had a bunch of video editing equipment. I was a bit surprised of Sean and Hector's achievement. Getting even an amateur sponsorship riding a skateboard was no easy picnic. It was a tough business, especially since other pro sports were much more popular and athletes made millions of dollars doing opposite compared to surfing or skateboarding, which were regarded as an extreme sport. "Well, cool, man. I'm happy for you," I yelled to Hector as we walked out of his room into the noisy dance floor. I saw his sister dancing in the crowd with some older fellow. She was wearing short shorts, high heels, and a short top. Now, she was dressed like a hoe, but she looked fine as hell. I also saw Jack, Brenda's ex, at the party. He came up to Hector and I and shook our hands. "What's up, dude? Rock on, man. Yeah." He was wearing some stupid-looking coat with a hat and sunglasses. Honestly, the way he dressed, he looked like a wannabe pimp. I also avoided Shelley, who was prowling around the crowd, as usual. She was going up and talking to anyone who would listen to her. I didn't doubt that she was trying to spy on me as well. I could have been paranoid. I was very high on weed. I decided to go on the dance floor and bust a move. I was watching Hector's sister dance the whole time. Her legs were exposed in her Daisy Duke shorts with barely any top on. God, I wanted to do her so bad. I used to fantasize about her. She only dated guys who were older and taller. My theory on that is she was regarded by so many people as a knockout and would only go with men strong enough to protect her from other dudes, I guess. It was sort of creepy just to watch her, so I walked up to her and said, "Hi," but that actually backfired very quickly as she looked over at me and then completely ignored me. She just walked away. I was a creep, I admit it, and couldn't help it. On the other hand, what a stuck-up snob, I muttered underneath my breath. Sorry I'm not 6'5" and wear a Letterman jacket with my muscles bulging out of it. Oh well, I was buzzed and I didn't care. Of course she was going to be stuck up to me. She was the older sister of her two younger brothers, and I was just their friend. Plus we were skateboarders, and their sister didn't associate with skaters. This was the typical Sunnyville post-graduate high school college kid party behavior. Everyone thought their shit smelled sweeter than most. I was actually having a good time by myself dancing with a crowd of people in the living room. They had a DJ there with a huge stereo and turntables, or whatever you call them, and I was dancing and grooving to the music. It was a mix of rock, rap, and some funk. I could hear the DJ yell on the microphone during one of the songs playing. "Aw yeah, give it up for Sean and Hector. Congrats on their new sponsorship for Flux Skateboards." The crowd living room started yelling and cheering. Not your typical party in Sunnyville. Usually there was some loud rock band playing at a house party with cops getting called before it hit 7 p.m. I mean, we didn't really listen to jazz or blues on the radio. Everything was fine until I feel a tap on my shoulder. It was Donnie, of course, who always seemed to ruin my high with perfect timing. "Rick, roll outside, man. There's a fight with Billy, Sal, Felix, Ronnie, and Prankster Mike," Donnie said, pulling me outside. "Wait a minute. They are fighting Prankster Mike again?" I asked. "No, they're fighting some Tuscany kids again. One of them grabbed Brenda, so Sal socked him," Donnie yelled. I guess Prankster Mike had joined our side finally. "What? Fight? Fight! Fight! Fight!" Everyone started yelling in the crowded living room of Sean and Hector's house. Everyone then ran outside like a stampede to the neighbor's street. It was now dark out, and these late-night parties were becoming a nuisance to the neighbors in Sunnyville, ensuring that one of them was going to call the cops. So Don and I finally make our way outside, and there's a huge commotion with dudes yelling and chicks screaming. In the crowd, I see a huge brawl with Prankster Mike, Sal, Ronnie, Felix, and Billy. They are beating the shit out of 3 dudes who were trying to fight back. They look like a bunch of drunken Neanderthals. It reminded me of barbarians or something from the ancient era. Belligerence at its worst. "You like that shit, you little bitch? You try to grab my old lady? Fuck you, Tuscany bitches. Bam! Bam!" Sal said while punching one of them in the mouth. He was bigger and had the upper hand. Don and I decided not to jump in this time. Don had a lot of meth on him, so we were standing around in the circle watching the whole thing go down. "Come on, guys. Stop. Please break it up." You could hear all the girls screaming. "I'll fuck you up, BC," Felix said as he was scrapping the 3 Tuscany dudes. It looked like a mosh pit similar to a concert, except punches were being thrown. "I'll get you, little bitch," Prankster Mike yelled, flinging punches to the other guy's friend. Billy, being the smaller guy, got punched pretty hard by one of the posers. Ronnie was just sort of backing up his brother. Anyhow, of course, Sal came out victorious by landing the final punch. "Get the fuck out of here, you fags," Sal yelled as the 3 dudes ran to their cars and drove away. "Fuck you, assholes," they yelled as they sped off of the neighborhood. "Yeah, woohoo!" Everyone outside started cheering as if we had won the decathlon. Sean and Hector were simply onlookers in the crowd of people huddled outside of the front yard of their house. Suddenly, someone yells out, "Cops!" Sal then gathered Billy, Brenda, Shelley, and Michelle as they piled into his truck and sped off down the street. Everyone started to scatter in different directions like cockroaches when the lights turn on. "Oh shit, bro, let's get out of here, Rick," Don yelled as he started running to the cars and was able to get a ride and escape. You could see the familiar red and blue flashing lights approaching in the distance. As they arrived, multiple cop cars blocked the party-goers in from leaving, and the police started arresting people on the street. It was pandemonium. I saw a couple of female police officers there as well. Then all hell broke loose when someone tossed an empty liquor bottle into the crowd and it accidentally landed on one of the police officers' head. I guess that someone inadvertently tossed the bottle in the air as a ditch tactic to hide the evidence. Obviously they were panicked and not thinking of the danger. "Assault on an officer, code 243, I heard them yell over the radio. Prankster Mike's little brother and Felix's little brother Ronnie got handcuffed immediately and thrown down onto the ground. I recognized a big fellow officer doing the handiwork. It was Sheriff John Baker. Chapter 17, Sheriff Baker, Part 2. "You fellows like to break balls over our heads, don't you?" I overheard Sheriff Baker yelling at Prankster Mike's little brother. Mike's little brother was calling out for him, but Prankster Mike was nowhere in sight. It looked like the empty bottle grazed one of the officer's bald head. It was bleeding and the other officer was pissed, although he was not seriously injured. Then the unspeakable happened. Sheriff Baker came up and grabbed me. "Mr. Tucker, I've been looking for you, sir." He grabbed my wrists and slapped the handcuffs on me in front of everyone at the party. He put me in the back of the cop car. Not my first time, I might add. "What's this for? I don't know. Underage drinking?" I asked sarcastically. He didn't say anything. He just drove me directly to the Sunnyville police station. He took me out of the car and walked me back into the interrogation room. It was dark. I noticed a couple of other men in the hallway wearing suits. It was a small police station, and inside the office looked like after hours. At that point, we were moving a heavy volume of drugs. I suspected that I got arrested because Sheriff was aware of our illegal activity. They started asking about my affiliations with Don, Addie, the biker, also Felix. This was a dangerous position I was in, and I knew they'd want me to become an informant. Also known as a rat, same principles apply. When a rat finds its way into someone's home, there's no way of getting rid of it. You have to set traps with cheese and kill it. This was not the outcome I had foreseen for my life to end up in. I remember being in the interrogating room, and they were asking me all kinds of questions. I was sitting on a wooden chair behind a round table in a conference room with no windows, and the light was on me. "Mr. Tucker, I'm Agent Ned Peters with the Drug Enforcement Agency. Do you know that you can get 25 years to life for felony drug trafficking, methamphetamine, which is a Schedule II drug? How long have you been dealing?" he asked me with a gray suit on and blue tie. "I don't know what you're talking about, sir," I said as they both laughed at my response. Ned Peters was tall, skinny, with brown hair, brown eyes to match, with a small mustache and dorky appearance. He was a middle-aged white dude who looked like a dweeb compared to Sheriff John Baker. Baker looked like a running back for a college football team. He was in good shape. The interrogation room was small, but I remember the ceiling light was flickering, and it was somewhat annoying. These were my new buddies, Ned Peters of the DEA and Sheriff John Baker of the Sunnyville PD. They are asking me if I was trafficking, if I knew Addy Sarasota, and his associates with some biker gang I never heard of. Sheriff Baker was trying to get information out of me about my best friend Donnie, which I wasn't. "We were just some warehouse workers. I have no idea what you're talking about," I responded, pleading my case. "You think we give two shits about two small-time punks like you, Mr. Tucker?" Sheriff Baker said, glaring into my eyes. "We are after your buddy, Addy Sarasota. Am I being arrested here? If so, I want a lawyer." "You're not being yet, but I warn you that we are onto you. Methamphetamine is a dangerous drug, and we take it very seriously, Mr. Tucker," Ned Peters had said to me. "I was in Vietnam. You know, in Vietnam, I killed a man with my bare hands. It was self-defense, but I was trained to kill the enemy," Baker said, trying to intimidate me more. He continued, "I woke up one morning. I lost consciousness. It was in the jungle, the smell of death. My whole platoon had been wiped out by an ambush from an enemy and friendly fire airstrikes. I wondered if he'd ever shut the hell up, but he rambled on. That's when I heard Viet Cong soldiers, so I hid in the bushes. I waited, then attacked. I killed one soldier with my bare hand, then I took out my knife and slit their throats. I was scared deep down, but I played it cool. I could feel my heartbeat, yet it was a thrill for me to feed these cops a line of bullshit." "You mean you killed some slant-eyed gooks, huh? Some frickin' dog and rat-eating dink trying to cut off your testicles in the jungle?" I was trying to provoke him now. Why? Because I was crazy. "You know what? You don't look old enough to be in Nam. My friend's dad went to Nam. He looks 10 years older than you." That was when I felt a thump right into my stomach. He hit me pretty hard, knocking the wind out of me. I almost fell out of my chair. "You like that, boy? There's more where that came from," Baker shouted at me. Ned Peters intervened and got in the way of Sheriff Baker, coming after me some more. He apparently didn't like what I had to say about him. Most of the Vietnam veterans were proud of their service, and I respected them, despite most liberals and hippies calling them baby killers and whatnot. Yet this sheriff was a complete asshole. He could fall off a cliff for all I care. He then left the room. "You're entitled to file a complaint on behalf of Mr. Baker striking you," he said. "No, that's all right," I said, as my stomach was okay, and the air returned after a few minutes. "You're a detainee, Mr. Tucker. If you have any more information on your pals, feel free to share it with me. And you're free to go," Agent Peters said to me, as he handed me his business card. As I walked outside of the station, I went to a payphone to call Donnie. I called the apartment, but got no answer, so I tried his parents' house, and his mother picked up. "Hello, Mrs. Brickman. Is Donald there?" I said over the receiver. "No, sweetie. I don't know where he is. Should I take a message?" his mom replied. "No, that's all right. Just let him know that Rick called." It was late, and I didn't know what time it was. Don's parents never knew where he was at, and for the most part, they didn't care either. I had no choice but to call my father. It was dark, the street lights on glimmering in the background. No one was outside either, and the police station in Sunnyville was on the main street that went through town. There were never that many people out at night anyhow. I was sort of nervous being outside by myself. So, I had to have a phone conversation with my father, which always sucked. "You are where? What the fuck, son? They let you out? You need a ride? Okay, I'll be right there," my dad yelled over the phone, not too happy about our phone call. At that point, Sheriff Baker came outside, then looked over at me. Then he got inside his vehicle and drove away. It was a four-wheel drive cop truck, or whatever you want to call it. It had big tires and looked like a Ford Bronco. It was well equipped with lights, a winch, other types of tactical equipment inside. I reached down in my pocket and realized I had someone else's pack of cigarettes. I didn't really smoke that much, whereas at parties I would bum them. Luckily I had a lighter as well. I decided to light up and smoke. That helped me calm down. I inhaled it, and it hurt my lungs at first, but after a couple drags it wore off. Not healthy, but it did relax me for a second. I thought of how my boss Adrian would chain smoke and enjoy every last hit of the cigarette, and that funny face he'd always make. I started to realize hanging out with Donnie all the time put my life in jeopardy. I was a high school graduate, enrolled in college, and had a full-time job. Yet, I was selling methamphetamine. The money was good. I had thousands of dollars stashed in my closet and underneath my bed at the apartment. However, I had to reanalyze my life. I decided at the moment not to mention anything to Donnie or Addie about this. I guess to the DEA, we weren't considered high enough profile criminals, and we weren't even a real threat. I guess we were classified as small time, and at the low end of the totem pole. That's why Sheriff Baker had command of this case. Ned Peters was strictly his backup. In law enforcement, a lot of times the federal law does supersede local jurisdiction, but they liaise together as a joint task force. In this case, it held to be true. They are all asking me everything about Donnie. They wanted to know all the information about Addie and also my connection to Felix. They wanted to know who, what, where, when, why, and how, even what size pants they wore. They wanted to know everything. Good thing is I didn't tell the cops anything. When my father picked me up, I told him what I got arrested for and that the cops let me go with a warning. He was super pissed, yet he gave me a ride home and dropped me off at the apartment. I remember he was driving my mom's minivan, and at the time it was very noisy inside. On the way out, he let me know how he felt. He was just being a typical overprotective father. "You know, Rick, you really need to get your life together here," he said with a dirty look on his face. "Okay, thanks, Dad. I appreciate the ride home," I obliged him. He drove away very quickly, not saying another word. Nothing was ever good enough for him anyways while growing up, even when I played sports. I'd get a base hit in Little League and he'd say, "It should have been a home run." And the time I got selected for the All-Star basketball tryouts, he'd ask, "How come you didn't make the team?" I guess this was a typical father-son behavior towards one another. Fathers living vicariously through their sons and reliving their own personal disappointment. When I got back to the apartment, I saw that my Cadillac Coupe de Ville parked inside the carport. Donnie must have driven it home. I walked through the front door and he was standing in the kitchen. "Where the hell have you been?" he asked. As I could tell, he was fucked up off drugs and alcohol because his eyes were slanted. He must have been drinking somewhere else after the party, and it looked like he was on shit also. I assumed he met up with Billy after the party and did speed at a different location. You never knew with Donnie. The cops arrested me for drunk in public, but they let me go. I gave them some bullshit story and then I had my dad come pick me up, I responded, as I told him only the half-truth, of course. It wasn't like he never lied to me, especially when he told everyone in my college class that I had sex with that girl Morgan. "Really, man? That's badass, Rick. You're fucking slick. I have to hand it to you, bro," he said while shaking my hand. "Well, what's up with you? What's going on? Where did everyone go after the party? Anything else happen?" I asked Donnie, getting the 411, or otherwise known as information back then. "Well, dumbass Sal took off from the party in his truck. Luckily, after the fight, this time Billy didn't get hurt. I think Felix and prankster Mike left together," he said as he cleared his throat right in the middle of his sentence. "As far as Sean and Hector are concerned, they have one hell of a mess to clean up tomorrow. I mean, it was their older sister's fault anyways. She'll catch the blame from their parents if they find out about it," Don explained, describing the events in detail. "Right on, man. I'm going to bed," I replied to him, acting enthused by his story, and also looking around the apartment to see if any stragglers were left behind. I thought maybe he had some skank in his bedroom, and since him and Michelle broke up, it seemed like there was a different broad sleeping in his bed every night out of the week. I thought I'd better get some sleep, even though we didn't have to work till Monday at our warehouse jobs. We were drug dealers, putting up a front to look like we had a legitimate occupation for any prying eyes. "Okay, hey Rick, tomorrow, man, I have a surprise for you," he said, with a smirk on his face. "Okay, man, sounds good," I replied, then shut my door and turned off the lights. I was exhausted. I was tired of being harassed by the cops at these parties in Sunnyville, and also running into Shelley all the time. I was sick of the fights, the shenanigans, and all the drama. I thought about this as I laid my head down on my pillow. I was contemplating a way out. I wondered what Donnie's surprise was this time. One can only imagine what an adventure it would be. A long hike through the woods, transporting some speed for Addie, or maybe this time his idea was robbing a bank like they did in the movies. Whatever it was, I was realizing that our friendship had changed and was different than when we had first met. I honestly don't know how we got caught up in selling meth. I mean, I tried it a couple of times, but I didn't like it because it was too intense. I realized that sooner or later I would have to get out, and end our friendship. I was looking for a way out. 1 Tusk, Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 18, A Dark, Shadowy Figure. I kept getting that reoccurring dream. A dark figure is stalking me through the woods, and I'm running from it, or trying to hide from it. It was definitely a male, because there was no indication of it being a female in the dream. Anyway, I'm in the dream, and I keep seeing the same dark figure. It looks similar to a Grim Reaper, but with no pole. I actually follow the character in the dream at one point. I follow him through the woods in an attempt to reveal his secret identity. However, all of a sudden he crosses a busy street and crosswalk and then disappears back into the woods on the other side. The other dream I have, I can see the dark figure peeping through my window. I woke up screaming this one morning. "Are you alright, man?" Don said, barging into my room to find out what the commotion was all about. "Yeah, I had a bad dream," I said to him. "Go back to sleep, pussy," Don said, closing my door. I couldn't figure out what this dream was all about, yet I suspected that someone or something was watching me. It was following me in an attempt to hurt me, or perhaps convince me to change the path I was on. I was a methamphetamine drug dealer. Donnie and I were now gaining more rep, and we weren't just trafficking now, we were selling it. Unfortunately to Sal, who would snort half of it, and sell the other half. I also heard that Sal and Billy beat up some kid who was staring at them for too long. In Sunnyville, it was a small town. This one day I remember Sal yelling out of my window while we were driving my Cadillac. "The fuck are you looking at?" Sal yelled at the kid who was walking down the street. "Fuck you! What the fuck are you looking at?" the kid yelled back. When Sal got out to hit him, the kid ran away, and Sal then chased after him. Apparently, it's common for young men to stare at each other in public and then both ask each other what the other person is looking at, while both looking at each other at the same time. I wasn't into staring contests. I mean, if another dude wanted to stare at me, I just wasn't interested. Only if it was a female. I guess staring at someone is a form of aggression, yet most everyone does it out of curiosity, maybe. I don't care. Someone can look at me all they want, but in the end, if I'm not interested, they get the cold shoulder. Although you had to be careful in Sunnyville, if you mad dog the wrong person, you could get hurt. I didn't think it was a big deal as much as Sal did. I wasn't intimidated by it. I fucking hate that shit, bro. If they want to stare, well, I'll give them something to look out of, a black eye. Sal was a badass, but he had the body of a barrel, and nothing could move him. He'd even put up a good fight against Addy, I thought, and he was a big tough guy. "Just give me something to eat, dude," was Sal's favorite line. We'd frequently stop at McDonald's after a late-night party in Sal's truck with Donnie, Billy, and sometimes Felix. Sal was the construction type or mechanic. In high school woodshop class, both Donnie and Sal aced the course. I passed with a C+, average grade. Sal was always wrenching on something inside his garage. "Hey Rick, hand me that socket wrench, will you?" Ratchet, 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 ratchet. He'd always be going to town underneath my Coupe de Ville, changing my oil or doing a standard tune-up. Sal was our grease monkey of the group. On the other hand, I didn't know what our friend Billy was good at. A good laugh, maybe? He had that squeaky laugh. He didn't possess any special skills that I knew of. He couldn't surf or skate. He wasn't a gearhead like Sal, or a math whiz like Donnie. I mean, he wasn't an idiot, he was just more quiet or refined. So one day, while we are wrenching on the Cadillac Coupe de Ville in Sal's garage, Donnie finally shows me a special surprise. "Yo, Rick, check it out," Don said, inside Sal's garage, as he pulls out a small pistol. "Whoa, keep it down, Donnie, my neighbors," Sal warned Donnie as he tried to conceal the weapon better. It looked like a .38 snub-nose revolver. It had a brown handle and black barrel. It was very shiny. It looked similar to the one Sheriff Baker had. I noticed it holstered on his hip when I was inside the interrogation room, after I got arrested on the night of the party. "Fuck, Don, really? What the hell do you need that for?" I asked, as he gave me the death stare like I was the one stupid for asking. "What do you think, bro? All this weight we are pushing for Addy, Sal, and Billy getting jumped. What about Felix? Do you trust him all the way?" "Wait, Felix? What the hell does he have to do with it?" I said. "He might get locked up, bro. Use your head, Rick. With Donnie packing, it's good to have it for self-defense. We all know Felix is a troublemaker, and it's a matter of time before he gets put in jail." Sal said, of course, taking Donnie's side as usual. I could sense an argument about to happen in Sal's garage, and I didn't want his dad to come outside, so I agreed to disagree. "No, I hear you. It's just... what? I mean, you keep it loaded? You got bullets for it?" I asked, but pretending to go along with it. "Yeah, of course, Nimrod. There's nothing more useless than an unloaded gun. I keep it underneath the seat in the car, and I keep it under my bed with a shoebox full of bullets," Don said with full confidence. The way he was pointing it in Sal's garage, I almost thought Don was going to fire a round off. I'm just saying, if we get stopped with meth, and then we have a gun on us, that spells more trouble for us, I explained to Don, as both him and Sal looked at me like I was the one who was crazy. Look, Rick, if you don't want in on this thing anymore, or it's too heavy for you, I already talked to Sal here about taking your place, bro, Don said, looking at me and then nodding to Sal. Yeah, Rick, I don't want to, bro, because this is your and Don's thing, but I'm just saying, Sal said, this time with more sympathy. I hear you guys. Look, it's just, we're making money, bro. We don't need to keep peddling drugs for Addie. I mean, you still haven't even paid him back the loan you took from him, I continued my case. We all lit up cigarettes in Sal's garage on that sunny afternoon. Sal lived in an okay neighborhood. It was somewhat similar to the one that drug dealer Sean lived in. Sal's dad was home, but he and Sal's mother were divorced. We never saw her. Donnie took a drag of his cigarette and let out a deep cloud of smoke. Sal was blowing rings. I was never good at that. We all stood in the driveway of his garage. It had oil stains and car parts, surrounded by rafters, naked posters of girls, and an empty beer keg next to the fridge. Look, if Addie questions me about the money I owe him, I'll say Ziggy took it, Don said, laughing hysterically. Who is that? That fucking bum that hangs out in front of Sunnyville Market? Used to buy beer for us back in high school? Sal said, getting in on the laughter. Ha 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 ha. We all started laughing now, although I stuck up for Ziggy. Nah, man, he's cool as fuck. I'll pay his end to Addie before I let you clowns do that to them, I said as they both embraced my humor and we all hugged like three musketeers. Sal's house phone rang and it was Billy. The second phone was outside in the garage so Sal could hear it and pick it up from his workshop. Yeah, bro, pick us up some cheeseburgers and fries, man. I already have beer, you hear me? Just give me something to eat, dude, Sal said, ordering Billy around on the phone. Apparently he phoned Sal from the payphone at the burger place near Tuscany. I guess if I was Donnie's best friend, then Billy was that to Sal. Okay, good, thanks. Click, Sal said, hanging up the phone in the garage. Sal, get in here and help me fix this kitchen sink real quick, Sal's dad yelled from inside the house. His whole house smelled like cigarettes. The interior wasn't very clean, but wasn't filthy either. It was just very old. Doubt any of the rich kids from Tuscany would feel at home in this type of residence anyhow. Yo, be right back. Donnie, Rick, get yourselves a beer, Sal yelled, pointing at the garage refrigerator as he raced inside to help his pops. We could hear a sputter sound with water shooting out. It sounded like brief chaos, but they quickly got it under control. I guess he was fixing a faucet or a pipe underneath the sink. No, hold here, son. Your left. No, your other left. Okay, got it. I could hear Sal's dad give instructions while he was working on fixing the sink. I could hear tools moving around and bolts being tightened. Wrench, wrench, squeak, 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 clunk. Okay, that's good, son. Thank you, I could hear him yell. I heard the water turn back on, and it sounded like it was running normally this time. Sal ran back out of the garage panting. Don and I were sipping ice-cold beers together in the meantime. Sal grabbed a bottle of beer from the fridge and joined us. Anyways, back to what we were saying, man. I might be going to mechanic school, but could use some extra cash if need be, Sal said as we toasted to it. We were young, only 20 or 21 years old at the time, but we felt like men. Okay, Sal, I mean, I don't want to do this job forever. I want to get out, and I have a warehouse job that pays good money. So if Donnie here wants you to work with him, I replied. We'll see, bro, Don said, winking at me as usual. It was funny because I actually wanted out of selling drugs, but Sal wanted in. For once, Donnie was actually showing me favoritism because it seemed like he didn't trust Sal that much around all that meth. I mean, Sal did snort a lot of speed. At this point, Don and I were partying, doing a little bit of coke, some shrooms, and definitely pot, but we were not taking speed. However, Donnie could switch back without my knowledge at any moment. Hurry up, bro. Toot me up before my dad comes outside, Sal said as he gave Donnie $20. Donnie passed him a little baggie half full of white crystal. Sal chopped it up and snorted a line on his workbench. Sniff. Good shit, bro, Sal exclaimed as Donnie patted him on the back. When all of a sudden Sal's dad came outside in the garage to say hello. Sal quickly stashed the meth while he and Don stammered a little bit to regain composure. Sal's dad didn't seem to notice Sal could get away with anything in his household. For some reason, his dad always seemed to like us. Hey, how are you guys doing, Donnie and Rick? He asked with a loud voice. We are real good, sir. Thank you, Don and I said in unison. Sal's dad was a spitting image of him. They looked more like brother than father and son, both with long black hair, dark eyes, and a thin mustache. So, Rick, I see you're having Sally here work on old Betsy, huh? How's your Grandpa Cadillac keeping up with the pace of times? He asked with a jolly old smile. You can see where Sal got his personality from. Well, it's good, sir, but she doesn't get the guest. Well, it's good, sir, but she doesn't get the best gas mileage. Well, it's good, sir, but she doesn't get the best gas mileage, I said as everyone in the garage started laughing. Well, ain't that the truth, but glad you take care of her, Rick. It was nice for your grandpappy to give her that car. Hey, Sal, listen, man. I gotta take off for a while. You boys think you can hold down the fort while I'm gone? Sal's dad asked with a shine in his eyes. Sure, Dad, as long as Donnie here doesn't burn down our garage, Sal said as we all started laughing. Whatever, punk, I'll mess you up, Don said, punching Sal in the stomach. But Sal quickly blocked it. I was surprised Sal was actually insulting Donnie this time and not me. All right, I'll see you boys later, he waved behind his back as he got in his old black and blue beat-up pickup truck and drove away. You know what this means, right? We're having a kegger, and I'm inviting some girls over, Sal said enthusiastically. You could tell the meth had started kicking in. He was all over the garage, although when he was done changing the oil for my caddy, he closed the hood, wiped down everything clean, and tucked away all his tools. Well, we gotta go back to the apartment first, but we'll come back with some more beers, Donnie said as we both shook hands with Sal and drove away in my Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Sal went back to cleaning his garage. My guess was he was waiting for Billy to get there as well. Sal went back to cleaning his garage. My guess was he was waiting for Billy to get there as well. He waved goodbye as we drove away with his smug-like grin. We gotta watch out for him, Rick. He's taking a lot of speed, Don said as I drove us back to the apartment. I know, and it doesn't help that we are always selling it to him either. I mean, he's our friend, I told Donnie. I know, man, I hear you, Don concurred, probably just going along with it, and had no intentions of stopping it. We both drove back to our apartment in Sunnyville. There weren't many activities to do in this town, but on a typical warm summer night, it would be perfect for a little kickback at Sal's. We both went home and got showered up and got ready. Don phoned Sean and Hector to extend the invite, but they didn't know if they could make it due to a family obligation. Pussies, Donnie yelled over the phone right after he hung it up. I guess Felix was missing in action at this point. Don and I's guess was he went back to jail or got into some type of trouble and had to leave Sunnyville. He and his brother frequently had to go on the lam. It was too bad, I thought. It would be nice to get all the fellas together. I got out of the shower and put on a nice clean shirt with pants and shaved my face. I also put hair gel in my short spiky hair, which was a popular style back then. I cut the longer hair length, as mentioned earlier, because it looked too much like a hippie's. Don had shaved his head almost bald, so hair gel didn't matter. He preferred to wear button-up shirts, t-shirts, jeans, and low-top white or black sneakers. He always came out of the bathroom reeking of cologne. You put enough fragrance on there, Donnie, old boy? I asked, teasing him. He didn't reply, just smelling his arm and asked, You ready, bro? Evading the question as usual. Yeah, sure, bro. Let me just grab my jacket, I said, as I closed my closet door. Grabbed my keys and wallet on the counter as we locked up the apartment and bolted out the door. It was early evening and foggy out. I could feel light sprinkles in the air. Feels like it's going to rain tonight. I wonder what time Sal's dad will be home, Don asked, making conversation as he lit up his smoke, while we walked to the caddy parked in the carport. Who knows? Sal's dad doesn't even give a shit. I just hope we don't run into Who knows? Sal's dad doesn't even give a shit. I just hope we don't run into Shelly and Michelle again, I told Donnie, with pessimism. You have to get over that, bro, he said as we both opened up our car doors. You have to get over that, bro, he said as we both opened up our car doors and got inside the Coupe de Ville, me driving as usual. I know, man, and I will, I said over to Donnie as he did his usual wink and grin, still smoking the cigarette inside my ride, even though I didn't like him to. Sal lived close to Don and I's parents' house, although it was a lower-income neighborhood. Our apartment was across town, so Don had to stop at the local liquor store to pick up some cigarettes and beer. It was pretty crowded there as we pulled up in the parking lot, and we see all the homeless people partying with Ziggy on the side of the building. Of course, Ziggy recognized us right away. He walked up to us with his sandy blonde, short ratted hair dreadlocks, ripped jacket with faded green army pants, and black boots on. His pale blue eyes looked like he was stoned or on crack. He leaned inside Donnie's passenger side window. What's up, brothers? Long time no see. Where the fuck have you been, fellas? Hey, Donald, can you buy me a pack of smokes, bro? He asked Donald, as he called him, with great enthusiasm. Of course, man, anything for you, Ziggs, Donnie replied, giving him a wink. You know, it wasn't that long ago. I used to buy you youngsters booze. Now you've all grown up, Ziggy said, as Donald gave him 5 cigarettes out of his pack. You know it, Ziggy. But we gotta go inside, man. We're headed to a party tonight, I said to him. Even though I love the guy, he'd keep us talking there all night if we let him. Hey, no problem, brother. I don't mean to keep you. Hey, Donald, can I see you around the corner real quick? I need a teen. Ziggy asked Donnie straight up if he could buy some speed off of him. Sure, 1 second, Don said as he got out of the Coupe de Ville and walked with Ziggy around the corner of the liquor store. He motioned for me to go inside and buy the beer, since I knew it was his code for letting him handle his business. Hey! I could hear all the other bums yell as Ziggy introduced them to Donnie. I knew Donnie would be safe and Ziggy wouldn't let anything happen to him. He always had our backs against the other bums. I'm not sure how old Ziggy was. He was definitely older than us, but younger than my father. I'm guessing his mid-40s. I walked into the liquor store and bought a pack of smokes, zigzags, and an 18-pack of beer. I bought Donnie a couple of miniature bottles of tequila that he liked also. Thank you, come again, the Middle Eastern gentleman who was working the register said to me as I left the store. As always, he had a turban wrapped around his head. He had dark eyes, a pointy nose, and always stared deep into my eyes. Hey, buddy, his trademark slogan. Of course, Donnie would make fun of his accent, and the store always stunk of body odor, incense, and a rotten fart-type smell. The cashier guy was cool, though, and it was Don and I's favorite stop. I walked outside and heard the ding-dong bell go off. I could hear Donnie returning back to my car, and Ziggy was being quite loud. Thanks a lot, brother. I'll talk to you later. Donnie shook his hand and got back into my car. How much you sell him? I asked, looking at Donnie. I sold him 18 for half price. He will pay me back, Don said, lighting up another smoke. That's great, man, like he's going to pay you back. Well, you're the one who'll have to deal with Addy, which, to remind you, you still owe him his vig, I replied in a sarcastic tone. Donnie snapped at me as I started the car. You know what? You're a faggot. You're always whining like a little bitch, Addy. Addy this or Addy that. You're not my fucking dad, bro. So shut the fuck up, you cunt. I started to laugh. It was funny when Donnie got mad. Usually I was the one who got upset. Like the time when we were 14, he stole my ice cream I bought from the ice cream truck, and I punched him in the face inside my garage. I'm just kidding, man. It's all good, I said to Donnie, grabbing a smoke out of his cigarettes on the dashboard. I couldn't quite reach them, so he handed me one, as if to say, no hard feelings. Yet, just when we were about to drive away, we see red flashing lights. It was none other than Sunnyville Sheriff John Baker. We see him pull up, but luckily they were after Ziggy this time. I saw Sheriff Baker get out of his Bronco police truck. I warned you, Ziggy. I warned you, he said, as he slammed Ziggy up against the wall. Baker was tough. He had a partner with him, a smaller, dorky guy with a mustache also. What? I didn't do nothing, man, Ziggy said as Baker slapped the cuffs on him. Oh, yeah? What's this? Baker said, pulling out a bag of speed Donnie sold him from Ziggy's pocket. I don't know, man. I found it, Ziggy pleaded. We were lucky because Ziggy would never rat on us to the cops. Let's go, bro, before we get arrested. Drive away cool, man, Don said to me, looking inside the rearview mirror as the cops continued to harass Ziggy and the bums. You got it. That's all we need is that asshole getting to us again, I said as I drove away and continued to Sal's. However, little did we know what really happened after we left. That's a 10-4, Ned. I just saw the two subjects drive away. He apparently sold some to this guy Ziggy, and we'll keep them under watch, Baker replied to Ned Peters over the radio on his truck. Ziggy was locked up in the back. Perhaps Sheriff Baker knew all along what was going on, and staged the arrest on Ziggy as a decoy to us. I think they are headed to a party tonight. At least that's what our phone tap told us, Mr. Baker, Ned Peters responded over the mic. 10-4, Mr. Baker said, shutting the door and driving back to the station. Okay, One Tusk, Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 19. This one's called Sal's Shenanigans. When we arrived at Sal's later that night, we saw Billy, Sean, Hector, and one of their skateboard buddies inside the garage. It was dark out with sort of a fog or mildew type of moisture in the air that night. We show up and get out of the car and say hello to everyone. What up, Donnie? Hey, what's up, Rick? Sean and Hector say as they skate over to us. Yo, you guys made it, huh? Donnie said, slapping them both on the back. It looked like they set up a little mini-ramp in Sal's driveway. Hey, this is our buddy Tom. He rides for Team Flux, Sean said, introducing us to this taller white kid wearing a hat. Billy, of course, came up to us with his normal greeting. What's up, Rick? Hey, Donnie, how's it going? With his signature high-pitched squealed laugh. Sal obviously kicked Billy down some speed from the teener he bought off Donnie. Billy was all over the place. Everyone in the garage was talking loudly when Sal come out and says, Brenda's coming over with some friends. Ooh la la, oh baby, Sean and Hector both replied. We were lucky to have some females over because there were only dudes at Sal's house. otherwise known as a sausage fest. Basically, it meant a shindig when only the guys would show up. Usually it was motivation to call up and invite some female companions. We were all having a good time drinking beers, telling funny stories, when all of a sudden Brenda comes up to the garage crying. She had just gotten there. Apparently her friends drove her. She was sobbing, and Sal had to comfort her. "Jack's been killed in a car accident. He was driving on the freeway and sped off the road, slid down an embankment. His car crashed into a tree. He was killed instantly," she said, through sobs. We were all silent at that point. What a buzzkill. I barely knew Jack, but he was Brenda's ex-boyfriend and hung around us sometimes. I knew he drove that Camaro fast. I wasn't close with him, but man, this really hit home because I had never known anyone who had died before. "He was drinking, apparently. He was at this party and then decided to drive home. The highway patrol found his vehicle off the side of the road," she said in between sobs. We still remained silent. She was crying in Sal's arms. Her other friends were waiting for her in the car. I gathered Brenda wasn't going to stay long and party with us. I assumed she had to take off, maybe for obligations due to Jack's family. "Brenda, when is the service for Jack? I would like to come as well. And Rick and Sal, too," Dawn asked thoughtfully. I was amazed that a criminal drug dealer, a.k.a. my best friend, could show sympathy and be so kind. "It's next Saturday at the Sunnyville cemetery," she replied, finally calming down after Sal consoled her for 5 minutes. "Okay, we'll be there," Donnie told her as she said goodbye to all of us. She got in her friend's car and drove off. Billy was messing around playing darts with Hector and Sean. They really didn't seem to care too much about it. "Yeah, that Jack always had a heavy foot," Sal said, playing with his mustache. "Yeah, now his car turned into jack shit." Billy yells out with his trademark high-pitched squeal laugh. "Knock it off, punk," Sal said, slugging Billy right in the chest. "Ouch, bro, what the hell you do that for?" Billy said, rubbing his chest, while Sean and Hector just looked onward, returning to throwing darts at the board. "Respect the dead, man. No jokes here," Sal said, scolding Billy in a hypocritical fashion. "Yeah, no kidding," Don replied, of course agreeing with Sal as usual. I wonder if Donnie had brought his pistola tonight. It was probably underneath the car seat, I randomly thought. "Well, we should all go pay our respects next Saturday," I replied to everyone, as they all concurred. We spent the rest of the night talking about Jack and playing darts. Billy and Sal were up to no good as usual. They were both high on speed, tweaked out of their minds, and were not fun to be around. Donnie and I decided to drive home, not the smartest thing in those days, especially getting pulled over by Sheriff Baker, who was already on to us for driving intoxicated. We also had to go to Addie's tomorrow and pick up some more shit. He had just made a new batch. I knew it was going to be a long night. I couldn't really sleep that night after we got home. I was a little drunk, but not too much. I was still paranoid about that dark figure chasing me in my dreams. I looked outside of the window of our apartment and I saw nothing, just the pitch black night. I heard Donnie rustling around in his room for a little while, but he then went to sleep. I turned out the lights, rested my head, and fell asleep instantly. So, the next Saturday, Dawn and I show up to Jack's funeral. It was at the Sunnyville cemetery. It was very sunny out that day, so go figure. I remember it as being hot and muggy also. I saw everyone there who we knew except Shelley, and thank God. Michelle was also there with her other guy friend who we didn't know. It was sort of funny to see Sal and Billy dressed up so well. Sal was wearing a crisp black button-up shirt with tan slacks and nice polished leather loafers, instead of wearing his usual garb of flannel shirts, skate shoes, and torn shorts. I saw Donnie approach Prankster Mike to talk as he handed him something. Probably some speed, I thought. Of course, what else could it be? At this point, I was strictly for transportation. Don handled all the weight. He sold some to Sal while he was working at this auto mechanic shop outside of Tuscany. If Sal got drug tested, he would get fired for sure. I was making decent money dealing drugs, yet Don and I both still worked at the ABC warehouse for some reason. I could hear Dave's voice, 6 o'clock, and I pictured Adrian smoking those cigarettes down to the butt. I don't know why I was thinking about work. Maybe it reminded me because of all these people were smoking. We saw Brenda and her other friends there as well. A lot of people were in attendance at Jack's service. In the background, green trees and fences surrounded the gravestones. Green grass was mowed to a nice trim cut, with nice short blades sticking up that were suitable for any golf course. There were also concrete walkways leading from the large tomb at the back entrance to the headstones in front of the cemetery. We saw a caravan of black limousines enter the burial grounds as Jack's ceremony was about to begin. About 20 or so people who were family exited the vehicles designated for Jack's wake. The group walked up to the grave as we all gathered around. There was a huge group of people with me, including Donnie, Sal, Billy, Michelle, Brenda, plus some of her friends. Surprisingly, I saw Felix and Ronnie, then Prankster Mike, and Jack's family as well. Then the priest walks up with several men carrying Jack's coffin. A lot of people were crying or had tears in their eyes, especially the women. Most people were wearing dark clothing also. Didn't seem to bother Donnie at all as he lit up his cigarette and started talking to me. So I wonder, was Jack a Christian or a Catholic? I think he was Catholic. So the priest's eulogy should be in Latin, I replied, pretending to know what I was talking about. Hey Donnie, give me a cigarette, Sal said, yelling at Donnie, interrupting us. Shh. This old lady silenced us, glaring at us with eyes so evil that I could see red laser beams pointing out in our direction. We all remained silent after that as the priest gave his benediction. Dearly beloved, we are here today to celebrate the life of Jack, a proud son, devoted friend, and valued family member, the priest said as he went into his speech. That was when I felt a nudge on my shoulder and a whisper-like voice. Hey Rick, Donnie, I'm having a party tonight at my house, Holmes. An after party for Jack, yes say? As I turned around, it was Felix and his little brother Ronnie. They both had smiles on their faces and they were wearing baggy pants with button-up shirts. It wasn't regular funeral attire they had on, let me tell you. Oh really, hell yeah, let's do this, bro. Party at Felix and Ronnie's house, Don whispered loudly to everyone standing in our group. I could sense everyone's displeasure towards us as Don, Sal, Billy, Felix, Ronnie, and I were standing in a large group of people at this funeral. Brenda was still up front next to Jack's family by the casket. We were a couple rows back, so they didn't seem to notice us. Everyone was smoking cigarettes, it seemed like. Michelle was up front with Brenda and her unidentified guy friend. Prankster Mike came up behind me and lit up a cigarette as well. I was the only person not smoking. Hey, what's up, Rick? How you doing? How's the caddy? It seemed like everyone wanted to chat disrespectfully at Jack's wake, including Prankster Mike. She's doing great, Mike, I replied, trying to whisper. I couldn't imagine how rude we were being and how Jack's family felt about us. We got a couple dirty looks at first, but the more of us gathered in the group seemed to make everyone else ignore us. I'm guessing there were about 100 people in attendance. Pretty flowers were strewn across Jack's headstone. It was also decorated with vibrant, colored potted plants and sundries. Due to all the commotion, I barely heard the priest's last words. May the Lord bless thee and keep thee. May he rest in peace. Amen, he said as he folded up his little black prayer book. Amen, the crowd answers back. They then lowered Jack's coffin into the earth. I never once looked inside, nor could I see his body during the whole funeral procession. That was fine by me, I might add. I could hear Brenda and Michelle sobbing. Funny thing was, Jack's parents weren't sobbing at all. I think they were in shock and disbelief. Or maybe they just didn't want to display any emotions in front of a crowd of people. Jack's father resembled him sort of. His mother was white, but heavy-set. She had tears in her eyes, yet wasn't sobbing. I decided to do the unthinkable. Everyone else thought I was nuts. I walked up to Jack's parents to pay my respects. I'm very sorry about your son, Jack. He was a good guy, and Brenda spoke highly of him, I said to his mom and dad as they both looked up at me with a sense of appreciation in their eyes. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Were you one of Jack's friends? His father asked, shaking my hand while the mother just stayed quiet and watched. Yes, he was a friend of mine and Brenda's. We grew up together in the neighborhood. He was always at the pizza place, I answered with sincerity. They both thanked me again and were on their way. The whole funeral ceremony broke up as everyone returned to their vehicles. The gravesite looked beautiful with collected flowers of all different shapes, sizes, and colors. Way to go, Rick. That was brave of you, Sal said, patting me on the back. Yes, all the way, Holmes. Respect esse, Felix said, replying with his thin mustache. Ronnie and Billy were walking right behind us. Prankster Mike was tagging along as usual. It seemed like we were no longer the stoner crowd, but the tweaker crowd, which wasn't very appealing to me, believe that. We all said our goodbyes and shook hands like we do in high school. We walked around to our vehicles and everyone drove home separately. We see fat-ass Prankster Mike getting into his car and drive away. We both start chuckling together as the sight of it. Then Donnie says, fuck it, Jack brought it on himself. He was driving drunk and high. What the hell did he think was going to happen? I didn't respond or even look at Donnie. I just got into my caddy as he opened up the passenger door and got inside. I pretended not to hear that comment because I just thought it was absolutely disgusting to even mention it. I bet Jack was high on speed that night, coming down probably from the meth Addie cooked and Donnie had sold to him. I was never able to confirm it. I think Donnie was becoming this evil person. Not that he was ever a saint. He used to do crazy shit even back in junior high. I was starting to question my friendship with Donnie and looking for it to come to an end. When we got to Felix's house that night, the party was raging. It was located in the back hills in Sunnyville, behind his ranch. There were bands playing, kegs flowing, girls dancing, the whole 9 yards. Sean and Hector got one of their dirt bike buddies to come ride and do tricks off this jump built in Felix's backyard. Everyone was celebrating the life of Jack. Everyone was there except for Shelley. She was a no-show. I wonder why I even cared. She was the last person on Earth I wanted to run into anyhow. I saw Billy, Prankster Mike, his little brother. Brenda was there, Michelle of course, Ronnie, Felix's other two heavyset sisters, Sean, Hector,
Even drug dealer Sean was there, and Donnie and the whole gang was in attendance. "What's going on, putos?" Felix came up to me and shook my hand. It looked like he was on a combination of drugs and alcohol. He was smoking a cigarette with his thin mustache and lips pressed hard against it. "Not much, the usual, man. Which band is playing?" I asked over the loud music, as the band was up on the stage playing some old punk rock music with loud, powerful guitars, distorted vocals, and trash can sounding drum beats. "They're called the whatevers, I don't know what they're called. Ha ha ha. Hey Rick, kegs over there, Holmes. Go get a brouhaha." "All right, Felix," I said, patting him on the back and making my way to the stage area. I had lost Donnie. I thought he was walking right behind me, as usual, but he was nowhere in sight. We made our way through the huge crowd of people there to exchange handshakes. He said with his high-pitched squeal laugh. He was rocking out to the punk band playing while a mosh pit had broken out. That's when a group of kids dancing to punk music start moving in a circle, and it can get pretty violent. It was nuts. These two guys were riding dirt bikes with all their gear on. Back then, dirt bikes were popular, and freestyle jumping was the popular trend back then. Vroom, brat! You could hear the loud two-stroke engines roar as the riders jumped over a set of doubles Felix and Ronnie built at the ranch. He must have used his dad's mini bulldozer to make them. Basically, as I explained earlier, for those of you who don't know, BMX is similar to dirt bike, except a dirt bike has a combustible engine. Yeah! You could hear everyone cheer as one rider cleared the jump. All of a sudden, I felt someone grab me. It was Brenda. She was somewhat intoxicated. "Hey Rick, how you doing? So glad you guys came to Jack's funeral," she said, very emotional-like. She was hugging me and being very flirty. I could feel her big breasts pressed up against me as she was wearing only a tank top and some high cut-off jean shorts with all her bosoms exposed in fabric clothing. She was always a good-looking gal and had voluptuous curves to her body, in my opinion. "You're welcome. I just hope we don't run into Shelley here," I said out loud on my second beer. I must have been buzzed because I always blurted something out that I didn't want to when I was drunk. We started to embrace, and she was looking at me like she wanted to kiss. I almost did it when suddenly she pushed me off. "Hey Rick, looks like you're too late," Brenda said, as she let me go and wandered off to talk to somebody else. I was puzzled at first, but just as she left, Shelley and Michelle walked right up to me. I guess she showed up after all. "Hi Rick," she said, as she looked pretty tore up while they both walked up to me like impending doom. "Are you on shit, Shelley?" I asked her with some genuine concern. "Fuck you, you're not my daddy," she replied, as Michelle started laughing. "Whatever, just don't get hooked on it," I said to her because she looked like she had been up all night. Her makeup was running, and she was wearing an outfit similar to Brenda's, but had some bruises on her legs. She looked pretty tore up, to say the least. That is what speed will do to you. "Whatever, bye, Rick," she said, walking off to go talk to Felix or Ronnie in the crowd. Michelle hung back for a second so I could talk to her. "Let me guess, where's she getting the speed from?" I asked Michelle as she looked up at me. "Well, you ought to know, Rick. He's your best friend," she said sarcastically and then walked away. Of course it was Donnie. He was cooking with Addie and drug dealer Sean while using me for my caddy to transport the load to the bikers across town in Sunnyville, or to his connect up in Seattle he claimed to have. I was getting more and more pissed at Donnie. I was fuming at that age in my early 20s, so I decided to grab another beer. That was when I felt a tap on my shoulder. "Yo, bro, what up? Let's go watch this fucking band play, man." It was Sal grabbing me by the neck like a bro hug, which was a manly type hug, and dragged me over to the mosh pit and stage area. The band was playing some punk music that was fast, sort of like heavy metal, and then it slowed down tempo-wise to the guitar player just strumming bar chords. They were a four-piece band dressed in jeans, t-shirts with holes all over, with red Converse shoes on. "And I don't ever want to let you know, and I don't ever want to let my curiosity show." The singer was yelling loudly into the microphone like it was a love ballad mixed anthem. The guitars were loud, the bass was fuzzy, and the drummer sounded like he was beating on a tin can. "You say the same things are all the same, but you know I've got no one else to blame." The punk lyrics rhymed and were on beat, but the singer's voice was sort of raspy. I didn't even know who the band was or the members in it. Sal and I started moshing. Hector and Sean were in the pit also, being of smaller stature, but they held their own. Luckily, no fools from Tuscany were there, because that always spelled trouble, especially when loud bands are playing at parties. People were dancing in the circle, although you could join in or come out of the pit if you wanted to, and rejoin the standing crowd. "What up, Rick?" Sean says to me, while we greet in the crowd of people standing outside in the mosh pit. "What's up, man? This is badass," I replied in a cheerful manner, talking about the party. "Yo, Rick, you got any smoke?" Hector asked me, as I could tell he was a little drunk. "I'm all out, man. Sorry," I answered, shaking my head. "No worries, bro. Hey, Sean, let's mosh," he said as he grabbed his little brother and they went back into the pit. It was odd that I'd rarely see Sean or Hector party too hard. Although this night, at Felix's house, they were letting loose. Everyone who was not in the mosh pit was outside the area spectating, including the girls. Donnie was still nowhere in sight. "Rick, have you seen Donnie, man?" Sal said, coming up to me, smoke in one hand and beer in the other. "No, I haven't seen him since we first got here, bro," I obliged. "All right, man, let him know I'm looking for him," he said as he stumbled away, looking for another teener, no doubt. All of a sudden, I see Donnie merge into the crowd with drug dealer Sean and, of course, prankster Mike. They walk right up to me. "Yo, Rick, you want to do any shit?" Donnie asked me with Sean and prankster Mike looking over at me. We almost had to yell over the loud background music. Sean was a taller black or mixed race as he stood out in the crowd of mostly white and Hispanic young adults. That's usually how these parties were, mixed crowds demographically speaking. "Try some, dog, it's good shit," Sean said, trying to convince me to take some speed he had in a small clear Ziploc baggie. He had dark brown eyes, although they looked black because his pupils were so dilated. I found it hypocritical that Donnie was hanging out with Sean, since Donnie claimed that he hated black people and called them the N-word all the time. "Come on, Rick, don't be a pussy. Move up," prankster Mike said, trying to shove it in my face. "Get the fuck out of here, bitch," I said, slapping his hand away. "Whoa, Rick, calm down. Why you gotta be a little bitch?" Donnie asked, instigating as usual. I wanted to go off on Donnie, yet I held my cool in front of Sean because I liked Sean and bonded with him that day we played the video games, doing that pickup for Addie. "It's cool, bros. Gonna stick to weed and beer tonight," I said, diffusing the situation. "Okay, man, that's cool. Fellas, let's go," Don said as all three of them walked away. They looked like they were the three amigos or something, more like the three tweakers. I was done using speed because it did nothing for me except make me unable to eat and stay up all night paranoid. Probably the reason why I got elusive dark figures in my dreams all the time. I was processing this, but the music snapped me out of it, and the dirt bikers were about to jump over a fire pit Felix had set up for them. I saw Shelly go running up to Donnie in the background, figuring to score some shit. "All right, folks, we're the drivers, and this dude here is going to jump this fire pit. Drum roll, please," they announced on the PA system as the whole crowd started cheering. You could hear the two-stroke engine of the bike revving. Bing, 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 brat, brat. The bike flew in the air and cleared the fire pit. Everyone was cheering. I went over to talk to Felix and Ronnie to say hi while his heavy-set sisters were sitting there also. They both looked about the same age and almost like twins. Maybe they were a year apart. "Hey, Felix, there's one of your friends," said one of them, looking up at me snarling. We were sitting by Felix's trailer, which was elevated and sort of overlooked the party. I was guessing there was about 100 people in attendance, maybe. More like it was a small concert. The ground was all dirt, so dust was kicked up everywhere. "What's up, Holmes? You having a good time?" Felix said to me, passing a beer and lighting up a cigarette. "Yeah, it's fun. Who are those chicks over there?" I asked, looking over at some pretty girls talking in a group that I'd never seen before. "They're my cousin's friends, Holmes. Go talk to them, eh?" Felix said with a grin. His little brother, Ronnie, was also observing the ongoings at the party. Felix's sisters looked disgusted on the occasion, maybe the fact that there was only beer and no food for them to eat. I decided with liquid courage to get up and go talk with these gals and see what they were all about. "Hi, I'm Rick. What's your name?" I asked this pretty-looking Hispanic girl. She had really long, straight black hair, dark brown eyes, lots of makeup on, wearing short shorts, low-top sneakers, and a small blue top that had her humongous boobs poking through it. She was about my height, her skin was pale, and she was very beautiful. If we hooked up here, maybe Shelly would be watching, I thought with a devious grin. I wanted to make Shelly jealous, like it was a competition. I don't know why kids think like this. "My name's Alicia," she said while shaking my hand and not elaborating much after that. All of her friends were quiet when I approached. "Let's go grab a beer," I told her as I grabbed her hand and she obliged. We walked with each other towards the beer keg. "So, you go to Tuscany High School or Sunnyville High School?" she asked me. "Neither. I'm currently in college and I have a job in warehouse," I replied to her. "Oh, really? What do you go to college for?" she asked, beginning to take an interest. "My major is in computers. How about you?" I responded. "I live with my brothers about a half-hour away from here. I'm a senior," she tells me. All the loud music at the party seemed to fade away as I focused my attention strictly on her. One thing led to another and we started making out in the back area. I was halfway down her shirt when I realized I got with the wrong girl. Her cousins, or primos, were there, and they were not happy, as they were gangster-ass people who don't like white boys getting with their hyena. All of a sudden, I hear some strangers watching in the background say, "There he is, Holmes, get him, essay." I then feel a punch to the back of my head as I was surrounded. I was getting jumped. I was pretty buzzed at the time, so I didn't know how it happened exactly. What was shocking next is I see Felix and Ronnie kicking me while I'm down. They had turned against me. I could hear his fat, evil sisters laughing at me hysterically. "Get that stupid idiota." I guess they were mad. I ate one of their hot dogs, so she couldn't have her third helping. "What the fuck are you doing, Felix? What the fuck, Ronnie?" They didn't even respond as the whole party bum rushed me. I felt some kicks and punches to the back of my head while I was down. Luckily, it didn't really hurt as I was buzzed, and due to all the commotion of the people gathered around, I was able to escape. As I'm running away through the crowd, I catch Donnie's face looking right into my eyes. He didn't do anything. Donnie's facial expression basically told me, "Sorry, bro, nothing I could do." As I ran away from the party, I could still hear an uproar of people yelling behind me. It could have been a lot worse, I thought. I barely had a bruise on the back of my head. I walked to a gas station, grabbed a payphone, and who did I call, of course, to pick me up? My dad. I went into the gas station bathroom to check myself out, looked in the mirror, and not a scratch. It seemed like they didn't get me too bad. When Sal got jumped, it was way worse. He got stabbed, and he had to go to the hospital. "So what happened?" my dad asked later when he picked me up in his beat-up minivan, as he usually did. "I got into a little scuffle at the party, but it was no big deal," I told him. "Well, you win some, you lose some," he said to me with a wink. I was surprised he didn't lay into me like he normally did. I guess he was finally coming to the realization that he knew what it was like to be a kid, and was young once too. "I'll drop you off at the apartment. Have a good night," he said as he drove away. After I got home, I went into the kitchen to start dialing people. I tried Sal's house to see if any of those fools got home yet. Instead, his dad answered the phone, sounding drunk as usual. "Hello? Nah, Sal's not here. He went to some party with, Billy, Felix, Donnie, and Ricky. He'll be back later." He was slurring his words as I can hear him stammering around on the other end of the line. "Okay, thank you, sir." Little did he know I was the person on the phone call in which he was referring to. I hung up and went to the bathroom to get cleaned up. I didn't notice, as I said earlier, any bumps, cuts, bruises, or any serious injuries. Nothing like when Sal and Billy got jumped. I wonder what Donnie was going to say this time. I knew he would drive my caddy back home as usual. I didn't see Donnie till the following day. He said the party got broken up as usual, but no more fights had broken out. He also had more product from Addie for us to move. I think it was about time for me to let Donnie and Addie and Sean know that I quit, and I was out for good. 1 Tusk, The Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 20, Island Time. I don't really know how or why Addie, the big guy, became a meth lab cook. He sold fairly decent pot to us and always talked about being on the islands from Polynesia. He seemed a better person than that, but selling drugs is what he was good at. He'd tell Donnie and I about the Pacific storms that would cross Samoa and Tonga, which was his neighboring island, and the huge waves that would come in. "We surf too, brah. We get in our big canoes and ride 10-foot waves, Hallie," Addie once told us in his garage after making a batch of meth. His property was in an odd location, only neighbored by horse ranchers with his manufactured little trailer park home and a detached garage. It was isolated by grove trees surrounding the property, making it safe and undetectable from law enforcement. For the most part, at least. "They have big surf, like in Hawaii?" Donnie asked him. "Hell yeah, brah. Bigger waves even," Addie smiled while lighting up a joint. "Yeah, right," I thought. I studied surfing, and had surfed for a while now. I knew Addie was full of shit because Hawaii has the biggest and most consistent waves out there. Surfing the north shore of Oahu was known for big wave spots to surfers such as Sunset Beach, Velzy Land, Pipeline, and Waimea Bay. "You should come over to the islands, Hallies. You love it, brah," he told us. "Yeah, we will, Addie, one of these days," I answered him with enthusiasm. It was almost a year ago on this day, I think, since we had first started dealing meth, before everything started turning to shit. Nowadays, I was getting jumped by Felix and his homies at his party, losing all my connection with Donnie, and even my parents had started to suspect something was up. Still, I had lots of cash and even a savings account. Plus, I still worked at the ABC warehouse. I think it was time to tell Donnie and Addie I was out. I wanted to go back to college and learn something new like architectural engineering, anything to get out of Sunnyville and start another life elsewhere. I thought I could live right by the beach if I made enough money legit. I could still hear Felix's sisters laughing at me in my head, from the night I got jumped at the party and others too. I guess it was funny to everyone else except me. People were cruel sometimes, I thought. But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, my dad would always say. I was just sick of the small town Sunnyville bullshit. So I show up to Addie's the following morning for our meet after I got jumped by Felix and his goons. Addie was in his garage again fiddling with something on his workbench. It was a typical sunny day in Sunnyville with warm weather. I noticed Donnie had gotten a ride there by someone else. I don't know who, since he didn't have a car yet, at least to my knowledge. We all sat in his garage like it was a business meeting. "I heard you got jumped, Holly. Hope you okay, brah?" Addie asked, giving me a look over like he usually did. He stood proud with his huge 300-pound build, over 6 feet tall with long hair, wearing his button-up Hawaiian t-shirt. "Yeah, I'm alright. It was nothing," I said, still a little pissed off about Donnie not doing anything to help me out that night. "Well, don't worry about Felix, Rick. I heard one of his cousins who jumped you was younger and went back to juvie. Felix, he's going inside the big house for weapons charge this time," Donnie told me. "Yeah, Holly, this stupid ass has an Uzi on him, and this Sheriff Baker cop pulls him over and busts him. Another thing is we are done with Felix's connection. His gang ties are severed. We still have my bikers and also Donnie's connection through Seattle with Sean, Addie had explained to us. Yeah, Rick, all we have to do now is send it to him on that train, like we did before, to Seattle, and Sean's buddy who lives up there will get it. We get 30 large a piece for one shipment. Like over 500 grand in product, Donnie said, with a glimmering smile as usual. I think we should be careful. That Sheriff Baker is onto us, I countered. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Donnie asked, getting impatient. The night I got locked up, partying, remember the night the bottle got thrown over the officer's head? They were asking me all kinds of questions. Also this guy from the DEA named Ned Peters, I replied. Really, brah? You rat on us, Hallie? Addie said, getting serious. Of course not. This Sheriff Baker is the one who we need to worry about, but he works under the DEA dweeb, I replied calmly. They were just trying to scare you, bro. They know everyone in Sunnyville are tweakers anyway, Donnie said, laughing as if I was the idiot and he was the smart one. His true colors were now starting to show. If they had shit on us, brah, we'd be in jail right now, Addie said, lighting up a joint and passing it to Donnie. I guess Addie's family was inside the house watching TV as usual and had nothing to do with the festivities going on inside his garage. Well, all that being said, I think it's time I get out of this. If you guys want to continue this racket, go on ahead without me, I said as they both looked up at me shocked. You serious, brah? Addie asked me. Yes, I said, looking him dead in the eyes. Well, we could always get Sal to come along with us. He's more reliable than you anyways, Donnie responded with sarcasm. You know what? Fuck you. I'm sick and tired of you talking about Sal like he's your best friend. Go live with him then, if you want. I was fuming at this point. What, motherfucker? You talking shit, bitch? Donnie said, flicking his cigarette and getting right up in my face. I thought we were going to fight right then and there, but I felt Addie's huge hands pull us apart, separating us. I still wanted to clock Donnie in the face anyhow. Whoa, Hallies, look quiet, boy. If you want out, that's one thing, but you dummies are not going to fight over it in my own house. Now leave. Addie was stern in his vocal tones. Quiet, boy. If you are out, I'll give you some time to think about it. Now both of you go. Don't forget about my $2,000 you still owe me, Donnie, Addie yelled, showing us the door. Sure thing. I'll have it soon enough, Donnie answered, lying as usual. We both walked out of there, and I still wanted to punch Donnie's lights out as usual, but we had both cooled off afterwards. Sometimes we would get into these little tiffs when we were younger, although it seemed like at this point we were both headed in different directions. Hey Rick, check this out, he said as he got into a tan and beige Volkswagen bus, started up, and then said, Hee, stole your wave, as he flipped me off and drove away from Addie's property. What the hell? I thought to myself, as it appeared that Donnie got a new ride and didn't even say anything about it. It was like a surf wagon, the one he always wanted and always talked about getting. I don't even remember him passing driver's education, let alone him holding a license, but I guess he was legal now. I had to go to work the next day, so I figured that would keep me away from Donnie and Addie. I would officially let Donnie know the following evening I was done. I didn't owe Addie any money, although Donnie did. When I drove away from Addie's house, I was on lookout for Sheriff Baker or any other law enforcement officials. As I was driving back home through Sunnyville, all of a sudden I hear, honk honk, hey you fuckstick, I hear someone yell out of a little Honda two-door car. It was Billy. He was with that crazy girl Becky who hung out with us that night we jumped those Tuscany kids. Billy, what the fuck are you doing? I yelled as we both drove on the main divide, side by side, navigating through traffic on a late Sunnyville afternoon. It's my new ride, man. You remember Becky? We're going to the party at the mill later. You should stop by, he said with his high-pitched squeal laugh. Yeah, Rick, you fuckwad, Becky shouted, hanging out of the passenger side window. Okay, sure. I'll see you there, I howled back at them as they drove away. I could use a break from all the dealings with Felix, Donnie, and Addie, I thought. I didn't even realize Billy had gotten his license. Time flies, since we were out of high school and now we are in our early 20s. I forgot all about Billy, Sean, and Hector all graduating. My little sister was their age also and knew some of Billy and Sean's friends. Not that she ever talked to them that much. Before the party, I decided to stop at the liquor store. Of course, Ziggy and his cronies were hanging outside. It was Donald and I's favorite stop in Sunnyville. Ziggy strolled over to greet me, although I didn't talk to him for too long. Here you go, Ziggs. Some of my change, I replied, handing him some coins as I walked out of the store with my 18-pack of beer, keeping it brief. Thanks, brother. I need it, Ziggy yelled as he was talking to someone else in a parked car. It looked like Ziggy handed him something. It was the ice cream man. I recognized him in his old-school Lincoln Town car. He saw me as he looked up, smiled, and gave me a thumbs up. I don't know what for, maybe because he bought some speed off Ziggy that perhaps Donnie had supplied to him. Like as if he was to say to me, hey dude, nice shit. What the hell was happening to Sunnyville, I thought. It was becoming a small town, methamphetamine-infested, capital of the world. I also saw the Arabian store clerk go outside to smoke a cigarette. He was oblivious to all the shenanigans taking place outside with Ziggy and the bums in the parking lot. I guess no cops were called this time. I decided to stop by my parents' house for dinner to get some food in my belly before a night of drinking and partying. I saw my mom, dad, and little sister. We ate some food and talked a little bit. It was a brief dinner. It was getting dark when I said goodbye to my parents. "Love you, Mom," I said, giving her a hug. "Love you too, son," she said back to me. I then drove back to the apartment complex. When I entered, it was now dark outside. I walked in our apartment and saw a note left on the kitchen table. I also noticed Don had moved all his stuff out. The message said this: "Yo, Rick, I got a new place. Sorry for the short notice. I'll call you later." The note was written with terrible handwriting. This was strange to me, not that I couldn't afford to live there by myself. It was weird that Donnie decided to move all his stuff out. I actually thought it was a good thing at this point. No more drugs on the premises, and I made enough money from trafficking that I could get out of this illegal racket. I could go back to school and finish that computer course, and maybe make a manager position at the ABC warehouse. I decided to call Don's parents' house, where he lived as a kid, thinking maybe he'd gone over there to contact his folks. Surprisingly enough, his dad answered the phone. "Hello, Rick. How are you doing? Nice to hear from you," he answered in a distinguished tone of voice. "I'm doing good, sir. Have you talked with Donnie lately? He moved all his stuff out today," I asked, scratching my nose while playing with the antenna of the cordless phone. It was a bad habit of mine. I was always fidgeting around with something, especially when waiting on the phone to listen to someone's response. "Yes. He mentioned getting a new place outside of Sunnyville. I think a 2-acre lot just out there yonder. You know how Donnie is. When he puts his mind to something, he does it," his dad elaborated after a short pause. He was always a slickster the way he talked, being a big-shot lawyer and all. However, it was rare that I ever spoke to Don's parents. They talked about him as if he was their golden child. His mother popped in on the phone conversation also, picking up the other line in the Brickman household. "Rick, it's so good to hear from you again. I hope you boys will be all right. You know how Donnie is. Once he puts his mind to something, he always follows through," his mother said, in a reassuring, cheery voice. "Sure thing, Mrs. Brickman. You take care as well," I said, hanging up. I reckon they had no clue that their son was a big-time drug dealer in Sunnyville. They always thought Don was as good as gold, like he could do no wrong. He was their only child, and to them was still a precious young boy, not an evil, demented, psychopathic drug dealer who moves all his shit out without any notice, deals drugs by taping kilos to rail cars, steals $2,000 from a 300-pound Samoan, buys a used Volkswagen bus out of the blue and carries a gun, and then fucks over his best friend. 1 Tusk, Chapter 21, The Life of Donald Brickman. This is called Done Dealing. By the time I got to the mill, there was a huge group of people there. I parked my Coupe de Ville and saw Billy's beat-up car, and also Sal's huge truck he drove. I didn't see Donnie's Volkswagen bus either. I noticed a couple of other cars, one of them probably Brenda's. I knew most likely Shelley and Michelle would be there too. Although I didn't care, I was feeling vindicated, like I was moving forward in my life and feeling good about myself. They were burning a huge campfire, and I could hear a lot of girls chatting, which overpowered the dudes talking. I thought that was a good thing for once, a party that wasn't an all-out sausage fest. When I walked into the crowd, I was greeted by loud cheers. "Hey, Rick's here! Hey, buddy, how the hell you doing?" I feel the enormous hand slap on my back. None other than that of Sal. It felt pretty good, actually, to be welcomed by everyone. "What's up, dude? What's going on, man?" I asked Sal, giving him a bro hug. A bro hug was a non-homosexual display between two men who were glad to see each other. Not to sound condescending or prejudiced to people who are same-sex oriented. "We are celebrating, man. To good times, everyone," Sal said, holding up his beer and everyone else saluting as well. I could hear the radio playing at a lower volume and burning wood crackling inside the fire pit. I could also see orange fluorescent sparks and timbers illuminating from the rock-made fire pit, which were shining up in the air, lighting up the whole area of the mill. Huge logs were stoked in the fire. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. "What the hell are we celebrating, man?" I asked Sal, opening a can of beer myself. It was ice cold, just the way I liked it. "We are celebrating life in general, man," he said intuitively, grabbing a smoke out of his pocket. Billy was standing right next to Sal. Also, he was arm in arm with that Becky girl. You wouldn't believe it, but she actually looked attractive, like she was cleaned up. Billy looked good also, as did Sal. I could tell they weren't tweaking, as I was happy about this for once. I decided to make my rounds and greet everyone. I saw Sean and Hector walked up and shook their hands. "What's up, Rick the Dick?" Sean said in a smart aleck tone while I punched him in the arm. "Hey, what's up, Cochise?" Hector said with a girl wrapped around his arm, although I didn't know who she was. "Not much, man. What's going on with you? How's that sponsorship working out?" I asked him as we slapped hands together. He looked slightly toasted or a little drunk and stoned, possibly. I was all out of pot, so maybe he'd smoke me out. It's going muy bueno, man. Hey, Rick, I got something for you, he said as the girl on his arm started giggling. He handed me a packet of stickers out of his flannel pocket. He was dressed head to toe in skater gear. As I mentioned before, the way skaters dressed back then consisted of large t-shirts, skate shoes, and baggy jeans, etc. The stickers said Team Flux. I was a little upset because I thought he was going to hand me some weed. I then walked over to Shelly, Michelle, and Brenda, who were all standing by the fire pit holding their drinks too. They were dressed pretty, but wearing jeans as well. It was pretty chilly that night because summer had ended, and it was now fall. Hi, Rick, how are you? Brenda said, always giving me an affectionate hug. I could always feel her big breasts pressed up against me, even though she did that to everyone. Now for the hard part, making my way up to Shelly and Michelle. Hey, I managed to say to her. Michelle, of course, blew me off, like she always did. She didn't really express any emotions. Like a piece of furniture, she was just there. Hey, Rick, how are you? Shelly said, giving me a hug. Shelly looked a little bit healthier than last time. I'm not doing that stuff anymore, she said, referring to Donnie's speed. It's cool, we're not together no more, so I have no right to tell you what to do, I said, giving her a hug. She seemed happy with my response, and we left it at that. Everyone went back to partying. They had a full keg there, and people were doing keg stands. They were lifting up Billy's legs and holding him face down on the beer keg, drinking it until he almost puked. I could hear the Becky girl cheering, "Yeah, Billy!" It was weird to see Billy hooked up with a girl, but I wasn't jealous, I was just proud of him. Yo, Sal, you talked to Donnie lately? I asked him, bumming a smoke off of him and lighting it up. He always obliged, even though I wasn't a heavy smoker. I talked to him earlier. I have no idea where he is. I'm going to mechanic school anyways. I'm not going to business with him, he told me as this was a sigh of relief. I don't know, man. Don has changed. All that money and power is fucking with his ego, I said to Sal as we both sat on the tailgate of his truck looking up at the stars. He hasn't changed, man. He's always been that way. A crazy fuckhead ever since we've known him. Did you hear that Felix and Ronnie are locked up? He asked me, changing the subject, as if not to dwell on any negative feelings about Donnie. Yeah, that's good, those stupid fuckheads. You know, they came to my window one night at like 4 in the morning? They fucking woke me up knocking on the glass. I yelled emotionally, taking another gulp of the beer. Yeah, we are better off without them, Sal said, finishing his beer. I still, to this day, thought it was Felix who threw the brick through our window and also shot up the mill. He was always a hood. I hoped he'd get butt-raped in prison. I can't believe Donnie's packing heat. What the fuck is he thinking, I asked Sal. Sal was obviously privy to Don and I's dealing with Addie, so he was the only one I talked with about dealing tweak. As far as Billy, Sean, Hector, and the girls, we kept them in the dark. He's going to need it with the money he owes Addie. Plus, now Sean suspects Donnie's a rat, Sal said, puffing on his Winston cigarette. Donnie a rat? No way. He's crazy fuck, but he will never rat, I said, trying to reassure Sal. He didn't say anything after that and just shrugged. He went off to go talk to some girls who were at the party. That's when I smelt the reefer burning. Yo, Rick, you want to partake? It was Sean and Hector with 3 other girls in the back seat of a car smoking a joint. Hell yeah, does a bear shit in the woods? I replied jokingly. Oh my god, there's bears up here? One of the girls asked, idiotically. No, sweetie, he's just teasing, ladies. This is my boy Rick. He's the one who taught us how to skate and try to surf. Ha ha ha. He's a good guy, Hector told the girls, while passing the joint to Sean. Hi, Rick, this one pretty brunette said, getting my attention. I took a hit off the joint and the weed tasted pretty good. We talked, drank, smoked, and before you know it, I was stoned. They all got out of the car and the smoke cleared the vehicle. It was just me and the girl. We had both immediately started kissing. We were French kissing each other by mouth, making slurping sounds. She started rubbing my dick through my pants, giving me a hand job. What happened next was crazy. She took off her shoes and started rubbing her bare feet on my penis, through my pants. Felt good, and I wasn't into the foot fetish thing like Sal was. I was enjoying it when all of a sudden I hear a knock-knock on the sound of the glass. Hey, look, it's Rick. He's getting a foot job inside the car, Sal announced to everyone at the party. I could hear everyone laughing as I almost blew my load in my pants, and fortunately it pissed her off as she busted out of the car and stormed away. Everyone at the mill was making fun of me because foot jobs are like a taboo thing versus having sex, although I didn't care. They were just jealous, I thought. Everyone would forget about it the next day because everyone was so drunk at the party. I don't even remember driving home that night. I probably should have walked home instead of getting behind the wheel, which is a stupid thing to do. Even crazier, there was still no sign of Donnie. I wonder where he had gone. Was he on his way to Seattle with Sean, taking tweak for Addie and delivering it to the bikers? Time would tell. I woke up the next morning hungover at the apartment. Good thing I didn't have to work that day. I hated working hungover. Donnie didn't care. Just suck it up, big boy, he'd always say. although luckily I didn't have to go to work until the following day. It was sort of nice and quiet at the apartment without Donnie being there. I show up to work the next day, after being hungover, thinking about the night before. When I arrived to work, I saw Rodney doing his morning rounds as usual. "Hey, what's up, Rodney?" I asked as he was pushing a broom collecting dust in the warehouse. He looked up and didn't respond. "Okay, whatever," I said under my breath, not deeply offended that he flat out ignored my greeting, but continued to the office. That's when I saw Adrian. He was glaring at me, smoking his cigarette as usual. He walked right up to me as I was about to clock in. "Rick, I need to see you in my office immediately," he said as he glared into my eyes with his deep blue, crappy, ugly, mean eyes. Like he was a pissed-off boss, and I was the dummy who was about to get fired. He'd do it to all the warehouse men and stare at them as they walked in to work to clock in. It was like, what the fuck are you looking at? You a fag and you like to watch men or something, Adrian? Yeah, right, I thought. If I said that to his face, I'd get into trouble. "Yes, sir," I said, as I went to the locker to get my usual work attire. He flicked his cigarette butt out on the pavement. When I walked back into the office, I saw him and David sitting at their desks. Hey, Rick, have a seat," David said in his yeah voice. "We need you to take a drug test. There's been suspicion that you've been under the influence on the job," Adrian ordered sternly. "Suspicion? From whom?" I asked, dumbfounded. "We can't say," Adrian added, while he was standing yet leaning against the other desk, while Dave was sitting in the desk across from Adrian. I felt like I was being interrogated for murder. Apparently somebody was snitching on me. Loose lips sink ships. A tattletale tucks their tail. A rat in the house is a dead rat, is what my dad always used to say. It was strange that Donnie wasn't at work today. I noticed he was nowhere in sight. "Where's Donnie at?" I asked out loud when I saw Dave smile. It was weird that I asked that out loud. Of course, it randomly occurred to me that Donnie was possibly involved. "You need to forget about your friend Donnie for a moment and focus on your own actions," Adrian said to me in a stern voice. "We want you to go to the bathroom and pee in this cup. Close the lid to the container and seal it. We will send it to the lab afterward," David explained, holding out a Ziploc baggie with a plastic cup inside of it. I thought for a moment of what my actions were going to be. I figured I didn't need this crap job. I made enough money from peddling illegal meth, and was damned if I had to work in this place another second longer with the bullshit, the politics, and the ass-kissing. Plus, every week, Uncle Sam would take a huge cut out of my paycheck. The benefits were crap. The medical was expensive as hell, and they took more money out just for a retirement account for people who were 65 years old. And keep in mind, I was still in my early 20s. People would tell me it was a good job and that I should hold on to it. That's fine, I thought. If they felt it was such a great job, let them come here to work and deal with Adrian's bullshit. "I won't do it," I said firmly. Adrian looked up and cocked an eyebrow like he was God Almighty himself. He looked over at David and grinned like I was a sack of shit. Adrian looked like a strawberry blonde-headed Adolf Hitler. "Well, if you don't, it's automatic termination," he said, grinning. "Okay, that's fine. Where do I sign?" I asked. Dave looked a little bit surprised. He thought I liked my job. Honestly, I didn't. I just pretended to like it, make my parents happy, and present an image to the world that I was on the up and up. Truth is, I like to skate, smoke pot, surf, play guitar, and work when I wanted to. Not because my boss would tell me to. "You need to take responsibility for your own actions," my father would always say. I guess I was spoken like a true young punk asshole who didn't want to work. Not that I was lazy, I just got tired of the corporate bullshit. Other guys who work there just sit inside the office doing nothing except answering phones all day, or sitting at the computer desk. They get paid twice as much as me, and to do what? And I'm the one who gets shit on? Because my daddy wasn't the owner of the company? I didn't have a stockpiled bank account, nor was I a trust fund baby who had a full college tuition paid for. I was fed up with it. "Well, get your things out of your locker," Adrian said to me. "Okay," I said as he then had me punch out leaving the warehouse, and that was the end of it. No more ABC Inc. "See you later, Rick," Rodney said to me when I walked out, as if he knew the entire time I was going to get canned. I didn't say goodbye to him. Luckily, the other drivers had left for the day, so my exit interview with the company wasn't a huge spectacle. The warehouse was quiet. Too quiet, I thought. "Goodbye and good riddance," I said as I walked out of the place for good. I was so happy that on my way home, I stopped at the liquor store and celebrated with a beer. "But what will I tell my parents?" I said to myself out loud.
Okay, One Tusk, Chapter 22, The Life of Donald Brickman. This one is called The Incarceration. I still hadn't heard any word from Donnie. I guess that place he bought out in the hills with his drug money was doing wonders for him. Thought he might have dipped into his dad's 401k account. Donnie told me once that he had the account number and password to take out cash withdrawals from it. Not sure how he could get away with it, but if done illegally on a computer or over the phone, he could do it easily and just transfer all of his dad's money into a different account. Donnie once told me that his dad had millions in there. If obtained, I doubt he'd ever pay back Addie the vig he owed him, and I didn't know what was going to happen with that situation. Addie didn't mess around and didn't like to lose money, so perhaps drug dealer Sean was going to be the one moving the dope now. To my knowledge, Sal wasn't going to take any part in it. Billy was all hooked up with that crazy girl Becky. Sean and Hector had their skateboarding sponsorship. Brenda was likely to meet somebody and have children. I thought the same about Shelly and Michelle. Felix and his little brother were both locked up. Who knows what happened to Prankster Mike? And everyone else in Sunnyville seemed to be drifting apart or moving on with their lives. High school seemed like such a long time ago when it was only a couple years back. I looked back on the good old days when Don and I used to surf this beach by the railroad tracks. It used to get big there, and paddling for waves was no joke. There were always a ton of surfers out there. The waves reminded me of skateboard ramps. The wave felt the same as when you dropped in on a ramp. After that session, this one surfer approached us there. And I'll never forget it because the dude bummed a smoke off Donnie and me. "Yo, man, you want some scotch?" the hippie surfer dude asked us. The train tracks went over the bridge like there was a pathway underneath. There was also a creek that ran through there, with graffiti on the walls underneath, but surrounded by beautiful trees that led into the mountains. There was a long paved trail from the parking lot to the beach. It might sound familiar to you. Anyways, I go, "Sure, man, what's your name, bro?" as I took a swig of the very potent Scotch whiskey. It felt like a chokehold around my Adam's apple when I took a gulp of it. My gag reflex was instant, but I choked it down and sighed with relief. "My name's Scott, bro. Get it? Scotch?" he said as he held up the bottle. "Cool, man. We have a buddy named Scott," Donnie said, grinning. He was bullshitting, of course. Donnie could be a compulsive liar sometimes. "Will you guys take care?" he said as he walked away with his wetsuit and board still under his arms. He must have hid the bottle in the towel. Later, it was apparent that Donnie sold him some speed. He was counting a stack of 20s when we got into the Coupe de Ville. There was a burger place close by where we would stop and eat also. Not quite as good as the place in Sunnyville. Anyway, it would do. "Give me some extra ketchup," Donnie would always say. We'd dig into our fries, onion rings, and chomp on our burgers like alligators feeding in a swamp. Felt good to have a meal after a good surf session. It was a highly competitive surf spot, and I remember I only caught a couple of waves when the surf was big riding a shortboard. That's probably the place where Donnie claimed a Chinese man, or most likely a Polynesian surfer, had snaked his wave. It was typical because there were a lot of surfers paddling in the water and trying to catch waves. It was still fun nonetheless. He stole your wave. Maybe that was Don's mentality all along, not just with surfing, but life in general. It's funny, I also remember another time Donald and I went on this long hike in the back hills of Sunnyville. It was on a long trail that led up this mountain that climbed a steep elevation. I remember seeing large pine trees as we got to the top of the trail. It was right behind my parents' house, and I also remember you could see the peaks from our backyard. We were probably only 16 years old at the time, and we didn't even bother to pack food or water. When we got to the top, it overlooked Sunnyville, and it was a grand view. It was marvelous and picturesque on top of this mountain. I remember Donnie saying, "Well, now the only way we have to go is back down." It was easier walking back down the trail. Gravity pulls you back down in the direction and you don't have to exert as much energy. Good for cardiovascular endurance, although I remember Donnie lighting up cigarettes while we were walking on the way back. "You think that helps you breathe better?" I asked, giving him a hard time. "Yeah, it opens up my lungs," he said with a grin. He was always sarcastic. What's interesting is the mountain had symbolized Don and I's friendship. We had already reached the mountaintop, and the only direction we would take now is downward. That is exactly what happened to our friendship. We had reached the mountaintop, and now it was time to climb back down. Only this time, we'd both have to go our own ways. Okay, here's a little short scene break, if you want to take a couple minutes. At the apartment, I noticed that Don had moved all his stuff out of the room and all his belongings were gone, except I found a photo of us lying on a shelf in the closet. I looked at it briefly. It was just me and him in the picture. It looked like it was taken back in high school. I set the picture back down. I felt like it was the end of our friendship for some reason. I had a deep down gut feeling. That's when I heard a knock at the front door, a very loud one. Bang, 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 bang. "Mr. Tucker, open up. This is Sheriff Baker of the Sunnyville Police Department." I could hear the loud voice echoing outside my apartment door. At first I felt like running for the hills, although I knew that it had something to do with Donnie, so I opened the door and recognized it was Sheriff Baker and Agent Peters of the DEA. They had a few other cops with them. They both stared at me intently. "Yes, can I help you?" I asked as I opened the door.
"We have a search warrant for your domicile, Mr. Tucker," the Agent Peters dude said to me in a high-pitched voice. He was dressed in a suit and tie while Mr. Baker wore a sheriff uniform and bulletproof vest. "Do you have any illegal drugs or weapons on the premises?" Sheriff Baker asked me with his eagle eyes. "No, sir," I replied, remembering the incident when he interrogated me after the party had gotten broken up by the cops. I sat there in my living room couch as the officers began their search of my apartment. It didn't take long before they went into Donnie's empty bedroom. I saw one of the officers go to the corner of his empty room and pull out a razor blade. The cop cut a square in the corner of the carpet and lifted it up. Underneath, I could see a cutout of where the floor used to be. The cop pulled out 2 kilos of methamphetamine. He held it up for Ned Peters and Sheriff Baker. They both looked up at me and then walked over, stood me up and said, "Mr. Tucker, you're under arrest for possession with intent to distribute illegal methamphetamine. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will go against you in the court of law. If need be, an attorney can be provided to you free of cost." They both slapped the cuffs on me and hauled me in like I was a slab of dead meat at the butchery. I was shocked and in disbelief. I didn't cry and I played it cool. However, it hit me that Donnie had left a present for me inside the apartment, stashing 2 kilos of meth underneath the subflooring of his bedroom. When the officers transported me down to the police station, they had hooked and booked me. I noticed another dude in the holding cell with me. He was yelling, "Fuck the police!" in a New York-sounding accent. "Shut the hell up, punk," John Baker said to the guy, as both him and Ned Peters focused on me through the cell bars. They had desks, and it looked like it was in the inside of a substation of some sort. I could see out the windows, and it was getting dark outside, I could tell. "What'd you do, man? You get busted or what, man?" the New York dude asked me. "Shut up, man," I replied, trying to ignore him. That's when Ned Peters and Sheriff Baker came into my cell, then dragged me into their office. The meeting was very brief. "Mr. Tucker, we have found 2 kilos of speed in your apartment. Do you know how we found this?" Ned Peters asked me. "No, I don't know, and I don't know whose speed it is," I said, denying any knowledge of that it was mine whatsoever. "Well, Rick, your friend has betrayed you. He got busted on a gun charge and gave us some information that you had 2 kilos of speed at your house," Sheriff Baker said, looking into my eyes, playing with his mustache. "I don't know what you're talking about, sir," I said to him. "Well, it could play out 2 ways here, Rick. See, we don't believe Donnie. We know that he is in fact the kingpin of your little drug operation along with Mr. Sarasota. Since the drugs are in your possession, that means you go down for it, and I'm talking 15 years or more. That is, unless you have something different to tell us," Mr. Baker said, playing with his mustache. I guess he felt he was Wyatt Earp or something. "I don't know anything about it, and can I please call my lawyer?" I asked Ned Peters and Sheriff Baker. "Sure, you can have it your way, Mr. Tucker. If I were you, I'd tell us who the speed really belongs to. We know it's your punk-ass friend Donnie who snitched on you to save his own skin. But if you inform on him, you'll be let off on all charges," Sheriff Baker explained, as one last attempt to persuade me into cooperating. "No, thanks. Can I please call my lawyer?" I said, looking at both of them, and then looking down. They both nodded and said nothing as they walked out, shaking their heads in disbelief. I was later booked into county prison. The place smelled of bad chicken noodle soup as they brought me to my cell. In there was the same dipshit I saw in the holding cell. "What's up, man? I'm Nick, but everyone here calls me New York Nick," he said, shaking my hand. He was about the same age as me, but looked like some wop greaseball kid from the East Coast, as we would call him, who would refer to us as Californians, which was SoCal, by the way. He was the same size as me, but a little more definition in the upper body. Also, he had short, dark hair, tan skin, and dark eyes. He gave me a look over. "Looks like we're going to be cellmates, bro," he said with a thick East Coast-sounding accent. "Oh, that's great," I said as I began to lay my head in my bunk. Just like that, my life had changed in the blink of an eye. One day I was a free man, and the next day I was locked up. It began to sink into me on what was going on. Donnie was catching too much heat. He got caught with that stupid gun he bought, and to avoid getting arrested, he blamed me for the speed. Not sure why he left it in the apartment, or maybe he stashed it there to hide it from Addie, who knows. It dawned on me now that Donnie was behind everything. He was the dark figure stalking me in my dreams, the one who ratted on me to Morgan, and possibly responsible for the brick coming through our living room window. That one night back at the apartment, I knew Donnie. He was going to set up Addie, Felix, and possibly Sean as well. He was going to take the money and run, then leave Sunnyville behind, like we both had talked about. It was always about getting out of this small town. Luckily for me, I stole one of Donnie's dad's associates' business cards and called a good lawyer outside of Sunnyville. I had enough cash to pay for the attorney fees, and he was some overweight, middle-aged white man in a suit and tie whose name I can't remember. My fate now rested in his hands. He actually came down to the prison located just outside of Sunnyville. I spoke with him in the visiting room. It hadn't sunken in yet that I might be doing some serious time in this fucking place.
1 Tusk, Life of Donald Brickman, Chapter 23, Locked Up Like New York. When I spoke to my attorney privately, he told me that my sentence would most likely be 7 to 15 years in a federal prison, if I got convicted and found guilty. They would charge me with possession with intent to distribute. I would get 2 years with full immunity if I cooperated, meaning if I gave up Don, Sean, Felix, and Addie as my predecessors. At this point, the cops sounded like used car salesmen trying to do anything or say anything to get me to buy from them. A sworn oath testimony in court claiming Donnie, Felix, and Addie were the top drug manufacturers and distributors of an illegal methamphetamine operation in exchange for full immunity. The district attorney even tried to charge me with attempted murder, but that didn't stick. I hadn't talked with Sheriff John Baker much, only for a brief moment to hear about his old Vietnam War stories. Some sounded pretty graphic. I can relate to what you're going through, Mr. Tucker. When I was in Nam, I got captured and was put in a Vietnam prison camp and tortured. For something I didn't do wrong, I might add, he told me as he visited me in my holding cell. Sheriff Baker was the real deal. He knew Donnie was a mastermind, and I was a good person who simply got caught up in it. Short little scene break. When I first got to prison facing a 15-year federal sentence, there were only 2 things I thought about at first. What I did to end up there and what I was going to do when I got out. Prison isn't what people think it's like in the movies. Yes, of course it sucks. You are locked up or incarcerated, as they call it, serving time with other inmates whose crimes are far worse than yours, or at least some of them are, which sucks. Federal prison is no joke. I was serving time for distribution, possession, selling, and manufacturing methamphetamine. One of the hardest things being locked up in the beginning was looking into my father's eyes the first day he visited me inside the joint. It was about the first month in. Obviously, my mother and sister knew I was doing time. The whole town of Sunnyville knew. Meanwhile, Donnie was still hiding out, to my own knowledge. My father was the only one who came to visit me that day, and I could read absolute disgust on his face. Like, how could I be his only son? He had never spoken to me like that ever. He just looked at me silently and stared at me inside the visiting room. I begged, pleaded, apologized, and argued, saying he had done some bad things in his life, although I got no sympathy from him. As far as he was concerned, they locked me up and threw away the key. I cried immensely, but it was not enough for me to gain his sympathy. "The fuck is wrong with you? You let a stupid fuck like Donnie bring you down? I warned you." "Please, Dad. I know I fucked up. You know I love you. Tell Mom also. I'm so sorry, Dad. Please forgive me," I said through watered-down tears. He yelled at me as he walked out of the visiting room, vowing never to return. I'll never forget the day Donald, or Donnie as his friends like to call him, pointed me out in the courtroom in front of the judge and jury, saying I was the leader and kingpin of a Southern California illegal drug methamphetamine empire. It was his idea, I thought. He was the mastermind, not me. He was the one who had asked me, "Hey, you want to make some real money?" He even smiled when he told the court the dope was all mine. I couldn't believe it. Never in my life have I been fucked over so hard. "That's him," he said, pointing at me for the judge inside the courtroom. He didn't even give a shit. He just looked over at me and smiled. What a motherfucker, I thought. My lawyer informed me that with good behavior, I'd maybe do 7 years. However, that wasn't any consolation prize to me. I also heard Felix had gotten knifed in prison. He wasn't in the same lockup as me, but my guess was it was due to Donnie. He was in close with those bikers Addie knew, who hated Felix. Felix was stabbed in the stomach, and I heard he didn't survive. I also heard that Addie had been indicted. Donnie must have ratted on him as well. I can't believe they'd give him witness protection, so maybe he just informed on them and didn't get caught. I'm pretty sure Addie was going to kill Donnie. Donnie still owed him the vig. When I was in prison, I wrote this poem. I read it out loud to my cellmate. When you're in prison, it's like backup if you do get along with the person. Well, you hope so, on both accounts. They're supposed to have your back if anything goes down, and you're not supposed to rat on each other if it goes south. New York Nick actually agreed with it. Here goes. Friends are fun, friends are foe. Do we need friends in life? The answer is, I don't know. We want friends in life. Some come and go. When you really need friends, they pull a no-show. Friends aren't family. Friends aren't reality. Friends are fabricated with uncertain morality. Friends fuck you over. Friends will pet your dog Rover, but when it comes time to shit on you, they never know when it's over. Friends are fake. Friends leave in the end. No good deed goes unpunished. With friends you have to defend. Friendships sometimes end, and some friendships you can mend. But the fact of life is, family is thicker than water, and a friend is mostly pretend. New York Nick, my cellmate, read it, afterwards wrote one too, and it goes like this. I once knew a dude named Vinny Scalapini. The girls said he had a teeny weeny. He liked to eat pork in New York and drive his car to the bar because it was too far. To walk in a shitty city that never sleeps and always eats. To run out of time and face the clock. Don't be late and miss the next bus stop. He read it out loud to me with a grin. It wasn't Robert Frost by any means, but hey, at least it rhymed, I thought. That's pretty good, man. You could be a poet and not even know it, I said back to him. He just laughed. This basically summed up my life, especially my friendship with Donnie Brickman, who said he had my back like we were brothers. That's just the point, we weren't brothers. What was I thinking? It's sad and true. You can't really be a good friend to someone without it blowing up in your face. It happens to everyone, really. I know what you're going to say. Well, if you make better choices with the type of friends you hang out with, true friends will stay with you to the very end. Yes, but no. Everyone eventually loses a friendship with someone, whether it's a good or bad experience. I hope to get paroled, maybe serving 5 years for good behavior, being that I was a first-time offender and all. I didn't really drink alcohol inside the can. Well, for one, it's illegal in prison. Number 2, it didn't taste good at all. Number 3, for some reason, sipping a bottle of whiskey underneath a dark cell isn't as pleasurable inside as it is on the outside. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did it a couple of times. It was fairly easy to get booze on the inside, as opposed to what most people think on the outside. I just wasn't into it. Being in jail is a sobering experience. Your freedom is taken. Shitting, farting, and fucking are a thing of the past, at least in privacy. The food sucked. I barely ate. I drank water, did push-ups, and read books. I wrote in my journal, that's all I could do. Me and my cellmate, New York Nick, as I called him, would discuss various topics. We would always talk about the good old days in New York before he moved out here and got a 5-year bit for felony drug possession. He was dealing ecstasy, which was a dangerous drug taking over the scene with the ingredients of speed and heroin combined. Truth be told, to get drunk in prison and wake up the next day hungover fucking sucks ass. Going to the chow line, then go to work all day, then to return to your cell is a pretty boring life. Plus, you had to worry about all the other inmates. I really wasn't in a violent prison. Nonetheless, there were fights, some stabbings, and a few killings as well. The prison I was at was mostly controlled by the Latins, who are the majority in the prison. Not to say people didn't take the drugs they supplied. I just didn't enjoy it on the inside. I wanted to do my time like a man. I didn't really enjoy the food or taking a dump in front of everybody. I barely shit once a day, whereas on the outside you have the luxury of just taking a dump as you please. To hear a toilet flush 3 times a day might sound simple to you, but not having your own bathroom to take a crap in while reading a book isn't as pleasurable. Being stuck 12 hours a day in an 8x10 concrete barred cell with a stainless steel toilet. Often I would just squat for like 2 minutes to do my business, wash, and wipe it. I really wasn't enjoying that much food I would eat on a regular basis. I lost about 10 to 15 pounds in the can, but in the meantime I did push-ups and also targeted cardiovascular workouts. Chess, checkers, and cards were very popular also. Collecting stamps, matchsticks, and cigarettes were favored among inmates. The smell of the joint was awful, stale cigarettes and burnt toilet paper it seemed like. I was enrolled in a writing class on the inside also. I didn't really learn a whole lot in prison, more than I would have on the outside, but I definitely learned how the prison system works. Basically all you have is time. Time to think about what you did, and time to think about what you will do when you get out. My plan was to go back to college to take computer programming courses, plus start my own business. Who knows, maybe even take up a career in creative writing. It's the only thing I think I was ever good at. That's why I decided to write these memoirs while inside the pen. I'll never forget the sweet sound of the guard telling me, "Mr. Tugger, you have a visitor." I go down to the visiting room, and who is it? Sal. I was so happy to see him. I picked up the phone and we both talked. He looked good and cleaned up. His hair was shorter. I was the one wearing an orange jumpsuit, so obviously I looked different to him. "What's up, man? Damn, you look pretty ripped, bro. You've been pumping iron, and you've lost weight, too," Sal said with his devilish grin.
He always had a good attitude. Thanks, buddy. That's all there is to do inside the can, man. I got this annoying cellmate from New York, but we get along okay. How's everything going on in Sunnyville? I said to Sal as he tensed up a little bit when I questioned him. Well, Billy and Becky are getting married, plus having a baby boy. I'm doing what I do best, back to wrenching on cars, Sal said, laughing. That's great, man. Congratulations, I said to Sal through the thick glass. It was about mid-afternoon, and we only had a couple of minutes before chow time. Well, word around town is that Donnie has gone AWOL, and not even his parents can reach him. He hides out in some house in the back hills behind Sunnyville now. Sal paused, as usual, playing with his mustache, and then continued. I think he's making meth again, bro, and Addie has it out for him. Donnie snitched him out to the police as well. I also heard what happened to Felix. Man, that's crazy shit. That fool Sean you were working with moved back up north to Seattle, Sal said, elaborating pretty well on the news updates for our small town in Sunnyville. That's good. He'll get caught eventually, that rat piece of shit. Felix's brother and cousins will have it out for him, too. I can't believe he's still dealing. If he gets caught, Sheriff Baker says Donnie will do life in prison. They say selling drugs to little kids is the same as murder, I told Sal as he then switched it up. Shelley was asking about you. She sends her regards, Sal said, continually stroking his mustache. That's cool. I heard she moved back up north with her older brother, I told Sal as he simply nodded his head. Our conversation went on and was dwindling to an end. He said one more thing as he got up. Hey, Rick, check this out. They have this new thing out called cell phones. You just dial someone's number from your pocket. As he reached in his pocket and pulled out what looked like a smaller portable phone. It was crazy at the time. We already knew about mobile phones, car phones, cordless phones, etc. Yet, at the moment I was locked up, cell phones and the internet had just hit mainstream. Little did I know that it would change our planet forever, the new millennium. Well, he says, as he got up with tears in his eyes. Goodbye, Rick, as he pounded the glass and walked away. I had never seen Sal cry. He had no reason to. I did everything to myself. I fucked up. I threw it all away on selling drugs with Donnie. I put myself in this predicament. Not you, Sal, I yelled at him as he walked away. He just turned around and looked at me with tears in his eyes and walked out. I never saw him again. I started to tear up inside the visiting room. I had to maintain composure going back to the chow room, and if the other inmates sensed my weakness, they would use it against me. I took a seat next to New York Nick. Hey, I heard a rumor your buddy Addie is getting locked up and your boy ratted him out, New York Nick said, as he knew all the gossip. Even though he wasn't from Sunnyville, he had my back because I wasn't a snitch. I could sense the other inmates expecting me to say something as well, as we all sat down and ate our chow in the late afternoon hour. The lights from the chow hall shined down like dim fluorescent lamps, illuminating our tarnished souls. I don't know Donnie. I never did, I said to New York Nick and all the inmates eating at the table. At this point, I didn't even care about Donnie. He was dead to me. It was like he never existed. He was some fake figure stalking me in my dreams. My own worst enemy. You know he's going to get his, Rick. And he's got to go down, New York Nick said, who wasn't very book smart, but definitely street smart. Addie will take care of him. Since I didn't snitch on him, and I'm no rat, Addie knows that. Donnie is the devil, I said, taking a bite out of my applesauce. Yeah, that's not all. Some other biker dude got shanked, supposedly due to your friend, New York Nick continued. My guess was he meant Addie's friend, the biker we delivered the speed to. Look, man, I don't care. It's all rumors. I can't do shit about it locked up in here, so just drop it, Nick, I said, yelling at him. It's sort of funny that New York Nick was becoming my new Donnie, another best friend who respected me and had my back. I'll do it myself, man, if this Donnie ever comes in here. Back home a rat gets exterminated. And you did the right thing, Rick. You didn't tell no one. Shit, if you were Italian, you'd be in my crew on First Avenue for sure, bro, New York Nick said as he never seemed to shut up. The dude would probably talk to a tree stump if no one had stopped him. I had to admit, he was tough and knew his shit. In prison, your cellmate is like your bitch. Or the other way around. He had my back and I had his. What's that, stealing TVs out of a delivery van? Fucking riding a subway to work? Taking the elevator to the top floor? I've been to New York City once. It was cool, but it's not for me. This is California with the surf, sun, babes. It's not like Wall Street in the NYC, I said to him. The Big Apple, he said, as he literally took a bite out of his apple, as he got the better selection in line as they divided apples, bread, and applesauce to every other inmate. It reminded me of, don't hide it, divide it, Don and I's famous motto. It wasn't that famous anymore being locked up inside this shithole. I got the saying from the biker dude anyway. Not sure if he was killed or just stabbed from the rumor inside. In the can, I thought a lot about all the old friends and gang. I wasn't sad about what happened to Felix. I knew he would end up dead sooner or later. His little brother Ronnie was a sleazeball just like him. I was happy Sal was doing well. I missed Sean and Hector, my little skateboard buddies, and their older sister also. I definitely thought about her inside. I could picture her long, smooth legs, perfect body, and stuck-up attitude. Boy, what would it feel like to be the lucky douchebag that ends up inside of her, I said to myself. I was happy Billy was having a kid with that crazy girl Becky. I guess in Sunnyville, like I said, all there was to do was party, get drunk, go to the grocery market, work at the local mill, have children, and live there for the rest of your life. It didn't sound that appealing to me. I still to this day don't understand why my parents wanted to move there. Not a whole heck of a lot of opportunity as opposed to a big city. I thought about my mom, dad, and baby sister. I pictured them all eating at the dinner table. I also thought about Shelley, Michelle, and if they were still friends. I thought eventually that Shelley would get married and have kids of her own later on down the line. Brenda would too, I think. I was locked up inside. I didn't really have time to remember when, how, and what was going on in the outside world. My life consisted of cigarettes, reading, working out, and card games with New York Nick. He was the new Donnie, I thought. Same personality type, who bragged about how many women he slept with and the jobs he pulled in New York, bragging about killing black guys even though I didn't believe him. It's funny, him and Donnie would get along well, I thought. Then I remembered when Donnie and I would go surfing, fishing, skating, and snowboarding. I missed doing all these things being locked up inside. I also missed listening to music. I wonder what Donnie was doing at the moment, but I realized he was in a lot of trouble with Addie and even drug dealer Sean. Who knows? Maybe he and prankster Mike went into business with his little brother also. Sunnyville was full of winners, and Don's parents were probably still clueless. They thought Donnie was their little angel when he was really a vicious demon. Oh, you know how Donnie is. When he puts his mind to something, he does it, his mom and dad would say like he was the good son. I pictured Sal and his dad working on cars in their shop. I also wonder what my dad did with my grandpa's Coupe de Ville. I'm certain he sold it because I didn't have much contact with him. If my parole was in 5 years, I could get out for good behavior, even though I was convicted of a crime. Trafficking methamphetamine was the official charge, although I didn't sell it the same way Donnie did. I hadn't touched the stuff for years anyways, not since high school. I guess that's what kids did, at least where I grew up. A lot of people experimented with drugs, you'd be surprised. And then some people didn't take a drink, a drag of a smoke, and never touched illegal drugs. I respected those people. So as I kept up with my memoirs in jail, most of which you are reading, and looking back at all these great stories Don and I had, karma finally had caught up to Donnie. I was incarcerated for the better half of my 20s and wasn't going home just yet. However, New York Nick filled me in on the gossip. I wasn't sure, but for some reason I think Addie cut a deal with Ned Peters and Sheriff Baker. Maybe Donnie was going to have him killed. I suppose by some rival bikers through his connection in Seattle. I don't know how it went down exactly, but maybe a little bit something like this. Okay, here's a short scene break. Pause. Sheriff Baker, the voice at the other end of the phone asked as he picked up the ringing line. Yes, this is him, John answered. Sheriff, this is Ned Peters with the DEA, the agent said. How are you, Ned? John asked. Listen, no time for small talk. Eddie Sarasota has been arrested and has named Donald Brickman as his successor. He has given positive identification on his fixed location, Ned explained to John quickly over the phone. We also have a warrant out for his arrest, Ned added. Sheriff Baker smiled. His case had finally come to a close. John, are you still there? Ned yelled over the receiver. John just sat there silently. I sent you a fax transmission with an address to Donald Brickman's residence. John, are you there? Ned kept inquiring. Sheriff Baker sat back with a glimpse of satisfaction and finally said, That's great, Ned. I'll forward it to my guys in SWAT team and send them down there ASAP, John replied, twirling the phone cord in his hand. But, John, are you going to go down there? Click. He hung up the phone with Ned Peters. Sheriff Baker was done. In fact, he was thinking of an early retirement. He had caught Donnie Brickman. Now it was time to go home. He left that day and boxed up all his pictures and other belongings. He later turned in his badge. On his last day at the office, he said goodbye. He grabbed his fishing pole on the way out. Well, what are you going to do now, John? One of his secretaries asked. I'm going fishing with Carol and the kids down in Mexico. I hear there's bigger fish to catch down there anyway, he told her as he walked out. He got in his civilian car and drove away, never to return ever again. He was done with Sunnyville, just like he was done in Vietnam. He had stopped having dreams soon as he knew Donnie Brickman was going to get arrested. He had finished his investigation. Donnie had moved to a place outside in the hills. The sheriffs had a briefing, and Ned Peters led to an investigation after Baker gave it up. The suspect has been known to live in a house located in the valley behind Sunnyville. He is a major violator and drug trafficker, identified by his predecessor, Mr. Sarasota. Ned Peters briefed the group of officers and agents getting ready to raid Don's house. I guess Addie's payback was to snitch on Donnie the same way he ratted on me. Donnie was going to get Addie caught anyways, so I heard with all the rumors coming inside the pen, as inmates like to gossip when they were beating each other down from a rival crew. "Yeah, your boy's going down," New York Nick said to me as we were playing cards smoking cigarettes inside the cell. "He's already dead to me," I responded to Nick as he gave me an odd look. Donnie was a dark figure stalking me in my dreams, an evil anarchist, and he was going to get arrested and do time in the slammer like myself. But for some reason I knew Donnie wouldn't go down without a fight, and of course he didn't. Things were different for Sheriff Baker. He had to bust us for some reason. He was having dreams too. However, his were much more graphic than mine. He would wake up in the middle of the night with his wife lying right next to him. She would be sound asleep, yet he actually wasn't there mentally. He was in full uniform lying down in the wet grass. He could hear just a few members of his platoon who were wounded. They weren't saying much. He could sense the enemy was near. He could hear them tromping through the thick grass. He was in the jungle back in Saigon. He wasn't Sheriff Baker back then. He was a platoon commander. He had the deep fear that during the ambush his whole platoon had been injured or even killed. He could feel the insects and vermin crawling around him in the bushes, the hot sticky air with moisture all over his body, and his flesh was literally melting inside his uniform. He could feel his fear as oncoming enemy voices and footsteps are approaching. He gets ready. He can feel their presence. He grabs his knife. He grabs the enemy by his throat. "Ah!" he cries as he's about to execute the enemy soldier, but he wakes up. He's shaking in a cold sweat as his wife comforts him. "You okay, honey?" his concerned wife asks him. "Yes, I'm fine, dear. Go back to sleep, sweetie," he says as he pulls the bed sheets back over his head. "No more of that. No more," Mr. Baker says to himself. He falls asleep. His enemies are all gone now. He can rest peacefully now. Okay, One Tusk, the life of Donald Brickman. This is the final chapter, 24, Donald's Last Stand. Flashing lit police cars surrounded Donald's house. One of the cars was at the end of the driveway gate by the dirt road outside of the property. The other cars pulled up and parked around the enclosure of the property, forming a perimeter around the 1-acre fenced lot. Sounds of other sirens were echoing in the distance as additional police cars and other service vehicles approached, one by one in standard formation, driving down the dirt road with each other's brake lights shining in the windshield and flashing headlights shone in their rear view mirrors. On arrival, the SWAT officers and deputies exited their vehicles, wearing bulletproof vests and tactical equipment. They entered through the front gate, and each of the officers' guns were drawn as they pointed them at Donnie's front door. Donald's property had a nice great big oak tree in the front yard of the lot. His house was located off a secluded dirt road in the mountains. Green trees and shrubbery surrounded this little valley. It was the perfect area for a drug dealer to hide and store illegal drugs such as methamphetamine. The units had 2 German Shepherd police dogs. They had unleashed them, and they both ran into the front door of the domicile. For some reason, Donald's front door was now open slightly. The police heard 2 shots. One of the dogs came running out of the front door, and the other one didn't return, as its partner had fled. Donnie had shot one of the police dogs. He then shut his front door. The 2 dogs were now both inside, and one of them was bleeding badly. He was wounded and needed a veterinarian's attention. At this point, the police realized what he had done, and it was obvious Donnie didn't know right from wrong at this point, and wasn't going down without a fight. He had become an evil drug dealer who sold meth, coke, ecstasy, you name it, and was involved in all other types of illegal activities. He had turned into a monster and was far from the nice kid who had knocked on my front door when we were little kids years ago. The animals retreated from the gunfire as if they were trained to do so when in danger. It appeared that one of the police dogs was okay, but the other one lay shot, whimpering on the front porch as one of the police dog owners coddled it in his arms. "You're going down, Mr. Brickman," the cop shouted while he was still outside of the house. "You have about 10 seconds to exit the house with your hands up." The front door was now closed, and they couldn't make out anyone inside. They had their battering rams ready to knock in the front door at the hinges to breach the house. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. The cop counted backwards as the other officers got ready, in anticipation of an intense gun battle about to go down. Nothing happened, and Donnie did not come out of the house. Bam! You could hear the loud noise for miles as the police breached the house by knocking in Donnie's front door. 2 of the SWAT officers with riot shields and handguns drawn took point as they began to enter the house. When they entered, they saw Donnie just sitting there on the living room couch in a drunken stupor, and who knows what other types of drugs he was on. He was also incoherent while drooling from the mouth and his teeth. He had his hands gripped on what appeared to be a sawed-off shotgun pointed directly at the officers. He must have upgraded from his revolver that he had earlier. He just sat there with drool on his face and was also grinning at them. Donnie was shouting obscenities at the police officers. "You motherfucking blah! I'll fuck your fucking mother, cocksucking motherfuckers!" Donnie yelled belligerently as he cussed out the cops. "Mr. Brickman, drop what's in your hands now! Do it, and do it now! I'm warning you!" the officer commanded. They actually gave him a second chance to comply. Donnie was coked out and methed out of his head. He wasn't answering or receiving any of the police officers' instructions, and no way was he going down without a fight. He had his mind made up, and no way was he going to face the judge sober while coming down from a meth and coke binge. "Drop the weapon! Hands on the ground, now! This is your final warning!" The officer who was on point yelled again at Donnie, this time more firmly. The cop was holding a large semi-automatic SWAT team special type rifle with a red laser beam pointed directly at Donnie's forehead. Donnie's eyes were bloodshot red. He had sweat all over his face. He looked almost inhuman, like a zombie or ghost. A typical look, I guess, with the after effects of heavy methamphetamine use. "I'm going to give you the count of 5 to drop your weapon and lay face down on the ground. Do it, and do it now." The officer started counting out loud from 5 backwards, similar to when a rocket ship is getting ready to launch into space. Suddenly, Donnie mouthed his last words of his life to police officers as he yelled out loud, "Sorry, Mom, but I didn't do that. I fucked it all up," with his finger beginning to twist down on the trigger of his 12-gauge as he began to engage the officers. In slow motion, the officers began firing rounds that hit him dead on, entering and exiting Don's body, chest, and also striking him directly in the forehead. Bang! 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 One of the officers got off a clean headshot. Blood had splattered all across the wall like a painting where Don had been sitting on the couch directly behind him. After the outburst of gunfire with bullets, the SWAT team signaled to the rest of the police officers using a hand gesture. The remaining officers outside responded, as they all lowered and holstered their weapons to begin securing the rest of the house. Don lay there on the couch motionless, his eyes wide open, and his head tilted to the left, with blood dripping down from his mouth onto the floor. The police had completed their breach at this point, and one of the officers removed a St. Christopher's gold necklace from Donnie's neck. The officer held it up as it shined in the living room, with the sun beaming through the mini blinds and irradiating the bloody carpet. The sun was setting, and it was becoming twilight. It was like a dingy silhouette painting, Don's body laid out on the couch in his own living room like a stillborn baby. As officers wrapped it up outside of Donald's house, the coroner van pulled up. 2 men got out and returned from the house with a stretcher and body bag with Donnie's corpse inside. They then loaded it into the van. One of the officers radioed for a veterinarian to come on scene for the dog that Donnie had shot, and also for the surviving dog just in case it had sustained injuries. The vet arrived, then performed a checkup on the remaining German Shepherd, and just like a human, they put him in a stretcher. Some of the officers had wept when they saw the vets taking the injured animal away. "I think he will survive, but we'll have to amputate his lower left leg. The gunshot wound is irreversible," the vet told one of the officers as he closed up the van with the animal inside. The sun had finally set, and it was now pitch black outside, and all that could be seen were red flashing lights and blue lamps from police cars. Some unmarked vehicles were parked throughout the property of Don's drug house or stash spot. It was deep in this valley of mountains, and the stars were coming out after the chaos. It seemed peaceful outside, as if nothing had happened. The shadowy sky resembled a drawing, like a cutout in the front hills reflecting small white stars, like it was a map spread out across them. The other police dog and his officer walked through the scene and sniffed around the house looking for any other contraband and drugs. The other canine was okay. Luckily, he did retreat after the gunshot had rattled him. Not a regular procedure. Normally, the dog would still attack. Why it returned to the officers is a mystery to this day. They found Don's concealed weapons and also a huge amount of methamphetamine and tools to cook it with. The black and tan German Shepherd also found one of Donnie's other hiding spots, but this one had a little bit of marijuana inside a black suitcase underneath his bed used to stow drugs in. The police officers opened it up as his well-adapted canine that was used for raids and other dangerous assignments sat there licking his drooling lips while panting. The officer found a photograph of Donnie and I inside the case. It was a picture of us both at the beach. The photo was taken when we were much younger, before our lives had changed for the worse. It must have been the same picture he left inside his closet back at the apartment, of course. The officer actually visited me in jail to break the news. It also turns out that the canine Donnie had wounded survived, and he was known, now, as Hugo, the three-legged police dog. The officer stood outside my 8 by 10 foot cell and handed me the picture through the bars. He told me how Donnie had met his demise. I talked with the officer briefly, mostly about the German Shepherd, because I was concerned and glad the dog lived, minus a leg, of course. "Okay, thanks," I said to him in regards to the picture. I realized Donnie could do no good with his life, and especially to others as well. He had gotten me arrested, serving back-to-back years in prison for me to be finally paroled with 8 years left on my sentence. When I got out of jail, I was a changed man. They finally released me after 7 long years. Looking back, still the worst experience I had to face inside was looking into my father's eyes after I had been incarcerated. He only came up once to visit me in prison. It was the first and last time. As I previously mentioned, he didn't say much. He just glared into my eyes as I wept and pleaded for his forgiveness. It was a vivid memory of him simply hanging up the phone receiver as I was looking at him through the glass window in the visiting room, and then he got up out of his chair and walked out. While I pondered this whole situation I was in, I knew that Donnie didn't give a shit about my life, or his for that matter. He had gotten people killed, sold drugs to minors, even shooting a policeman's dog with a gun, a poor animal. Years later, I read in the newspaper a story about that dog. Ironically, the police dog who had survived one of the department's best seasoned canines, who had helped catch over 100 criminals in foot pursuit, assisted in over 100 drug raids and dangerous warrants. The dog was helping clean up the mean streets in America's ghettos which exist today. Even though it only had 3 legs, the police department manufactured a canine wheelchair, which enabled the dog to walk around freely. It was like a stretcher with wheels, so to speak. When I heard about the police dog, I thought that maybe somehow perhaps Donnie actually left behind something good from his life, besides sell drugs, manipulate friends, and hurt other people. I had come to the realization that by him being gone, he had made the world a better place. I think Donnie knew his life was hell, and that he was a bad seed destined for trouble ever since he was a little kid. I think Donnie knew that when we first met and played Army in the backyard, that this was the way he would go out. It was his destiny that he would either take his own life or have someone else take it from him. That was his insane logic. It was due to his insanity. It was the type of life that he had lived. So that was the life that it had become, which was the life of my longtime friend, Donald Brickman. The end. Just want to say thank you so much for reading my book. I appreciate it. And a quick acknowledgement, shout out. Thank you, friends and family, for your support over the years. Thank you, mom, dad, sister, brother-in-law, niece, nephew, grandmas, grandpas, rest in peace, uncles, aunts, and cousins. Also like to thank my best friends, good friends, and just plain old friends over the years. You know who you are. I'm really not good at writing long thank yous, goodbyes, afterwards, or blurbs about my novel, but here goes. I first got the idea for The Life of Donald Brickman when I was about 25 years old. An employee who I had worked with at one of the jobs I mentioned earlier in this novel said to me while working together, "You remind me a lot of my best friend from high school, Donald. You guys are a lot alike." He probably forgot to mention that maybe we were both weirdos, and that's how I reminded him of that person. More of a right brain, personality, creative type, not saying that's a bad thing, haha. The reason why I wrote this book was to tell my own story. I've been writing stories since the 3rd grade. Although I never pursued it, my teachers always told me I was a great writer. I just never believed them. Plus, I was always into music and sports. I guess what I expect you, the reader, to take from my novel is a life story of how people grow up and change for the better or worse. People have said I'm an introvert guy, but that's only because I love watching and interacting with people. Some might think they like to watch that guy Nick and see what he does, although it's really the other way around. You are all the reason why I write. Thank you so much, and take care. Bye.